On March 17, 2022, 30 months ago, we had our first Have Your Say 247. We have since had over 150 episodes. In terms of TV hours, we have had over 1,000 hours of TV shows. In days, that is over 40 days. These are some of the names that have graced the show as panelists. We will honor them in a special meeting today at 6 p.m. New York time and 11 p.m. Nigerian time. Our meeting hall has room for 1,000 people. Please join us. Please come with your own refreshments. If we missed your name on the list, please let us know. Paul, Judin, Dominic, Mohammed, Mr. James, Nne, Victor, Jude, Mutule, John Abba, Kulata, Mama H.O., Dr. Daniel Emeze, Kene Ngozeka, Chilaka, Sacred Infinite Energy, Body, Ostino, Bob Chisco, KJ, Show, Okija, Man of Prestige, One Africa, Dexter, Maska, Bumi, Pastor Andrew, Eagles Air, Righteous Man, Pansat, The Flagship, OBE, Ovier, Femi, Mazi Prince, Jagun, Christian, Olumide, Sola, Ike, Alaba Ferreira, Forefathers, The Blackstone, CM, Eccentric Cast, Tone, AY, Loco P, If Not Now, Justine, African Queen, Ismiri, ED, Sydney, Tokwe, Adamma, Wale German historian, philosopher, Sixfield, Augustine Father, Augustine, Chinonyerem, Dan, Exero, Ifi, Igbo Basic, Ikolala, KSO, Maxi, Mazi Scribe, Nze, Ndubisi, Osita, Roman, Steph, Sid, Ui, White American Label Podcast, Sam O, ISDT I Speak the Truth, Victory, Austin Okeke, Dixon, Church Hill, Tokwe, Helen, Simonekpa, Igwe Nobi, Declan, Oswohia, Basil, Olisa Adigwe, Mohammed, Cyril Oji, Reverend Cosmos, Cornel Adeni, Chike Odunukwe, Chido Onuma, Brian Onyejeli, Big Steve, Joseph Onyocha, Ossi, Ayo Torton, Away, Remy Oyeyemi, Alex Kaba, Dr. Perry Bremer, Adewale, Nijago Beta, Prince of Peace, Ovie Okpodu, Yusuf Abubakar, Kwesi, Prince Nick Ezenwa, Mo Ene, or Black Beauty, Ngbore, California, Mazi Ezioke, Dr. Chidi, Mr. Kennedy, Dr. Haruna, Dr. Wumi Akintide, Sunday Nwosu, Shegun O, Mike, Chim, One Man Went Mo, Nwachuku, Biafra, Priest of Peace, Amadioha Uzo, Anwimbun, Kandu, Dr. Alexander Gomez, Justice, Emeka Eze, Henry, Omorui, May, T.A., Nathaniel, Ambassador RMD, Horsefall, Ebike, DMO, BQB, Aaron of Nigeria, Wayne Bassi, Sydney Odu, EJ Diaz, Ostino, Ifeoma, Rahman, CJ. Here is the link to use to join the meeting.
And it is the figment of the imagination of an idiot, if I may say so myself. I am in this race. I remain in this race because that is what Edo people need today.
Order you to bring that fuel back immediately. Order effect. Krubu me Rogediye at the Gogo Yamata now. If you the feel blind person, Krubu they blow whistle. They look God, oh. Kurubu, all the way no they talk. What fully mind. If they fear big person, put basket for faith. Kurubu me come out amo. Kurubu they remember waiting of fion to tell him papa. Say he do way papa he chest they fire. If papa tell am say my pikin na death way they their family. Kurubu if in Nigeria finish, you go remain. Kurubu me at the verse. No food because of fuel. Nothing for house. You know they get sense. And they talk to you buga. Where you dey go the buga? You know say I know nobody now you are money with the India people. Could be relax oh. Now small challenge that they tell you. I say me rugged the verse. Alpha. Never there for you. Jesus! Small pikin sleep mess. And they tell you. I won't wake you. Then you heard your door. Could be me they tell you. How far? I never eat. What thing they worry you? Person go to talk to you. You go to buga. See me. And the verse not be met or not be sight so they look for so all my eye on you. Order you to bring that food down. Immediately effect.
Your Excellency, you've been with me here in Washington, D.C. since July the 29th. And we've been hearing the rumors going around in circles back home in Nigeria and around the world that you are no longer alive. What is happening? Can you tell us what is happening in your own words, Your Excellency?
Nothing is happening. I'm alive. May God bless those who carry the rumor. I have been here. Since then, I have never gone to any hospital in the United States. I've been doing my parental care with my children. And God will bless them. God will bless my state. And God will bless all the states. And God will bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. And God will also bless people whom the president himself knows they are suffering. But working hard to make sure that the suffering stop, because the suffering is so much. God will bless all of us to be able to live and praise the name of the Lord when we get back to our footing, because we'll surely put back the economy to the footing. President Tinubu and his advisors will put back the economy to our footing. It's a very difficult period. I manage industries. And I know how difficult it is for people to go to work, people to earn salary, people to do anything. And I know how difficult it means to people in my village in Ibere to go to farm. I know how difficult it is to live now. May God bless all of us and bless those who are saying that I've died. To God be the glory, and God will always have his glory and honor. Thank you.
Launched this One Nigeria Unity Fabric at the State House on Monday. She said that this brilliant idea was inspired by her visit to Zimbabwe last year, December, where she saw them do something similar. And she said that this unity fabric will be worn across the country on October the 1st to celebrate Nigeria's Independence Day anniversary. Now, there have been several reactions to this, but the picture you're seeing is of the fabric that was printed for Zimbabwe that the First Lady has referenced. And then, of course, let's look at our own as well.
Do we remember a couple of years ago when the worst we thought we could get was a woman who sat in the president's or the seat of the president's wife and said, "There is God, oh."
At least that one was funny. You know, people say they miss Patience.
I do remember that we thought that was the worst we could get.
Yep.
The first people are hearing from the mother of the nation is, "Oh, I planted a garden in my home. You should do that too, so that you won't starve." How many people can afford a home that has enough space to have a garden? The next thing we hear from her is, "Guess what, ladies? Let's go and find Ankara to wear." Are we going to eat? Are we going to put it in our pots and boil the Ankara with palm oil and eat? I can't believe how proud of foolishness we are in this country.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I'm actually very angry. I'm trying to control myself. You tell people
please, my
don't
tablet.
have food to eat.
Yes.
That the thing they should do on their independence of what? I don't know. Are we independent of foolishness, independent of mediocrity, independent of the slavery mentality that we have? What exactly are we independent of? And then you tell them, you know what the solution is? Take this probably fabric, ugly, horrible looking, cheap piece of fabric. This is what's going to make Nigeria better. We are a bunch of clowns.
Billionaire Aliko Dangote led a number of Africa's wealthy people to a meeting in Rwanda's capital, Kigali, from September 6th to 8th. The meeting, dubbed the African Renaissance Retreat, was held at a prestigious resort, bringing together some 50 wealthy people from different parts of Africa, most of them in the industrial and financial sectors. According to Dangote, he had contemplated for long the idea of bringing together a group of top business leaders in Africa to identify challenges facing the continent, brainstorm on possible solutions, and market Africa as an attractive investment hub. Conflicts, energy, food security, public debt, and access to development funding were the leading talking points at the retreat. Dangote said Africa is home to 30% of the world's mineral reserves and has significant deposits of gold, diamonds, uranium, and cobalt, which have the potential of significantly boosting the continent's economy if well managed. He added that Africa has 65% of the world's remaining uncultivated arable land and 10% of the world's internal renewable freshwater resources, which, if well tapped, can boost food security. The Nigerian billionaire further said Africa should leverage on its youthful population to drive industries, embrace innovation, and roll out new technologies, including artificial intelligence. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with a median age of 19 years, and 70% of people in the sub-Saharan Africa are aged below 30. Dangote described the Kigali retreat as a small, private and high-level gathering where frank and honest dialogue would be held with the goal of transforming our continent. In his remarks at the retreat, Dangote emphasized nobody will transform Africa except us, especially us in this room. The participants resolved to support the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, champion internet access on the continent, and push for a reduction of logistic costs during intra-African trade. The New Times of Rwanda reports those who attended the high-level meeting are Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Jane Mohammed, former Presidents Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of Liberia, Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria, and Jakaya Kikwete of Tanzania. The other attendees included Ethiopia's former Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, Egyptian billionaire Najib Sawiris, who is among Africa's 10 richest people, and Tanzanian billionaire Mohamed Dewji, who is among 15 wealthiest people on the continent. Nigerian billionaires Femi Otedola and Tony Elumelu were also in attendance, as well as South African mining tycoon Patrice Motsepe. Others were Senegal's Makhtar Diop, who is the managing director of the International Finance Corporation, and South Africa's Wamkele Mene, who is the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Also present were President of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, and Benedict Orama, the President of the Afrexim Bank. Other executives who are in Kigali are Bani Mensah, the president of International for the Bank of America, and Kenya's James Mwangi, who is the managing director of Equity Group Holdings.
Are you ready to connect with distinguished Nigerians around the world? The Diaspora Perspective is here to share the views of Nigerians in the diaspora on burning issues.
From the street of New York the royal cities of London, and the bustling cities of Europe. Voice of the People Television brings to you a roundtable and collage of interesting views from Nigerians in diaspora.
Join the host of the show and some Nigerians in diaspora, Dr. Damages, the flagship, Show, and KJ, as they discuss the experiences, challenges, and triumphs of Nigerians living abroad.
Discussing and analyzing everything from politics, culture, policies, career success, and how Nigerians are staying connected to their roots. Showing every Saturday by 2 p.m. West African time and 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
The Diaspora Perspective, giving a voice to Nigerians abroad.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like Yahaya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like Yahaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
On March
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, September the 21st, 2024. Welcome to the show. It's a wonderful day here in New York City. I hope it's wonderful where in the world you're joining us. I appreciate all of you. We are going to start today's show. We have several topics to get to. In Edo State, they have an election going on as we speak. They are rounding up, and already there are issues in the election, normal issues, the type we are used to in Nigeria. So we're going to talk about the conduct of that election, the potential outcome, and what that means for Nigeria moving forward. The United Nations General Assembly, the 79th General Assembly, is ongoing. It started last week. This week they will have the high-level meetings with presidents, and we know that Nigeria's president Bola Tinubu will not be there. He's sending his VP Shetima to represent him. So we're going to talk about what they normally talk about at the United Nations. Why is Tinubu not there? What does that mean for Nigeria? So please join us for that conversation. Also in Nigeria, the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, showed up this week on Thursday at the EFCC and then disappeared again. What's going on? Who are they fooling? What is the expectations of Nigerians in terms of the government and their talk about dealing with corruption? So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk on the issue of Maiduguri, which is ongoing. There are still people donating money, and what is going on? What's the situation in Maiduguri today? And this may be something that most people may not have paid attention to. Sometime this week, early this week, there was a meeting in Mina. It's always in Mina, where Olusegun Obasanjo, Abdulsalami Abubakar, Guzo, and Babangida met to talk about the situation in the country and what does that mean? Who are these people? They are always meeting when things are very tough in the country. So we're going to touch on that. But the first story for the day is about the election in Edo State. So while we wait for people who are joining us to be part of this conversation, if you want to join and comment, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in. Let's take a look at some of the things going on in Edo today.
Okay. Yes, country people, we don't sit under the put for another location on top Edo 2024 governorship election. And we there for Ikobaoka local government area. This one now is the primary school, and this one now Ward 7. I make know say this place we there, so now in the reward of the Edo PDP deputy governorship candidate, Nana Barrister Osarenyo Oge. As you see, people plenty bracket come out. I greet you. Okay, people plenty bracket come out, can't do what they call cast their votes, and I said their own electoral duty. They can't do their own, so they won't carry their hand put for inside the ballot paper. Vote for the person who go to like the as the governor for Edo State for the next 4 years or for 8 years. But waka inside now show now how the election process they waka, and we'll ask people questions how the election matter they go and how them feel this election is their vote today is a count for this election. My name is Anima Shagma, this one is City Nigeria. I'm not gonna tell the person there, I say when they fall. But as people talk say they already stand with their vote. If you dare out, come out. Come do what they call exercise your own civic duty. Come cast your vote for the person who you want to make your matter waka go forward for Edo State. We dey give that routine and we come.
All right, we'll get back to some of the videos we're getting from Edo State and what is going on. Welcome to the show, Ken. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Mr. Paul.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning.
So I wanted to start by asking, are you guys hearing anything from people on ground in Edo State? Kenny?
Yeah, well, actually, on ground, no. But it just occurred to me yesterday that I've been staying away from Edo politics. And what actually triggered my sensitivity to actually start looking into it was I had somebody that was that I was going to ask to travel from Lagos down to the east today. And the person called me back and was saying that he can't go because there was no, passengers, so he couldn't drive alone. And I was like, why? He said because of the Edo election. I'm like, what does Edo's election has to do with you traveling? So because the road that passes through Edo will be shut down. Like for election, you fly through the highways. Even at that, like police will be everywhere, and no motorists will be allowed to pass. I was like, oh really? So I now start looking into it deeply, and I found out that this Nigeria is something else. We're here always talking about electing good leaders, electing leaders that will be able to represent us. And here you have some people, Edo indigenes, rooting for a candidate that cannot express himself, a candidate that cannot read a page of any book you could think of. And I ask, how do you expect such a person to be able to read agreements or even what they call it, contracts, or even read, I don't know, whatever, a legal document that has to do with Edo people, and be able to understand what he read and consent to that? How could you expect such a person to be able to do this? And then you are rooting for this person because of the governor is disrespectful to the traditional institution. So you revere the traditional institution more than the lives and properties of your people. The same people that are under the traditional institution, your reference for the traditional institution is more important to you than moving that state forward. And then you're talking about not rooting for any candidate that has Godfather. And here you are, rooting for the same candidate that his Godfather is not hidden, which is Tomole. He's telling him what to say on the campaign ground. Whenever the guy be messed up, you tell him, hey, say it this way. So I don't know if you are really, see Nigerians, we pick and choose. And that is our problem. And that country, like I always say, is irredeemable. If you have APC candidate and you have PDP candidate, yes, PDP candidate, according to you, is disrespectful to your traditional institution. How about the APC and the Labour Party? I mean, so must you choose APC because PDP is not respecting your? What about Labour Party? Oh, Labour Party is not enough. See, our education is in the toilet.
Thank you. I was wondering, but let me go to Paul, because you were talking about Monday, and Monday was a senator, or currently a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, Paul, welcome to the show.
So you did laugh.
You didn't have issues with him being the senator of the Federal Republic of
Nigeria. I had no idea that this guy was even a senator.
Now
How did you even get there?
Now you know.
Paul, because they also plant him silently, because we are not so much concerned with senators. So they also plant him silently, and that's just the thing. I could remember back in the days when they did that election many years ago in Lagos. That's how Femi Otedola father, Michael Otedola, become governor of Lagos. Two gubernatorial candidates, they were fighting themselves. Easily, he just fell into the hands of Otedola. That's how Otedola become governor. But in Edo State, I can't get it. You understand? If these two strong wings are fighting themselves, Akpata still look a little bit capable. In as much as Nigeria would like to lie to ourselves to say he has no experience. I don't know the kind of experience that Oshomole have that he become governor, every other person that become governor. You know, why not just give it to Akpata? You understand? At least let us learn how to punish politicians when they do wrong. You understand? One thing that I like here in the West, they punish you very well with precedents. You understand? Your antecedents, they use it to punish you and every other thing. And it helps when you see they don't punish the so-called congressman and Senate in the US. That's why you see a bunch of losers there. They make nonsense things. But when you see people who are going for the executive position, they punish them a lot. And it helps their system to some extent, in as much as me and Ekene will argue Republican and Democrat. one thing that both of us will tell ourselves the truth. If you go to so many Democrat states, they're doing well. And you can still go to so many Republican states, they are doing well. At the end of the day, they still deliver. But in our own case, you can't even find anything to lay your hands on. It gets me tired with this godfatherism and the way we are doing this culture, religion, tribe, and everything. If the Edo people so much believe on their Oba so much, why won't 5 million Edo citizens go beg the Oba to be the governor and the Oba of that state? You understand? Just go beg him to be the Oba and the governor of that state. You understand? Maybe that will bring the growth that they're looking for. We have some other countries that have things like that. You understand? They can also vouch for that. And if it works for them. But these things that we are just talking where we just give traditional rulers money, they don't allocate this money, they don't do anything for their people. You understand? But we make them so much relevant. I am not saying that to the Oba because the Oba is well-respected man. He respects himself very well. But the way some of us vouch to some of those people, we just may not understand. Sometimes where we come from, we are so much scared when it comes to change. We hate change so much. That's why people will say, just forget time, now this person we want. Where I come from, my own town, from my father's side, they've been opposition for a very long time. And every time when they say this thing, they say, oh, now because of opposition, now because of opposition, that's why we don't get anything. The question that I ask, the people who are in the ruling party, where are the development in the next town, the next local government, and for that thing? I could remember when they make ROMD. ROMD is my distance brother. We're from the same village. And for that thing, when they make ROMD commissioner, ROMD use all those things during the time of Uduaga to sway my people. Then they enter the ruling party. I don't see any development. I don't see anything where they promise. And continuously we keep doing the same thing. Oh, now my people. Oh, now my people. Where are some of my so-called Yoruba people who vouch for Tinubu strongly today? Where are they today? Or if they are today, where are the benefits that is coming to the so-called Southwest states that Yoruba is in power? Where are the benefits that is given tremendously with the Muslims, since we have Muslim ticket? Where are the things? Do you understand? Nothing special. And continuously we are still thinking in that direction. Let it be my king's man, let it be my religion man. This is our turn and everything. I don't think we can go anywhere with this.
All right. Thank you, Paul. There's something I don't understand. Why is it that Labour Party that I thought had a base in Edo is not making impact in this election? What is wrong with Olumide? Yeah. Why?
Yeah,
something they are not telling us.
Yeah, Labour Party is one party that don't believe in godfatherism. And in addition to that, Olumide, I think, you see, this is the problem with traditional institutions. I don't want to be the one that will have to call out some of these traditional rulers, right? Where the traditional ruler has already taken side, you have your children contesting. Your children, they are all your children, but you've already taken side, and you are not even hiding it. And our people, the way we worship some of these traditional rulers, they tend to, side, go with the traditional ruler against their own person as well. And see, Olumide is of the Labour Party, and Labour Party itself is struggling with their leadership, which everybody knows, right? But to me, that wouldn't stop you from taking your position in Edo State. However, when they come to Edo State, they are being faced with the issue of the Oba is on this side, and so the people will be with the Oba. You understand? And in my first comment, I made mention of revering Obas more than the economy, the lives and property of your people. So it is now up to Edo people to choose what they want for themselves. I'm not from Edo, but it bleeds my heart like that I see a state that has every potential to turn things around for itself is now misbehaving. because of the so-called whatever that I don't know, that it was being, these things are man-made stuff. It's not like somebody was created to be a traditional ruler. It's not like somebody was created to be that too. It's a man-made thing. Now man made you to be there. So why will I see Labour Party? I've even heard that they don't even have what they call it, agent that will mount the polling booth. And my thing is, how do you then expect to win, even if the people voted for you and you know you are dealing with crooks, criminals like APC and PDP? At the end of the day, your vote will be carried away. Your vote will be shared and divided between APC and PDP because you have no agent on ground to say this is the original result and stick with it. So Labour Party, I don't know, but the result will come out. Some of the polling units today that they were calling the vote, I could see that PDP are on the lead because some Labour Party were like, oh, since Labour Party are not that formidable in Edo State, we rather join hand with PDP against APC. So, and we know some people were touting that Edo is not Lagos, but Edo is Abuja. I want to see that Abuja played out in Edo, and I want to see how Edo people are going to react to this. And I wouldn't want them to keep quiet if such a thing happened. Somebody like Oshomole should be given his seat. I mean, the seat he rightly deserves. He cannot come and mess the state up. You are not the owner of the state.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Paul, we had reports coming, say things like violence, of course, talks disrupting voting, materials are arriving late at polling units. So those are traditional things we see in Nigeria, and beavers not working, people not being accredited. Were you surprised?
Of course, I'm not surprised. Those ones is not a new news. Like the African phrase, like they said, if dog bite person, they say quickly go give them a anti-rabies injection. But if a man bites dog, the man will make the news. So I'm not surprised. It's not a dog bite person. It's not a new news. It always happens. Well, here come the question that you asked, Kenny. This is where I want to come. I want to come in. Remember, Edo State have very strong allied obedience. Now, this obedience, they are not obedient for labor. They are obedient for Peter Obi. You understand? And Peter Obi was supporting, had good relationship with the PDP candidate, Asue Igodalo. Do you get my point? So Obi have good relationship with Asue Igodalo, if you could remember, even manage their account, everything. That is one. Then Ekene branch, and those don't want to cause any wala. Branch towards the traditional ruler, where the traditional ruler lie. So Obi that hates to fight anybody. If Obi understand that the traditional rulers, they are standing on the side of APC, it's just to be wrong for Obi to go to that state. Obi don't really have anything to do. Obi is supposed to learn how to be Trump, who has been campaigning for 4 years. You understand? I want to see Obi in that state for 20 times. Because if Obi talk, the obedient listen in Edo State. How many times did you see Obi go campaign for Akpata? So this is say you understand the narrative. If Obi had campaign, what Tinubu is doing, using Oshomole to do that thing, it is the right thing. Tinubu is saying 2027 that I want to take Edo State. Oshomole, go and do that work. If we hold governorship, we're going to get the state. Just like as they work with Wike, say, give me River State. So Tinubu is planning himself, use Oshomole, you understand, as his machinery to take Edo State. Then if Obi also have this plan that I want to be a president, you understand, and you know one of your strongest states is Edo State and everything, you don't really have anything to do right now. Instead of it to be going to Beduguri, go to Edo State. Doctor, you see how many times that Trump have visited Arizona, how many times Trump have visited Milwaukee. How many times Trump has visited Michigan, Pennsylvania, all the swing states? He keep going back and forth. You see, Kamala Harris, they're doing the same thing. They're coming to Arizona. They're going to Georgia. They're going to all those swing states. You understand? Continuously keep convincing the people. How many times did you see Obi go there? Obi would have made Akpata, you understand, stand tall with this election that is going on. But I don't see Obi. Probably Obi being Obi, that acts like my father people, the Jehovah Witness people, a perfect gentleman. You understand? Obi did not really campaign, and it's clear before the election. Aswell Ighodalo was his right-hand man. He even trust him with his money. Even when Aswell Ighodalo was a PDP man, you even trust him with your money and every other thing. So what do you expect? You understand? Then within the labor again, there's also an issue going on with the problem. And Akpata again, and also has relationship with the so-called chairman or no chairman again. It just makes everything worse for him. The guy know how to talk. He know how the Wari slang, the Benin slang, speaks English, have everything, but it's just not enough. You need somebody that will talk to the Edo people, and the Edo people will listen.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. We're talking about Edo election, what is going on. We're getting reports that is similar to what we have.
Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. So are we encompassing today question, today narrative with some other topic, or just special election only?
We have several topics, but we're starting with Edo election. After that, we go to the UN General
Thank
Assembly.
you very much. Greeting to everybody, Paul, and so I've been working at doing some other things. I've been watching what's going on in Edo State as of today. Like I said, I never really followed the election. The leading. I listen every night like a snapshot. So what I have seen so far, it's kind of like a mixed bag. To some extent, it has been peaceful. Depending on the part of area. The same thing. Has always been perpetuating. Snatching the boss. Some other. But it's kind of sporadic. But having said that, with what I have seen from other platforms and some other places that have been where they have people in the ground, it seems like APC and PDP right now. I mean, Labour Party has not really had any input, very minimum to, so it's kind of, the last report I had was PDP living at a very minimum level, so you can't really say, and at that particular time, I think it's only about 4% of the book had been uploaded and something like that, So having said that, I think what I'm noticing in Nigerian politics, it's still the same thing, vote vying and everything. There's something I noticed in one of the booths. I thought that you are not allowed to take your camera inside the booth, but that's not so. They are compelled people to go there, and take a picture of their vote, then bring it back before they pay them. Because that particular one I saw, APC is paying like about, I think APC is paying like about 500 naira or 500,000. I've forgotten the amount. PDP about 10. I didn't say anything about Labour Party. So when people go there, they snap the picture of how they voted, then they bring it out before they pay them. So the parties has learned. It's not like we used to say before. Go there and collect their money and vote who you want. They don't go by that, by that narrative. So far from this Edo politics, that we know so far. So it's gonna be PDP and APC, but according to some narrative, it might end up being in the final. Even I thought PDP will, APC is gonna come on top. I think about 17 parties contested for it, and 7 of them collapsed with APC. So Labour Party, all of them, they are just like a special, proposed vehicle. It's just a snapshot, it's not that for other parties. They don't really have any influence in Nigerian politics. It's all about PDP and something like that. And that was my main purpose, even during the 23 election. I was hoping that we could dislodge that, two-party, but I don't see it right now because all they do is, cross carpet from Obi Diddy too, from Afghan to APC. So they are all the same thing. I've not seen any changes so far. So we just have to monitor and see how it goes. In my own opinion, Even after we have one state today, which is supposed to mobilize all the additional, make it more efficient. Just more efficient that I've seen so far. So thank you.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Wale, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I greet everyone. I think I might be a little bit different from what I've seen. Since I have been following Nigerian politics and have been ruled since, well, let me say, since I know my rights from my left, we keep doing the same thing, same way. And sometimes when I look at it, I think, who are we actually to blame for all these, misfortune, if I may call it misfortune? I think I will blame every single one of us who are Nigerians. For those of us who have managed to get out of the country, we are in the light, we can see, we can turn on our um, internet and watch what is going on. But then when you look at the people on the ground there, and you look at them, that these people, are they actually suffering? If they are, you expect them to open their sense. They give you two different people that, is there only two people who can do better? Like Kenneth said and Paul said, why can't they find a way to punish people for their, antecedent? But no, you will see them dancing after them. Then you start wondering, do people have amnesia or something? Have they forgotten so soon? And it just make me think, you know what? As much as we would like to talk about this country, maybe we need to talk about something different, because the people you are fighting for, they don't even see what you are seeing. To me, it feels like they love they love what they are going through. They love the drama. They love, like, okay, we're just going to do it now. We don't care if we're going to suffer for another 4 years. I'd be like, you people, can you not see clearly? Can you not punish people who have punished you? But they don't see it that way. You and I, we could see it like, really? But then people want to oppress them. That's what they want for them. So in a way, as much as we love to talk about what is happening, trust me, it will happen next year again. It will happen 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. So what is the definition of when people keep doing the same thing the same way and nothing changed? It just makes me think, am I going to be part of these people who cannot think, who cannot even see what they are going through? And everybody, that, why would one chairman just say, oh, everybody, this is what you should vote for? What have I benefited from the people for 500 naira, or how much are they giving them? For how long are they going to spend it? No road, no electricity, no any infrastructure, no school. And still, you will go and follow them. Why can't, even if, let's say, for example, if I'm on the ground, even if I know that my vote is not going to count, I would rather vote for someone that I believe in. I'll punish those 2 or those 3 that I know that their antecedent has nothing good to offer me. I would rather go and vote for someone, even if the person doesn't win. At least my conscience will be justified. But they don't think that way. And it pains me to see that why our people are perishing. Don't they have knowledge? I stop there, Dr. Damages. I don't know, honestly, what is going to happen to our people. They will, trust me, let another election come tomorrow, they will still do the same thing.
All right, thank you. We're seeing results coming in from Edo State. At least the papers are clean this time. They were not like what happened in 2023. Dexter, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Yeah, regarding the election, well, I think everybody has said a lot. However, what I would say is let's not gaslight other people here. You understand? You can't be comparing Edo State election to America's presidential election. For crying out loud, Trump didn't go and campaign with governors. When governors were campaigning in their states to become governors in America, did we see Trump going everywhere with them? Obi is not going to micromanage Apata if Apata wins the election.
Apata is an independent man. Apata should sell himself to the people. So let's not be bringing all that kind of narrative here, because it's unfortunately the truth about that's the way Nigeria descends, that we leave the core of the issue. We leave the core of the issue and start addressing things that are peripheral. Regarding the Edo State election, I think what behoves on the people of Edo State, and not just the people of Edo State, people of Nigeria, is that until you realize your state, you cannot really change it. They said if you can write down your problem, if you can write down your issue, then it is half solved, 50%. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that people cannot even write down what the issue is. If you go and ask the average person in Edo State, the normal people on the street, ask them, what are your issues? They won't address it to leadership. How many Nigerians see the need to have the right leadership? Many people don't see it that way. Many people rather see it as, let it be somebody of my ethnic stock being in power. Many people think of, as long as I can have food, I can take care. As long as I'm settled, I'm fine. But we don't look at it as, what is the leadership? Do you think you deserve a right and a just leadership? I don't think the people ask themselves those questions. No, as long as you don't ask yourself those questions, your society is going to drift the way the Nigerian society drifts. That's what you only give birth. You can't plant lemon and then expect to harvest oranges. It doesn't happen. So that's where we are until our consciousness, maybe we will be so beaten down, then we will now start addressing the purpose. What kind of leadership do we want for ourselves? And it's a very tough question, because when you talk about having the right leadership, then you will throw away all these medieval tactics that politicians use, that many of us even cling to. Many of us cling to those medieval tactics politicians use when it benefits us. So for the Edo people, I lived in Edo State for almost 11 years. So I'm virtually from Edo State. But I think it's for them to decide to choose among all the candidates, who they want, that will govern them for the next 4 years. So I'll leave it to them at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. James, we are seeing stories and coming out of Edo. Labour Party candidate lost his polling units. APC's candidate won Monday. So what are you looking at, and why are you interested in what's going on in Edo State? Mute yourself, James.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, hi.
Hello. I was born and brought up in Edo State. Before I came to Germany a few years ago. So the election in my state is I have interest in it because we all want good governance, and when I see things the way things are there, it pains my heart. I have families, I have loved ones, and I just wish the people we wake up and sometimes I don't just know what to say. The best candidate, like I told my parents, you don't have to vote APC again. They have been there for years. APC and PDP have been the problem of Nigeria. They come every time with promises. Like I was seeing, I think, videos online 2 or 3 days ago. The APC man, Mr. Mode Okpebolo, was sharing bag of rice prior to the election, 2 days to the election. Man, when our people go wise, how okay, you take this bag of rice that is not even up to 50 euro, and you suffer again for the next 4 years. When our mumu never do, our mumu never do. Why you go take this? Why I wrote, I'll be writing on channels, I'll be writing on Arise. I just wrote very short and short. Vote APC and cry for another 4 years. But please stop disturbing people in diaspora. Send me money, send me money. Why? I know say hunger dey Nigeria. I know say hunger dey Nigeria, but take this their rice, take this their salt and vote them out. When our people go wise, this thing, it breaks my heart. How many people I want to help? How many people you go feel help? That is why I keep saying this. In fact, I'm not even support of any of these three people. Listen. Let me just say this thing. I read philosophy. I graduated philosophy from Ambrose Ali University, Ekboma. I think some of my people there, I think some of them are also in USA, or I heard someone was saying it's, if we look at the way things are in Western world, compare, like here in Germany, if election is ongoing, you don't even know. You just go cast your, but in Africa, in Nigeria, election is just like a do or die affair. It's just like a war. People start deploying military policemen. In fact, I know if we talk, man. Which can, and we start saying the white people are responsible for our ailment. No, we are our own problem. We be our own problem. Let us leave these people alone. How many times white people will come, they will conduct their own election? They do it peacefully, maturely. You go election don't talk to from Africa like a do or die affair, because they don't send me and you. They don't send me and you. They're only there for their pocket. If truly they are there to serve the people, nobody go carry gun. Nobody go carry weapon. But they go there to go and steal. And
James,
that is why I support this man from Lagos, Showore, on October 1st. I just want everybody, no election again in Nigeria, because it doesn't make any sense. Everybody should get up. 1999 constitution is a fraud. Until the problem of Nigeria is from the bottom. Because I'm a nurse here in Germany. If you want to treat somebody, you don't start treating somebody that have the symptoms. Rather, you go, you diagnose the person to find out what does the person have. Instead of we doing all this petty, what do I call it? Petty. Let us change the system in Nigeria. The system is decayed. We have a rotten system in Nigeria. So until we change this system, things will not work. We are just deceiving ourselves. Things in Nigeria will not work until the 1999, because I just imagine one euro, just 1 euro, is almost 2,000 naira. 1 euro is almost 2,000. It's a shame. We should be ashamed of ourselves in Nigeria. Just one euro is almost 2,000 naira. 1,800 or something, I don't know. That is a shame. I feel ashamed of Nigeria. I'm telling you.
All right. Thank you so much, James. I wanted to know, as someone who is from there, is there anything that we don't understand about the decisions that the people of Edo are making? But think about that when we come back to you. You can give us that insight. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'll prefer to just give me less than 30 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let me go to the flagship. Is there anything?
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph, and to every member of the panel. Good afternoon. Well, it's the simple conclusion for me as of now is this. It's either the minds of our people have been so bastardized that they really cannot think anymore, their hands and everything about them has been tied, or there's a very strong machinery that these politicians have put together that regardless of what the people do, things will never work. The reports that I'm getting so far from those states, from friends that have spoken with, is saying that the counts or the votes, I think they're about 80% uploaded into the system. And in all of that, I think it's only one local government that Labour Party has won. And I'm not surprised that the Labour Party candidate lost his own ward or local government. From the onset, you see that the distribution of the voting materials for some areas started very late. I mean, as of 10 a.m., they were still at the vehicle to transport them to the polling stations. But for some other areas, they were on, and voting started as early as 8:30 in the morning. And I watched, I think it was at about 4 a.m. Eastern Time. I was watching on Arise News, Igor Dallo, the PDP, and was complaining about his boys that were being arrested by uniformed policemen with guns around the various polling stations. And then in addition to that, there was a report at, not one of, but at, what's his name, Olumide's ward, local government, that they had a.m. in the morning, and these people were not registered voters from that community. So they kind of stopped the process, and they wanted to fine tune and figure out who is who, if they registered there to vote or not. Things didn't get started until late, about 11 or thereabout in the morning. So I'm not surprised that he lost his own local government. If they were allowed to vote wherever they voted, and almost at the same time, they swarmed his local government and were about to cast their vote. Nigeria is in such a big clause, the clause that these politicians have dipped their hands, with which they've dipped their hands into Nigeria is so deep that it will take a lot to get our people out of it. It will take a lot. It's just a matter of time. But we'll see at the end of the day what the results are.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. KJ, weighing on what's going on in Edo State.
Okay.
Okay, go.
I'm not surprised, gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome again. Mr. James, you have spoken very well, and I thank you for, your contributions. Now, listen, we are expecting magic. How? The guy who organized the failed election is still the guy who is the chairman of INEC. Nothing has happened to him. He has appointed people in position who help to replicate what he did in the national level at the state levels. Now, but my concern is more to the Edo people. You see, I don't know how else anybody would think that you can make a lizard, a crocodile out of a lizard. It doesn't happen, The lizard, the best it can become is to be a monitor lizard, but it can never be a crocodile. So if we are thinking that somebody is going to come and change the situation for our people who do not even see the reason that they are in such a bad situation. Listen, we have seen governments come and go. We have seen people come, and most of the time we always choose the ones who are not able to deliver. Yes, Edo will not be Lagos. Also, Edo will not be Abia. Yeah, Edo will not be Abia. Because the Abia people said we are determined to make a change, and they stood by it. So it is now for the left to the Edo people. And like I said earlier in another discussion, the consequence of every election is your 4 years taken minus out of your life, out of the lives of your children, out of the life of that nation. Those 4 years are not going to come back. It's not going to be that tomorrow you wake up and it's gone. No. If you are supposed to live for 100 years, thank God, and 4 years taken away, that 4 years is gone. If you make it 8 years, that 8 years is gone out of your life. If you make it 16 years, that 16 years is gone out of your life. You are just continuously going around in a circle. And that's what's going to happen if Edo people make a mistake or bringing in somebody who cannot change their situation. And the situation is bad. Look, Dr. Rudolph, you know that Edo State would have been one of the tourist attractions in Nigeria, in fact, in West Africa, because of the history, the rich history of Edo people. But today, we don't even have a place where people can come and look at. And each time, instead of we to elect people who understand how to change the situation we find ourselves, we will start playing on sentiment. I mean, what has the traditional ruler got to do with the governance in a state? because the traditional rulers don't even have any contribution based on the 1999 constitution which you're operating. But you can take a decision based on what a traditional ruler said, who is himself enjoying the amenities and the largesse that come from government. But you go back and be looking for what you eat and drink every other night, every other day. Okay? How then do we change the situation? That's why I have stopped, if you remember, there was a song written many years ago, say, "Don't cry for me, Argentina." I have come to the point of not crying for Nigeria any longer because the people themselves don't seem to want to bring the change to themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your information. In Enugu State and Kwara State, they are having local government elections. Those ones are not going any better. There are complaints about lack of result sheets and things like that. So, Mr. James, welcome.
Yes, I'm sure you can hear me.
Yeah.
Good. It was Socrates, who said that the people get the government they deserve. So we should stop complaining. I was brought up in Benin City. I spent all my good life there. I'm culturally a Benin man. Culturally, I was brought up as a Benin man. So I know precisely what is going on. From the look of things, the people are not tired of saying they are tired. So let's give them sufficient time to say that, they are tired. They are not tired of saying so. So that is that. My only worry is the involvement of the palace in political matters. When I was growing up in Benin City in the early 60s, his grandfather, Akezwa II, distanced himself from government, in fact, he had no contact with, he had nothing to do with public life. He was so much respected till he became an ancestor. But when Akezwa II took over, because he was, I think, a federal permanent secretary under Yakubu Gowon's administration, he was used to parleying with people, getting along and things like that, and the indigenes were not comfortable. They complained, they murmured, so they could not come out openly to voice their displeasure. Till eventually he passed away. And this gentleman who is there right now, from the look of things, he is giving people the chance to drag his palace into political matters. You hear people coming on air, paying political allegiance to his palace. In my opinion, it is very bad because if we remember what happened during the First Republic to Mr. Ahmadu Bello of Sokoto, that man got himself entangled with political matters, and he paid very dearly for the mistakes he made, for getting along with politicians. So in my opinion, I'm not in a position to advise a traditional ruler. Tradition do not permit me to do that. So it is completely out of place for me to advise the palace on anything, because I believe traditionally they are more, I don't know the right English word to use, but however, I'm not uncomfortable with their involvement in political matters because it's creating divisions among the people. Some people support the party he supports, while others support other parties. So there seems to be some mix-up somewhere along the line. What is enough for the wise? I'm not advising anybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before we move to the next topic, which is the United Nations General Assembly that will start, that already started, but the heads of states will come in next from tomorrow. I wanted to ask a question for the people who are here looking at this election in Edo State. Are we still looking forward to something different in 2027?
No, things will get worse. Left to me, there is no need for any election in Nigeria. The country should be properly organized before we go into election. There's no need for elections. It will get worse. As KJ rightly pointed out, The INEC boss is still the INEC boss, despite all the hula baloo, the horrendous atrocities he committed against the state. He's still in office. So why should we expect something new? We are expecting too much from the government of Nigeria. And I believe what Socrates said. If people get the government they deserve, we deserve nothing better than what we are getting right now. Americans made a country what it is. The British made a country what it is. The same thing applies to all countries of the world. So we should stop complaining. We are not tired of saying we are tired.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Paul, any other comment on Edo and what that means moving forward? Because if you think about it, how will, if the people of Edo decided that APC, from the result I'm seeing here, APC is their candidate, is the best for Edo State, who are we to say that they don't have the right to choose that?
Well, I don't think like sorry, Job, my phone is just buzzing. I don't know what to do. Like Oview say and every other thing, say the other one don't know how to speak the language. They need somebody who can speak the language. You understand? So their policy statement is in Edo State is somebody who can speak the language, somebody who understands the culture and tradition. But I'll tell you one funny thing. I live in the state of Arizona. People travel to a city called Sedona. From men, they reduce the state of Sedona. They reduce residential homes tremendously because they turn it to highly tourist destination. People travel all over the world to come to Sedona. Doctor, do you know what is in Sedona? They only have Red Mountain. That is the thing that we used to shame Edo people. Say, Edo don't get good story. That is what people travel all over the world to come see. Oh, I love it. The mountain is so red. That is what Edo State. Do you see how creative people can be and everything? How they amass a lot of resources with what they have. Edo State, if you take out places like Cairo, few places, Edo State used to be an ancient city. And these people pride themselves a lot. If you govern that state very well, they're going to make a lot of money on tourism. You understand? They are rich with oil. They are rich. They are well read and everything. What is the problem? The problem is that leave it that way. We get scared of change a lot. You understand? And it affects us. I could remember when my father bought color TV. My father keep black and white TV. Like if he is done with black and white and bought color, did he want me to inherit his black and white TV? I don't understand. So these are the type of people that we are. You know, we get scared of change. We embrace our past. Our past is important, but we can still open our mind for the future. You understand? Because the future will bring new things. The future will bring innovations and everything. But we don't think like that. We just want to let things remain the same. You understand? If there's anything we know how to do best, we say we leave everything for God. You know, we leave everything for God. Then when they leave everything for God, when they ask somebody like me who live in the West Pakistan, if I tell them my own problem, they'll say they are praying for me. But if they tell me my own problem, I'm not supposed to pray for them. I'm supposed to take action. But they are not ready to take action. That is the problem we are facing virtually the whole of Africa. You know?
All right. Thank you.
Doctor, before I forgot, the Edo people want Monde Kwabolo because he said he's just going to give them pole, transformer, and the likes. And the good thing is that if you talk about Nigeria today, Edo, Ondo State, these are the states that have the highest timber and everything. So it's easy for them to get all the timber and everything. They just put pole everywhere. Edo State will start having light like Abia State. That's why they want the man who promised their transformer and pole that they will have 24 hours electricity. That's how low we set the standard.
Thank you. James, do you have final words on this Edo election in terms of what we outsiders may not understand about Edo people? Unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
Yeah, like my other senior person said he was quoting Socrates that the people get the type of government they deserve. He's absolutely right. In a modern world, 21st century, it's a shame that other countries are talking about development, infrastructure. Now, only for my Nigeria country, they go tie kilometer road when they even reach 4 kilometers. All the women will come out and start shouting, Hosanna, Hosanna, hallelujah. APC government, they are talking about palliative, sharing of bag of rice and beans for 21st century. Nigeria, as in, I suppose I'm ashamed of that country. We are supposed to get to be ashamed. I feel, and that is why most of us, we don't get the type of respect we deserve outside Nigeria, because Nigeria is just like a joke. It's a joke to international community. Okay, let me come back home now to Nigeria. All the candidates, PDP candidates, they asked for Ighodalo. He was always in media houses telling the people what he can do. The Labour Party candidate also, Akpata, he was always invited by channels, by Arise and other. He was there. APC candidate was running. He was running from. See, like I said again, the people deserve the type of leaders they get. Somebody that I want to come and rule. APC was giving useless excuses. I just laughed. I knew from day one that APC will not attend debates. I knew. I told my German woman, I said, just watch out. I said the APC, the same way Mr. Agbado was avoiding debates. He was running. He was saying, I will share cassava, Agbado, and Gari, beans and rice. Man, I beg. See, me, I'm not even in support of any election until that country revolution must take place before Nigeria, because it favors the people there. A country where senators had 23 million naira monthly salary, and they were fighting for 70,000. Money when even reach me to take for my car. It's not up to 50 euro for policemen. Man, the injustice in Nigeria is too. Dutch say it's too easy. It's too gross. Out and now there people they go church and mosque. Pastor will tell us, say, make we pray to God Almighty. They will say, we go church. But I tell my family, I say, if we ever pray again, before I was born, today on my birthday, my parents have been praying over 30. I'm 36 years old now. They have been praying, but nothing they work. They deceive me and you with prayers. I tell them, the Europe, when all of us there now, they don't go to church, but things are working. If I drive, they go road. And they drive my car, I see red, I go stop. Because why? Things, not prayers. Things work here. Rules. Wow, man, I beg. Nigeria matter don't tire me, my people. Nigeria.
All right, James, thank you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll pray for you.
Thank you.
Nigeria
matter don't my God.
Mr. Rudo, let me quickly chip in something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, this habit of we brought up in Benin, customs and traditions, we should play down on it, because, yeah, we brought up in Benin, always boasting of our customs and traditions. We should play down on these things, because the world we live in these days is not the world of customs and traditions. You see, our ancestors were gifted craftsmen. They were able to fabricate a lot of things in bronze, and the white men stole them and things like that. That is their own world. We should build on what they have done, not we claiming credit for what they have done. This is the point I'm making. The Great Wall of Benin, that is the moat that surrounds Benin. That is a great work of engineering. These men had no knowledge of calculus the way we know it today. differential equations, numerical analysis, and what have you. But they were able to accomplish quite a lot in their own crude way compared to our present knowledge. But what are we doing? Instead, we are falling back on Benin of 1897 in 2024. I think we've retrogressed considerably. So we better we better change our style. This issue of saying our customs and traditions are rich, we are not the people who invented these things. They were handed over to us. What are we doing to uplift this quality of life of the people with these customs and traditions? Because if we just transmit it to future generations the way it was given to us, we've accomplished nothing. Ours will be a wasted generation. This is how I see it. So we should play down on all this issue of customs and traditions. I'm not saying we should denigrate our customs and traditions, but what are we doing to uplift the standard that was handed over, that has been handed over to us?
Thank you so much, James. We are going to move a little bit different. Man of Prestige. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was just going to make a minute commentary. We were wrapping up this Edo election, so I guess just from my observation so far, from what I've seen, it seems like it's going to be APC. But having said that, I don't have a dog in that fight. But in somehow I have a dog in it, because I'm a Nigerian. Because what happened in Edo State, it's the equivalent of what's happening in the whole country. I mean, the national election happened more than a year ago. I was hoping by now we could have like a trajectory where things has moved to a marginal, level, but I've not seen it. So we are still in the same, we're seeing the same nonsense we have been so far. So I don't know how we're going to get out of where we are. All we can do here and talk or something like that. It doesn't seem we are heading in the right direction. It's just my observation so far. So I just have to make that statement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Are we doing well?
Very well.
Are you sure?
We are grateful. We are good to go.
Thank you very much.
To bring that fuel back, immediately other effect. Krubu, me, Rogediye, at the Gogo Yamata now. If you dey feel blind person, Krubu they blow whistle. They look God oh. Krubu, or the way no they talk, what fully mind. If you dey fear big person, put basket for faith. Krubu me come out amo. Krubu they remember waiting of you to tell the papa. Say easy way papa he chest. They fire. If papa tell and say, my pikin, now death way they their family. Krubu if in Nigeria finish, you go remain. Krubu, me, at the verse. No food. Because of fuel. Nothing for house. You know they get sense. And they talk to you the buga. Where you dey go the buga. You know say I know nobody now you are money with the India people. Krubu relax oh. Now small challenge that they tell you. I say me, Rogedi the verse. Alpha. Never there for you. Jesus! Small pikin sleep mess. I they tell you. I won't wake you. Then you heard your dog. I tell you. How far? I never eat. What did they worry you? Person go they talk to you. You go they buga. See me. And the vet not be met or not be sight so they look for so all my eye on you. Order you to bring that food down. Immediately effect.
All right. The woman is obviously pissed off about what's going on in Nigeria, and she was addressing the president. President Bola Tinubu has decided not to come to New York. The initial plan was for him to come to New York from the UK, and people started making noise about what's going on in Maiduguri. He went back home and then decided that he won't come. He will send Shetima to come to represent him at the UN. What does that mean? Is that the real story, or are we seeing something else? Let me start with you, the flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. You know, I don't think whatever reason he gave is actually what is going on. There's something that we do not know about, and we're going to hear it in a matter of time. He was ready to go to New York. Maiduguri was just an excuse for him to come back to Nigeria. Whoever spoke with him, I don't think whatever happened in Borno is what drove him back home. I'm just waiting to hear the actual truth. Besides that, I don't see what he's going to go do there. To read a speech, sit down and sleep for most of the meeting, and then hang out somewhere in New York or wherever him at the moment. Many of those foreign trips that he's had is standing alone from many of the videos and pictures that we've seen. People walk past him, pretty much recognize him, but do not even want to stand and have a conversation with him. So I don't think he has anything to do there. Besides, if he's going there for Nigeria, there is nothing that he's gained from the last trip that he made. The only thing we heard about was the amount of money that he spent last year when they went to the last UNGA meeting. So as long as we've not had anything productive, I think there was no point for him to go. Let Shetima go there, read the speech, and come back home. And hopefully, in a matter of time, we'll hear what goes on, or rather what the reason was for him not going there. And again, I'll end with this. Until we start to begin to engage these Western nations as either African nation or as a continent together to lift the conversation beyond just coming there to mark register and read a speech for 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes. I don't think we should even be attending these meetings. It's high time that Africa talk to them and ask to be on the round table where matters that are globally concerning are discussed and our inputs take count, not just as receiving nations or continents, but also as contributors to the decisions and policies that are made globally, which affects all nations of the world. So I'm not surprised. It's not a big deal for me that he didn't go. I'm glad he did not go. We'll save ourselves some shame this time.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Thank you very much. I don't really, I mean, like every one of us, baffled why he's not going. It's not surprising why he's going to not go. You know, I mean, there's nothing that he's going there to, that can bring Nigeria to the predicament we are, the stage that is going on in Nigeria right now, just going there to appearance. In which case, most of them go there to appear. There's nothing really. I don't really see the benefit. But having said that, there has been a lot of speculation that he probably wasn't going because there has been an arrangement in UN. I tried to see where that actually take place if I was going to be initially, but I don't see it if it was gathering momentum. But as of last week when he was in China, there has been a gathering momentum that people are going there, to protest about, the kind of banana republic where we are participating. Apart from the apart from the hardship, just the censorship of Nigeria, it seems like we're in a military regime right now. So that's what's people in Biafra, speculating. So I don't have any fact about what I'm saying. The reason why he's not going. So to me, I don't see the benefit whether he goes or he doesn't go. Yeah.
All right, Mr. James, do you have any insight into what's going on?
I think I agree with Mr. Flagship and the prestigious man of prestige that there's no need going. Actually, what should have happened is the Nigerian ambassador to the United Nations, because we have an ambassador accredited to the United Nations. He should read the speech on behalf of Nigeria, because we have no role to play. If it were those days of Obasanjo and the past leaders, it would have been extremely important for Nigeria to be there. Not long ago, I was reading something about the Peers Commission of Southern Rhodesia during the days of Ian Smith, and the role Nigeria played in the what we call Rhodesian crisis before they gained their independence in 1980. In those good old days, it would be abnormal for Nigeria not to attend such conferences, be it the Anglo-American peace proposals for Zimbabwe, what's it called, United Nations, these international meetings, it was absolutely necessary. In those days, whenever any Western country in particular want to do anything in Africa, the first question they ask is, what will be the opinion of Nigeria? What will Nigeria say? But those days are already gone. Because when we go to these meetings during the days of Joseph Gaba, people listen attentively to whatever Nigeria has got to say. And on the sideline meetings, there are a lot of things going on between Nigeria, Ghana, and other countries to see how they can stabilize the situations in Africa. But those days are already gone for good. I'm sure he canceled the meeting. Well, I'm not sure. Let me be very frank. I'm not very sure, but one of the reasons why he did not go is this impending demonstration in Nigeria on October 1. If the country becomes ungovernable, anything is capable of happening. So his presence on ground is very, very important because, that is how I see it. So we are just going to consolidate his position and make sure everything is in place before October 1. That is just how I see it. Anyway, for now, Nigeria is a nuisance. Nigeria is a nuisance to the international community. So there's no need for us to advertise ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's listen to a little bit to what he said the last time he was at the UN.
Many proclamations have been made, yet our troubles remain close at hand. Failures in good governance have hindered Africa, but broken promises, unfair treatment, and outright exploitation from abroad have also exerted a heavy toll on our ability to progress. Given this long history, if this year's theme is to mean anything at all, it must mean something special and particular to Africa. In the aftermath of the Second World War, nations gathered in an attempt to rebuild their war-torn societies. A new global system was born. And this great body, the United Nations, was established as a symbol and protector of the aspiration and the finest ideas of humankind.
All right, that was Bola Tinubu speaking last year at the United Nations. We're going to have Shetima represent him this year, and having Shetima means that it's also a boost for his political career. Typically, most Nigerian heads of states, they prefer to come themselves and not to bring in representatives. Also, the people, I know a lot of people are saying that these meetings do not achieve anything, but you remember the meeting has been going on since last week. There are several different organizations that are meeting here, and our people are represented. So it's not just about the president, really. The agencies and of governments are here, ministers are here. They attend these meetings. The question is really whether they translate into something concrete. But different decisions are made. If you think about climate change, inequality, and population issues, they discuss these things in meetings they have on the sidelines. I think part of the problem probably is that I think if Tinubu has been able to secure a meeting with world leaders, I don't think that he will say that he will stay home, because world leaders are not going to meet with the vice president of Nigeria. And these things are decisions that are made weeks or days in advance. So he knew probably that coming to New York, he won't be able to meet any important person. So, all right, James, you wanted to say something? No? Man of Prestige.
Oh yeah, I can say something. I guess you said something about we were talking about the relevance of the UN.
Oh, okay.
But from what I observed from previously, I mean everything that we table at UN, is they listen to us very much, because the Western power, is pretty much the one they have, their view is more paramount to the world. Africa is still, they still look at us as, as a plantation countries. That's why I say it is very, very difficult for us to channel our own, what our problem that's going to come to the forefront, whereby they can use, to shape the world, even shape Africa. But if I'm wrong, Dr. Rudolph, you follow that forum very much. But I've not seen where it translates to any benefit to Africa. If it does, it's very marginal. So if you can give me an example where the forum has, really translated to something tangible, maybe I don't know.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
The rule of the game is survival of the fittest. That is the world we live in. Now he is talking about broken promises. Who promised who what? If I give you a promise and I'm unable to fulfill my promise, it's not legally binding. You have to get yourself properly organized before people can do serious things with you. Serious minds can only work with other serious minds. This is one thing you understand. And you are correct. Most of these sideline meetings are pre-arranged before they go to the United Nations meeting in New York. They are unable to strike a deal, to strike deals with countries on what to discuss. And one thing again is this, with the Nigerian government. The quality of people advising the government is another factor. Because the likes of Joseph Gaba, was it Bolaji Akinyemi of those days, their likes are not in government of today. So when Nigeria goes into problems, they don't have quality people advising them. When they are setting up or when they are appointing people to offices to take political matters or political affiliations into consideration, like advisor on political matters, advisor on social matters, African affairs, and things like that. These are they share it among party men. They don't use their best brains. I got to know this because when they send technical assistance to African countries, you discover that most of them are hollow academically. They don't even know their left from right. Most of them are professors, doctors, and what have you. But when they talk like babies. That is the technical assistant, what we call the TAC office, is it in Lagos or Abuja? The quality of people they send out. So this is what is disturbing us. And this is why we blundered while we were handling the Niger problem. The people who advise government on the line of action to take, they are not well grounded in the matters they were grappling with. So the same thing is also happening all over. And the world are saying through us. Because they are saying through us, they have no regard for anybody anymore. It is better actually for him not to go. It would have been better for the Nigerian permanent representative at the United Nations to deliver the speech and walk away in silence. And another possibility is that maybe we can afraid of demonstrations of Nigerians in the US. They can troop to the UN headquarters to stage mammoth demonstration. That could be another reason why it's refused to go. But however, it's a blessing in disguise that he choose not to go. The government actually is a government of users, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Flagship, final thoughts.
I really agree with Mr. James, and I think it would have been better to have the ambassador to the UN do the speech reading and save Nigeria the $30,000-$40,000 that they have disbursed for hotels and whatever they go there to do, expenses. We have really not recorded any positive outcomes from all these UN meetings that we go to attend. Our nation still remains where it is. In fact, it doesn't remain where it is. It's been going down every day. The promises that Tinubu is talking about, I'm not sure what he's making out of that. And if he's depending on the promises that the Western nations are making to African nations of what they will do if they allow them access and control over their governments, then he's fooling himself. It makes sense why they have to run over to their countries to get their blessings first when it's time for election. Whatever the promises they make to you as a government in Africa or in your nation, it never holds water. It's not legal. It's not binding. It may not even be documented. So even if you go back there and you stand in front of them and read a long speech and remind them of their promises, it falls into deaf ears. So I don't think we need to be there for now until we get our problems fixed and until we get our nations right. I don't think we should be represented there at the presidential level. Let the ambassadors do the work there.
And
all right, thank
children
you.
are seen as chattel. Yet, thousands reach the Sahara, hot and sand, and the Mediterranean cold death in search of a better life. At the same time, mercenaries and extremists with their lethal weapons and vile ideologies invade our region from the north. This harmful traffic undermines the peace and stability of the entire region. African nation will improve our economics so that our people do not risk their life to sweep the floors and streets of other nations. We also shall devote ourselves to disbanding extremist groups on our turf. Yet, to fully contain this threat, the international community must strengthen its commitment to arrest the flow of arms and violent people into West Africa. The fourth important aspect of this global trust and solidarity is to secure the continent's mineral-rich areas from plundering and conflicts. Many such areas have become catacombs of misery and exploitation. The Democratic Republic of Congo has suffered this for decades. Despite the strong UN presence there, what happened? The world economy owes the Republic of Congo much, but gives very little. The mayhem visited on resource-rich areas does not respect national boundaries. Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, and the list grow on and on and on. The problem
All right, welcome back. You know, sometimes we look at Nigeria and we only look at Nigeria's role in Nigeria, but Nigeria has a big role to play in Africa. And sometimes when our leaders get to the United Nations, they speak not just on behalf of Nigeria, they also speak on behalf of Africa. So you can see part of that speech by Tinubu was addressing African issues to the world. When we take a break, after we hear from Team Z, who is in Delta State, I believe Ueli is joining us. Maybe he will give us an account of what's going on in Edo State. But when we come back after him, we will talk about Yahaya Bello and what happened, the drama that happened on Thursday. Tim. Timzi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Rudolph. It's been a while.
Yeah, no. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Thank you for always hosting this show, our favorite show in Nigeria.
Thank you. We were hoping to see you today, and you tell us what's. I don't know where you are. What are you hearing from Edo State on the election?
The election is going on fine. The only thing, though we can't tell for now the outcome of the results. See, when they start counting the results from the INEC office, they have been up and down in terms of the present call of who is leading, because various parties feels they are leading. We cannot really know who is actually leading for now. But one thing for sure is that they have been. We have seen the private jets uh, all around. I'm very close to Edo State currently. I'm in Ogara. I'm currently in Ogara, and I'm very close. And we know from morning till 3 o'clock there was no vehicle coming from Edo State. Ogara is very close to Ologbo. The shy boundary after Ogara is Koko, then before Ologbo. So for the election, I can't tell, but I believe PDP is having a great day from the information we're hearing. But we can't tell. We can't tell. We just hope that at the end of the day, the INEC will be able to give us more details about the election, because for now, there is no specific results. Because for the North, APC is leading massively. And in Edo State, the North have large majority of voters. They have one of the majorities of voters in the North. But when you come to the South and the central part, you can't tell, especially the GRA aspect, you can't tell. But we hope to know what happens. But from the information I got from the North, the APC is leading massively. But for the other parts of the state, PDP is also leading. But the they are not. We can't tell until when they count the results. But one thing I know, that the election is very peaceful. There are a lot of people were arrested. Those who engage in vote buying, they arrest them. And there are some people who came, some thugs who came to perform some criminal activities. They were apprehended, and the security have been top notch. There was no other external security except the police and the armed forces, and the navy who has been on the water side. And um, the air force have been flying around since morning. There was a lot of jets moving around. Delta Ogara and Edo is very close. There's so many jets just driving around, just turning around the environment. So the security is well organized, but we know more when the result is called by the INEC official. Because for now, there's no concrete direction. We are hearing PDP is leading. We are hearing APC is leading. It's two-way side, so we can only have proper details when we have the official results, which will be announced by INEC.
So before you go, the situation there before the election, what was the line of division? Who had the support of the people, from what you know, in that you are close to home?
From what I know, APC is having a bad day because of Tinubu. Tinubu has made a lot of people like APC with passion. So I always go to Benin City, and most of the people are always criticizing APC, criticizing the two candidates are from one particular tribe, and a lot of people are believing that PDP will have a good day. But you can't tell, because in the north where Shomole come from, they hold everywhere to ransom, and they have a lot of loyalists. which if they can be able to pull about 90% of their votes, then add to the other parts of the state, then we don't know what will happen. But PDP has been having a good day because APC government concerning the poor issue has really crashed its opportunity. Even those that supported him are regretting why they support him. And we know it will affect APC a lot in 2027 election, because everybody will not in any way allow APC to survive the strike and the force of the day. Because Nigerians are waiting. The only way we can speak out is 2027. You know. But what I see and what I hear is that PDP is having a lot of, when I'm driving, I'm around the environment in the hotel and other places. So a lot of people are supporting PDP. A lot of people are supporting PDP. But APC problem is from Tinubu. A lot of, in the south this side, they dislike Tinubu a lot because the hardship is too much for the poor. People that are able to survive this are those who live that use dollars, that use pounds, that use other currency. But those who live by using naira, the naira is very bad. The exchange rate is very bad. The cost of living is very bad. Fuel that was sold 190 something during Buhari tenure has increased to 1,200, about 1,000 additional extra money. So APC is governing the country very badly, and I believe the people of Benin keep on telling from their statements they want PDP to win. But you know, in Nigeria election, you can't tell, especially when the rec, we don't know if the rec is biased.
All right. Thank you, Tim Z. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that let's take a break. And when we come back, we have continuing our conversation with what's happening with Yahaya Bello.
These police, they don't know say what they do here now. This all of it. They know. They even know what they do.
I beg, did they buy water? Did they buy a motor? This is where you buy this place? This is a junction. It's dilapidated, very bad. People have to buy waterproof and wear in their leg before they could cross. Before they could cross the mud. This is the state of Xenophobia. Very, very dilapidated. Very, very bad. And we have government. We have government. People are buying waterproof. They have to tie their leg. So children are making money out of it. They buy waterproof and they tie the leg before they cross. You can see the children, they tie this man's leg. See this one, they are tying this one leg. People have to tie their leg. Children are making money out of it at the Xenophobia junction. Very, very bad situation. And the government are watching. Children are making money. Don't fear. Children are making money out of it. See? The time with approved, the time people's leg. You can see people crossing. See people crossing. With waterproof.
Oh my God.
People are tying their leg to cross the road.
These governor
in Nigerian road. Nigerian road. And we have government. We have government. We have government.
They don't give us job. Oh, now we be in charge of the jobs.
Okay.
If you don't get job, come here, we'll give you job.
Okay, so people are making money out of it. Very bad situation. Very bad situation. So the government should come to the aid of Ezenei. They should come to the aid of Asaba. Let them tie this road. Let them make it fine. Very bad. Very bad.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
All right, welcome back. So we are discussing Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Kogi State, who has been wanted by the EFCC. The EFCC chairman promised to resign if he could not get him to answer questions about 80-something billion naira that he misplaced. So the drama that we saw last time, early this week on Wednesday, Thursday, was that he showed up at the EFCC and disappeared again. Let me start with you, Flagship.
Yeah, you know, if I'll start with this. I think the EFCC chairman should tender his resignation, and the entire Nigerian people should ask for his resignation. It's unfortunate that these things are happening, and that you called Interpol on other countries to keep an eye on, perhaps use their resources to begin to try to fish out Bello if he's in their country, or put him in their system to try to find him in case he's running out of Nigeria. Walked right into your office and you could do nothing. Reminds me of the popular saying in Nigeria where they say, what do you define for Sokoto inside your Sokoto? And you could not make the arrest that you were clamoring for. And after he left, you came up with a very bogus statement that he's still a wanted man and decided to create that drama. It sounded to me like what he was saying is they are not waiting for Yahaya Bello to come for them to arrest him. They want to go to arrest him. It's not supposed to come to them. I think that the EFCC boss is responding to an instruction from somewhere. Just like the popular book, The Animal Farm, where some animals are more sacred than others. Yahaya Bello seems to be someone that right now EFCC cannot touch, because perhaps there's some instruction from somewhere saying do not. And that's why he was bold to show up to the governor of his state, the current governor, to EFCC office and spend 3 hours and nothing was done. So it's a shame. It's a big shame. In order to keep his honor and respect, I think he needs to tender his resignation and let someone who's more serious get in there and take control of what needs to happen. You remember Blagojevich of Chicago, the state of Illinois. when he was found wanting, there was no immunity anywhere. He was picked up. The latest report I heard from Vietnam of another, although she's not a politician, but a big-time bank executive who was found wanting and also has been picked up and sentenced to death, and is a female. So for EFCC chairman to say, at the time, Yahaya Bello around, so his vice or his deputy or whoever stands in for him, knowing that there's a standing order for his arrest, that saw him walk into the office and could not arrest him, it's a big shame, not only to him, but totally to the EFCC as an arm of government that's supposed to fight corruption. So they should stop going after those little guys.
All right.
Wait for them to make a, and leave out the ones that are in front of them who are obviously the catastrophe in the nation and do nothing about it. So I think he needs to resign, and they need to stop this charade.
All right, thank you, Flagship. We are getting your audio comes in and out, so maybe you can fix it. Mr. James, do you have any insight into what's happening with the former governor?
Yes, just an indication that the country is virtually a failed state. Not long ago, somebody sent me some materials from the United States, prepared by the United States Air Force, and so somewhere in, I think, Montgomery in Alabama, something, they published something on Nigeria. Somebody sent it to me. And I haven't gone through just some part of it. I realized that the country is a failed state because the government has no control over, the government hasn't got the monopoly of violence. In a functional state, it's only the government that should have control, or that should have the monopoly of violence to maintain law and order. The government is unable to provide basic facilities, infrastructural, basic facilities for the people, like water, roads, electricity, justice system. The system has ceased to be functional. And internationally, the government of Nigeria is finding it increasingly difficult to engage other countries meaningfully on a country-to-country basis. So this is what is playing out with this Yahaya Bello's case. The government already lacked the capability to call our citizens to order. And when such a situation has reached, then it's clear that the country is already a failed state. This is my opinion regarding what is happening in Abuja. And as a Flagship rightly stated, as a matter of honor, the director of EFCC, or whatever they call it, should throw in the towel and walk away with at least some amount of dignity. Let me put it that way. If not, I think when things of this nature happen, there will be need for us as a nation to apologize to the family of Lawrence Anini, Dr. Self-Taught Dr. Ishola Oyemisi, Dr. Toto Sito, people who have been severely punished for offending the state. There's need for the government to compensate the families of these people for the irreparable harm they reckon them. Because what we are tolerating now is just a fraction. What they killed those guys for is just a fraction of what we are tolerating now. So there's need for the country to apologize, to tender or reserve apology to the family of Lawrence Anini, Dr. Shola Oyemisi, and others who have offended the state in the past. This is my opinion.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Before I go to Man of Prestige, I want to announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have the presidential candidate of the SDP in the 2023 presidential election. Prince Adewola Adebayo joining us. He will join us to talk about the upcoming UN General Assembly, what is at stake for Nigeria and Africa. That will be at 12:30 p.m. New York time, 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria tomorrow. So please join us. All right, man of prestige. Sorry, I'm not sure why we are blank.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but
We went blank.
yeah.
I can speak if you want me to.
Go ahead.
I just wonder what happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before I speak on this, something in retrospect, I didn't say what I was gonna say. I don't know if you all saw the news about Tony Blinken, warning the African countries about interference in African politics or something like that, So blaming, I think it's kind of pretty much blaming it on the Russia that Africa should be watching out about how China and this is trying to penetrate into Africa, I mean, I just thought that was very hypocritical of him. Are they not doing the same thing? America is probably the worst of all them, Now you're warning us about Russia. I mean, this is the problem we have in Nigeria because we are just under the Western umbrella. I mean, whatever they tell us to do, we do. So now they don't want to share us with other powerful countries like Russia, China. Of course, they're already there. So having said that, then you have the information coming out about our election, warning us about people, playing to Nigerian election. I mean, it's always all those kind of injustice. I don't know. Nigeria is a very peculiar place. But anyway, let me pick to what we are talking about right now. We are not a serious country. Did the EFC chairman say that if he doesn't arrest him, he's going to resign? He said that a while ago, almost about 6 months or something like that, when this mess first started. But he hasn't been arrested. So the last information I had, what just transpired last week, this is he came there with the governor, with the Kogi State governor. I mean, it has been a very conflicting story that he came out of the car, they went inside and everything, but they couldn't arrest him due to government immunity. But according to what I heard, he never came out. He was in the car, with the governor. So I don't think they have any intention of arresting him because that particular apparatus is under Tinubu. What I heard, because I had a reliable source or whatever, not just what we said. The former deputy chairman who is in America right now, I mean, he's in support of the government, but he was just saying there's nothing they can do. The final authority has to come from the president, not just because Tinubu is in place right now. That has always the way it has been when the former president that we have. So the president made the call. So if he has come there, the president can tell them to arrest him. I mean, what kind of immunity? I mean, how can you use that own immunity and give to another person and that becomes right? Can anybody explain that kind of judiciary we have in that country? So I don't understand. Nigeria is just in a bad state. Okay, when it comes to judiciary, we don't have a separation of power. It's just the same crap. So whatever come out of Nigeria is a half-baked story to me. I don't believe anything that come out of Nigeria. But that's the situation we have. So what immunity? Just because the governor has immunity, so that kind of leverage that immunity, nothing's going to happen to him. I mean, that's just the way I see it. I don't see any headway coming. They're not going to arrest him. Did he show him? He brought himself to the place because they invited him to come, and he decided to come in, but nothing happened.
What if, Flagship and James, what if this is our immunity? Because I've never seen it. I don't know how it looks. Maybe it's like an umbrella. So if the one that has it is with you, it covers you. Maybe the shape of our immunity is such that if I'm hanging out with Bola Tinubu, the president, his immunity will cover me.
No, it's not supposed to be. He's not in office anymore. The current governor, even though he's immune, his immunity does not cover whoever is walking with him. If it's an offender and is needed, by the government to answer to questions, then the governor, the current governor of the state, who he's with at the time, does not, his immunity doesn't cover him. If not, you could as well say that every offender in Nigeria that is needed by the EFCC or any arm of the government that requires them to come answer to any question can just call the governor of their state and show up there and nothing will happen. Or pack your bag and baggages and go live in the governor's house or mansion, and they will not be able to get you. So it's not supposed to be. Like Man of Prestige said, it's a call that has to be made by the president. Remember, the EFCC is an arm of the president. They report directly to the president. So if he says do not, there's nothing they can do. I think that drama that they try to pull off when they went to the governor's mansion to try to get him was just to take out shame off their faces after Nigerians cried out. So no, the immunity doesn't cover him. It's not supposed to cover him. They should be able to go there to get him because he's an offender, and the state requires that he come to answer to questions. And mind you, before he went there, he released a press statement that he's on his way to the EFCC office. So they are aware of it. There's nothing that can be done to him until the president says get him. There's nothing that can be done. Also, it is possible that there is something that he has that if he opens his mouth to speak, if they arrest him and he chooses to speak, may affect the government. So in order to keep that away and at bay, just leave him. The only thing he cannot do is just roam around the streets freely so that it doesn't look too bad on them. But as it stands, Yahaya Bello came to taunt the EFCC right in their face, and they could do nothing about it. And I bet you, he may decide to show up at the office by himself tomorrow without the governor accompanying him, and they still may not be able to do anything. So the president has to give the call because EFCC reports to him and they take instructions from him. Until that is done, whatever effort they put is just a show of shame that they are putting out.
Thank you, the flagship. James.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused because let me cite to explain two scenarios. Assuming I walk into a Nigerian embassy compound, if I'm declared wanted by the government of the country, before they arrest me within that premises, they need the permission of the ambassador, that is the Nigerian government, to hand me over. The state police cannot walk into the embassy compound because that compound has diplomatic immunity. Now, then the second scenario is this. There is an African former president, I would like to mention his name for certain important reasons. His wife got pregnant, and the wife traveled to the United States on a diplomatic passport to deliver the baby. The child was born, I think, somewhere in Baltimore or Maryland, somewhere in Maryland. Then they returned. When the boy grew up, he went to the U.S. embassy in the country to get his papers as an American citizen born in the USA. He was denied citizenship because the lady traveled on a diplomatic passport. And because she traveled on a diplomatic passport, the birth of that child did not take place in the United States, technically. The child was born in the African country where the woman got the diplomatic passport. So in that case, the woman's diplomatic immunity covered the child as well. So I'm suspecting that there could be something like that affecting this Yahaya Bello's issue. This man, Yahaya Bello, is in the company of a governor covered with diplomatic immunity. Assuming while they walked in, the man was holding his arm while they walked into the man's office. I think technically there seems to be some I mean, we need to contact very good lawyers, not the senior advocate of nuisance we have in Nigeria today. We need to contact good lawyers to clear the air over this diplomatic issue, because I suspect that they are playing a game on the people of Nigeria. But as I think Ziflak Chief who said it just now, the presidency needs to pick his phone and call the EFCC boss directly, or whosoever it is, to surrender this man as quickly as possible. If not, they are going to open a floodgate of horrendous things that will take place in future in the country. This is how I see it. I cannot answer the question accurately if it's covered by diplomatic immunity or not.
All right. Man of Prestige.
Oh, sorry. Are we still talking about the same subject? I'm sorry.
Yeah. The final word from you on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like I stated earlier, I don't really see the benefit, but you said yes, benefit. So. You want me to keep on talking?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, I was saying I don't really see the benefit, whether he goes, he doesn't go, particularly in the Nigerian space, it doesn't really matter. So we're not really giving the reason. It's not that I want to know. Maybe some Nigerians want to know why he didn't go. To me, I never see the relevance of that even to Africa. I'm not saying they shouldn't go, but it hasn't benefited the Western countries. It's for it hasn't benefited the African countries. We they regard as plantation countries. So that's the best. It doesn't bother me where you go. What's he gonna go there to? All this frequent mile while he has been flying, like maybe fly more than flagship flying. What's the benefit? There's no benefit to Nigeria. Just daily right. So I don't have that.
All right. So while I wait for forefathers to come and take over, there's another story playing out here in the United States, more of a New York story, but I think its implication is wider, which is the story of P. Diddy Combs. For those who do not know the story, let me play a little bit of the indictments.
This case. I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday. What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, they're different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
All right. That was the indictment and questions taking the prosecutors taking questions from reporters about PDD, who was indicted on several charges. Also today, we know that the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina dropped out of the contest. He was running to be the governor, and he had the support of our own Donald Trump. He dropped out, and now the Republican Party is in disarray in terms of what they will do in that election. And North Carolina is one of the states that will determine who will be the next president of the United States. So how do we look at this and try to not compare that to Nigeria, because we are far from where the people here are, but at least to see how different these things are handled. Let me start with you, Flagship.
Well, starting with the PDD case, it's been known. The one thing that I seem to find hard to comprehend is why they let it go for so long before they take action. It is known that this kind of racketeering and other activities that he's been indicted for today has been going on, that he has been doing it. And the fact that it lasted this long says so much. Justice is still going to, and he would serve the right punishment for the crimes that he committed. The fact that you are very rich and connected in America does not save you from what the punishments of the law is if you fail in any one of them. And that's the good thing about America, that in spite of your riches and connection, if you commit any crime, you must do the time and you must pay for it. And I know it's hard to compare with Nigeria, but these are the kind of things that we need to be seeing, that even the rich, they could also cry. The Afghans could also serve time in jail. It's the same thing that happened to Jeffrey Einstein, the big mogul also, that was involved in or accused of sex trafficking and so on. And it's alleged that because of the wide net of those involved, it may have resulted to his death in jail. So I think it's about time that this kind of Hollywood need to be looked into microscopically and begin to feature out these ill practices that continue to go on a day-to-day basis and bring some sanity to the industry of that section of America. There's so much story. Diddy is just one of many. I think it happened that he's gone overboard with his practice and fetish behaviors, that it has now caught up with him. So I think let the law take its course and let him pay for the crimes that he committed.
All right, thank you, the Flagship. Mr. James.
I'm sorry, I don't know. If I know virtually nothing about U.S. politics. So, like Mr.
You mean you don't know PDD?
Frankly, no, I won't pretend to know. I don't know anything. The way you guys organize yourself, I know more of Africa than the USA. If you talk of Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa, Lesotho, fine. But USA, Britain, I know very little or nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's kind of a two topic. Do you want me to go ahead and talk about
yes.
PDD and the Black Nancy?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me start with the PDD. And he has been accused of racketeering and sex trafficking. And that is the situation where the Homeland Security come in because of the sex trafficking, which involved the interstate and something like that. So it's a very serious charge. I mean, the charges that level against me is very enormous. So how will he be able to come out of it? Yeah or no? Because of if you look at what's going on right now, they've been watching him for a long time, and they have a lot of tips. I mean, a lot of, I don't know how many is that olive oil that was discovered, bottle of olive oil for self trafficking. And I have, not that I have a first-hand knowledge about this, but somebody that I know, the son that played football for Miami, very young guy that just finished college, played football for Miami. He's one of the well-known players, but he's just like reserve player that come in and play. He was able to give us the story too, that whatever is happening with, they're talking about Diddy is definitely true, because when he was in a restaurant in Miami, his daddy approached him, to go and, give him a special room to go and stay. And when he come there, he wanted him to perform something. So it's a first-hand knowledge. It's not just he saw. Government has a very simple, charge against him. Yeah, this been going on already. They've been watching him, and they have, it's well documented that Diddy has the baddest party in America. Whenever it's happening a party in South Beach, New York, and when he come here in LA, he has nobody. He has the money, but nobody can compare to his party. It's a lot that goes on. It's not that this guy is what I call, let me just use the word, that like men. No. He like voting, it's about power. When you have so much money, you want to try different things. So he has just been involved in this thing. He has just been involved in many, many, many unseen things that I can't come here, and say what he has been doing. So yeah, he's going to pay for some of that. Right? What I can say, according to some of the experts, I have a lawyer friend that was telling me, he's going to get away with some of them, because some of the people that participated in this, what we call freak, freak out, some of them are involved in it. They are willing participants. It's going to be an option for them to charge him on those, for those charges to stick. I mean, they already charge him, because a lot of them, they are able men, able women, or whatever. I'm not talking about the sex trafficking out of the state or whatever. Yeah, that probably going to stick. I'm not speaking from a lawyer point of view, but a lawyer that who was talking about. So it's going to be very difficult for them to prove it. The one we saw on TV, the lady that used to be his girlfriend, Cassie, she can testify, because he already paid her off, and there was an agreement. So he's not going to come to court and testify on that. That's that one is maybe there's other ladies and something like that, and some minor sex I don't know what he benefits from it, but it has to do with this ego, something about you. You have so much power. You just want to do something, that is beyond you. That's what's really playing with Diddy in this case. And right now, as of today, but he's on a suicide watch right now. So I don't know how true is it. According to the world, India, they say, yeah, he tried to commit suicide or whatever. So they put him on suicide watch. And they don't, this is unprecedented, because he was willing to, even at all, it's 10 million, 20 million. He's going to pay for it, but they want him to remain in, Yamba until after trial, or before trial. I don't know when that trial is going to happen, probably next year. Yeah. But he's still, he has been denied, but I don't see him getting out. So he has one of the best lawyers. He has one of the best lawyers in the country. So I don't know if it's going to be like a Kelly case where he's done for the rest of the year. But some of them is kind of happy.
Right.
But let's see and see what happens. But he's in big trouble, okay?
All right, thank you,
So I thought I was supposed to pivot to the Trump.
Leave that one, because I just got a confirmation that he refused to drop out. I'm talking about Mark Robinson. He's refusing to drop out, but Trump is going there to campaign, and he won't campaign with Trump. So let's leave that. I just want to, on this note, say thank you to everybody that joined me. I have to step out. I will hand it over to Forefathers. Forefathers, welcome to the show. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to all the panelists and the chat and the viewers. Am I to say something about the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you start, could you put me backstage for a minute? I'll be back in 5.
Okay. All right. There was this article I saw that said something about Puff Daddy, that how is it that somebody is getting charged for doing something that most rich people do, like carry people, go to parties, and do all this crazy stuff that they do? So there's the one that I think is more serious is the one that, his girlfriend or something, he was punching her. That one, that's very, very serious. But it turns out that it looks like he settled that one out of court. And but this other one where they are saying sex trafficking, racketeering, I don't know what they mean by sex trafficking. Is he carrying a prostitute from one state to another? And is that the trafficking? Because from what I gather, at least from what I read, that these are grown-ups, you know, involved in the industry, and they take them to go and party, and you know, so it's going to be hard to stick anything on him based on that, except he broke some kind of law where prostitutes are not allowed to move from one state to another. Who knows whether there is any rule like that? And or he is doing it with underage. That's the one that will finish him. If they find out, because that's the one that did Aro Kelly. If I'm not mistaken, Jeffrey Epstein too. That's the one. If he's underage, if there's any underage person involved, then he's toast. But if none of those things are involved and he's just dealing with, you know, nightlife people, men coming to do crazy stuff, I don't see how you can penalize him for that at all, really.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Man of Prestige. We can hear you. I think there's, I'm not a lawyer, but I know about interstate commerce, and it's a serious issue in America when you, even if it's not against the law in your state, but you take someone across states to commit something that is a federal law, you know, that would be a problem. But I think they know what they are doing. They won't charge him if they don't think that they have reasons to do that. Man of Prestige. Okay, we can't hear you. You have to check your phone now. Man of Prestige. You are muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say what I was gonna say second what Naija was saying. That's the part that's gonna get him in trouble, you know, because he was trafficking, you know, human beings, you know, from state to state. That's against the state law. You know, that's considered to be human trafficking. He forced people, then traffic them to different part of the country, maybe from New York to Miami, in order to, you know, for the pleasure of this, for people to watch and some other thing that he was doing. So that part of it, because they say they have evidence, you know, people is going to be testify that, you know, you hold them, you know, to their own, not to their own willingness to participate in that regard. So it's a lot of information.
But how can they prove that he
they have
took
to have
them like grown men and grown women? How is that possible?
I have no idea, but he has been charged. But hey, there's one more thing now that may come out of Nigerian space. Okay, they have a lot of video. I'm not making. You know, I'm just saying. I don't have a fact that Burna Boy. Remember, he's the one. He's the brain behind Burna Boy winning the award. I'm not saying he doesn't merit it, but Burna Boy didn't win it the first time. But the second time, he was hanging with Burna Boy, and Burna Boy, you know, he said he's the reason why, you know, because he played very big role for him to win it. So people are speculating. Was Burna Boy some of those ones in the video that they have? So we have to see.
Wow.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Man of Prestige. You'll be our entertainment reporter now. Fathers, thank you, Mr. James. Thank you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow with 90 Minutes Africa. See you then.
Thank you. What is happening with this? What can we talk about then? Are we talking about Edo Election, UN General Assembly, Yahaya Bello? Which one are we talking about today? What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, let me say something before I leave. I think, you know, we already talked about that, but, you know, I know people are going to be coming in. We can talk about it. But the second subject, he brought up, you know, Tadama brought up, you know, but he wasn't here because he has to go, was about the American election. We're just going to wrap into that briefly about what just happened last week. There's a guy that Trump is supporting, he's a lieutenant governor that's running for governor in North Carolina, right? And he's, you know, he may take Trump down in that particular state because that state, Republican or Democrat, Republican has won it in the last 11 years. No, 10 out of the last 11 elections. The only time person that won it is Obama.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's a battleground state. You know, he only won it by 1 point something, 1.2.
Very little.
So but there's a damaging information coming about a Trump vote today in that particular state. His name is Mark Robinson. And he considers himself to be a black Nazi. You know, that's what he considered him to be. So there has been a lot of things coming out, you know. He's saying like Trump said he's like Martin Luther King. You know, I mean, you need to go see what he wrote, you know, that's coming out. It's a lot of scandal. I can't go in detail. So it's a big thing that's happening in Nigerian election now.
That's confusing. It's not Nigerian election. Are you saying
No, in American election, sorry.
A black man is posing as Nazi, or a black man is
No, he
accusing?
called himself a black Nazi. It's not that he posed it.
So how can a black Nazi influence the election in North Carolina?
Well, I don't know. Read about him. You know, his name is Matt Robinson, this Lieutenant Governor of North
I think
Carolina.
I've heard of him, Matt Robinson. I think I've heard that name before. I guess Trump. So where do you see the election going now? Given it looks like every time he gets shot.
I'll try to be very realistic about my opinion about it. The election is very close. Like 50-50 is not off. It can go anywhere. That's just the way it is right now. So everybody's playing to politics. The reason why I brought this North Carolina something. I mean, we have what we call before the election is already begin. And we do our election by electoral college. It's not by popular vote. So you're going to give Harris already 226 electoral college. You give Trump 219. So right now we have 7 battleground states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, and of course North Carolina. So all of them is good. So I'm not going to come here and say Harris is leading. Of course, I'm a Harris supporter. I want her to win. You can give her 1 point within the margin of error, But the way it's done right now, all Democrats need to win is just 3 of those 7 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They call them to be blue wall, but most of them are purple states. So it's kind of.
I feel like the polls may be indicating Harris is neck and neck or a little bit ahead of Trump, but I feel like the undercurrent, that undercurrent, not only in America, in Europe too, and everything, seem to nudge it towards Trump.
Anybody come here and tell you they believe in that poll, they don't believe it. I mean, it's just a snapshot. It doesn't mean nothing. So in my own opinion, I mean, kind of 50-50. We know where some of the states, where the electoral college as of today, before they start casting votes. Remember, the American election vote, the early election already started yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday in Virginia,
they started voting already. Early voting.
Started their early election in about I think it's about 5 weeks after today or 6 weeks. But
I think it's about 5 weeks now.
Other people will start voting. So
I personally I prefer Trump to win because Trump doesn't care about Africa. That's the only thing. He doesn't care. In other words, he doesn't like Africa, like black people that much, but he doesn't care enough to interfere in African affairs, like the way people like Biden and the others are doing.
None of them care for Africa. So let's call it what it is. Okay.
No. The other one don't care, but they are interfering. The other one, the Harris and Biden administration, they may not care for us, but they are interfering. They are making sure we don't progress. That's my problem with them. They are very, very interfering. When Trump was in office before, he was the one that sold Tucano to us. Obama didn't. You see how Democrats behave. They are very, very interfering. And if I'm not mistaken, it was not Goodluck Jonathan that complained that Obama really interfered in his election. So their behavior, man, I don't fancy them at all. I feel like they are better. Trump is better for Africa.
American foreign policy is about geopolitical interest. So it doesn't matter. What you just said about Obama, they sell a weapon for us. Trump definitely doesn't care for us. But he can sell weapon. All is after his money, to benefit the country. But
and that's what we want.
Come here, do anything better for Africa. So it depends on who is power. That's the only part that I blame for Obama. American Democrat, Republican, they have the same, they have the same policy when it comes to foreign policy. Okay, I mean, they're not going to come
because if you look at when Democrats were in office, that's when Libya happened, isn't it? And that's when Boko Haram got very intense in Nigeria.
Okay, how about hold on? How about Bush?
What is happening to the Blackstone? What is happening to the Blackstone?
When Reagan was in power, so it kind of depends. I'm not going to come here. The whole blame on Africa. Whatever happened to you, blame yourself. So you better stop blaming blame all this for him. Yeah.
I'm not okay. I have to call out when they do something that is negatively affecting us. You see what I mean? So it's not like I put it all the blame on them. It's up to Nigeria to make sure things don't get bad for Nigeria. But they are doing things that will negatively affect us, and I don't appreciate that. But Trump, if anything, he just cares about whether you praise him enough and you give him money. Give Trump money and praise him, you are good. He'll leave you alone, and that's what we need. So that's my take anyway.
So are you gonna stop borrowing money? For, when are you gonna stop borrowing free money to enslave yourself when Trump come over? I mean, you're like,
Trump may not borrow you money. That's the thing about Trump. Trump will take your money, but he may not borrow you money. That's the thing.
I don't know. You see, I just look at them as all the same. I mean,
they are the same in the sense that none of them care for us. They don't want us to progress really. But from the point of view of Trump, Trump is less interfering, and he will allow Africa to have a little bit of leeway. Africa can go and trade with China. He doesn't care. Africa can do their own thing. He doesn't care.
You have a point. But what I'm doing in America, I'm looking, I vote on my principle. I believe in democratic principle. Than Republican. That's the way I see it. Of course, even my local government, councilman is a Republican, so I vote for him. But when it comes to presidential, in terms of America now, I prefer dialogue. I mean, that's where that's where I look at things. I'm not going to vote for Trump because it's not going to interfere to Africa. Africa, you need to take care of yourself. So, and stop depending.
I see. In terms of in America's policy within America, there's an argument that you can argue that okay, yes, it favors the black community because when the Democrats are in office, they are not very, at least openly against black people like that compared to Republicans. But you have to ask, when Republican was in office, when Trump was in office, if you look at the black community, they were more conscious. And that was when all this George Floyd happened, and a lot of black Americans were coming to Africa because the lines are clearer. You can see the people that are truly against you. But Democrats, they make it hard for you to see. And yet they are damaging you without you knowing it. And that's what I find a little bit insidious about them. Democrats were in office when the First World War occurred, Second World War occurred, Korean War occurred, Vietnam War occurred. These guys, they seem like they are peaceful, but they are.
No, come on now.
They're not as peaceful.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, they're not as peaceful as they are. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do you know who's in charge during the Vietnam War?
Nixon was around, but who was in office when it started? It was Democrats.
When it started?
I don't know whether Lyndon Johnson or something. It was Democrats that was in office. Democrats. I checked it. It was Democrats. Oh, I'm telling you, you will be surprised. That shocked me because I was like, I thought these guys were the peacemakers. They just trigger First World War, Second World War, Korean War, Vietnam War, the Ukraine War, everywhere.
Are you getting all this information from your dad or just your...
I don't know. I didn't make it up. I saw it myself.
Okay,
I was
let me see it.
You need to check it now. Let me see Vietnam War.
Because,
Okay. Let me see. Let me find out Vietnam War, which U.S. president was in office. Let me search. I will show you.
Is that not Nixon? Was it?
When
no,
Vietnam War. I think Nixon inherited the Vietnam War started. I think he inherited it. I think, but yeah, JF Kennedy was in office when it started. Okay, let me be careful. I'm just reading what I saw. I don't think that's actually correct. It says Vietnam War. You see how you know is you go to Vietnam War, you look at when it started, then you go and take the president that was in office at that time. So what I'm going to do, in 1963, President JFK Kennedy sent 16,000 military advisors to help he started it, JFK. You see, the peacemakers, they are the ones. Are you shocked now? Are you beginning to get shocked? You see why me and me to worry about these guys?
I'm not going to make it Democrat war or whatever. How about Iraq war? Come on now.
Okay, the Iraq war was this in the Republicans. Yes, it was a Republican that was both of them. Yeah, those are the two big wars they got involved in. To be fair, But the Bosnian war, Libya, all of them, if the numbers, the Democrats start, I don't know whether you compare it to that of Republicans. Democrats start a lot of wars.
Actually, the Bush war was an attack on America, and that's why they retaliated now.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, it's still a war. War is a war.
No, it's a war, but it was an attack on America. But most of that was we weren't attack on America.
You know, I'm watching Man of Procedure, and it looks like a gear is moving in his head. Like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. The people are supporting that the war.
Like I said.
You are correct. Almost all Democrats,
I'm more focused about what's going to benefit me here. So I'm the African to shape their own narrative. So none of them has come to Africa, and take over any Africa, apart from the Libya, which is against what Obama did that time. But having said that, so it's not like Democrat are warmonger. If you look at America, if you look at the history, the Republican Party are known as the war hawk, party.
No,
the foreign policy,
the reality is Democrats. Maybe the Republicans come and end the war, but Democrats are the ones that start the wars.
Than the Republicans.
It's really strange, Everybody thinks it's the Republicans, but if you look at the numbers, it's astounding how many wars this will start. Look at the Ukraine, what is going on now in Israel, Ukraine. The Ukraine one is very clear.
You see, you are losing me. What got you?
But they are the ones funding it. They are funding the war.
Let's stop there. How did America start Palestinian and the Israel war? Tell me about that.
Okay, they may not have started it. Hold on now.
The Palestinians wouldn't have attacked what they did. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I agree that they probably would have attacked.
I mean, they would have wiped out Palestine right now because they would have supported it. I'm not in favor of them supporting it, but I don't know
I think they would have probably attacked already, but normally Democrats are known as peacemakers. You would think they would have ended the war. But what they are doing is they are overseeing the war. Like, hey, if you try to attack Israel, we are going to come in, but let's keep talking peace while Israel kills everybody. That's their policy. It's like, what is that? And then Ukraine, you don't even have to. Ukraine, what didn't need to happen at all. All you have to say is Ukraine is not going to join NATO. That's all. No war will happen, and you are muted. So I just thought I should let you know that because you are supporting Democrats. Personally, I don't support any of them.
It's okay. Put me at the back. I'll be back.
All right. Welcome, the Blackstone and Mr. James. So, what is happening in Gambia and in Nigeria? Is there anything you want to share with us about what is going on in Gambia, so that the viewers can catch up?
I want to ask you, when did you come back from Hellfire? I know they also sent you to Hellfire now. When did you come back?
I think you can say I came back today, but I've been around for a bit. I was just chilling out. So,
what did you bring?
Not much, other than my boring self. That's all I brought back. And
you are too selfish anyway.
Let us hear from Mr. James because he hasn't had a chance to say much. And I'm quite curious about Gambia because we don't hear a lot about Gambia. So I thought I should ask him, what he, give us update on Gambia and whatever you want to talk about really, and in Nigeria too.
No, nothing much is happening over here. The population of the country is less than 2 million. And they are completely surrounded by non-English speaking countries. Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Mali. They are all French or Arabic speaking countries. The nearest English speaking country, Sierra Leone, is miles away. So we live in a world of our own. We are completely cut off from the surrounding environment. So this is the main reason why not much is happening here. We live in a world of our own. We set our own standards and we go at our own pace. We don't imitate anybody. That is how they live in this country.
So do you like when you're in Gambia? Do you feel like people are interfering with the economy, or do you feel like everything just seems to work? It's not like Nigeria where you feel like there's too many interference. The government is messing with things.
The government here is more humane than the Nigerian government because at my place of work, I can go to a bank and ask for a loan. At my place of work, will guarantee me, even as a non-indigent, and I secure the loan without bribing anybody. Whenever when I need foreign currency to send home, I go to a bank, Eco Bank or Guarantee Trust Bank, without seeing anybody. I just fill the forms. If they have foreign currency to sell, I just collect. I mean, it's as simple like that. And if I want to save money outside the banking system, I just change it to US dollars or British pounds and keep it at home. It's not like Nigeria where things are. I mean, not also the economic policies of the country. They take a lot of things into consideration, particularly the exchange rate. It's about less than 70 Gambian dollars to $1 US, and 22 Nigerian naira is equal to $1 Gambian dollar. So they do all they can to keep it, to make the exchange rate reasonable. So that is how the country is. The government is more humane. Although people are crying of corruption and what have you, and the Senegalese too, they are taking, what, in my opinion, undue advantage of the situation of the country to pursue some petty policies here and there that favor their businessmen. So that is how
so favor the Senegalese businessmen.
Yes, particularly their transporters, importers of food and things like that. It's extremely difficult to smuggle items from Gambia to Senegal because the Senegalese custom will obstruct it. But if they want to smuggle anything into the Gambia, they do it easily. So those kind of petty push and pull, but they don't mind because all Gambian families, they have relatives in Senegal. All Gambian, no exception.
Wow.
They speak the same language. Just like, let's say, the Edos of their local government and the ones in Oromo local government, they are all Beninese. So that is exactly how they are. It's the white man who created the problem. Like the Berlin West African Conference. If not, it will have been one country.
Yeah, it seems like Gambia is an easygoing country. People don't force too much. Whenever I see you here, you look relaxed. You don't look like somebody that just came out from Nigeria. And the last time I was in Gambia, you can get the feeling they are very, very laid back. And I have to give it to them. At least they're not, feeling all the tensions that are showing up from Nigeria.
Actually, the main problem now is inflation. Apart from inflation, they don't have any problem. Electricity is not a problem as such. Water supply is guaranteed. Where they have pipe-borne waters is guaranteed all year round.
Wow.
Security is, in fact, we've not heard of a robbery case for the past 5 to 10 years. There's no case of armed robbery in the whole country. You can walk from Banjul, the western extreme, to Koina in the eastern extreme. If you have the strength to walk it, you can walk it throughout the night. The police, they've got less work to do. They also find it unnecessary to declare people wanted. Because if they want me, if I'm wanted, for example, they know where to go. If they can't find me, they know my lovers. If they can't get to my lovers, they know the schools I attended, my classmates, and what have you. So before they go around all these places, they cannot find me. There's a likelihood that I'm not in the country. So it is exercise of futility to declare somebody wanted on radio. They know each other. They know each other.
Yeah, that helps. Everybody knows each other. It's like Gambia is almost like the size of Ajegule and Shulu when they put together. You get
it's Bayelsa State. The land
Bayelsa, yeah.
But however, I see somebody is writing here. Let's move to Gambia. Please take note. There are no jobs in the Gambia. There are no jobs. The economy is very, very, very small. It's not up to that of Benin City. The economy of the country. not up to that of Benin City. So please don't be carried away by what I'm telling you to be tempted to come to the Gambia. There are no jobs, frankly speaking. I'm employed here.
You are the one advertising Gambia now as you chill that
No,
place.
but
No
I need to
robbery.
tell the truth. I need to tell the truth. I'm employed here because of my qualification. That's why I'm able to get employment. So that's how it is.
That's nice. I think it's good that you gave us that update because it would be nice to get people from Ghana to give people updates on what's happening in those countries and to hear the dynamics between Senegal and Gambia. What is going on? Do you like feel the influence of Nigeria in Gambia, or is it like Nigeria is remote from Gambia?
Diplomatically, Nigeria, I would say, among the African countries, Nigeria is our best friend. Diplomatically, because of the language, and they signed a treaty with Tafawa Balewa's government in 1965. The treaty is still in force. So there's a lot of technical assistance. Both at the place I work, they send a lot of PhD degree holders and professors to lecture here. In the hospitals, there are a lot of Nigerian doctors. In the judiciary, there are Nigerian judges, immigration and what have you. And diplomatically, the relationship is excellent. And frankly speaking, they don't trouble us because some time ago, I had the opportunity to go to the prisons the central prison. I think they have just about 6 or less than 10 Nigerian prisoners there. Compared to the kind of things we do, to have less than 10 Nigerian prisoners in their prison, it means a lot of things are settled diplomatically behind the scene. It's only those who are beyond redemption that are sent there.
Yeah, you see, now you just open up a canister in my head. This reminds me of the nonsense we hear from, okay, I shouldn't say nonsense, from South Africa, where they seem to be so glad to, shout from the rooftop that Nigerians are criminals and Nigerians are selling drugs to them and all kinds of stuff they want to accuse Nigerians of. And for the life of me, I can't understand how a country that we, and most Africans, to be fair, put a lot of effort to assist can forget so quickly and take pride in targeting Africans the way they are doing right now. But, and while Gambia, we didn't even help Gambia with anything. I don't know whether we ever helped Gambia with anything. Gambia is the one doing, having good arrangements with Nigeria, and we don't have a lot of Nigerians in their prisons. It's really interesting. And because when many Africans believe these things about Nigerians, I really feel bad about it, that Nigerians have to suffer that reputation all the time.
Yeah, I lived in South Africa for 10 consecutive years. I was in the city of Johannesburg.
Wow.
In a neighborhood called Hillbrow. It's true, Nigerians are involved in drug trafficking in South Africa. It's not a lie. But the drug barons are not Nigerians.
The drug what?
The barons, those who import the drug. Nigerians just do the street, what they call trafficking, moving from Edinburgh to Ashanti to Rosettenville, Hebrew. All this petty distribution, that's what Nigerians are involved in. And this is what people see. That is why they are associated with Nigeria. But the main importers, Nigerians don't go near them at all. So that is just one opportunity. And as for what we did for them during apartheid era, majority of them are not aware. Because during apartheid, they were cut off from the rest of Africa. They were in prison. The whole country was a prison to the blacks.
Yeah, in Bantustan, isn't it?
Yeah, while we were helping them from outside, they did not know what we were doing with people like Thabo Mbeki, Steve Chiwete, and Jacob Zuma outside South Africa. But at the end of apartheid, those people returned to form the government. Those who formed the government were those who were in exile. So when they saw us coming in large numbers, they were alarmed. They just asked, where were you while we were fighting? Because actually, majority of them are not educated. At the end of the party,
that's another thing I hear too.
Many of them, they receive Bantu education, their own education system. was different from that of the whites. They trained the whites to be managers and accountants and what have you, while the blacks were trained to be priests and to work in offices, cleaners, in supermarkets. And so it was a very horrible system. So, frankly speaking, I do not blame them for the xenophobic attitude that the white man is responsible for the situation of things in South Africa today. The white man is 100%.
But then, does that not beg the question that, okay, white man is responsible, but white man is not responsible for your eyes? You can see that the person you are fighting doesn't have a lot of money. Okay, yes, they are doing drugs, and you can even go after the drug dealers. To be fair, we shouldn't back. They deserve to be scorned, because if you go to another man's country and they give you accommodation, they accommodate you, why go and start taking drugs from barons and selling to them?
One thing we should also know is that Nigerians are not the only criminals in South Africa. Nigerians are into drug trafficking. Now, let me put it this way. The Yorubas are into 419 business in Pretoria. Majority of them are in Pretoria. The Igbos are into drug trafficking. The Ugandans are into what we call bank fraud. The Ghanaians are into passport racketeering, fake visas, and things like that. The Mozambicans are into car snatching. That they call it car hijacking.
Yeah.
Then the Zimbabweans are hired killers.
Wow.
Not all of them though, but majority of them, if you want to gun somebody down, there's a high probability that you will hire a Zimbabwean to do the job. So each African society has its own specialty as far as crime is concerned in South Africa. It's not only Nigerians who are criminals. In fact, if you look at the kind of crimes Nigerians commit, they are so minor, so trivial compared to the kind of things other countries do, like those who are involved in bank fraud and hired other things. So that is just how it is. The way they kill Nigerians there, that is how they also kill nationals of other countries.
You see, that is interesting, because you really, shared some information that, I've never heard of before. You literally knew the people that specialize in different areas. Then why isolate Nigerians so aggressively and so?
No, we complain. This is, take note of something about we Nigerians. We don't hide anything, even among ourselves in Nigeria. If you watch Nigerian movies, we talk about incest, men of God, armed robbery, and what have you. Sons going up, all the bad things. That are happening in Nigeria, we don't hide it. So when things are happening to us outside the country, we also don't hide it. Watch Nigerian movies, you see what I'm telling you. But other countries, they try to. We are irreverent. We don't respect evildoers. Let me put it that way. There was a Nigerian president, former president, I won't mention his name, who went to bed with, I think his son's girlfriend or something like that. They announced it all over the world. They published it in Nigeria. We don't hide, we don't cover up for anybody, no matter who you are. And if you're a man of God or a saintly man, we also, we make it known to, we don't hide anything in short. But other African countries, they are not as open as we are in Nigeria. And this is one thing giving us problems in the whole wide world.
So you think that's why the South Africans felt like, it's Nigerians that seem to be the loudest, and it's obvious that we are the ones that they should complain about?
In terms of population, Nigerians are more. Apart from the Zimbabwe, their neighbors over there, Zimbabweans, Lesotho, Swaziland, Namibia, they are more than Nigerians. But when you talk of East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, Nigerian population is more than that of any other country. So because of the numerical strength, Nigeria has among the non-indigent, black non-indigents. That is why they speak so much about Nigerians. And also, their neighbors, they speak the same languages with South Africans, like the Ndebele language, the Sutu, the Swati, and their native languages, they have South African version. So they blend with each other easily. So that is why also their neighbors are able to live in Soweto. It's a black country, Soweto. But most West Africans cannot live in Soweto. because culturally we don't have too much in common. So most Nigerians and Ghanaians and what have you, they live outside the black townships. Black townships, these are designated areas during apartheid for black people, like Soweto, Tembisa, Bosphorus. These are black areas. The Indians have their own areas too. But most Nigerians live in Hillbrook. It used to be a posh area during the apartheid era. At the end of apartheid, majority of the white men trooped out of the country. So foreigners invaded the place. That is where most Nigerians live, and also in Pretoria, the capital.
Pretoria, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us a lowdown. With this topic, I could go on and on about it, and it's just that I am sorry for sorry to all the other panelists because because there are so many things I need to understand about what is going on in the head of South Africans right now, because they seem to want to divorce themselves from other Africans. They just they feel like one lady used the term bees to describe Africans, that we just descended on them like bees.
Yeah, because they never knew we were in existence.
Your audio seems to have gone. Welcome, Oga Ibo Basic, the Blackstone, and Bumi. Anytime you want to say something, as always, you are free to add to it. I don't know, because there are a few things that has happened in the world and in Nigeria. I'm not sure a lot happened this week, actually, other than our president disappearing for quite a while and into this in Europe, and Shetima is representing him. And from what I gather, Shetima is to represent him at the UN General Assembly again. I don't know where this government is going to. I'm really worried that Nigeria is almost a kind of rudderless right now. The way things are going, I don't know. It's on them too. Let's face it, it's on this government, because if this carries on till by this time next year, the environment is like this, I don't see them recovering for the next election. I really don't. They are down to lose the next election, no matter how many judges they have. They will not be able to. Petrol price is around 1,000 naira per liter. The inflation is still high. Cost of living is just as difficult. I don't see them coming back from it. The stuff would have endured in Nigerians' minds, and they'll be like, no, enough of this. This is bad. And but that said, anyway. So what is happening in I don't know. I think the Blackstone or Ibobezi, who came first? I think the Blackstone, you came first, but you left. So I think Ibobezi takes the space. Or
no, I was not checking the upload into the IRF of Edo Election, about the Edo Election.
So who are you for in the Edo Election?
In fact, I don't know. I just, like
you're not for Labour candidate.
But I was for Labour candidate, but from the rest I'm saying, it's very funny.
Is it Agadolo? I've forgotten his name.
Akpata for Labour.
No, Akpata is Labour. The other one for PDP.
That is for PDP.
And APC one.
I can't remember the name.
So who do you see winning then?
I guess it'll be APC from they have loaded about 92, about 98% of the votes into the RF, and the ones I just check, like just forget Labour Party actually.
Labour Party is nowhere to be found.
Can't imagine you are getting 5 votes, 2 votes, 1 vote in different polling units.
So APC, if APC takes Edo, that is quite interesting.
So when you just said that if they continue like this, you don't think they will win the next election. Let me tell you that you might be very wrong. Nigerians are people that you can't trust, you can't depend upon.
I hear what you are saying, but I feel like there are certain things you have to do because you are going to campaign. I guess this governorship election in Nigeria, governorship election is very hard to read properly, and the person in office tends to have a lot of power to influence the results. However, though, presidential election is different.
The figures are just seen. APC is having almost all the votes, so I don't think.
What? Almost all the votes? How is that possible?
From the figures I just checked from different local government anyway, so APC is leading actually. They're having an upper hand.
Wow. Okay, good for them. If they want to take, if Edo people feel like they deserve to lead, I think maybe it's the candidate himself that is making the difference. Sometimes the candidates are quite good, and
that APC candidate that couldn't campaign, that Oshomole was not campaigning for him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That said that he was going to bring insecurity to Edo State.
Yeah, Akberolo, isn't he?
Yes, Akberolo. Yeah, Akberolo.
I think I was on a panel with him, and he was the one that was seeing Edo like a like Singapore. He tends to talk about this thing like Singapore, and
a person who can't speak English, cannot articulate, doesn't even know that's going to change just to Singapore. It was not even speaking. It was Oshomole that was speaking for him now all throughout.
Oh.
Yeah, it was Oshomole that was campaigning for him. Oshomole was his mouthpiece.
Well, people are voting for him now.
That's why I told you that you cannot actually rely on Nigerians. At the moment whereby you think you can just lay your head on the shoulders of Nigerians, they will disappoint you badly. I tell you. No. And I can tell you what's going to happen between now, let me say 1 year before 2027. The economy, they are going to try to improve the economy to win the heart of Nigerians. You understand me?
Yeah.
I know say Nigerians are very gullible people. They are moved by the wind, you know. So they easily forget things like what they are being through. They easily forget many things when it comes to politics, and also and it's also money politics. Once you have money, you'll be able to buy the people, you know. So because if you look at the campaign, Labour Party campaign at those states, it was one of the most feed campaign. So have the highest when the bill was there, Edo was closed down, you know.
I think people look at Obi differently from the candidates from the party, because if you look at the presidential election too, the votes that the downs ballot candidates won was not a lot compared to what Peter Obi himself won. So I think they separate Peter Obi from the other Labour Party members, and I don't know whether I should blame them. Really.
But if you look at the candidates, Akbata is well educated, and the PDP man is also well educated, coming from the public sector, the business corporate sector. Akbata was formerly the MBA chairman, so on and so forth. So these people are, for me, who have been one of the best candidates. But if the one that just come from nowhere come and they win the election and everything, so what's Edo going to be?
See, it's hard. It's easy to blame the people, but if they feel, I like to think that the people vote for where they are in their consciousness, and they probably like the guy. That's why they are voting for him for a reason. And Edo people are not necessarily silly. They know what they are doing. They voted for Peter Obi. You see what I mean? Against Atiku and this in Tinubu.
Of course, now, because at the end of the day, it was Edo people that determined the Peter Obi vote at the. It was only then, right? So this is now a state election. So this from the state election. Then you can now read where the Edo people, what is their mindset when it comes to development, choosing the right candidates, and so on and so forth. You know, so that's what it is. So I don't know from what I have here. I don't know if there was actually population, the number of voters. You know, what they have here is 4,202. You know, total submitted results 4,202 results. You know.
I think It's okay.
In
If
a
they
state,
win, they win.
in a state of about 5 million people or 6 million people.
See, the point is that if PDP didn't perform very well, don't blame them for going to APC.
But okay, forefathers, look at the number of turnout. If they have only loaded 4,202 results.
Then why are you saying APC is winning just because of 4,200 and something results?
Well, no. I'm not saying, okay, if you check, for example, now, right? If I put this is not even and this New Benin area, New Benin 2, this result. If you
the Blackstone, you started now. I think the Blackstone, I forgot who you are. You started again now.
So look at
I didn't know that you just had 4,000 something ballots coming, and you're calling the election.
I'm not calling the election. I say what I'm seeing from the IRF I'm talking about too.
Yeah, but it's 4,000. Is it total of 4,000 something votes you are seeing?
No, that's the total result actually. So the total.
Are you saying that polling station result 4,000 something polling station?
Yes, police station result. Yeah.
Okay, that's quite significant then. The actual votes, it will be interesting to see. Do you have the link so that we can see what I can display it? Let me go to
let's go to IRF. I can give you the link. Let me see.
Yeah. Welcome, Oga Igbo Basic. I don't know if is there anything you want to share with us regarding the state of our nation or what is happening in the diaspora?
I'll have a couple of words to say. First of all, as far as let me first piggyback on Brother James and Flagship, who had left for now.
Yeah.
And when they were having conversations about.
I've shared the link to IRF.
Thank you. All right.
I agree to. I salute you, sir.
Yes, Blackstone, well done, and forefathers. It's good to see you here and the rest of the people on the panel. For Dr. Damages, I just want to give a shout out and congratulations for this channel to continue to progress. It's like in real estate. If you think the job of a broker in real estate is easy, go ahead and try being a broker. It is not easy in the sense that you must keep the light on. That is one of the number one rules of being a broker. You cannot turn off the light because clients must at all times, particularly during the business hours, they must come to your office and they must see that the office is open. So that's the congratulations to Dr. Damages for the channel continuing to be open, and for all the panelists and the participants, and to you, the forefathers, well done. I said I was going to piggyback on Brother James and the Flagship on their previous conversation. Brother James had made mention of particularly coming to Nigeria when the last time that Nigeria actually made some significant contributions at the United Nations. And I had him mention Joe Garba during the times of Joe Garba, and how Nigeria, at some point, I think Nigeria was almost being touted to be the Secretary General of at the United Nations. They even vying for that. Having said all that, and bearing in mind that Nigeria's independent anniversary is just around the corner, which is October 1, I would go on to say on what Brother James was talking about Nigerians and their participation in other countries and what they do. I will bring it back to the place where I stay, which is the United States. In the United States, Palestinians, Pakistanis, these people hold what we call the corner store. At every corner, you find what we might call a provision store in Nigeria. You find them all over the place. These are the people who hold the fort in these places. Indians, in some places, you find it. But go to the gas stations. These are the fabrics of every economy. People use gasoline to gas up their cars. You find either Indians, again, you find some Palestinians, you find some other kind of people from Pakistan and stuff like that. These are the people who hold fort in the gas stations. Nigerians, it was only lately, particularly in the state of New Jersey, that I started observing some Nigerians holding down in some gas stations, such as BP stations. You could go there and you find a Nigerian pumping gas there. So that's when it comes to real economy. I'm not going to go into the issue of who commits what crime and why the satellite is beamed on Nigeria each time Nigeria shows up on the scene for anything. When you talk about 419, I call it 4110. And when you talk about other bank fraud and all the rest of it, even the Russians, they do have their own roles that they are playing in every economy. Having said that, I would just like to speak on the issue of Edo State very briefly. And I'm not going to go into details on that because since my friend, I use this opportunity once again, since my friend Dr. Seli Okogu, who was the CEO of Novel Porter Communications in Nigeria, since he died in May, I kind of like left Edo State politics alone because he was deep and involved into Edo State politics. He was my ears and eyes on the ground. He even participated at some point through the PDP. He vied for office. And his motto was, "Count me out of evil." That's what he went with. These are some of the clean upbringing candidates that we are looking forward that will take up the leadership in Nigeria. But on their day of elections for their local government, guess what? There was gunshots all over, so people scattered. We all know how that one went. I'm glad that I have not heard about gunshots being fired here and there as far as the local politics is concerned. So to that note, I say only those who are in Edo State actually participating actively that will tell us what they are seeing. Because in the end, what are they going to tell us? I hear APC, and some people say it don't be Lagos, but I hear APC vow that they must take Edo. In that case, I'll just conclude as far as that Edo State thing is concerned. I'll say go to court. Because that's what they will say if you protest. They will ask you to go to court. So I'll bring this subject back to the place where I stay, which is the USA, and the presidential election, which is upcoming in the US. All the polls are saying what they're saying, and we who have followed the politics are seeing the efforts that each candidate is making towards being victorious in November. Because I work the elections in the US as a poll worker, I can assure you that it is extremely difficult for anybody to actually cheat in the elections here. As far as the places where I have participated, you can't even come there and make nonsense. You'll be guided out. The fear of even trying to try anything, whether you are aware or not aware, that is to the extent that the United States have been able to sanitize their elections. Would anything go underneath? Of course, things will go underneath, but it's not something that you're going to see on the surface. I'll take it up to something like a football analogy, soccer. And in most games, it is the person who is losing or who is losing momentum. That is the person who goes to start devising other means in order to be able to achieve the same objective, which is to win. If you observe very carefully, even in the Nigerian election, the last election, where APC saw that we are losing, they pulled the plug. And that's why they told us that the thing was down, the system was down, because they pulled the plug. If they allowed it to go through, we would most likely have had a different result, which would actually be to the wills of the people, would have been the result of the last election. So that being history, look very carefully on what is happening in the United States election. You see In Georgia, for instance, where the electoral commissioners have just voted that they want a hand count. Hello, delay, delay, delay. If you are so confident in your game that the people are going to vote for you, why would you at the last minute go on to tinker with the process? Tinkering with the process is the means of introducing
ringing
new rules. When you see that they're about to score a goal on you, you ask the referee to please give me a helping hand so that there will be either a corner kick or a partiality, more so penalty or something like that. That is what is happening. And that's why you see somebody like Lindsey Graham, leave his state and go to another state and start preaching the same gospel of, you know what, winner take all. So look at what is happening underneath, and then you will be able to understand that anybody who actually has the momentum in any given game, he wants to continue with that momentum and finish the game. But any person who is sensing that the game is going against them would begin to try to tinker with the rules here and there so that they can get you on technicalities or stuff like that. So that is actually what I like to bring to the table, so that all these polls say this, polls say that. The only way that you defeat a heavyweight champion, which I wouldn't mind calling Mr. Donald Trump a heavyweight champion, is to knock him out. Hello? Knockout. And knockout meaning that if you get any of the states that are the deciding states way ahead, get more, then the gimmicks in the games that is being played on the background is not going to work because it would have been overwhelming. But even at that, they're still trying to find a way to delay the certification. So the way I see it is that people should go on and exercise their franchise. Don't have an excuse after the deed is done. After the voting is completed, you go and start complaining in any way, shape, or form. One vote can make all the difference. What am I saying is that people died and suffered for people to have the right to exercise that franchise called vote in the United States. If not for anything else, based on the spirit of those people who sacrifice for women to be able to vote, for Black people, for other immigrants to be able to vote, go out on the day of election, which is around the corner, and make sure you cast your vote. And that's how common an experience I had with a 96-year-old man. We had a special election in New Jersey this past Wednesday. That special election was to replace the person we called Donald Penn Jr., who is from 10th District in New Jersey. People came out little by little. It's not as massive as it could be. We expect massive turnout in November because of what's been going on. During the process, a 96-year-old man came and voted. And after he voted, I was curious. I spoke a word or two to him on the outside, and he said to me that, listen, that everything he's seeing, that he has to come and cast his vote. That he doesn't mind whoever I'm voting for, but that he must vote in this particular election. So I took it as an inspiration that if a 96-year-old man who has seen it all through the ages can crawl out of their house, come with his walking stick. As a matter of fact, the man even drove to the polling station on his own. I consider it a blessing. So on that note, I will say to the young, the old, and if you notice how I made my presentation, including the Harris and the Trump campaign, everybody should go out and be as fair as you possibly can. Of course, there's nothing like fairness when it comes to the tackle him. If you can, if you know they're about to score goal, break his leg. We are not advocating for anybody to break anybody's leg, but I'm saying to you that this is what is going on underpinned. So Lindsey Graham should call himself to order, not at this last minute, to go to some state, to go and start asking the electors there. What they were trying to do is to change the rules. When you are now facing, you're already in the field of play. It's trying to change the rules to say that instead of dividing according to, if you get, say, 10,000 votes in the area, you will get at least one electoral college vote. But he's preaching for them to have it winner takes all. But let him be careful, because winner takes all, it swings both ways. It might turn out to be that in the state where you think that you do well, the Harris campaign will come out and win. So that game that you're trying to play should not work. But let us keep an eye on Georgia State. I think Blackstone and not Blackstone, Flagship is in Georgia.
I wanted to add something to the idea of democracies. I think sometimes when we say democracies, it's a little bit overblown to an extent, because in reality, if you are running a democratic system and a capitalist system, the people that have more money tends to get more, their voice is heard more. And in a way, you don't even have to rig at the ballot. Your money has already rigged it in your favor. So, and that's one of the things our politicians are a little bit silly about when they go and start rigging in ballots, like thugs. They don't know how to sophisticate in it. They don't know how to use sophisticated method to convince people. Because if you have more money, this is why when they are going for election, they look for money. If you have more money, you get more adverts, your voice is heard more, people are speaking on behalf of you more, you can convince people more. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. They will do more convincing, and they will drive people, and it kind of mobilize people to go and vote more. So money matters in elections, but they don't have to. In America, they don't have to physically meddle with the ballot, but the ballot has already been meddled because they meddle with the people's minds. And that is the name. That's how they rig their own. That's how their own rigging is done.
No, what you're saying there, forefathers, is money talks and bullshit works. Okay, money talks in the sense that on the day of election, on this day of voting, those who have money would massively do the best they can to turn out the vote. Even if you are sleeping, somebody will knock on your door and say, "There's transportation outside."
Yeah.
So that there'll be no excuse why you did not go to vote. But there are also the generality of the people who actually are waiting, and this is the real voters. Those they've been living to wait for this day to come, because they feel that you don't need to drive them. Instead, they'll find somebody else. Say, "Do you want to go vote? Just let me know." We will remind people. Those are the ones that you can count on to say that they are going to come out and vote, because they are voting not because anybody encouraged them. They are voting because they believe it is their right. And your right, your power is your vote. Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. A lot of people don't understand that here, even in the United States. So money talks, as you put it, because for now, visibility of the candidates as they travel all around the state, it makes a lot of difference. If you don't have the money, then you can count on genuinely for people who truly, and then you go back to the policies that are being advocated. I was looking at the first presidential debate that I just had. Can anybody tell me that you heard anything about Africa on that particular day?
No.
I listened through the debate.
No.
Unless if I blinked and they talked about Africa.
They never did.
Okay. So I made that note.
Africa was sitting in their map.
Okay. So I made that note. But also bear in mind that during the Nigerian presidential election, that those who were hoping to get their resources for their electric powers, electric cars, and stuff like that, They were playing their own game in the background. Mr. Musk, for instance, going after the lithium, what it takes to make batteries. That's the game that you can't even hear about. Don't forget about the misinformation that is going on currently in the presidential campaign. Massive misinformation that is going on. And only those who I say are fully aware. You talk about women's rights, you talk about other people's rights, you talk about immigrants. Just think about it. If you say too much about it, then it sticks. So they leave the issue of the genuine people that they actually should be helping, and they go and start talking about who eat cat, who eat dog. That is something that is really, really very disturbing. It's very crazy. It's only today that I started hearing from the campaigns about the Congo. They started talking about the Congo, and they are not talking about the Congo as to what good things that the Congolese are doing. As a matter of fact, I have not seen many Congo people in the place where I live. I have not seen many Congo people. Maybe
who is talking about Congo people?
Mr. Trump was talking about Congo in his campaign today. I just heard that. Okay, he was talking about the Congo, and talking about the Congo, he's talking about that the Congolese are sending out their criminals, that they are emptying their prisons. To come on now, realize that anybody who is coming from Africa is going through so much to get to the United States. First of all, you don't swim to the United States. You must have some kind of passport. In other words, you're not having criminals coming out of the Congo prisons to come to the United States. That's misinformation right there. It's like anybody telling us that all Nigerians are sending to the place like the US is criminals. No, that's not true. So people should please stop demonizing us as Africans. People should stop placing on us the things that we have not done. So if you're going to win an election fair and square, but not on the shoulders of Nigerians by calling us criminals or calling Congolese people criminals, or that they're releasing their prisoners. The prisoners haven't even found a way to feed enough. In Nigeria, we have the Nigerian Independent Anniversary coming up, October 1. I will end on this note. Over the years, I have spoken on Nigerian independence. A proud Nigerian, that's who I am for now, until anything else happens. I still carry the green passport. But this year, as a result of what is going on in Nigeria, and people have the guts to go out there to start campaigning, say the election and that election and that election. People are suffering. People are not able to feed themselves. That's the reality. People are not able to move around freely as they used to do. Those are the things that we have to look at for this, our politicians, to bear in mind. Every day for the thief, one day for the owner. I have been waiting for that day for the owner. I haven't seen it yet in a very long time. So let us look back at what is happening to our people on ground. Maybe this is an opportunity for people to actually reevaluate themselves. Please go back to your basic cultivation of the things that you can be able to eat until things change. But let the politicians of Nigeria stop deceiving us, because we don't want to go to court.
Thank you. Bumi, the Blackstone. Let me go to the Blackstone before it's that. Although we've talked about Edo election, but I wanted to go international because of it's very hard, and I don't think we'll do good service to our people if we ignored what happened in the Middle East this week, because it is a kind of seminal moment in terms of how people fight each other, basically. Where you have your shipping, the items you ordered come with explosives, and the people can decide whenever they like to detonate those explosives within the items you've ordered. You go and buy solar panel kit. The battery has got explosives in it without you knowing. If personally, if I was the one running any ministry in Nigeria, especially when it goes to do with security, I would be like, comb through everything right now just to make sure I'm not, you don't have anything that is compromised.
Papa, don't misunderstood that issue actually.
How do you mean? Okay, let me just feel what I mean. See, my point is that we should a kind of do a sweep, at least in the critical areas. You know how China helped African Union build their headquarters or something, but it turns out that they were bugging them. They were listening to everything they had. They were saying the same thing. This one is even worse. This one is not just listening to their statement or gathering intelligence. This is warfare. They put things in their the things that they ordered, and anytime they like, they can fire it up, and then everybody is confused.
This is what happened. The Israelis secret agent, they intercepted that delivery, that containers, and they opened it and put in some explosive, it's a special explosive, right, on those items, because I think they had an information that they are ordering these things from. I think it was from a German company itself, you understand me? So along the line, they intercepted it, right? And they put explosive in those mobile walkie-talkie mobile phones and so on and so forth, right? Because this is a warfare, not that this is a warfare. I don't think that they will do it to a normal country where there's no who they are not fighting against. You understand me? I think Israel just took the opportunity that this is being shipped to Lebanon, right? To Hezbollah, so we can be able to do this, and then so they took the opportunity when they found out that they ordered those ships, those containers are going that way, and they intercepted it.
But the thing about it now, you have to be careful, because we are assuming that it's an interception that did this. We can't always be sure 100%, because to intercept a shipment and plant explosive inside 5,000 devices is a lot of time to do that, and it takes quite a bit of people to do it. So this stuff could have been from the because the company that they said that did it is supposed to be in, I think, Hungary or something, and it's a kind of shell company, it's a kind of face company. So the company could have managed, when they place the order, it could have been coming straight from them, already prepared. You see what I mean?
Yeah, actually, did you know that this also happened in the world of cybersecurity, whereby some equipment, cybersecurity equipment, or maybe some servers, some routers, or so on and so forth, are intercepted, and people now put in code, malware code, and so on and so forth, into this shipment, right? So these things have been happening. Only that was like putting an explosive into it, but these things have been happening, in the world of cybersecurity, right? And it is, so, and most vendors and manufacturers are being targeted by these bad guys, who are actually going after these equipments, right? And then so they know how they put in these things into it, right? Right. Not only one, not only two. They know how to inside all these things, put all this code in. It might even be a code. You understand me? It might be just a small 2, 3, 4 coded something, right? That once it don't happen, it triggers something in the system, right? And then it results to explosion.
Blackstone, what's going on is actually some very serious warfare underneath. Guerrilla warfare, not be only the one where you come hide in the bush or something like that. But one thing I will advise us is this: if you are not involved, if you do not have first-hand knowledge. If you did not participate, or if you have no person that is your person that you directly know that was either involved in the interception or in the production or in anything, stay out of it, because that's really very high stake. I'm not going to talk about it and say somebody intercepted. I would even lean more towards maybe it was directly from production.
Yeah.
Maybe, but as of to put my mouth for the thing why I don't know, that one passed it passed my salary scale. I know that, yeah. But just bear in mind, anything that you receive, including this phone that you are holding in your hand, just bear in mind that FOC, now for as we put it, free of charge. And watch it anytime they give you FOC for street owners. There are people who are trying to get, particularly the low income people. You say, oh, just sign your name here, put your this and that. Here is a phone for you. It's free. I dare warn people that nothing is free. There's no free lunch in America. Anything that anybody gives you, you may think is free. But if you look behind it, you'll come to find out that it's not free. All they want is your information. And that's how come they will even tell you where you go. The phone will now tell me, oh, this is your morning summary. Come on now, I'm not looking for my morning summary. The phone will now tell me this happened and that happened. But you know what? Once you keep your hands clean and your nose clean, they can whatever they want. And that's about it.
You know how many times I've said this type of statement here? I told them WhatsApp, Google, Facebook, all these things that you think you're not paying for.
There
you
you go.
are right in the hands of American government. They know more about your family than you know about your family.
Yeah.
Because they are surveying everybody's information. This is why Hezbollah in the first place said they were not going to use phones, because they knew that they had access to their phones anyway. So they wanted to go and start using pagers, not knowing that even pagers they go to pagers. So they got the pagers and they got, oh my God, man, that is so devastating. It's like now they're taking the warfare on a totally different. And if you think about it, people should know these things already. But people in the back of their head, even if they think, who do you think is manufacturing your stuff? You think it's an angel from heaven? Who do you think is manufacturing it? It could be anybody. It could be your enemy. They can put anything inside. This is why I keep saying to our people: if you don't open your eyes, you think this world owes you a living.
They don't.
No, okay. Let me take something, right? Anything that have internet connection, internet access, just forget it. You can be tracked, and you can put any. It might even be surprised that that those things were not even bombs. It was just some.
No, they were explosive. There's nothing inside a phone that can do that much damage. There's nothing. They were explosives.
There are codes you can use that can change the performance, the working component, can even overheat the system and everything. That's because there are some explosive things in those.
Blackstone. Have you forgotten Delegewa?
Of course, I've not forgotten.
I rest my case. Sister Bumi, I'm very happy to see you and participate with you. Our sister Bumi, they here, I beg.
Blackstone have started again now. He started his science again. The components of the phone can hit up and turn to explosives.
Like you said, for fathers, to be able to put bombs into 5,000, those a lot of quantity of items. You understand me? Even the company that's manufacturing do not allow it.
Yes.
Blackstone, if you know that there, if you are not participating, if you did not partake, if you are not in it, don't count on anything. Nothing is guaranteed.
I know. I understand that, but you're just talking generally. At least how?
The company did it because the original company that manufactures that pager said they signed the rights over to another company to manufacture it. That company is the one that manufactured the one that had the explosives in it.
It's Taiwan company that actually have the
rights.
That was sold to a company somewhere in Europe. I don't know which country.
In Hungary.
You understand me? In Hungary, but so definitely, if you're ordering something from a company, You understand me? You are trusting that company now. You can't just go to a company and order such a large quantity of items from a company and say that you don't trust that company. I don't done a background check on the company.
That's interesting. This one is saying that Western companies will lose trust. I think almost every country, if any country after this thing don't start thinking for themselves, then they are wear trouser. And I'm sure ours is going to prove to be like that. Because if you don't start thinking that everything you're consuming from other people, you can't count on it. You really can't. And this is why when people are complaining about Dangote, they say we need more than 100 Dangotes. We need them in mining. We need them in pharmaceutical. We need them. You see, you know what our leaders do? They was like, oh, go and bring vaccine for us. Come and inject our children. Who do you think is these people? You think they are angels? Tomorrow you go and annoy them. You don't know what they are putting inside the vaccine. I'm not against vaccine, just in case YouTube is listening. I'm just saying, given what has happened in the Middle East this week, everything is up for grabs now. Everything. If you don't see that, then you are really putting your people in a jeopardy. That's in a jeopardy, really, because they could put anything inside anything they are delivering to you. On the day you challenge them, they'll tell you this is what could happen to you, this is what can happen to you. And you give them what they want. And we don't even know why our leaders do what they want. We just think we do. Maybe they threaten them in such ways that it's just so overwhelming. And they'll be like, you know what? I better do what these people are telling me to do. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen to our people, not just themselves. Their own people. How do you know? Anybody can come into Nigeria and do whatever they like. Nobody's checking them. And look at what is going on in the Middle East right now. I think what the Israelis did to this week, I think this man may be right. It has opened people's eyes now to potential dangers of consuming things that come from other countries without doing due diligence.
It is only the consumers that actually trust everything. But if you are a corporate entity, you don't actually trust any vendor or any manufacturer system, because you have to actually be very, very careful what they are shipping to you and things like that. So they will that just by go to the shop, buy something, we take it away, and we don't care.
We don't even check the petrol they bring inside our country. I think was it not that?
No. You're talking about, I'm not talking about Nigeria, whereby we can even import toxic waste. They bring in toxic waste. They bring in bad petroleum products and so forth. So Nigeria, just forget Nigeria. Even Nigeria doesn't even know their citizens.
It's sad, isn't it? It's a little bit sad. But like I said, if I was the one in the security industry right now, first things first, I will sweep everything that has been delivered to us. And anything you do, you have to go original now. You have to go original. You want to be sure, especially if you really want to be sure of what you are doing. You have to be original, because there are so many ways now that technology can be undermined. There are so many different ways. Like even terrorists can't find a way to block people from hacking their phone. You know you're in trouble. Terrorists can't find a way to block their own phone from being hacked. What hope have we got? They can listen to anything we are saying, anything we are doing right now. If you have your phone next to you, it's got any kind of speech recognition engine like Siri. They will listen to anything you are saying. They are listening all the time. So the only thing that gives you security is that
if they're not after you, that's when you think you have peace of mind. Once they're after you, just forget it. Whatever you are doing, they know.
They have so much on you already. That's the thing. They have so much on. According to one guy on your YouTube, he says Facebook, Google and Facebook together have enough for me to put me in jail. That's the term he used. They have enough for him to put him in jail, and that's a problem. Anybody can be compromised, and we take these things for granted. We share our data. We don't seem to understand the gravity of what we are doing, because the people at the top have so much power over the people beneath now, because one way or another, they have your information. They will find something that will embarrass you. They will find something that may even show that you are breaking the law one way or another. They throw the law at you.
No, forefathers, is there anything you apply for in online that they don't ask you for your details? They don't ask you for registration.
Yeah, they always.
So that's what it is. So all your data are with them. So there's nothing to hide. There's no secret. You understand me? So you don't have to go after you. They go after you, right?
No, they don't go after you when you don't pose
I'm
any
saying
threat.
they don't got time when you are not on their radar.
You're not a problem. Yeah, it's when you want to do something that they don't like, and then you are done.
Yeah,
and
that is it. So
what
anyway,
if
shouldn't be afraid. I be in the fear for fathers. You know, say nobody.
no, I for my fear is not for my personal well-being, it's for
Because
my own people. The
nobody
consequences for our own people. No, understand what I'm saying here. I'm trying to say that if we are trying to work our way out of this predicament we are in, and they don't want that, we are in trouble here.
It's going to get worse too. What I'm saying, it's going to get worse in the future. You understand me?
It will get worse.
The IT world, where the IT, what the AI world, where they are going, understand me? It's going to get worse. You understand me? Nobody is going to be safe or have any secret. That's what it is.
You can't even trust what you read now, because with AI out there, what you've read before can go. They can change it. It's the power these people have is out of control. And I hope in the West they too start sensing the danger this thing is, because you can read one thing today, AI can go and change it tomorrow. Then you go and read it like, no, it's not. I saw something different the other day. What proof do you have? You don't have any proof. They control it all.
Papa, let me tell you one word now. Just take this. Anything that we bring money to the corporate entity, they will go for it with full force. Because they're making money from it. So that's why the speed of AI is beyond your thinking. Because I guess that AI, since AI came into limelight, it's less than 10 years, right?
Yeah.
And that's taking over almost everything.
It does.
And so because there's a big profit these big corporations are making from it. So they're investing. So it's money that controls everything. So they're investing on it, and they're also lobbying the government, the politicians, that not to restrict it, not to put heavy restriction on it.
Yeah, they are trying their best to not put. It doesn't even matter, because the government is made up of the same people that control these things. They are all working hand in hand, and this is another area that I think maybe our people should be aware of. When they see capitalist companies like Google, Facebook, they are an arm of the American state. I don't know why because it's a capitalist, they tell you that it's private owned. It's still part of the arm of the state, especially when they are that big. The same thing, Dangote, it may be an individual, but who is he serving the most? Nigeria. That's why Nigerians are feeling it a lot more. Whatever he's doing. When he sells cement, it's Nigeria that is strategically important to Nigeria. Whenever a company becomes strategically important to a nation, they are an arm of the government. Make no mistake. Because the government can just say, you know what, you are doing too much. We'll take over. You know, American government they have the power to take over any company in America if they want to. They can seize it. So
if they're not sponsoring them, if they're not sponsoring them during election year time.
No, I think they don't do those. You see, that's the thing about them. They don't politicize business that much. They have their different arguments, but they don't penalize businesses for supporting the other side.
Sponsoring most political parties, most candidates. You understand? They spend a lot of money.
True.
They spend a lot of money to lobbying.
The Blackstone, the difference between them and for business is ideological. It's not because they hate the business inherently. All of them are pro-business. All of them are pro-business. It's not like they hate the business inherently. Like if Democrats don't like fracking, it's because they care about climate change, but Republicans don't care. So they are not going to support the companies that do fracking. It's not because they hate the companies. And that's the difference between them and us. Ours we want to destroy them because that guy supported the opponent the last time. You want to destroy them just because he supported the opponent. Whether the company is good for Nigeria or not, they don't care. They just want to destroy the company. So, but it's a shame. I really hope that we begin to learn a little bit some lesson on how other people conduct themselves. We have to kind of remove politics from business. We have to remove politics from governance. Politics is actually different from governance. It's not, because governance is how you manage the people, make sure you deliver a certain amount for the people at all times, no matter who is in office. Then the political aspect is tweaking, just changing the nature of governance a little bit here and there. But fundamentally, it should remain the same. So, but in Nigeria, it's like winner takes it all. You win 25%, you take everything. If you win 55%, you take everything. So that's how it works in Nigeria anyway. Welcome, this thing, Bumi. I don't know if you have anything to talk about. Is there any
Welcome,
topic
Mama
you would like?
Esho.
You see, the Blackstone. Don't start now. Don't
I'm
start.
trying to help it to moderate.
No, don't start now.
How can you? Our forefathers is guiding us. Mama Echo is here. We know she's here.
Don't mind him.
Let's do it in order.
Don't mind the Blackstone.
Bumi is in darkness now.
No, she's not in darkness, I beg. Leave Bumi alone. Bumi would. I want to hear from Bumi if you go there, please.
She's using candle.
Bumi may not say anything even. Why don't you give her a chance, the Blackstone? So
I'm asking a question now.
I'm getting ready to go to work.
So yeah, Bumi, thank you for joining us. You have anything to say about events, anything you want to talk about, maybe in Nigeria, because there are so many things that's going on that I can't even keep up with things that are going on in the world, from Trump assassination attempt, Chidinma and South Africans want to kill us with the snobbery. You have this in Israel going crazy in the Middle East with attacking people with their smartphone, their pagers, this radio devices and solar panel batteries. They are attacking them with those two. You have the president disappearing for days. Nobody knows where he is. He's not even going to the UN General Assembly next week. And you have the Edo Election. So I don't know. Anything you want to talk about?
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you back again, Mr. Forefathers. I think one thing I wanted to talk about, and I think it might actually interest you. Can you hear me, by the way?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Is the Sahel Alliance, about them, I think it was 5 days ago, about them bringing out their own passports. So they're creating their own like Sahel Union, just like the EU. And obviously, I think last year early this year, they pulled out of ECOWAS. So they're not part of ECOWAS anymore. So now they're creating their own alliance, and now they're creating their own passports. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting conversation because if you look at where Nigeria is located, Niger is literally up there. And if they should create that passport, so the commuting from Niger to Nigeria was obviously okay due to the ECOWAS agreement. But now, if they're pulling out and if they're creating their own their own passports, then we are going to actually have a real border between those people. And I wonder how that's going to reflect between Niger and Nigeria, and also ECOWAS and the Sahel region, their relationship and that. But I wanted to get your perspective and other people's perspective on that.
For me, I think it's even better. Let them create it and let them be real border point, because the desirants in Nigeria it's more than 2 million or 3 million in Nigeria. Because they don't even know where they are coming, because they just walk through the border, and then once they get to Nigeria, they become Nigerians, because they now blend with the northern people, and they call them our brother. You understand me? And coming to that passport issue, even the ECOWAS passport, what effect does it have on the citizens of ECOWAS citizens? You understand me? You have ECOWAS passport. If you are applying to Ghana, you go through control and everything. You go to rigorous check and everything. So it has not actually benefited anybody. That passport, ECOWAS passport, just a name, ECOWAS passport. It doesn't benefit. It has not benefited anybody. So that is it. So when they have their passport, I don't think of any importance to anybody, because I don't think it's good to be. It's African people, man. When they do things, they just do things, name and everything. There are rules and regulations, but they don't follow it up. They don't implement it. Take your ECOWAS passport, go to Cameroon, go to Ghana. You go through several issues.
I take your point though. Okay, ECOWAS is an unfinished alliance. It's not even an alliance, really, it's just a trade relations. And I think the Sahel nations have done something that ECOWAS couldn't do for how many decades, like with their mumu behavior. Because Nigeria is the biggest problem in ECOWAS, if you ask me. Because if Nigeria was pulling its weight, they managed to create ECOWAS. They didn't create a kind of military alliance within ECOWAS. They should have done that, but they didn't do that. The only thing they created was this trading alliance. Because if we had done that, that would have given us a lot of weight. Now, Nigeria is not only Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is with other nations and almost 500 million in total, the population. That would have given Nigeria a lot of influence. And that influence would have benefited from it. But no, how many decades of having ECOWAS, they never made it a military alliance. What they did instead was, we are going to create a peace force that just responds to things. You know, they deliberately kept it weak. Then these guys just came on, 3 nations, immediately they form a military alliance. Because of that military alliance now, anybody that wants to take them on is scared. Because if you want to take one on, you have to take all of them on. And that's a massive land mass to take on. So they have strengthened themselves, and now they've gone and gotten themselves a passport. Personally, I find that really remarkable because it's something. What they are signaling to ECOWAS is that if you are not going to change, forget us. Don't bother. We don't. Can you imagine what the kind of guts it takes? They are landlocked. They are willing to remain like that. They are willing to remain landlocked and just stay there. They don't care what ECOWAS thinks about them. That should tell us how spiteful they are towards ECOWAS. Because ECOWAS, the way they behave, anybody can see it now. They are not serious people. How can you not be able to be responsible for your own security in your area? Whenever anything happens now, they said the other day, Ivory Coast, which is Cote d'Ivoire, the French ships came there to show dominance. Like they have soldiers in Ivory Coast, in Benin Republic. All these countries, they are undermining Nigeria's security. They keep having foreign militaries in their countries as military bases and all those things. And you expect ECOWAS to prosper. Look at ECOWAS. They are robbing us left, right, back, side, everywhere they are robbing us dry. Nothing works. Our president, the only time President Tinubu went to China, on his way back, he had to drop at London. Then from London, I think he's ended up in France or somewhere. I don't even know where it's like you can't do anything with any other people and you don't go back to report back to Oga in London. What kind of behavior is this?
And forefathers, if you want to fly over the Sahel region and they tell you no, you can't fly over. They will shoot you down.
Yeah, you have to fly around.
That's the military alliance we're talking about.
I think they settled that one though. I think Nigeria
are you sure they are flying through now?
Oh yeah, they are flying through. They are flying through now. I think the Nigerian government backed down because they are not invading anymore now. They backed down and you're allowed to. They were even begging them to come back to ECOWAS. But why would they come back? What is there for them? Look at Nigeria. Look at a country of 220 million people is making do with 5 gigawatts of electricity. 5 gigawatts. We have been friends with these Westerners while all this was happening. While Iran, that has been under sanction for going to 50 years now, sanction, they don't let them buy anything. Yet Iran can generate 70 gigawatts of electricity. And their population is half of our population. It's like, how did they do it? What does that tell you? That the relationship we have with the West is not benefiting us at all. And our leaders just keep acting as if there's some benefit to it. I don't see it. If there is a benefit, somebody should tell me, because me, I'm not seeing it.
Why are you blaming the West in the first place?
I'm saying our leaders are having relationship with them. How am I blaming them?
And I have a relationship with them. So is it that relationship? Is it the West are going to make it better for us?
I'm saying our leaders should make it better for us.
Let's put our house in order.
But is that what I'm saying? Are you not understanding what I'm saying? You're missing it. I said, why are we having relationship with people that are not benefiting us? What do you think I'm saying there?
Yeah, where are we having relationship with people that are not benefit? How can they benefit you where you yourself are not been able to put your house in order?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have a relationship that doesn't benefit you. If you okay, if you have a person now that is involved
But
in a
let me say,
relationship,
can I put it like this? If I give you one thing, you spoil it. I give you another thing, you spoil it. Will I give you a third one?
Oh, so now you are saying that they are giving us something that we are the ones spoiling it?
Yes, now.
No, they are not. Oh, have you seen them building anything in Nigeria? Have you seen them building
How will
anything
they
for
come and
decades?
build? How will they come and build? We know that if they build for you, you can't retain it. You can't keep it running.
Hold on now, hold on. See, the reason why those things get damaged is because our Mumu leaders again go and report to them and get IMF loans. And when they get the IMF loan, they tell them, don't sack your civil servants so that you don't have to spend so much money on the state. Don't recruit this, don't recruit into your military and all those things. So they damage your nation because they are putting those conditions on them. But who do you blame? Is it not our people that are going to agree to those terms?
Now you are talking.
But that's what I said originally. I'm saying our leaders are the ones taking ourselves to them.
Now you are talking. So if they destroy what they are giving to you, so now how can they come back again?
Okay, please go ahead.
I get what Mr. Blackstone is saying, but in a way I disagree with you. Like I think you're trying to say that they want our best interest, but because we are not serious, so that's why we're not seeing the gains.
Exactly.
I don't think they want our best interest in the first place. And the fact that we also are not serious is just a good combination of disaster. Like you can't work with someone that doesn't want to help you in the first place.
But me, I also disagree with you one point. No, it's like no. Let me put it like this, right?
You know what? We are going to recommend Germany sends this guy back to Nigeria. Germany has to bring him back to Nigeria.
Wait, relationship between countries, it depends on your country performance. That we all should know. So it depends on your country performance. Let's go back to the 60s, 70s, 80s when Nigeria was doing well. What was our relationship with the Western world? It was a cordial relationship.
But you're not mentioning that the fact that because people keep on mentioning Nigerian back then. Nigerian back then was making sense because we're under them and they had control. They were directly profiting from it. It was the creation of Nigeria is their business. Of course, we're going to succeed.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. Sorry, let me ask this question. You are a woman, right? If you get married now, or you have a friend, a male friend that is putting you under control you up and down, will you continue the relationship? Will you continue to listen to him?
No.
Yeah, so everything this was today. I always use one term that if it has not been discovered, it is difficult. Once it has been discovered, it is easy to improve.
But what you are saying, you are reversing, you are using a kind of reverse argument because that's the argument she is making. She is saying that hold on, that man you are talking about is the one that is not giving her something good. Then you are saying she should reject the man. That's exactly what she's saying.
Yes, of course. It's time we should reject what they are giving to us and then build on what we have.
Exactly. But you were saying that it's our fault, that it's like they are giving us something good, but we are the ones ruining it.
Yes.
Just before I go, Blackstone, because I gotta go. Before I go, it is us, and I'm talking about Nigerians, that are holding ourselves on the ground in one way, besides our leaders. The gains, and I say the gains that we made from the Civil War, we have squandered that gain so massively. It's the same Nigeria that some section was so self-sufficient. In terms of self-sufficient, they say condition make crayfish bend. And they say necessity is the mother of invention. That we started inventing how to even use the crudest thing you can think about to make fuel, to drive, to do all that. We were landlocked and we were trying to get ourselves to survive. What I'm trying to say is that look at the quality of human beings who are in Nigeria. Look at the gifts that God has given to Nigerians. Ingenuity. They can do anything. They can be Taiwan. They can do better than Taiwan. Just back to places like Aba. Just look at Nigerians striving every day. All Nigerians are trying to ask the leaders, the political leaders, give us a fair shot. Because when the war ended, we realized that we had people who were that's engineers. We realized that people could do so much, but then Nigeria on its own decided, you know what, we would rather get imported, not made in Nigeria. If we went back to make made in Nigeria and use people like Radium Bise, who was able to manufacture create so much on his own. I just used that Damian Ayong to the extent that when he came to the United States, George Bush era even invited him to the White House to show them how to make certain things that he went and displayed. So what I'm saying is this: for Nigeria to move forward, let us for a moment, instead of this IMF loan, and every other loan that we're taking from around the world, let us try to encourage our young men who are technologically gifted, who are intelligently gifted. Let us try to see what we can do to support them, so that let's use the look from innocent motors, not be sold from Motor Park. Must we go and get keke from India? Or must we go and get anything from anywhere else? Challenge Nigerians accordingly on Nigerians. Invest on Nigerians, and let's see what Nigerians can do. And you, our political leaders, for heaven's sake, stop carrying our money overseas. Because if you can repatriate just some of the monies that you have hidden overseas, which, by the way, when you die, it remains overseas. We are asking that if you can repatriate some of that money, I don't think Nigeria will be in as bad a shape as we are today. But if you continue to steal all our money and continue to take it overseas, really, you're doing us a very big disservice.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think like what she said about these Sahel nations, I think like they mean business because when you start printing your own passport, I don't know whether that's a joke anymore. This is serious stuff, and maybe this is the new and normal. And one of my arguments during that time when they decided to break off with ECOWAS was that Tinubu should have used this as a leverage against the West, because they know that these Western people are not giving us good deals in terms of giving us good loans or this in the trade in terms of weapons training, which is strategic weapon training or technology, even industrialization. They wouldn't even let us industrialize. They wouldn't enable us to have this is still. I would be like, you know what? These guys are going away. The reason why, because you people are not behaving. Like, I will be making an argument to them that you people are not behaving. That's why they prefer Russia, they prefer China now. You are the ones creating the problem. You need to let us, if you want us to be friends, which we are, do these things and do these things and do these things that is going to benefit the people, and the people are going to fall in line. And one of the things I will require you to do, allow me to take charge of ECOWAS. Give me the necessary tools, give me the necessary weapons, give me the necessary technology. If we are powerful, we are going to be friends with you. But if you carry on like this, we are going to be friends with China or Russia. Then let's see how you enjoy it then. That's the kind of deal you want to force them to sign. But instead, when they go there, they'll be like, those people, don't worry, we're going to deal with them. We're going to talk to them. We're going to find a way to deal with them. Right? Instead of them to actually make some strong deals, they don't make any strong deals at all. Because that's the only option they've got. All they do is sign deals, isn't it? But then again, there's another question that comes on top of that. Our people are so easy to buy. If you give them, can you imagine any Nigerian politician, you give him $1 million, it's not going to sell out. The Nigerian politician that you see today, you tell them, I have $1 million for you. What I need you to do is so and so and so. Give us so and so, right? You know that company you are trying to support, I want you to not support it anymore. Many of our people will take it. 80-90% of them will take it without even questioning anything. And that is a problem. Because if you have a population where they are so eager to betray their own country and they don't think so deeply about it, how do you restore that kind of mentality that they will protect their nation? One of the ways you do that, you inspire patriotism to an extent. You inspire, and one of the other one is when other people have seen what it's like to rely on other people, They will defend themselves. Like if you saw what the Chinese went through in the Second World War when the Japanese invaded them. Tomorrow, if a Japanese man wants to come and bribe them, think they will listen? They know what it's like. No matter what you offer them, they will know. They know what it's like if they undermine their own country. They know the consequences. But our people, we don't know that. We don't know that. So that's why we are so easy to bribe. And they say it all the time. So, and that is a big problem for us. That's why if Tinubu goes there now, he will give them everything they want. All they will have to tell me is that I will let you do whatever you like. If you want to win second term, it's yours. If you want to own oil wells, and it's all yours. Just do this for us. They will sell. That is our problem. Our people don't value our own people's lives because they don't see it as that they need to essentially defend it. They need to defend their dignity. They need to defend their heritage. They don't have that thing in them. But I will leave it. That's just my own thinking anyway. Maybe somebody will grab something from there. Welcome, Mama Echo. I know you have been very patient, and Mama Echo has been very, 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 very patient. So we have to give her time to say whatever she needs to say. And Mama Echo, thank you for joining us. And I don't know what you've heard, and whatever you want to say, you are free to say, and you can talk into what has happened, especially in the Sahel, because you don't normally talk about Sahel. You always want to talk about your children in Nigeria. You know, your children are also in the Sahel. So, Mama welcome.
My assignment, my mission is to Africa. But charity, they say, begin at home. We are in touch with Uganda. We are in touch with Kenya. Uganda has wanted us to come in since 2021. But we told them charity begin at home. Abraham Traore has proven to us that military rules is even better than the civilian rules. We are finding a way to connect so that we can participate in their agriculture over there. If I had wanted to start with Uganda, we were offered 250 hectares of land for agriculture. But we asked them to hold because charity begin at home. I choose to come in this afternoon so that some people, 3 people specifically, their words throw me off balance when we had that meeting. Adana, Tokwe, and electricity. I don't know where the envious and jealousy is coming from. Because 3 of you, when Tokwe came out, when I talked to Show, I was wondering, where is that coming from? When Adana came out to say, when Mama Esho talked in the panel, none of you may talk. I'm like, if it is Adana now, you people will be talking. I'm like, Then electricity came on board to say, I caused his children during election. I read causes in his family. But the same is sent him credit when he was in Nigeria. So since he chose to be petty, I decided to be petty with him that day. And all this action and every other action that has happened has made me to wake up to do what my children have been asking me to do long ago. To make my channel, which I have opened already, to be active. So by the grace of God, on Monday, my channel will come alive. I'll try as much as possible not to schedule my time into all the favorite channels I have been going to be part of them. Because my dream, my goal is to also use my voice to help other channels to grow. For those of you who want to be envious of me, you aren't seen anything yet. I am sent to Africa. So Dr. Damage's channel is not where I am sent to. So those who want to do competition in Dr. Damage's channel, congratulations. I am not taking your spot. I am not shining your shine. So allow me to shine my shine. And let peace reign. And to my boyfriend, Honey Pie TV.
What happened? Where's Mama Icho? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I think I misunderstood and got you backstage. Sorry about that. I apologize.
To my wonderful sweetheart, Tiff Tunubu. You know I don't like you, but I don't have a choice. I have to force myself to love you so that I can rescue my children from your hand. So if I'm telling you, sweetheart, read in between the line. On the 24th, release Nnamdi Kanu. Because if you don't, me and my children will play what they call last card of checkmate for you. You know they carry gun. But it is something that has not been done in the history of Africa. And when that happens, it is not only Nnamdi Kanu I will demand his release. All the military men that you people locked up somewhere, just because they speak out, you will release them. And that is applicable to all the forces, because they are all my children. And all my children that store yam to eat. And those that people, because they are in power, they have to lock them up. I will demand of all of them. And more demand will come on the way. Because whether you are in power or not, Nigeria must work. We will force you people to make Nigeria work. Because Nigeria PLC does not belong to you and those in House of Senate and House of Rep. Akpabio, go and buy toothpick because you will soon eat and begin to use toothpick. Because last time you said my children should go and protest, you will be eating. So now, with this way that will cook the food that you will eat. So make sure you buy toothpick. And for those of you that will travel for my sake to go and consult native doctor, for me, Pastor, I should tell you, you will go and you will not come back. You and your native doctor will perish. So those who want to type in the comment section, begin to type that I'm cursing. And any of you that will think of harming me, my father in heaven, I should tell you, thinking of it alone, he will buy you and he will wipe away your entire generation.
I think they said we shouldn't be doing that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did I curse you?
I think they said we shouldn't be cursing people in Nigeria.
I am sending a message. And if it is wrong,
let's just keep it a bit civil, that's all.
Let me send my message. Did you understand? And if it is wrong message, let Dr. Damage cut it off. On Monday, I will start sending it in my channel. You think what I'm doing, I don't understand?
No, we understand each other. Sometimes,
I
you know,
am
the dynamic
sending
prefers
the
a
message.
certain.
I
Okay.
didn't threaten any person. When they are threatening Sowore, did you talk? When they ask Sowore that is wanted, is that not threatening?
I think we spoke about it here now.
Oh,
I think
you
they
spoke
spoke about
about
it
it.
here.
Then
Yeah.
Mama Echo, I loved it when you said, watch out on the 24th. And I will only say to you, a hunter does not say everything he sees in the
I
bush.
am not saying what we are doing, Daddy. I'm not stupid.
No, that's where I said, at some point, when you hit that note, that was the time to just say, you know what?
I will never disclose the plan.
No,
Never.
you don't need to. You don't need to. You said a mouthful, and we are watching to see things happen.
I am not disclosing nothing. Because even when I met Sowore in worship media, and I said, Piki, we are going to talk, we are going to play last card. I was talking, he said, yeah.
I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that so that he wait. Where go that toilet?
And say, I'm not going to disclose.
No, just leave it at that.
Because it's
Leave
only
it
a
at,
Swedish person.
you have spoken volumes.
Plan.
Leave them like that. So that day, you go dump. It's better like that.
It's not happening on that day. I always say they should release him that day.
That's what I'm saying. And from that day on. So save your sweat because you know now with no wahala.
Mama Echo, can I ask a question?
You people enjoy Nigeria. In your time, Naira was bigger than pounds. Naira was bigger than dollar. Naira was bigger than Europe. Those of you that enjoyed Nigeria in that time, you are the one that has made it impossible for my children to have a future. Those of you that went to free education, you people are the one making it impossible for my children to have a life. When they were small, you told them they are children of leaders of tomorrow. They are grown-up adults, yet you will not leave the seat for them. Because you must become president before you die. When you stole their mandate, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you that mandate you stole will become a hot coal of fire in your hand? Look at all your politics. Which one has favored Nigeria? Which one? Didn't I tell you that the blood of the innocent that you people are buying in Nigeria every day, that makes my children to think that life has no value? Didn't I tell you to hunt all of you? How enjoyable are you people enjoying Nigeria now? Those of you that rigged the election for them, how far? All of you that are in diaspora, helping them to colombia our money, how far? Some of you in diaspora, are you not? Is it not the looted money you are living your life with? Is it not? But let me sound it clear to all of you. There is no hiding place for any of you. We will collect everything back. I mean it. Anywhere you put our money, we will collect it back. You are borrowing the future of my children that have not been born. You borrow you are eating it. Remi Tinubu, oh my chef, well. You came in and you lied to Nigeria that you and your husband, when I don't get enough money, you are not coming into it Nigerian money. Whose money you take design the akara? Is there a place in Nigeria constitution that gives room for first lady? My children that are mumu, I want to talk to you now. You rig election for them, isn't it? Did Sheyi Tinubu rig the election? Did the Yaloja rig the election? Now who is entering the private jet and the private yacht? Is it not Sheyi Tinubu? They use you as orange and they trash you. That is all you belong. And the useless children in Edo State, you've collected again and vote nonsense. All the one they asked to go and mark LP, poly booth. When I reach them, I throw an eye for corner. Congratulations to the choice you just made in Edo State today. They said they go start with, they go continue for where APC, Buhari stop. That they give up Buhari promise in the national level. Buhari promise is coming to Edo State for your wrong choice. The main candidate you are supposed to vote for is not even among these three. It's not. The young guy in YPP has all it takes to help you people. But because you not get money, you not dump pan. Bad way those states where you see, now go enjoy them. Men, father, you people have disappointed us a lot. Every time you sit in the air and you campaign to us how helpless our situation is, how hopeless the situation is, and yet you do not have single solution. Years upon years, months upon months, we are looking up to you to come and deliver us from our calamity. But no, you won't do that. So me and my children have reason to deliver ourselves. As far as we are concerned, we are orphans. No papa, no mama. So that me and my children, and we could deliver ourselves from una grip. Look at Nigeria Senate. Look at Nigeria House of Rep. Look at the House of Assembly. Look at the governors. Look at the presidency. Look at the judiciary. How many women are given opportunity? How many? You men. You men. I am angry with you people. Because we are in this mess. It is the handiwork of men. Either you are in the political there, or you are part of the people that they use to carry the money into Obodo Yibo. So one way or the other, you contributed. You even see them doing it. You know who did it, but you may know. You kept quiet. So me and my children, from this moment on, they say, Papa and Mama, when you don't want me and my children get tomorrow for free destiny, we too go make life miserable for them. Because no Nigeria is more Nigeria than another. I rest my case.
Thank you. I have one question. I just wanted an answer to, because I'm a bit curious to your reasoning behind it. You know, when you said that Nnamdi Kanu should be released in the protest, what is your reasoning behind it? Because some of the things I've seen Nnamdi Kanu say.
Wait, my reason?
Yeah.
Good. Forefather, if people buy people, drive them, go IDT camp, can be rehabilitated, treated like kings, and rent them with uniform, and even put them for Nigerian military, then Nnamdi Kanu deserve to be released. And rent them with uniform. Did you understand? If people like Akpabio that looted the NDCC and looted Akwa Ibom dry can become a Senate president, then Nnamdi Kanu is a saint. If Tinubu can bring together all the people that have questionable character into his governor to continue to loot us, then Nnamdi Kanu is a saint. Except any of these things I said is not true, then he deserves to be there. But if they are true, he deserves to be out.
Okay. Okay, that's your reasoning, but is that not saying that just because some people have not been punished, everybody else should not be punished? Then you can argue for Emefiele to be released. Maybe all the
Yes,
prisoners in prison too should be
Emefiele
released.
deserve to be also released. You know why? Because the architect between, if they want to probe Emefiele, Buhari must be brought to book. So
Yeah.
they can't sign an agenda with Buhari because there is nothing Emefiele did without Buhari. So what are we talking? And it is all this demand we will begin to make along the line. Did you understand? I am
Yeah.
not stopping at this very demand. There are plenty demands ahead. But what they say, a journey of 1,000 years start with a step. Why am I demanding for Nnamdi Kanu's release? I am demanding him so that when he comes out, he will take care of this security issue in the East, so that the military men that are there can be sent to the north, because there is fire on the mountain. If we don't take time, all these boys would declare Islamic country in our head come December. They are prepared and they are back up.
So, because okay, I had the second reasoning, which seems to add credence to some of your statement. However, because at first, when people hear it, it sounds as if you're saying they should release people just because some people have not been put in prison. It means everybody in prison should be released technically by that argument, because there's still a lot of guilty people outside. And for me, that is a problem. But if you believe that if Nnamdi Kanu is released, there will be security will improve in the southeast, that's something not all prisoners can provide. So one can say, okay,
Because
maybe that's
when
the
he
valid
come out,
argument.
he's not just come out, we'll leave him alone, we'll sit him down, we will talk heart to heart. Because if
Yes.
I thought we want to get Biafra, we can't get Biafra without referendum, and we can't get referendum without having a constitution that puts such in place.
But what if he comes out and says, if Nigeria doesn't give him what he wants, fight?
Hello, Mr. Forefather, for your information, I know you don't like him. I know you don't want him to release. So you can do your argument as far as concerned. But as I be mama figure, I demand my son to come out.
It's not because I don't like him. I'm just trying to be reasonable.
I know you since the beginning to today.
You're not understanding me. You're not understanding.
Make I tell you your reason.
Okay, good.
You believe he instigated the crime of some military people. But I want to tell you, I can't disagree with that fact, okay? But the thing is this. The military people that were back in Okwama, it wasn't Okwama community people that buy them. It is because they were stealing oil. And they have problem with another group of people of the oil stealing. They buy those military people. And they label it on Okwama community. Therefore, sheriff, I am from Delta Mauro. Una go repair Okwama community for me and my children. And they come for you, sheriff. Hey, you see Okwama community when I destroy, una go build that.
So you think that it's because they killed military people, that's why I'm against him?
Yes.
See, the reason why I feel like when I see Nigeria, I see people that break the law and just get away with it. Like it started. No, let me give you my reasoning.
I know where they go.
It started from. No, you don't know where I'm going. How can you possibly know?
Break the law and you want them to suffer for it. Why did you not ask Akpabio to suffer for the stealing and looting? Did the stealing not result to the crime of people? All our governors that are stealing, did their stealing not result to the crime of our people? So why must you now hold Nnamdi Kanu as the one, the most? Come on.
No.
If you want to fight justice, make you fight justice all right.
That is true. That is true. What you just said just now is true.
If you did one way because you don't like that man, Me and
No,
you.
it's not about it's not personal. See, the way you give
personal.
you are the one making it based on these feelings.
It
It's
is
not
you because
okay.
all your reasoning is because he contributed to the cry of policemen. But those policemen said, don't they deserve pie? Did you what they do to my children?
How can you say that?
Yes. Let's call a spade a spade. How can a policeman ask my son and my
That's
daughter?
anarchy.
Wait. Carry anarchy put for one corner. When they do, it not be anarchy. When my children and myself want to, you got to call anarchy. Match break there.
All of them are a problem.
See, let me tell you, forefather. At times I can't clean ground. I can't. All the policemen, when they tell my children, make them bring their phone, they go begin to transfer 10 million, 5 million come out from my children account. You don't call the anarchy.
I call them anarchy too. See, I'm not. You are mistaking my point. All of them are a problem, but your own case is that you are saying because all of them are a problem, one of them should also be released.
All of them are problem. I need that my pikin to come and help me solve the problem of the East, because the East they turn into two categories. Some are criminalized the activity in the East. When some people are saying we are doing it because Unandi is held accountable. Some people turn it to criminality. But if it's out, we want to know who are the true criminals.
You see, that argument is the only
any reason.
That argument is the only argument that is outside not creating anarchy, because you are saying he has value to offer to the people, that he might actually come and save life. That's the only argument you can give. But to just say, just because the other people have not been convicted, that he too cannot be convicted, it's not proper.
Wait. Father, I want to ask you. Have they pronounced judgment on him and his service jail term?
No, they have not.
Good. This Western world that you are enjoying, did they just keep you there indefinitely without taking you through this process?
That's true. Although Julian Assange spent almost a decade.
Okay. My other question is this. How many times has the court pronounced him not guilty and they make some pronunciation that your federal government you are supporting? Has he obeyed your
I'm not supporting the federal government. I'm supporting Nigerians.
You are.
See, you have to see beyond the federal government. You have to see your people. See, you say you are fighting for the people. You are willing to support somebody that actually has advocated attacking people on the streets, attacking their children and stuff like that. I don't know how you can do that.
See, forefather, you see, if we want really fight for justice, we must get the slate clear. Did you understand? In as much Boko Haram that display people and put them in NDT camp in their own country, and a lot of them are big bang, children are big bang. Did you see what is happening in the north in these past few weeks?
That is a big problem, and they should be dealt with. And you know how we are standing that one.
This thing, the ex-Zamfara state government that is behind it, that the present government called out, is he not working with Chief Tinubu? See, if you want to argue matter, make sure you do a round. That is somebody listening. There are more coming. Federal government, hear me and hear me well. I am from Niger Delta. Since you don't want to pay attention to the gold of Zamfara, very soon, the oil in Niger Delta will not go share the money again. Because the gold and mineral resources that they are mining illegally by those in your government for their own pocket, and the money is not coming to the Federal Reserve for all of us to share. If you not take care of that, me and my children from Niger Delta,
we go soon make sure you not collect 10 copper from Niger Delta money again. Because if we must be federation, all the resources generated from the 36 states, from the mineral resources, from gold, from diamond, from everything, we go bring everything to the table. But since we are not doing it for years now, very soon we in Niger Delta, we go deprive you now for collecting that from us. Okay, but I will give you time to rectify all this. So I just do the preamble for you so that you go not say matter, Gary, you don't pass water. I be water don't pass Gary.
Okay, thank you, Mama H.O. I don't want to stretch it. I think maybe someday we'll have a more
Nothing they say,
direct.
my pikin they come and full stop.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Who is next? Is it Adeni or Jago or
Adeni?
Is it the Adeni Colonel? Colonel Adeni, thank you for joining us.
Who is that? Those people with the black names. Why can't they brighten up the food?
I think it's in a car.
Or something. Yeah, I'm in the car and there's no light, so I have to come out.
I hope you're not driving.
No, I'm not driving. If I'm driving, you will notice it now. So you know what fuel is saying in Nigeria today now. To buy a 50 liter of fuel, you will spend close to 70,000 naira. So it's so pathetic. So I have to just come out and take fresh air in the car and then join the forum this night. So good evening, everybody. I thank you. Nice seeing you people again. And I want to appreciate you for your concerns on Nigeria issue. I've been listening to the discussion, and just like I did before, my own is on the system. The constitution of Nigeria is lopsided, and that is why we are having all these problems we are having today. So the other time we talk about the constitution, and you can see that there is no way out until the constitution is changed. You see, like we have currently now, Nigeria is in debt, serious debt. Meanwhile, the national strategic industries that have been giving us money in the past, during General Gowon's time, he said Nigeria problem is not money, but how to spend it. And what are the institutions giving us money that time? The crude oil, NNPC, and other strategic industries like the airways, shipping line, uh, what we call all the other industries that are there giving us money. But today, they are all moribund. They are all dead. And if you don't have a constitution that will strengthen all these institutions and revive them, we will still be in debt, running up and down the whole world, collecting loan here and there.
But let me ask
you. Yes.
Yeah, there are about 192 constitutions written in sub-Saharan Africa already. And most of those nations are nothing to write home about. Making it 193, how is that going to change things, especially given that many nations that don't even have constitutions around the world are performing well better than Nigeria? How is that going to change things? How is that going to change things?
You see, there's no big deal about constitution. The constitution is just like a legal document that, give the responsibility of government and responsibility of the people. That's basically what constitution is all about. And if we look at it critically, the basic responsibility of government, there are just two. And that of the people also, there are two. Duty of government is provide the security and welfare of the people. That's all what is stated in the constitution. Then the duty of the people is basically to also go out there to obey the laws, and then pay your tax. So it is this responsibilities that are now spread out in the constitution and how to go about it. So if we don't sit down and, analyze it properly and take into consideration our diversities, we will be making mistakes. I went through a lot of countries' constitution before I came up with this one, and I came to realize that they came up with their own constitution that will suit their diversities. Nigeria, you look at it critically. What is the basic responsibility of government? Like I said before, provide security and welfare. And the institutions to provide these things are already established. So what we need to do is to have a constitution that will strengthen these institutions. But the mistake we are making in Nigeria is that we are giving powers to individuals in the name of elections, democracy, politics, and the rest. And I was telling some people, I said, democracy is of different types. If you go ahead to adopt a wrong type of democracy, I'm telling you, you will get the worst form of government, worse than the military government. And that is exactly what is happening to Nigeria today. Because the type of democracy we have gotten now is the one that have given too much powers to individuals. And when you give powers to individuals, absolute power corrupt, absolutely. That is just what we are facing, because anybody that is getting this privilege, an average person will make use of this privilege to their own selfish interest. And that's why since 1999, we have not gotten the headway. Individuals will come, do their 4 years, 8 years, come up with their agenda, and when they leave, another person comes again. He comes up with their own agenda, and then do his own 4 or 8 years, he will leave. So the government, there's no continuity in government. The institutions
Can I push
yes.
back a bit?
Okay.
See, like regarding the if you can mute because I think yours is echoing. The issue of the constitution, like you are saying that we should write our own constitution. If I'm not mistaken, in 2014, there was a kind of Nigerians that came together to write a kind of proposed changes to the constitution. And those people, what they came up with, one of them was changing the national anthem to the old one that was written by a white woman. That's one of the things they came up with. So what does that tell you as a sign? That tells you that the constitution you are going to write is only as good as the people that are writing it, the people of the country, the mentality that they have. And while you are busy worrying about constitution, you are missing the necessary things that needs to be done to better people's lives. Because constitution in the end is just a way of life of the people, and the way of life of the people, it depends on the kind of things that they know. If they are not aware of anything, how are they supposed to know? How did those people not know that getting an anthem that was written by Oyibo colonizer is not exactly sending a signal that you are independent, you are sovereign, you actually value your own people to write your own anthem? There are so many things that are wrong with it, and we tend to have a lot of people that are tied to constitution. They are called patriots. We tend to have a lot of patriots in Nigeria talking about constitution constantly, but we don't have nationalists, people that actually fight to make the nation, so that the nation functions. Nationalists are the ones that fight to make the nations function, but patriots are always talking about the spirit of the unity of the nation and the constitution. That's what they tend to fight for. But what we don't have, we don't lack it in Nigeria. We have so many patriots in Nigeria. I think there's a group that they call Patriot Group. They actually are proposing a constitutional change still till now. But where are the nationalists? Where are the national security hawks in Nigeria? Where are the ones that say our refineries have to work? Where are the ones that will say our our security has to be maintained? Our Ajakuta still has to work. Our electricity has to be enough for the people. You don't see those ones. All you see are the ones that are talking about this other. Let's change the constitution, or let's break the country up.
You see, forefathers, you are right. And I would just say that the two of them, they go pari passu. Nationalists and patriots, they go together, because if you're a nationalist, you will love your country, you will be a patriotic person, and so you cannot divide or divorce the two. What I'm saying, in the essence, is that in a country, institutions matters. The current constitution we have today have destroyed the institutions. Look at for example, look at the PIB bill they came about, the petroleum industrial bill. It's just like removing or destroying the institutions that the whole country is controlling and putting these petroleum issues, crude oil address, in the hands of businessmen. And today, money that's supposed to come into the central bank as a revenue for government is now going to the hands of people controlling the oil industries. That's removed this institution from government. So those are some of the things. If we have a constitution that guides our institutions, that ensure that you, a politician coming from outside, to come and be a governor or be a president, you have to key into the working system of institutions. Then the country will survive. I'll give you an example. China was able to transform within 20 years, within 10, 20 years, and then took more than 500, 700 million people out of poverty because they sustained their institutions. They used their institutions to provide basic services the people need. They were not going all over the world looking for investors and what have you. On their own, they use their institutions to provide those things that their people need. And today they are, better off. But in our own case, just tell me the institution that is working in Nigeria today. Tell me any single service that the government is providing for the people. Nothing. Ordinary drinking water, government cannot provide. Both federal, state, and local government level. Institutions are dead. Go to the public hospitals. They are all dead. Go to public primary school, public secondary school. They are all dead. So today there is no service from government because we've given power to politicians who just came from their towns and villages and then came into the government. They are now lord over government workers and they took over their job. And today they be the one now you are looking onto them to give you water, give you health care, give you good roads. So all those basic things that government is supposed to do, these politicians have now become the government. Meanwhile, they're not supposed to be the head. They are public servants, not masters. They now turn themselves to be public masters because the constitution gives them that power to be the masters, giving them immunity. For example, immunity where a governor will be there and turn to emperor. You cannot investigate him, cannot prosecute him, you cannot ask him questions. He does what he likes. He's now a king, a monarchy. So those are the things that we need to look at. Those are the loopholes in the constitution that these politicians are exploiting for their own personal interest. So if you think you are looking for the right person with this current system, we are making mistake. So this protest they want to do and everything should be channeled towards having the right constitution that will strengthen government institutions, especially at the local government level, because that's where the people are. If the Minister of Works and the Minister of Education, Minister of Health are working perfectly well at local government level, people will not care who becomes their president because they can go to the hospital in their local area, get the drugs, get the staff, get the equipment. They go to public school in their local area, get everything. And they can actually hold their local government officials accountable for basic services, not looking on the federal government or state government that will sit on all the
federal government has now transferred financing to local government.
Yes.
They transferred power generation. I don't know if you can reach. Yeah, they transfer power generation to local government too. That's state governments. And there's a lot of things that are changing from this constitution. And we have to be careful here. Because if you look at all the systems of government we've had in Nigeria, I'm not a fan of this government and what is going on, but it's the most long-lasting one. This is the most, if you want to call it stable, it's the most long-lasting one.
So where has he taken us to? Sorry, forefather. It's long-lasting, but today it has ruined the country. In 1999, what was the state of our economy? What was the state of Naira? What was the state of everything they met on ground? Today now is worthless. So if you say it is long lasting, people are just respecting that is democracy, but it is a wrong type of democracy. That's what I'm saying. If you adopt the wrong type of democracy, you will destroy your country. That's exactly what is happening.
I'm not sure the democracy is a problem.
No, see, I'm saying the type of democracy is the problem.
I'm not sure the type is the problem.
Okay, let me explain why the type is the problem, and the constitution that provides the type of democracy we have. Now we're having a presidential system of government. Now, let us be factual. Presidential system of government across board, all over the world, is dictatorial in nature. You see, when somebody pays a lot of money to get to office, you are expecting it is just human that when that person gets to office, you want to recoup the money he has spent to get to that office. So those are some of the fundamental problems that have to be addressed in the constitution. That we want you to come and contest for office, but you will not spend money. So we have to design a way of achieving that. So that when you get to office, you don't spend money, then you don't have any moral justification to steal money in order to recoup what you have spent. You get my point? In all these Scandinavian countries, you see their prime minister go to office with a bicycle. They go to office with a public transport. All this siren, a lot of vehicles follow a convoy. You can't find it in all this Norway, all this Denmark and they are so. You are only entitled to your salary and your allowances, and that is how it is in the constitution. But in our own case, it gave power to all these politicians, a lot of powers that they make use of. A lot. You can just go to state coffers, bring money out, and start saving money for the next election, and those things. So I took my time to ensure that we block all these loopholes, all these things that will make people to spend money and get to office. So some of the things I said, the system is a problem also. Then when you look at political parties, because that's one of the problems that we had in First Republic. Because when I said we should go and practice parliamentary system, someone told me that it's parliamentary system, was it not the one we did that collapsed in the First Republic? And I said yes, it was because we are having party politics. I did a study and I realized that politics can be practiced in two ways: partisan politics and non-partisan politics. What we've been doing now in the past has been partisan politics, and it has failed us because political parties ended up fighting themselves, destroying the life. In fact, it's even worse than a religious issue or ethnic issue, because party politics now, two brothers or fathers and son, we have different parties, and at the end of the day, they will destroy their building, destroy their house, destroy their towns and everything. So we have to really sit down and know our problems and address it. Otherwise, if we want to impose the current system and say no, it's not constitution that is not the problem, it is the individuals, we cannot get the right individuals. So, my brother, because anybody that
when I say individual, I mean the people.
The individual, it's not the people that will contest, pay money to supporters, buy beef for them, buy gari and granuts for people, buy rice, buy beans, so that they can vote for him. He used money to buy all those things, and by the time he gets to office, he will just close his door and be looking for ways to recover his money.
Okay, how do you explain the British without a sitting down and writing a constitution?
You see,
let me finish. Without sitting down and writing a constitution, not even bothering to write multiple, like we have already done, they managed to rule the world with all that, and still haven't been bothered to do that till now. How did they do it?
Okay, you see the British system. It's not that they don't have a constitution. They have a document that is guiding them. But they didn't call it constitution because it is not codified. It's not codified in the sense that when, like in our own, say section 1 say this, section 2 say this, section 3. In their own
No. I think you are dodging the question. They never came together to write any constitution ever.
And I want to say why they never came together, and they believe that it should be like that. Now, British United Kingdom has different about 3-4 countries that came together to form UK. What will happen in the northern UK, for example, like in Scotland, what they will be, they will meet on ground might be different from what will happen in London, for instance. So if they have a constitution that will impose or we codified that to make them to follow a section that has been written in the constitution, it will become difficult to manage their life. So they want something that is flexible, that you can address problem as it is on ground.
Then what does that tell you? What does that tell you? One of the greatest nations in the world of all time, till today still haven't even written a proper constitution.
Good, because they want to address situation as it is on ground. And it is working for them.
That is not the constitution that is the reason for the greatness and function of a nation. It doesn't necessarily govern it. It's the people themselves and what they put as priority.
But they still have a document that they are still following, that it is still directing them. Like they do election now. They have the MP, member of parliament. They have the different political parties. They still have House of Lords that the Queen can decide to appoint anybody to be a member, a knight, and all those stuff. So they still have a document that there's only that they are not so rigid with that document, and they are flexible with it. Yes, but in our own case, we have come with a rigid document that has given room, that are given some loopholes for some people to exploit. And that is why they are exploiting it to their personal benefit, to their interest. Our constitution
in Nigeria, I don't know how you see it, but what I saw, like there was report on the news, or I don't know where it's sometime this week. Police institutions across the country, we're talking about how many of them actually get more resources from the states than the federal government. Like Lagos gets more resources from the state than the federal government. The police there. And there are many states that are in Nigeria. So if it was rigid, that wouldn't be happening.
No. See, forefathers, why they are getting some money from the states and the rest is that every month states get their own security votes. And the only way they can use it is just to give police some money so that they can help, to get in logistics and in training and in other things also.
But that's not what it was meant for.
They cannot just keep the money in their pocket, and that's why some states decide to go.
It's not meant. They are not meant to fund the police. They are not meant to fund the police.
No, they are not really funding the police. They are just supporting. They are just supporting the police because they have this security funds that they just have to spend, and that's why they spend it the way they like. So they decide to buy vehicles.
You said it was rigid now.
No, that's the rigidity I'm talking about. I'm talking of all these sections, like the way a governor will do what he likes because he has Section 301 that has given immunity to do what he likes with people's money, and nobody can investigate him. So that's some of the rigid things I'm talking about. Issue of police, okay. Like I said, the job of constitution is to highlight the job of government and the jobs of the people. Government is to provide security and welfare. Has the welfare been provided to the people? No. Basic.
How is changing going to do that?
Changing constitution now is to ensure that the institutions to provide the welfare do their work. For example,
the constitution is not going to make them do their work.
No. Why would they not do their work? Okay, let me tell you something now. In the government, security and welfare, like I said, institutions to provide security are there. The armed forces and the police have been established before even these politicians were born. They don't need politicians to tell an average soldier or the armed forces or the police how to protect the countries. Internal security is the job of the police. External security is the job of the armed forces. Now, armed forces to assist the police if police are overwhelmed internally. That is the job of the security outfit. You don't need politicians to come and tell them how to do it. That is one. Then when you talk of welfare service to the people, the constitution have established the institutions to provide the welfare, and welfare is only encompassing. We are talking of quality education, we are talking of quality healthcare, infrastructures, housing, healthcare, all those things. Those are welfare, and they have established various institutions to provide those things. And these institutions have employed Nigerians who are trained in that field to come and serve the government and provide those services to the people. So without these politicians, these institutions should be working. It's on autopilot. So a job of politicians is just to come and oversee these institutions and ensure that they are doing their job. So, but today now the constitution have turned everything all around and given all the powers to governors and the president and to interfere into the working system of these institutions, take it over from them and give them to their contractors. And this is where corruption starts. Because when you start awarding contract, you know that you are spending money, you are going to get your own money back from the contract you are awarded. So that is where we say, let these institutions that have been established do their primary responsibility, provide the services to the people. Without the politicians,
why don't we
interfering.
see more people
Yes?
coming out to say that our security forces are too small? I've seen some of them come out to say, but why don't we see more that our security forces are too small?
They're too small.
Yes, in numbers. To be able to secure the country.
You see, let me say something about this issue of numbers. Now, security and welfare are supposed to be carried out simultaneously. If you abandon the welfare of the people, you will have more insecurity issues. And that is why it's looking as if that our people, the people in the security outfits are not enough. Because the institution to provide the welfare has failed. Now we have a lot of people now, millions of people out there providing insecurity problems because their welfare is zero. They want to now go out there to commit crime.
Colonel.
Yes.
Why is it that in Nigeria, when we talk about insecurity, they start talking about welfare, especially our security officials. Here in the UK or in America, when they are talking about security issues, they don't start talking about welfare because their job is to make sure nobody steals. If you are a security guard in a supermarket in the West, your job is not to worry about whether criminals are deprived. Your job is to make sure they don't steal from the shop.
Okay.
And why is it that in Nigeria, you hear defense minister talking about insecurity has to be dealt with because of the lifestyle of the people. You should be advocating block to take over the space to prevent people from stealing and causing chaos in terms of insecurity in Nigeria. We know anybody that is subjective that looks at the data knows that we have two security officers in our security forces. But you don't hear our security officials saying this thing. They keep blaming it on hard people in the nation.
Fathers, sorry to cut you off. Can you, Mr. Denny, can you make sure that all tabs are closed? Because
sorry, mute your mic if you can hear it. Yeah, please.
Can you make sure all tabs are closed because you're echoing and.
Yeah, I think it was Adeni. So sorry. What I was saying was that why is it that our security forces, whenever they talk about insecurity in Nigeria, it's almost as if they've been taught to think about it from the point of view of the poverty in the country. That's the reason why there is insecurity. It's not only poverty. If it was only poverty, the West would not have CCTV everywhere in their countries. They will not have police officers every corner in their countries waiting to intervene with anything that happens. They won't do that. They have a lot of wealth there. Why is it that our security officials say these things constantly?
You see, forefather, welfare is number one. Let us not deceive ourselves. You people in Europe today and UK, if somebody is out of job, government will find a way to put him on government support. That one alone, at least you wake up in the morning, you are still sure of what you are eating. It's only at the end of the day, people who are really criminally minded that will be out there to commit crime. But the number will be minimal. In Nigeria today, an average person has lost hope. The frustration now will just push people out to just commit crime. And you should not. We should agree to this because it is right. Where you know that there is no hope, you just go out there to commit crime. That's why the crime is just everywhere today in Nigeria, because the welfare aspect is dead. And it is very important. And that's why the local government institution has to be strengthened, because the people are there at the local government level, so that those basic things are even provided.
Okay,
Then the few people will be out there.
Colonel, please,
Yes.
address the point directly that was made regarding that the West, people are generally richer in the West. They are rich. They have money. Why is it that they have more security than we do? Why is it they have more?
But I don't think they really have more. It's just that they say out of every 12, there'll be one Judas. The people who are committing crime in US, for example, when you get the percentage, go and come and compare it to what we have in Nigeria. And the problem they have in US is just that the gun law there, that they make the gun, like free for everybody. And when they take their drugs, they go out there and commit some crimes. So, okay, take example, those in the Scandinavian countries or those in Europe. The crime rate there is low. If you want to look at it critically, it's low, because at least they don't have access to weapons, they don't have access to guns, and then the few people that will commit crime will just look at it that, well, it doesn't even have anything to fight with. Let him just sit down and manage the little government is giving him. But in US today, that they have gone everywhere, and that is why you have crime everywhere. You come to Nigeria today, virtually 95% and above are not having means of survival, and they are just out there to get something to eat and to survive. And that's where the crime rate is more in Africa generally.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My question is, for example, because you were mentioning why, like, the lawmakers and Nigerians keep on mentioning welfare. For you personally, why aren't you a criminal right now? I don't know if you are, but why aren't you a criminal right now?
How dare you? How dare you?
I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume, but I hope not.
What do you say? I didn't get your question.
No, it was to forefathers. Why is it that he's not a criminal in the UK right now? Why aren't you a criminal?
I think you can argue that circumstances are different from different people. So maybe mine nudged me in the direction where there are times I could have ended up in any direction, really. People always have these points when, people helped me get to where I got to. I didn't get here all on my own. So I have to say that, because I don't know how many people have that kind of experience where others will nudge you in the right direction when you had the opportunity to go things to go very wrong. So from that, I would thank those people that have helped me, even if some of them are not exactly law abiding themselves. So it tells you that human beings have good sides and they have their flip sides in some ways. But still, the argument remains, in countries where they are already rich, even the Scandinavian countries you mentioned, they are more militarized or securitized than Nigeria. Why? Countries that we like to give as examples. Isn't that a little bit strange? That we give examples, but we don't really know these countries we are giving examples about. If I pull their data,
No, Father, I don't agree with you, because
okay, I'll pull their data.
From what I could read here in Nigeria, most of their prisons in these Scandinavian countries are empty, to the extent that even I think it's UK or US that is trying to take some prisoners to fill their prisons in some of these Scandinavian countries. You see, they have taken care of the welfare of the people to the extent that only very few will go out there to commit crime, and it is better for them. So that money you are committing to improve security and everything, as a security outfit, use it to take care of the welfare of the people, and then you will achieve some successes. That's the way I look at it critically, because I traveled to Japan on study tour. From this program we do in Nigeria, we go to a developed nation and go to a developing nation. You go to Japan, you will see people just go about their normal business. If you don't have means of survival, the government is out there to support you. So you see a phone falling on the ground, you won't even pick it. You will look for the owner to give him the owner. You see laptop put on. You see, so because they have been taken care of, they don't need to go and steal people's property again. But you still have some thief there also that will still go, because like I said, out of every 12 that we won't do that, somebody will just have devil, controlling him, and you still go and commit crime. But it will be very minimal. So if you are watering down the welfare aspect in Nigeria, you are not helping the situation.
Okay,
So
let
we
me
need
give
to
you an
hold
example.
government institution responsible for
Let
them
me
to.
give you an example of Denmark, one of the example countries you gave.
Okay.
Denmark, their citizen to military ratio. That's for one soldier, you have 64 civilians. Nigeria, you have one soldier to over 1,000. So you can't, this is the thing I'm talking about. We use a country that is more securitized, militarized, as an example, without necessarily knowing that they are like that. We make it look like they are civil countries. They are just, they are safe for no reason. They are safe because they are secure. Somebody kept them secure. Why is it that our security forces, people that have been trained, they are trained to think this way? Is it because the training that they give our security forces is meant to make them think this way, that is the people that is at fault? Is the poverty that we are in that is at fault? Yes, we all know poverty drives crime higher, but national security has to be always at the top, because if you cannot rein it in, nothing else works. You can't heal it.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot face national security and forget welfare. Welfare is part of national security. You get my point. Welfare is an integral part of
No,
national
that is
security.
not the job of the military to be worrying about. Your job
No,
is to
you
make
see,
sure, or the security
the
forces,
military,
to stop
the military we are talking about now. You mentioned Denmark and some of these countries in Scandinavia. Their problem is Russia. They know that Russia can come out any day to attack them. That's why they have a strong military force. They don't really have any internal problem like we have now in Nigeria. Their problem is external, and it is towards the east, Russia. Like the way Russia just attack Ukraine now. They too have they've been preparing for that Russia can one day wake up to attack them. So that's why they are now joining NATO and all those things. So we can't just compare. It is not comparable because they are in a different world.
I didn't want to go in that direction.
You have to go because that's why they have a strong
Okay.
military.
Let
That's why
me
they
go
have
in that
strong military.
direction.
It's not because of
What
internal
makes
issue.
you think? Let me ask the question then.
Yeah.
How is it you don't think we are in that situation too? Don't you see? Or let me put it this way. Let me ask a question instead of making it look like I'm challenging you. What do you consider a threat to Nigeria? What would you consider a threat to Nigeria? That's a fundamental question. It's a fundamental question. Like, what? Let's put it this way: external enemy. What do you? Which country would you consider an external danger to Nigeria? I think you are muted.
No, I'm not muted. Okay, you have muted me. We don't really have much external threat apart from this Tuareg, this Fulani moving here and there that are straight to Nigeria, and they are looking for what to how to make living, what to steal, and how we don't really have external threat from established country. You get my point? Is it Cameroon that is threatening us, or Niger, or Benin Republic? But from those nomads that are moving here and there, these Fulani herdsmen entering the country because of porous borders and everything, that's where our threat is. And because of the fact that internally we are not really, secured, we don't have people who are really patriotic, committed to Nigeria. They have not got anything from Nigeria per se. I say, okay, Nigeria is providing for them. Education is not free. Healthcare is not free. They just wake up, they are on the street. Look at the Almajiri people walking on the street, begging for arms. These are the people that can easily be used by these Fulani men that are sent to the country and recruit them, and then the crime continue. So, and all over the country, it's like that. It's poverty. I've served, I served in all the part of the country. And when we are doing military exercise and we are in the bush, when we have a break like this, maybe to have lunch or all these things, when we are in the bush, you will see villagers from the communities inside the bush coming to come and be looking at us when we are eating. They are waiting for this the crumbs that will fall from our food, and they are rushing it to pick, to tell you the level of poverty in the country. And people like us are not happy with it. Because, and that place belongs to a local government, and local government institutions are supposed to function there. Minister of Agri, Minister of Healthcare, Minister of Education, they're supposed to cater for people in the rural community. But they are all dead. That's what I'm saying. Institutions in the country are dead.
But Colonel, let me explain something about the first
in
question.
UK, for example, before you explain, in UK today, is it the prime minister that is providing those basic needs that people are using? It's not the local government, council houses, council, this hospital, and all these things that are providing. But in Nigeria today, local government are dead. That's why we need a constitution that will strengthen our local government across board. Like what is happening in the East now, that they don't get anything from Nigeria. If local governments are allowed to control substantial amount of their resources, and then let the federal government just oversee them, monitor them, that the money they are getting from the resources in their area are used judiciously to cater for the welfare of the people, the insecurity will reduce by 95%. I am telling you this. I'm a soldier man. But we are not.
You mean state government are not paying people salaries? Okay.
State government are too far from people. I'm not reckoning with state. I want local government in all the communities to be working. If local government A is working today in Nigeria, local government B is working, local government C is working, the whole country will work. But the state, you see, they put an emperor as governors in the state. He's sitting with the money, he's collecting all the taxes of the people, he's doing what he likes with it. He has his contractor that will wake up one day, okay, you go and do this road. Okay, no, this is a road to people that not vote for me. Don't do their road. Do the road to people that voted for me. That is what is killing Nigeria. The politicians are just after their own interest.
Let me add.
So there's no continuity in government institutions, in government work. It's not working. It can't
Let
work
me
that
add,
way.
so that we'll bring others into the conversation.
Okay.
Like on the question of what country is considered a threat, any nation that is technologically, militarily stronger than you is a potential threat. That's where you start from. Every single one of them, they're a threat to your nation. And from the point of view of, at least that's my way of looking at it, I'm sure that's the way all these Western people look at it too. That's why they're against China right now. China has not bombed them. China has not done anything to them. That's why they're against it, because they feel China is becoming technologically more advanced and militarily stronger. It's a threat to them, and they are reacting to it. But we sit here, it's like having an Olympics game where you have to go to Olympics and you don't think you are going to compete with other people in that Olympics, because you think the competition is only between yourself and your immediate neighbors that you are better than. Just like Nigeria is better than many West African countries and maybe Cameroon and others in many things, that is not our real competition. Our real competition is out there in the world, like it was before. When the British showed up in Africa, did they take permission? Because the world has been there waiting for them to show up here, and we just didn't realize it then. Now we do. Then why are we pretending as if they don't exist anymore? They are there. The Russians are there. The Chinese are there. They are not mirages. They are a threat. Every single one of them. Anybody that is stronger, militarily stronger than you, economically stronger than you, technologically more advanced than you, they are a threat. History has proven that is true. They colonized us. They enslaved a lot of our people. They didn't have to be next door to us for us to see that happen. You see what I mean?
I'm not disputing that. But why are we going to just perceive that another country is a threat to us when we don't have any issue with them? If we are taking, it is true. But if we are just about taking care of our internal affairs and we allow other countries to do what they want to do, will anybody just come and attack us just like that? where we don't have any
they will attack you if
bilateral.
you don't want you to progress. They will attack you if they don't want you to progress to a certain level where they cannot control you.
See, this excuse that another country don't want us to progress is just because these leaders want to steal money. They will go and collect loan. Let me tell you this. They will go and collect loan from IMF and the rest. And the next thing, they will come bring the money to their country and whack the money, divert the money for their personal interest. They will not take care of the project that they collected the loan for. And then at the end of the day, to pay back the money, it will become an issue. And then when the IMF now say, okay, before you can get another loan, this is what I want you to do, we will start blaming the IMF for it. But we went there to collect loan for a purpose, and we failed to use it. Look at our steel industry, for example. The Nigerian officials will be the one conniving with foreign companies to divert money meant for this project for their own personal gains. And then when the thing don't work now, the foreign country now will say, okay, what do you want them to do now? Then we will all say, it's now a debt on Nigeria. Let's find a way to pay it. Look at the refineries. How do we allow 4 refineries to collapse under our nose for more than 30 years? We couldn't fix it. You see, what are that one got to do with foreigners? These refineries have been built and our people have been trained to manage it, but because of the fact that we wanted to cut corners, wanted to continue to import because some people are benefiting from importation, they didn't allow the refineries to work. And all these leaders are supposed to come and make this thing work. They too are benefiting from importation. And that's why they have been lying down for more than 30 years.
The only part that I agree with that is, at least I don't know what other people disagree with me, is when you said we are the ones causing the problem.
Yes.
However, it is still true that IMF loan that they are taking is a form of bribe. We don't need the money. Nigeria doesn't need most of this money that we are borrowing. It's a form of bribe to our leaders to keep us where we are. That is a form of bribe for them. That is how they incentivize them to do what they are doing. Many of these leaders have their children overseas. They actually think they are part of the British Empire. They are not even seeing themselves as Nigerians, really. So that's the way they think. And it's a wrong way to think, because we have 200 million people that we have to cater for here. And personally, I just feel like if you want to do something like that, like let's say you want to take a loan, it has to be for a specific reason. You can even get it from private people. You don't even need it from IMF. We don't need to borrow money from anybody. If you tell Nigerians that are overseas, if you are serious as a government, you tell Nigerians that are overseas, put money together, let's put money together and build this thing. If they trust you, Nigerians will give you the money. Nigerians have the money. Do you know how many Nigerians that are overseas? We have going to 10 to 15 million Nigerians overseas. If Nigerians are serious, Nigerians will give them the money.
I agree with you. That's why I say that if you adopt a wrong type of democracy, you will get the worst. You see, since 1999, this constitution has given these politicians that are coming so much powers to do and undo. Like I said before, the same resources that we had in this country, crude oil and all those other strategic industries, were the ones that were giving Gowan government money. That Gowan said our problem was not money, but how to spend it. All these resources are still there with us. But what happened? These politicians came now, leaders came in the past, and the next thing, they personalized some of these things, bastardized them, and today now we are in a mess. So somebody was changing money in Ghana, 200 CD, and he want to buy Naira, collecting more than 20-something thousand Naira. So shameful. I felt ashamed of the whole country. How can our Naira now be so useless under their nose? And they call themselves, if all the leaders that have been there since 1999, to cover their faces in shame. They are total disgrace to this country because they allowed Naira to continue to fall under their nose, not because we had any natural disaster that has destroyed our assets or strategic assets. It's just for them to make this strategic asset work. And that is why government institutions come in. See, people don't like Donald Trump, but I still respect that man for one thing he did to America. When he was a president the first time in 3-4 years ago, the first thing he did when he wanted to approve the contract of laying pipeline from North Dakota towards Canada, southern Canada, The people are resisting that. No, pipeline will bring devastation to the environment and all these things. No, he said no. If the pipeline were well constructed, there will be no what do we call it, devastation to the environment. He now asked them a question. Say, where are these pipelines coming from? They told him that they are importing the pipeline from China and the other countries. The guy got angry. Say, how can America be importing steel? He now gave them ultimatum of about 6 months to revive all the steel industry in America. That is a patriotic leader for you. That's a nationalist. Nigeria government, the leaders have never thought of that. That how can Nigeria be importing fuel? And said no, the refineries must be fixed within social period. This issue of refineries that has been there for 30, 40 years now. It's just a matter of 2 months. So when the issue of turnaround maintenance came under IBB's government, they said they need 2 months to do turnaround maintenance. And these 2 months, they will use it to import petroleum products. It is 2 months now that have led to almost 40 years. Is that not shameful? Is that not disgraceful? And then you say that problem is not constitution, it's not leader or this. We need a constitution that will strengthen our institutions, that will make people not to just interfere into the working system of institutions.
Let's put it this way.
Yes.
Constitution is maybe an issue in the context of Nigeria, but looking at what Nigeria needs right now is a lower tier problem. We have a strategic deficit. Strategically, we are not strong in terms of security. We are not strong in terms of industrialization. We are not strong in terms of even controlling our energy sector. There are so many things we are supposed to be doing to ensure our nation is strong. Even when you are not very organized, like in terms of what the constitution is supposed to do, you can still figure these other things out while you deal with the constitutional issue. Constitutional issue is something that will keep happening. They will keep amending and amending and amending. That is natural process. I just think that when we argue this argument about constitution, or we say it's poverty, I can't believe how many, it's almost as if they give them a note to read. How many of our security officials say that same thing, that is poverty? It's like they don't want to confront the truth of the fact that Nigeria is undermanned for their security.
It's not that the security outfits are complaining about poverty or lack of jobs for people. What we are saying is this: to even provide the right security you are talking about, to get the equipment, to get the manpower, to pay the economy now has even collapsed. Do you know how much naira now you need to give a police post, a police station in a remote area for them to be able to perform their duty effectively? Do you know how much naira you need to give them? But naira is not even available. So the economy has been bad because government institutions that will strengthen the economy, that will provide the necessary services and manage the whole country, has collapsed. The politicians, individual politicians, have exploited institutions to collapse these institutions. And today now we have dead government. We just have people that are just coming to talk, and that's all.
Colonel.
Yes.
The things you are saying are the things a lot of people say, but that is not what I see in Nigeria. What I see in Nigeria is a country that is hemorrhaging almost $50 billion every year because of insecurity, and they say they don't have money. That doesn't make sense.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, because I'm confused. Are you saying that because you just talked about us spending so much money on security, but obviously you're not seeing anything? Haven't you asked yourself why exactly we're not seeing those things? Like, why do you think that we're spending so much money, but we're not seeing the reflection of the money in our society?
Are you asking
No, I'm asking you because I agree with what he's saying.
Well, the reason why we are not seeing, at least we claim we are not seeing, what I'm trying to, my case is that we are seeing it. We are seeing what we paid for. The idea that we don't have security in Nigeria is because people don't understand the nature of the problem. You don't come out of international airport in Lagos and get
Hello.
sorry,
Just
let me just finish the point. Sorry. You don't come out from international airport in Lagos and get robbed. There's a reason why that is. Because somebody is doing their job. You don't travel along most of Nigeria and get robbed because somebody is securing it. As a matter of fact, they are overperforming. You see, people don't see that. What they see is a deficit, and they don't understand that the deficit is as a result of not funding in, not having manpower there, not having the right people, that the right amount of people to do the job. You can't ask one. Can you imagine ShopRite alone? Just imagine ShopRite in Nigeria. When I went to ShopRite recently, they had more than 50 security guards. Can you imagine saying 5 people go and secure that ShopRite? They will steal the whole place dry. But that's what Nigerians expect our security forces to do. When in Western countries, when you call, you make a phone call. Somebody is about to attack me and all the rest. 15 minutes, they will show up. Where do you think they are coming from? From heaven or from some teleporting device? Because they are around. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. But in Nigeria, we pretend as if, we can have less, so that police will travel 2 kilometers, travel for 1 hour to travel to a location to confront a police, criminals, and you expect to be secure. Sometimes these criminals will operate for 4 hours, nobody will be there because the police officer,
Okay,
even
now
the roads are bad.
Now, quick question. Why is it that we're spending less? Who is spending less?
We are spending less because somewhere along the line, our leaders have a kind of, how do I put it, outsourced our survival to other people. What we have as a security force is not a security force. They are not strong enough to defend a nation like Nigeria, especially a strategic nation like Nigeria. They are not strong enough.
So are you saying that
you see,
yeah, go ahead.
That the problem is this, because we have the money, but they're just spending less. Who is spending less? The government. So you're technically saying the problem of Nigeria is bad leadership. The government are the problem.
It's all true. You see, that's the thing. The government are the problem, and the people are the problem too. The people don't even know any different.
You see,
Sorry, continue.
Bumi. You see, we are blaming the leadership now, and what I'm been saying, we are back to it again. The institutions that should be out to provide those services, the leaders, the politicians now have interfered. They've usurped some of their work. Now, look at what happened under Jonathan when they were preparing for election, and $2.1 billion that was supposed to be used to procure weapons for the military were now used to conduct election. We used to bribe people to do prayers, to buy a lot of things. And at the end of the day, the military didn't get the money. The politicians shared the money among themselves for election. So that's what I'm talking about, constitution. But if you have a constitution that say, okay, you will not spend money to do election, would politicians go and carry 2-point-something billion meant to procure weapons for the military and use it to do election? So we have to start from the fundamental, from the root, and correct the whole thing so that government institutions can be on their own without these politicians interfering. If the armed forces now and the police come up with their budget so that they can secure the country internally and externally, the politicians do not have right to go and then find a way to divert some of these resources for their personal interest. That is what is destroying the country. As a young officer, when I was a lieutenant, platoon commander, and the rest, where I was serving inside one of these locations in Nigeria, about 4 local governments were under my jurisdiction as a platoon commander. Why? So that if any crisis happened within that area and the police at that point were overwhelmed, I am to move immediately to that place with my soldiers. That is how Nigeria has been planned. That's how the security arrangement of the country has been planned up to that level. But along the line, what happened? The resources to provide the vehicles, to provide those logistics to get to this place, will be seized along the way by these politicians who have just come, supposed to come and oversee and ensure that these institutions work. They will come in because of their personal interest, because they have spent so much money to get to office. They need to recoup their money. They divert some of this money for their interest. That's why you see them moving around with convoy, spending so much money on the policemen, on e-laws and everything to move around. Do they do that in UK? Have you ever seen any member of parliament going up and down with convoy in UK? You know, let us
They do go
tell
around
the
with
truth.
convoy. Some of them.
How many cars do they go around about with in UK?
Do you know, Colonel? Do you know that the Nigerian police, which is a significant number of up to I think it's almost 400,000 that they have. That 40% of them are used to secure VIPs. Just about 40% of our police officers are used to secure VIPs. And when you start having a situation whereby that is the case in your country, then what is left to secure the nation?
What is left to secure the nation? That's what I'm saying. So they have usurped, they have somehow, disrupt the working system of government institutions. And because they have just little time to spare, 4 years, 8 years, they want to make maximum, income for themselves before they leave. And that's why we need a constitution that will stop them, that will limit their powers, so that it stretches the power of existing institutions for them to do their job. But
okay, I will just say this and pass it on to Jide, so that I think we must have some things to say about this. Welcome, Jide. So what I'm going to say before I pass it on is that these systems have failed because the security forces, in terms of the military intelligence services and all that, they protect the police. It's like a different layers of security in nations. And when the others fail, the police become stressed, and the individuals like the VIPs, then they start needing protection. And this is why a lot of people live in estates. A lot of people have barbed wires. Everybody is stressed in the system because the top layers have failed, and they are still very tiny. So I will leave it at that. And welcome, Jide. I'm sure this, is quite an interesting conversation. I don't know why I go so long because I enjoy the conversation. Like, I don't know what I will say. I enjoy it. I want to truly understand why our people think like this, because sometimes it drives me mad.
Right. Yeah, I think the reason why we think like this, it's not our fault, really. I think the information space has been hijacked by the same people that are responsible for, I won't say responsible, but that play a key role in a lot of the underdevelopment in our country and our continent. The information space is highly hijacked. That's why, there's so much we need to know, but we don't know it. Like when we're talking about security, a lot of the things that you said, like I really understood it comprehensively. But the major issue is when we interpret security in Nigeria, most of the time we talk about it in the context of just domestic affairs. We don't look at security from a perspective of sovereignty. We don't even know what they call sovereignty. A lot of us don't know what they call sovereignty when a country is sovereign, like military sovereignty, economic sovereignty. Like these are things we don't know. So when you asked my brother here about, if we have external threats, he could not realize it probably because he's not probably conscious of that idea of sovereignty, that a country has to be sovereign. And for a country to be sovereign, it has to protect itself from external threats. Security is not just about the criminal activities within the country. That plays a role in security, but also you also need to protect yourself from external threats, particularly countries that, like you mentioned, technologically, militarily, economically superior. Is very important because for a country like Nigeria, for centuries, not just Nigeria, for the whole of Africa, for most parts of Africa, we've not had our sovereignty for centuries, for over 500 years. A lot of us don't even realize that, because that's the first problem. We still don't realize. We think from 1960 we've gotten our independence and all our problems. We are the ones that just failed ourselves. Yes, our so-called leaders. I don't call them leaders. They're actually rulers. I don't call them leaders. Those are not leaders. They are actually like they're not serving our interests. It's very obvious. They're serving the interest of those that we are probably not even aware of. Because, like I said, we've lost the historical context of why we are where we are today. So, like, to put this clearer, like, if you look at, I think it was one of us that was talking about IMF and World Bank. IMF and World Bank, they are institutions, they are international institutions that are controlled by imperial countries. These institutions are there to provide conditions on how countries should run their affairs, particularly third world countries. Because we've forgotten that we are a third world country. We are different from first world and second world countries. The first world countries are mostly imperial countries, not all, but most of them are imperial countries. The second world countries are the countries that are resisting the first world countries, that have gained their sovereignty, they are trying to develop, they are moving forward, they have their sovereignty. We are third world countries because we are countries that they see that they are providing those templates on how we should run our affairs. So most third world countries don't even have that sovereignty. They are mostly countries that were colonized. We're colonized and we are still being colonized. So those IMF and World Bank, they provide such funds not to develop our people. Like, that is just how it is. It is not, those money is not there to develop our people. In the 1980s, that was when they started providing all these loans intensively to a lot of third world countries, including Nigeria. And part of the conditions for that, it's not even a condition. This was part of the structural adjustment program of the 1980s. The structural adjustment program of the 1980s, I think it was under Babangida that treaty was signed. And what that program created was to ensure that whatever revenue we are getting from oil, from our resources, or whatever loans we are getting, should not be invested in our development. And that program is still in place. It is not going. In fact, it's under
what program is that?
President. Yes, in fact, it's under our current president that policy is now even aggressively implemented more. That's number one. Number two, part of that program was to devalue our currency. Before the 1980s, our currency actually had a higher value than the dollar. A lot of us, people that probably lived during that time probably know better. Like, our currency was actually higher than the dollar. But what part of what that program created was, you can't provide social security to the people. You can't provide social infrastructure to the people. You have to limit it. Everything should be privatized. Everything should be determined by private institutions, and most especially multinational corporations coming to run those institutions. That's why we have a lot of issues. Like, a lot of the things I listed, like from Brother Denny, he's talking more about the symptoms. These are the symptoms. When we need to talk about Nigeria's problem, we need to look at the root cause. What is the root cause? And these are the root cause. These are symptoms. All this corruption, the dysfunction in our country, the mess, the degeneracy, everything, all these negative things that we are valid in talking about. These are the symptoms. The problem is we don't know the root cause. And if you look at the media space, which is the mainstream media in Nigeria, they've been hijacked. So they don't provide this root cause analysis. The experts, they've been trained by the same imperialists. So you don't hear some of this analysis about why we are underdeveloped. That's why things have been bad from the 1980s. Our naira have devalued consistently, and it's still going to devalue unless there is a complete radical change in our system. And I don't know if that will ever happen, but it's going to get worse than this. I hate to say it, and I'm not happy saying it, but it's going to get worse than this. Next week, our president is visiting Uncle Sam. We are in serious trouble, honestly. And these symptoms, they are valid. It's good to talk about these symptoms, but these symptoms are based on the root cause. And it's because we don't recognize an external threat. That is why our country is being destroyed. Because we have external threats, they are controlling and dominating us from colonialism up till now. Now it's not called new.
You see, hello, Ade.
Yeah, it's Jide.
Sorry, Jide. Sorry to cut you because you mentioned symptoms and the root cause. What I've been saying has to do with the root cause. If you go back to history, I mentioned how we had so much money during General Gowon's period that he said our problem is not money, but how to spend it. From that on, because as at that time, our naira was so strong that even IMF, when they were just creating IMF, came to Nigeria to borrow money because we are making so much money from crude oil and from other strategic industries. We are exporting cocoa, we are exporting groundnut. So we are so rich that IMF came and borrowed money. All these countries you see in the Middle East, that now that all this Dubai and the rest, they were nowhere to be found as at that time. But along the line, what happened? We should stop blaming the West for our woes. Our leaders, our fellow countrymen were our problem. When they overthrew Gowan and General Mutaratu came and he was killed, and General Obasanjo came, what happened? Instead of making proper use of this money we're making from crude oil, the next thing he did was to do Festac. He spent billions of dollars. That time, Naira. No, Naira was even stronger than dollar that time. Billions of Naira to do Festac, bringing in people from all over the world to come and do cultural dance in Nigeria. And I was young that time, but later now I started realizing that was that our immediate need? Was that our need? Where we supposed to be, consolidating on our development? But it was wasting money to do Festac. They did election in 1979. They wasted billions to do election and all those stuff. So that was when our strategic industry started dying down. When we have our national air carrier, Nigerian Airways was dying because they were not focusing on that. They were busy diverting money for their personal interest. You remember Operation Feed the Nation when he started it. Instead of feeding, using government institution, Minister of Agri to sustain that operation, the next thing we got was Obasanjo Farm. That was where they started stealing money to do personal businesses for themselves. And at the end of the day, Naira started falling. IDB came. This issue started. Now the IMF said, okay, we are wasting money on so many things. They brought issue of structural adjustment program. There was nothing wrong with that. It's just a way of disciplining our leader to spend money in the right way. But all the gains we made from SAP, structural adjustment program, what did they do with it? IBB was using it to settle some passive oppositions. Because he had a lot of opposition at that time. People wanted him to hand over to democracy and everything. He was using the money to close their mouth. And the next thing, he started operation in what do you have it? Liberia, ECOMOG, where we wasted about $15 billion to execute one useless military operation that has nothing to do with us. If Liberia had issues, had problems, internal crisis, it's the job of United Nations to interfere. If United Nations wanted us to contribute troops to go and make peace in Liberia, everything will be under United Nations expenses, not Nigeria. Nigeria don't need to spend kobo because all the equipment that we use will come under United Nations. But because he had so much money, Gulf War started. Nigeria were making billions of dollars from Gulf War. The next thing of 1990 Gulf War. The next thing now, it diverted money made from SAP, money made from Gulf War to come and start operation in Liberia in the name of ECOMOG. Those are some of the things those are some of the things that were killing our economy from that time. They were not. Yes.
Yeah, you made some very good points, but it's still, that's the thing. We are still taking things out of context. These points are good, but we're still not understanding the problem. We think because in 1960, Nigeria was a wonderful country, like our economy was doing very, very well. In fact, our economy, like I said, we had even a higher GDP than even Iran. Now Iran is even a powerful country. It's not a superpower now, but that's by the way. Like in the 1970s, Nigeria was, when you talk about our GDP, it was very high. Like Nigeria's economy was booming. To even add to the points you made, you are very right. So we need to put things into context because Nigeria is not an isolation of what was going on around the world at that time. So when Nigeria got its so-called independence, because it was not even independence, but when we got our so-called independence in 1960, around that time was the peak of the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the US. These are two superpowers at that time. And during that time, it was very important that the colonies that were so-called independent, they needed their sphere of interest to the US and the so-called colonialists to be retained. So they made a compromise. It was part of the Keynesian economic model, which was these countries can have a little bit of sovereignty. They can use their currency, they can use it to invest in their people, whatever they have. But at the same time, our interest is not going to be affected. That was why despite the political upheaval in Nigeria up until the 1980s, the military coups and everything, it did not have so much devastating effects because why didn't it have? We had our industry, we had our refinery. That was because the neoliberal era had not yet begun. The neoliberal era was in the 1980s. They allowed us to have our sovereignty to some extent. Why? Because they saw that if things were very difficult, there could be a radical revolution and we could go to the Soviets. And they cannot afford a lot of their colonies to go to the Soviets. And to put this more into context, that was a period in which a lot of Western European countries were weak, industrially and economically. So US had to make a compromise to ensure that a lot of countries that within their sphere of interest could resuscitate themselves economically. Part of that plan was the Marshall Plan in Western Europe, in Japan, in what are they calling it? In South Korea, and even those so-called colonies like Nigeria and other countries that were not trying to follow the influence of the Soviet Union. They made them to have a little bit of sovereignty, to invest in their people, to, to have their own, like we had our refinery, a Jakarta steel mill. I think they were even considering it to even be vitalized. Then this issue of structural adjustment program that I'm talking about, it started in the late 1970s. They focused on Latin America first, on Chile. They destroyed a lot of countries that were trying to nationalize and develop their economy away from the West, right? Nigeria had not yet started having that effect until the 1980s, when the neoliberal era came. During the neoliberal era, it was very important that they keep the so-called third world countries, the so-called their former colonies, which is still their colonies, in actual fact, to keep those colonies under their realm. So they needed us to be underdeveloped. So it was a new era. It was a neoliberal era. It was in the 1980s. And they needed that those funds they are providing will ensure that whatever revenue we are having, this is not being used to invest in the people. And to also add more to what you said about Obasanjo, Gowon, that was during that era, during that time, there was a lot of mismanagement. That's mismanagement. That's a different thing. It plays a role in our mess. That's mismanagement. They could have done better to make things better. Like they could have done better to improve our country. However, they chose not to.
Don't blame the West if they failed to do the right thing at that time. That's what I'm saying. We are putting our say, okay, liberal period now, when we have enlightened people now coming up, and the next thing they are now saying that government does not have business doing business. Let's privatize it. That's how they started killing Nigeria Airways. They killed the shipping line. Now the what do you call it? Our refineries now, they are planning how to sell it. Electricity, privatize it. So instead of this thing that government institutions supposed to, hold in high esteem and ensure that people are getting services, they brought this liberal idea up and started privatizing. Nobody forced it. It was personal aggrandizement, personal interest. That
Colonel, I think what he's talking about is on a slightly higher level than where you are coming from it. You are coming from it from the point of view of individual people that are making bad decisions, and you're saying they are responsible. Things that happen on a higher level, on a macro level, is far more consequential. We may not like it. It tends to be more consequential to everything that flows beneath. It's like having an economy. You are doing your best for economy, but what if the president decides to tweak the foreign exchange rate? No matter how well you run your business, it could completely destroy it, because things that are on a macro level affect things that are below it. So hence why the structure, the geopolitical weather matters a lot. To ignore it is pretending as if you are. It's that same thing where the way you said that we didn't have enemies. You are ignoring the fact that there are a lot of powerful entities out there that have taken advantage of us before, that can come again, and maybe they are already here. You completely ignore them, that they are still part of the chessboard. So that's what GD is trying to let you understand.
I got your point. What affected us. You see, I'm saying that we, our own, contributed to the disasters we are having in Nigeria today. We, not the West. Okay, I'll give you an example now. You mentioned South Korea. These were countries that were destroyed during the war. You mentioned the Marshall Plan. You mentioned Japan. They were under the influence of the West after the war. Yes. But when their own leaders now started developing their countries economically. The West gave them the necessary support. So why do you think that in our own case they didn't give us support? It's because we on our own decided to go the other way. And we failed. Instead of developing the institutions, we are developing individuals. I talk about Obasanjo Farm. Obasanjo Farm, he used government money to create that farm for himself. It's supposed to be a national farm that's supposed to be strategic for the survival of the country. But he has the farm all over the country. I'm talking about so many things that I'm aware.
Let me question some of your listening, because if you look at many of these nations that have gone on to do great things, they even when they are trying to do the right thing by their people, they did some crazy stuff to force their people to do those things. But tell me one of our leader in Nigeria that has done anything remotely close to forcing Nigerians to be this terrible at choosing leaders or creating brilliant leaders to lead them. What has our leaders done to us? So it tells you that it's not only these individual leaders you are pointing at, it's our awareness that is missing.
It's just that we lost General Mohammed Ali. He will have turned a lot of things around. He will have made sure that institutions were sustained. He wouldn't have allowed individuals. You say?
Do you think we were the ones that just messed? Do you think our leaders that Mohammed? It was actually an external threat. That was how Murtala was assassinated. That's what I'm saying.
You see, we should not put all our woes on the external issues. It's just that on our own, because of our personal interest, we fail to sustain national growth and national pride. See, when we got independence, they gave us all the free hand to operate. Don't let us fool ourselves. That was why they have the first TV station that time in the West. They have the Cocoa House. We have the first university. Even Emir of Saudi Arabia came to University of Ibadan Teaching Hospital, UCH, for treatment. So they the Western world, our colonial master gave us all the free hands to operate. But along the line, we allow personal interest to come in, and we were pursuing personal interest instead of national interest and the people's interest. So let us not continue to blame the West, because I look at the countries that are when you call people
masters, it tells you
what I'm talking about. When I call people
masters,
man, what?
Don't you see that? When you call people
masters.
Another people like us, you call them masters. Does that not tell you something about when your child hears you calling Oyibo man master? Tomorrow, is he going to walk into the same room with that Oyibo man and think that they are equal?
No, that's just semantic now. Colonial masters. See, it's just something that has been in the book like that. We got independence from them. Yes, since we got independence, we have been on our own. They only wanted us to succeed, but along the line, our fellow Nigerians, fellow Africans messed up the whole thing because of personal interest. You see, okay, look at Congo Brazzaville, for example, of the Congo Kinshasa under Mobutu. Mobutu built a house of that's worth more than $100 million. Was it the West that said he should do that? If he wanted to fix his country, he would have worked along with the West to fix his country. But it was personal. He was
why would they do that?
Don't
you see, Colonel, if I was them, I would do exactly what they are doing to Africa. Why would I allow Africa to develop? Why? What have you got to offer me? Our people don't have anything to offer them. Our people didn't decide that they are going to go strategic and build their own nuclear technology, build their submarines themselves. They didn't fight back. Why should any man respect you if you cannot fight back? Why? I would do exactly what they are doing.
What are they really doing that you say they are doing? What I'm saying in essence is this.
Saying if I was them, I would do exactly what we accuse them of doing right now. So I'm not saying that I don't see them as being evil. I'm seeing them as doing what they're supposed to do for their people. Why should they allow you to develop?
No, why? See, it's not that they will not allow you to develop. What I'm saying is that they gave us free hand to do what we needed to do for ourselves. But along the line, okay. Why do you say they didn't give us free hand? I told you that. I told you that Gowan government said our problem was not money but how to spend it. If they are not giving us free hand, they will have collected the money from Gowan. But we had the money, and what did we do with it? We went and did Festac. We went and started hosting cultural dances all over the world and spent billions unnecessarily when we couldn't even provide drinking water for our people. Okay, we went and enter ECOMOG, spent billions of naira to prosecute one useless war to protect Samuel Doe and all those rubbish. Is it the West that say we should do it? Now, democracy came 1999. We were making money from crude oil export, billions that we have to create excess crude account. What did Obasanjo do again? He went and created Darfur, AU military operation, spent billions again to prosecute unnecessary peacekeeping operation in Darfur. So all those things are what we destroy your economy. Where you don't face, you are not investing. You are not talking of agriculture, boosting your food production. You are not talking of improving the electricity. You are just out spending money recklessly. Then you say it is the West. It is the West. I mean, this country. See, I've served this country for 35 years, and I know
Nigeria. You mean?
This country? Yes, Nigeria. I've served for 35 years. I have seen all the nitty-gritty and the nonsense that is happening that is preventing growth in this country. I don't blame the West at all. I've talked to colleagues and I've let them know that we are our own problems. And that is the root cause.
No, we agree on that point. Everybody's in agreement.
Okay. Look at this man now. Look at this man in Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Has he not fixed his country? Why did the West not?
Who told you the country?
Come on, go there now. See the better infrastructure.
We don't pay attention to things enough.
See, if it's not fixed, why will your prime minister, former prime minister, wanted to take some refugee to Rwanda? It's because they have seen the basic basic services that the man have been able to provide in that place, and some of stable economic activity. But that was what I'm saying. The guy was able to look inward and fix the basic services in his country.
Rwanda is one of the most compliant countries in Africa.
Compliance to what?
Most compliant. In fact, their current leader, this guy, I can't remember his name now. I think it's Kagame. The guy is most compliant. And in fact, you can't even be comparing Rwanda with Nigeria. It's just, I mean,
do you know that Rwanda GDP per capita is half of that of Nigeria? And after Nigerian economy halved, like the current president did, it's still higher than that of Rwanda. When we say Rwanda, I don't know why we
No. Please let us say facts here now. When you are talking of GDP in Nigeria, are you considering 200 million people that are poor, that have nothing to survive with?
When you are talking of GDP, I'm talking about GDP per capita, not GDP. So in other words, the population into account.
So if you are
Nigeria is still higher than Rwanda.
No. If you are talking of GDP per capita, and you are comparing that to Rwanda,
I can show it to you.
Because Nigeria is a big country with some. What are we even producing in Nigeria that are talking of GDP per capita? What is it that we are exporting in Nigeria today? Let us the crude that it's in the hands of businessmen. That the country is no more making money out of crude oil. That's why we are borrowing money every day.
Okay.
What you said just contradicted yourself. What you said is right. And it's contradicted your points. That was why I was explaining that the reason why we don't have
Jide, let me just show him. This is Nigeria GDP per capita, and I think it has halved further now since this government came into office. But look at Rwanda's 966. That is the miracle we are talking about in Nigeria. And let me show you the GDP per capita of Switzerland. So you see the difference in magnitude that we are dealing with here. You see the magnitude difference? So let's not, we are all in a mess. And the kind of narrative we paint of our societies, it doesn't, the numbers don't show it. It's a totally different reality that is out there, and my eye has, like, I try to see it as clearly as possible, because many of our people are not seeing this reality. We think what we hear on the news, most of us don't know the real truth. We don't even check, and the information is there now. There is even ChatGPT, there is Google. They are not hiding it. It's all there to see. Just take your time, check it, then marry it to what is happening in your country and say, so why are they saying this then? Why are they saying is poverty is the reason why Nigeria is so many reasons.
Why are we the poverty capital of the world now? I be that one too. Is it not international figure too that brings?
I like what Diddy said, because I don't think there are very few people that have seen it, this issue, to the point where they saw it, to the point where they knew that our power and our sovereignty we lost it a long time ago.
No, I will not agree with you. We have not lost our sovereignty. See, we've not. If you are looking at it, see, if you are looking at it from the point of
let's allow the lady to speak, please. Please, Colonel, sorry about
from
that.
security aspect of view and all those stuff.
Sorry about that. We normally allow the ladies to speak. When they want to speak. So when she probably has a question, whether for you or one of us. Please go ahead, Bumi.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to contribute to the conversation. In regards to, because I feel like we're all kind of saying the same thing, but the difference is just like, okay, where did Nigerian problem actually start from? And I think just like what Mr. Jide said, it actually started, like, we have to go down to the root cause and even talk about the creation of Nigeria. That's where the problem even started. When you talk about, when Mr. Adeniyi says that, oh, we're giving the free will, we're never giving the free will. When you even look at, for example, Francophone countries, like, of course, they got independence, but we are understanding what that independence actually means. When you talk about their, what do you call it, their money going to France, so it's like they are a sovereignty, they're a country, but everything they do has to go to France for approval. How are you a country? So I think we as people, we think we are independent, but so many things about how things are run and structured in our society is so messed up. And I think that also dies down to what Mr. Adeni is saying in terms of like our government. It's messed up. That's why we have bad leaders. And it connects. If we're created, we talk about our history in terms of slavery, colonization, and that. Why is it that they will do all those things to you and then just wake up one day and just walk away and say, you know what, we have repented. You go and have it. It doesn't make any sense. So freedom was never given to us. We still don't have that freedom. And that's why you can see that reflect in our leadership. We're not getting anything. When you talk about Obasanjo, you talk about other leaders before him. That's why even though they had money, they never used that money wisely, because that was never the aim. The aim was never for us to progress. The aim was for us to stay the way we are and keep on making money for the big guys, whether it's the West or whoever. So we have to see our history in terms of how was Nigeria created, what were we doing before, and why are we the way we are right now. And I think they kind of lie together. For us to change our government, we need better constitution. That is true, because we need to find ways to checkmate our leaders. We also need to know how we should roll as a people. So that is true, but we also need to know why is it that we have bad leaders, so we can also checkmate that. So even if we change our constitution, we don't go back to having bad leaders that will find loopholes. So they're all connected interlocked, whatever you want to describe it.
You see, yeah, you are very correct, Bumi. The only place I will not totally agree with you is that we were not given the free hand when we got independence. Of course, we were given free hand. That's why, like I said, a lot of institutions grew up in Nigeria at that time. That other countries, I told you, the Emir of Saudi came to Nigeria. The same Saudi that is so rich today, they came to Nigeria for medical treatment. So we were
Mr.
really
explain why exactly. Mr. J explained why exactly we had those things was because the West didn't want us going in line with the Soviet Union. So they gave you that illusion that you had free will. But in reality, you never had it. That's why we're out here doing business trips and all of these things.
In our own case, we never had problem with the West or the East that time, this Cold War era. We didn't have problem because we were like neutral. We were not aligned. We were neutral and we were doing our thing. The country that had issues of West and East, this Cold War era, they were the one that had their problem like what do you call it, Congo, Kinshasa, all these people that later fought each other. But in our own case, we were not aligned and we benefited. In fact, we were just on our own. But along the line, okay, look at the history now. What caused the Civil War? It was in the Western region that Awolowo wanted to become the premier of the country. He handed over to his deputy, Akintola. And before he came back, he didn't succeed to become a premier. He came back to collect his post back from Akintola. Akintola decided to go and join another political party and decided to not to hand over to Awolowo. And at the end of the day, the supporters of the two of them started killing each other. Was that the problem of the Western powers? So let us look at ourselves and blame ourselves for our problems because of personal interest. That problem in the Western region that time, Operation Wet here, when they were killing each other, the election caused disaster, destruction of property, destruction of lives, now prompted the military, those majors that time, to decide to kick out those civilians, politicians at that time, and kick them out. Say these guys were just messing up the country. Was that the problem of the Western countries? You see, I have studied the history of this country from the beginning. Issue of us getting our independence, there was no problem about that. Our problem was with us that we were not united in the right direction to fix the country. We were just after each other's neck. Yes.
Colonel,
yes.
Being united to the level that you need to do what needed to be done may have always been too much of a tall order, given how we attained our so-called independence. So I wanted to ask you though, is it like, do you think that, on average, your colleagues in the forces when you were serving, would you say 10-20% share your opinion, or 50-60% share similar views that it's us that are causing the problem, that the colonizers tried to help but we ruined everything, things like that? Do you think a lot of people share that opinion with you, or you are quite relatively an outlier?
I'm telling you, those that have the time to listen to my analysis from the beginning to the end ended up agreeing with me. Because we cannot run away from the fact that our fellow men are our problems because of their personal interest. You talk about people building houses now, putting fences, and they are putting the higher security high fence with electric barbed wire and rest. Why are they doing that? Because they have created millions of poor people out there, and they believe that these poor people will come and attack them. That's why they will build mansion and hide them. Do you see all those things in UK where people will just go and build mansion and be putting high fences here and there? You see, because along the line, politicians came in and killed government institutions that will provide those basic services. And then they stole money, and the next thing that they are building mansion and here and there. So it is not the West. The West have done their own. They've given us independence. Now you're talking about other countries like France and the rest. Yes, the French people have that problem. The British didn't have it. British gave you independence and they allow you to operate. They now operate with you as equal partners. That is what I think. Yes.
Colonel, I must say you must have a good heart in terms of being able to give a lot of people the benefit of the doubt that they mean well for your own family, a people that came, decimated your empires, enslaved your people, and colonized your people, you actually think they will go on to mean well. And let me just finish with this one. When I think was it GD or no, it was Bumi that mentioned it again, that they allowed us free hand at certain points in history when they knew that if they didn't let go, they were going to lose everything. So they gave you the a kind of illusion of freedom. Get on with it, but not too far that they cannot they cannot get it back again. So during that period,
I'm not happy hearing this, because those are the narratives that people who don't want us to look at ourselves. Okay, let me hear your evidence
to back it up. So, like in the West, I don't know whether you are aware, there was a time tax rate for the businesses and rich people was up to 90%. It got that high because they were responding to the attractiveness of the Soviet Union. Then they went to China. China is a communist state. Communist, not socialist, communist state. They went to China to do a deal with China, to start working with China, trading with China, because they don't want China to become friends with the Soviet Union, to starve the Soviet Union. These are strategic moves that they are making. They are not stupid. Whenever they give you freedom, it's for a reason. And that's why I tell you that what you are seeing in Nigeria, let me finish now. Let me give you all the evidence. When the Soviet Union fell, guess what happened to Nigeria? June 12th, Rwanda, Iraq war. Problem, Africa was on fire. Libya, all that period. Then guess what's happening now? Now that the Chinese are rising again, and the Russians are rising, and they are seeing competition show up again, guess what's happening? Dangote has popped up. You will start seeing some elements of freedom pop up in Nigeria again, where you start seeing, you remember, during that period was when our refineries closed down. Ajakuta Steel, in the 90s, everything flattened. If they meant well for us, when at the height of their power, our own was completely down. They completely flattened us. So you have to read the ruins. And what the Chinese did when they had a chance, they escaped. The Chinese immediately, once they had the chance after the Second World War, they went nuclear. The Indians went nuclear. North Korea, after the war, North Korea went militaristic and technology-wise. We didn't do that. We didn't experience what those people experienced. We were friends with the West when they handed power over to basically their collaborators. This is why I said it was a tall order to expect them to be that united to fight the West, because most of these people were friends with them. They were their collaborators. They were working with them every day. Why would they suddenly turn on and start fighting them? So now I just want you to have an idea of the geopolitical environment and the national environment that we're in that led to where we are today. That's why it's hard for me to just even start blaming our individual leaders. And this is why I agree with Jide that the problem started a long time ago. It started when we lost the colonization wars. We lost our sovereignty then.
See, I understand your point, Father. Let us forget about the history of what you call it, colonization, and what do you call it, slavery, and all those things. Those are the past. Let us start from where we got independence. Thank God they did not take our resources away. They left the resources with us. Our crude oil were with us. Our iron ore.
Who is enjoying it?
Who is enjoying it? Is it not the individuals that didn't make them work?
Oh my God.
See. Well, what I want to bring up is this. As at the time they left, we were enjoying these things. I told you, go and said our money problem was not money, but how to spend it. So we didn't have the brain to know how to spend the money that time and start fixing our infrastructure and start developing other aspects of the economy, because we just thought, this money was too much for us. And at the end of the day, when somebody that knew how to spend,
because they were house boys. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not calling one house boy, but I'm just saying, in the context of things, they were looking at those people as, we have all these things at our disposal. What do we do with it? Because they didn't have the urgency. They didn't know what is required to be done.
I understand. They go and still use the money
why.
to fix Lagos now. All those bridges you see in Lagos, but Lagos by the expressway and all those things were used with the money. The money were used to do it that time. They were, but money was busy coming. And at the end of the day, Obasanjo came and used them to do first stack. Those are some of the things that we should be addressing. That why would a leader go and be carrying dancers from all over the world to come and dance in Nigeria and spend billions on them when he's supposed to have used the money to do a modern railway line, build houses for people, build structures that will be beneficial to the country. You didn't address that. You are still blaming the West that they were the one that were blocking. But they the one that say Obasanjo just go and do first stack. Those are some of the things I'm saying. Now, after first stack again, you say?
I said, if you have a house, somebody comes and burns your house. Even if you are responsible for that house, like you are ultimately to be blamed, let's face it. But in your mind, when I talked about somebody burning your house, who did you blame first? You first blame the arsonist. That is how you are coming across, like we are blaming the arsonist. We know we are responsible. But the reason why I'm trying to explain in that context is that to show you that no other person will mean well for you more than you mean for yourself. What do you expect from them?
I would like to give an example of that point because I think he's not looking at the big picture. I understand what he's saying, but he's still not looking at the big picture. I'll give an example of Iran. Iran was just like Nigeria in the 1970s. Iran was just like Nigeria. The way Nigeria is now, Iran was like that. In fact, they even had a monarch. That monarch had a strong alliance with Western Europe, North America, and all that. They were heavily corrupt. Their oil, just like in Nigeria, were controlled by multinationals. Just the same thing. Then they had an ideology, even though that ideology is disputable, but they had a revolutionary consciousness to take their country back. They had a revolution in 1979 against their monarch, not against the West, though. Against their monarch. And their monarch is horrible, is an oppressor. They took power from their monarch. Guess what happened? The West imposed sanctions on Iran immediately. And not just that, they didn't stop that. They didn't stop there. They used their proxy. That time, Saddam Hussein was the leader of Iraq. They used Iraq to fight Iran in the 1980s. About 5 years, they destroyed that country. They wrecked that country up because Iran was against their interests because they kicked out their monarch in a revolution. So let's look at Iran in 1970. Let's look at Iran today. Iran has been under economic sanctions, global economic sanctions for over 40 years. And guess what? Iran today is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Iran today is one of the most powerful countries in the world. That's the context of how you should see what I'm talking about. Look at Cuba. Cuba is the same thing. Cuba has been under sanctions because they had a revolution like Iran in the 1950s. They took their country back from their leader, Baptista, in the 1950s, just like Nigeria. They were just like Nigeria too. The Baptista of that time is our Tinubu today. Baptista of that time is our Tinubu today. They took power from that man, and until now, Cuba is still under sanctions for over 70 years. And guess what? They have one of the best public health care in the world. Public health care and education in the world. That's it. And see, if Nigeria is under economic sanctions as I'm talking today, Nigeria will collapse. Nigeria will just collapse. That's the context of what we're talking about. We're not blaming the West. Like, we need to look at this problem from a deeper context. And that's what we're trying to make you understand. Like, what you're saying is valid, but what we are saying is we're looking at this from a bigger picture. If Nigeria today carries out a revolution, I'm even afraid that once they just put their economic sanctions, Nigeria will just collapse. So that's the context. We don't know what we are fighting, but
I think that I'm not so sure Nigeria will collapse. The reason why I say that is because whatever will lead us to get that kind of sanction means that our group consciousness is rising and our group intelligence is rising.
Right.
And when they do that to us, then we'll start actually gearing in, and we'll start seeing things for what it truly is.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean, I'm just saying that let's even look at it from that perspective. Like, if we're not conscious now, it may be too late by that time. That's why it's better
my
we're
biggest
conscious
fear.
now.
That's one of my biggest fear.
My brother, relating our own situation to a country like Iran is not fair. Iran, after their revolution, came out with the adage that death to America. Death to America.
That's the thing.
They say death to Americans, death to the Jews. They were out to destroy the West. And that is why the West placed sanction on them. They were out to develop nuclear weapons and all those stuff. We are not talking of that now. See, the same way you are talking of the West not allowing country to grow. The same West allowed South Korea to grow. The same West allowed Japan to grow. The same way allowed Philippines to grow. The same West allowed Indonesia and other countries. So if you are not out there to go and thinking of how to destroy a race, the way Iran has vowed that they will destroy America, destroy Jews and everything, America will not go out there and be fighting them. That's what I want to say. Look at Egypt, for example. Look at Egypt, for example. Egypt also has been having problem with the West and everything. But when they later said, in fact, let us not start fighting again, and they established relationship with Israel and the rest. Today, they are benefiting a lot from the West. Most of the weapons produced in Egypt today are Western weapons. Economy and everything, they are okay. So you see, when you are doing things that we turn out to be destructive, then the West will put red mark on you, and then you have problems.
Egypt is offering them the Swiss canal, and it's offering them partnership with Israel. Master, your mic is really playing up. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know how tough it is. We know how it is, Master. We know how it is on the ground. I didn't even come online at all when I was in Nigeria. That was tough, man. When you're in Nigeria, to go online is the tough. I respect Master for even coming online now. So, regarding in the case of Iran itself, I think they are making these points to let you understand that it's actually obvious for why people would do these things. It's not like surprising. Every nation in history has always been like that. Even in the Nigerian space, where you have Ife and Modakeke and Bini and this one fighting, they're all fighting for their own survival, for resources and dominance. That is
correct. You are correct, and that's why I'm saying that we were not aligned. We are not aligning with the West or with the Russians.
Why is it that you seem to give the West the benefit of the doubt that they don't have that instinct to dominate us too? Why do you give them that?
Because I realize that, number one, the West, they're already there. They have the economy, they have the resources, they have the technology, they have the military, they have the manpower. So why would they be feeling as if we are threats to them?
Where are those things coming from? Because those things are coming from us.
Well, what from you see Nigeria?
Most of their wealth they are using is coming from us.
What I'm saying now that we are partner, we are doing business as equals. Let us understand this thing. They were buying our oil. They were not coming to steal the oil. They were buying it. That's why Gowan said our problem was not money, but how to spend it. They were paying for it. It is us that misuse the money we are getting from this oil. The West, they are already rich. They have the resources. They have everything already. So if they are doing business with us, they are paying for it. They are not shortchanging us.
See, rich people want more money. No nation. Are you trying to tell me that they are like one where they have too much we have too much where we don't need anymore? No, that's not how it is. Every nation wants more, and any nation that is sane anyway. In terms of the Asian continent, the reason why Japan is doing well because they needed Japan to do well to counter China.
Forefathers, is my mic still acting up?
No, your mic is a lot better now. No issues at all. So
okay,
no problem.
I beg, my body is itching for me to respond to the Right Honorable Colonel. Is it Colonel, Mr.
Yeah, it's Colonel.
Okay, yes. I I will appreciate you for serving the country as a military person. But I must say that I think you need to really go back and look at things from a different perspective. For you to say that, even take, say, UK, for instance, for you to say that UK is rich, has resources, for instance, what resources?
I am talking of US, for example. I'm not talking
No,
of
no,
UK.
US.
See,
We're
what I'm
talking
saying is
about
that
the West.
technologically, they are advanced country. They are there already. We are just growing as issue of technology, economic-wise, and the rest. The resources UK don't have, but they have the technology to turn around resources and make it workable for them. That's what I'm trying to bring out. What I'm now saying is that our own leaders, instead of learning from there and do the same thing for Nigeria, they failed. They
What
failed
I'm
woefully.
saying, no, just
Yes.
forgive me. Yeah, I know I've been listening to you I said my body is itching so that I can respond to a couple of the points you made. One of them is the assumption that, because people are rich, they don't want anybody's money. That, I believe,
Don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is that they cannot destroy your economy because they are already rich. They don't have interest in coming to destroy your economy. You too, you can grow at your own pace as long as you are not making plans to destroy them. That's what Iran did. That's what Iran was doing.
It's a very naive statement. The richest people in Nigeria cannot continue to be rich if they don't pick up on the money of the poor people. Let's take bank, for instance. The biggest bank in this country will continue to make profit. The day it stops making profit because it's a big bank, it will begin to start disintegrating. Take MTN, for instance. MTN say, okay, because it has enough money now, it's not going to be charging you. This is how the whole system has been configured. The rich will take from the poor continuously. America and the West continuously would explore, because all these iPhones, where do you think the resources, the minerals are coming from? The crude oil from Nigeria
you people are misunderstanding me. I'm very sorry. You are misunderstanding me. I am saying that technologically these guys are already there. We are the ones struggling to grow and everything. And the resources, sorry, let me just finish my point. Resources that will have made us grow. You have not, because you are telling me things that I did not say. You are trying to say that I'm saying the West don't need money or the West don't do. Yes, they are.
You said they are rich. You use the word rich.
Yes, I said they are rich. They cannot because of their position. They can't. We are not a threat to them. That's what I'm just saying.
I'm telling you
they are
that,
already there.
and I'm
We are
telling you
not. Why what?
Ask me why we're a threat.
Why are we a threat to them?
Very good.
Because we are doing business with them now. So, and they are doing business with us.
You ask the question now. You want to answer.
Please, I'm after our growth. All these questions that you are even throwing out to me. What I'm saying that our leaders, we should look. I say we should look inward
so that we can grow.
You see, I don't want to even relate with the West and all this thing because I've said that our problem is our own problem.
But it's not
We
about what
created
you
it.
like, Mr. Reality is always going to be there, whether you like it or not.
Okay,
It's better we face reality.
Something is echoing. Is it from my side?
No,
So
it was
what I'm saying,
Cornell's
Mr. Ademi, I agree with you that our politicians are not doing well. But like Mr. Jide said, that is symptom. What is the root cause? Why consistently are our leaders acting up? Why? Why are they always bad?
Because the followers they are having are not enlightened enough to query them, to let them know they are right.
How come enlightenment be a process? How come after all these years the people are still not enlightened? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves.
That's what I'm saying. That our
no,
basic.
That's not what you are saying.
See, how did I say about constitution? I say constitution job of government is provide basic, that's welfare services and security to the people. Then the people's duty is to pay their tax and obey the law. So if the people know that the job of the government is to give them their basic services, they will put the government on their toes. So the people too are not enlightened to even know their entitlement, their rights.
20 years, why are the people not being enlightened? The people are going to school and they're not enlightened. Why?
Because the leaders want them to be in darkness like that so that they can continue to steal money and amass wealth for themselves. That is it.
But the
It's not the
question you
job,
should
it's not the
ask
problem of the West.
I agree with you. Don't think that I'm saying that leaders are not stealing money because they want to amass that wealth. I agree with you. But I'm saying that that is a symptom. Like Mr. Jide said, okay, these are not leaders, they are rulers. If you remember, during the colonial rule, these white people, especially from where I come from in the north, when they came, they just maintained the rulers that are there as long as they would fit into their own interests. They left all the emirs as they were because that serves their interests. As long as they can continue to extract the resources, they are okay with the kind of rulers that we have. A good example, if you want to really dig deep and if you want the progress of the country, you need to look around. Take Libya, for instance. This leader you are talking about, Gaddafi, by all ramifications, was a good leader for his country. Yes or no?
See, I just talk about having strong institutions, not individuals. Gaddafi was a strong individual, and he abused his power to some extent that he was challenging the West. He wanted to wipe out the West, developing nuclear weapons and all that stuff. So that is why he had problems with the West. You see, let us talk about. What do you say?
I have a question.
I say you are doing too focused with the argument.
Yeah,
I've been doing what?
Just a question, please. Moderator, can you permit me?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and a special greetings to Colonel Adeni. Thank you for your service. Your likes in the US will always have their respect to wherever they go. I'm not sure if you're in abroad or you're in Nigeria, but I think if you're not in Nigeria, wherever you are, especially the Western world, your respect will be given to you wherever you go. But this is
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh, you see, it's unfortunate anyway because they don't respect. Here they call them.
They don't respect patriotic people in Nigeria because
not really patriotic people.
They respect people who are just after their own interest.
Those that have served the country in your own capacity. So my question to you is, you have a written constitution, right, that you want to propose for Nigeria. Is that true?
In fact, I have submitted it to the National Assembly. Very soon there will be public hearing, and I will be invited to come and defend it and explain it in detail. So I'm just waiting for them now to give the date.
So my next question is, how is it possible that an individual, one person will write a constitution for over 2 million population? How realistic is this push? Do you think it's realistic?
Okay, it's 200 million people.
200
now, yes, like before I started this discussion, I said the constitution is just a legal document that highlights the responsibility of government and responsibility of the people. That is it. And there's no other than fast rule about it. Any sensible person, anybody with common sense can sit down. It's just like a company now. You want to run your company and you want the right to be. You sit down and come up with the constitution of how your company will be run. The same thing in the country. Because of my position, because of the service, because of the experience I've got serving the country, I've served in all the parts, all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. So I know the problem in this country. I know. So if I sit down to write a constitution that will solve all the problems, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do as a citizen of the country. Because People will sit down to sit down and discuss and write constitution. What they will discuss is the problem. And the same problem I know. So why will I can't just put everything on paper and then other people should look at it, and then when they look at it, we discuss it, and that's
370 tribes. You think you traversing from one state or across the country, you've known what each and every of these tribes want, and you can confidently write a constitution that will govern these people.
That is exactly what I did, so that each and every tribe will be carried along, and we know that they have a say, and the government that is taking care of their welfare. That is exactly, if you have the time to go through the constitution, you will see the job I've done there. You see, I look at the constitution of 1963 that gave us a parliamentary system. And at the end of the day, what caused the constitution to collapse? What caused that parliamentary system to collapse? I studied it. I look at 1979 constitution. What made it to collapse? I studied it. I look at 1999 constitution. It's just a replica of 1979. No much different.
And you don't see the need.
It is collapsing. It is
You don't see
collapsing.
the need that each and every tribe will have a representative or representatives to sit down and talk about what governs them, other than having a single man sitting on his table to write the constitution together.
You see, that's exactly what I've done, because I did power. I propose powers to be devolved to the local government, because that is where the ethnic groups are. And if the local government is so strong enough and viable enough to provide those basic services to the people, that is what Nigeria needs. If local government A is developing, local government B is developing, local government C is developing, Nigeria will grow. And that is exactly what the people need. People need those basic services. And it is not federal government that will do it. It's not state. It is local government. So the process of making the local government viable and making them strong to render those services, it is what matters in the country. Because that is where people will know that, yes, they have a government that is taking care of them. It's not federal government that will
Thank you, sir. I have nothing much to say other than wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Adeni, I mute my mic because I wanted Kenneth to ask his questions. I don't have an issue with you writing the Constitution, because I haven't read what you've written. I was there when you made a presentation, I think about 6 months ago on this platform. I do appreciate the fact that you take your time to sit down and do the work. I appreciate that. But the only issue I'm having with you, it's where I think you need to enlighten or broaden your perspective from what forefathers is saying and what Mr. Jide is saying, that there's a geopolitics, there's a geopolitical angle to our problem. Yes, it is not the only problem or only cause of our problem, but it's a very significant part of the problem. In development, there is what is called path dependency. The path you are on is difficult for you to jump immediately one night and move to another path. We are already being set on a path of underdevelopment. We are still on that path. We have to dig deep. We have responsibility not just to change the constitution. When I'm listening to your response to Kenny, one of the things that also occurred to me, you mentioned like 4 or 5 constitutions. They've all collapsed. Isn't that also an issue that one would ponder and ask like, what is going on here? Is it really a constitutional issue? If all these 5 constitutions have failed, what is the problem? And you said something also, that any man with a common sense can sit in his room and write a constitution. And I'm asking myself, okay, you are the only person that wrote the constitution, and I truly believe it will be a good constitution. So how fundamentally different will it be from all the other constitutions in terms of solving the problem? Because if you take, for instance, the fact that the present constitution that we have, for example, one of the things you said is that because it gives governors immunity. And I'm asking myself, okay, all these governors that have governed for 8 years have come down. How many of them have we arrested and jailed after the immunity time have elapsed? I think only one. Even him, he has gone back. I think it's Joshua Daria or somebody. Even him has been released. Okay, and we know that all these governors are criminals. I can't point to a single governor that I would say is an honorable governor. Not a single one that if they ask me now that I should vouch for him, I will truly vouch for him. Even you, I don't think you can vouch for any one of them. We are not saying that we know what they have done, but we cannot vouch for them. So I'm saying that you need to open your eyes, open your perspective to that geopolitical angle. Because like forefathers said, look, people came one day, they just appeared from nowhere and colonized us. If they are not coming today, what I believe is that because they have their stooges who are doing their bidding. And Jide said it also. In the 80s, I was a student. We were doing this SAP, Structural Adjustment Program demonstration. If you look at the whole program, it was all sent down to us. And it's not just only Nigeria. It was sent across third world countries. These things are realities that are facing us. There are videos. I sent one of the video to forefathers. It's a recent video, this 2024. I don't know if you know Jeffrey Sachs. He's a senior person in the US.
Yes.
He is not happy with what the US is doing. He is telling them that the way you people are going about trying to bring down everybody is not good. It's not good. You are saying that wait, don't worry, Mr. Adeni. In 2 minutes, I will just finish and wrap up. Because like you, I'm also in Nigeria, and this is almost 12 midnight. Okay, so the point I'm making is that yes, maybe I will agree with you. Iran is saying something to the US, therefore US is attacking Iran. What exactly did China say to the US that the US is doing by force, that they must bring down China? What did they say? I'm asking you now. It's not a rhetorical question. I want to share that perspective.
Okay.
What
What
China said to the US? That they are doing everything to bring China down.
You see, US is not bringing China down. They are only, trying to curb this idea of nuclear weapons being escalated
That's
and all
not
that.
true. That's not true.
Okay,
That's
the
not
US,
true. That means you are not
United
even
States and China
enlightened.
today, they are the greatest when you are talking of business partners and everything. The US and China, they are the greatest in the world as per business transaction. Now,
They are
like
the
I said,
best friends.
Trump
Is that what you're saying on a global TV? Are you saying that China and the US, they are the best of friends?
They might not be the best
No,
of
no, no,
friends,
no.
but
This is what, no, no, no.
they
Let's
might
be
not be the
very
best of
objective.
friends.
Are they friends or are they not?
They are not. After all, they are not fighting. It's just interest.
They are
They are not
fighting.
fighting, but they have interest. They have interest that they are trying to protect. You get my point. They are still doing
What
business
is
with
that
each other.
interest? That's the question I'm asking. What is the interest?
Okay, you talk of issue of Taiwan now. Taiwan is pro-West, and the US is ready to defend Taiwan from China. China is ready to overrun Taiwan and make them part of mainland China, and the US is against it. Korea, Japan, these are enemies of China before that have become US allies. So, but China and US, they still have their, one or two things they are still interest they are still fighting against, but they are not real enemy going to war. The other time, the vice president or one of these top officials still went to China. The president, they still visit each other. But we should not look at them and say our own growth, we should not face it internally and solve it.
No, don't mix two things up. We're talking China and US. Nigeria
That's what I'm saying. Okay, China now, people call them communist country. China is not full 100% communist. You go there now, a lot of business interests are there that from individuals, who have set up businesses in China, and they are really, surviving, and they are making it. So the way we look at China at times, China
Okay, no,
tries to
let me
protect.
enlighten you, Mr. Adeni. I will say a couple of things. You should go and check it.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I will tell you, like forefathers said, as far as US is concerned, it understands clearly if you allow any other country to be more powerful than you, that country automatically is a threat to your sovereignty. That is full stop. Any country that is stronger than you economically, militarily, and technologically, that country is automatically a threat, unless if you are a naive country like Nigeria. That country can wake up tomorrow and decide they want to invade you. History is there. Iraq wake up one day and entered Kuwait. Were you not alive? Were you not a military person by that time?
See, I'm not disputing all those things now.
So
I'm saying that all those things should not stop our growth. See, all those things should not stop our economic growth. We should be able to talk to
No, Mr. Ademi, the reality is that everything is inside one basket. You can't pick up growth and leave geopolitics out. You can't take security out of that basket. You can't take law and order out of that basket. You can't take your history away from that basket. Everything is inside. Unless if you're doing a naive analysis.
See, nobody is doing any naive analysis. What I'm saying is that if we design our path to a growth now, the United States will key into it. They will not come and bomb us because we are planning to improve agriculture, we are planning to improve healthcare, we are planning to strengthen our local government institutions. They won't come and bomb us for that now. Since we are not a threat to them. I don't know why people are bringing up issue of threat.
This is where you are making a mistake. Look, we will improve all these things for now. It will not be a problem for them, okay? Because there are bigger problems. China is there for the US to worry. Russia is there for the US to worry.
You are talking now. So what is Nigeria to US for God's sake?
Just hold on. So that like I said at the beginning, I appreciate the effort you put in because a lot of us just talk. We don't do anything. I appreciate that you have taken an action step. I respect that. But I'm only trying to help all of us that when we are moving, it's like when you want to travel, okay? You should pack everything that you need on that journey. It's not when you leave the house that you remember that, oh, you left your wallet in the house where the money is inside. You just carry the car key and start. This is all I'm trying to do, Mr. Adeni. There is a lot of things that you said I totally agree with, but you need to understand that a major component of all these things, number one, is security. Whether you are living next door to the person or not, you are going to be a threat. Nigeria, for instance, you may not understand, but we are a strategically very important country in the world. We may not know that, but the people that are smart, they know that. We are the largest country on the biggest continent in the world. We are central. How can we not be strategic? People are looking at us every day. Somebody sent me a document, somebody from this panel, a document that the US military, Air Force, they did a 30-year analysis about Nigeria. And you tell me we are not important, we are not a threat? We are. So when we are going to begin to do all the things to move forward, we need to have that understanding. That's all that I'm saying. I agree with you at this point. US is not going to be looking at us. We are not going to be their problem for the next 10 years.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. The way you have ended it up, that we are not threat. If we are,
this is a window we can take to make movement. But what I would want to also leave you with is that we need to be suspicious of our leaders. They are stooges, in my own opinion.
That is what I'm saying. And you are saying the same thing, that our leaders are our problem.
No, we are not saying the same thing. It means that there's somebody somewhere who is controlling them.
So if they are stood and then they come to us and we are not buying into their proposal, into their idea, like I said, let's strengthen our institutions. If any leader is coming with his own agenda, no, tell him, no, this is the agenda of the institution. Let the institution work. they would not have any choice
Okay.
than to allow us to work.
You see,
Eh?
I don't want to inside the discussions, but the institution you're talking about, Mr. Adeni, I am a big student of institution. What I've come to realize is that this institution, we talk about it anyhow, but a significant part of this institution is our norms and values. They call it informal constraints. They are more important than the formal constraints, which is the constitution you're talking about. A third angle to all this institution you're talking about is enforcement. Even if you have the constitution and there's nobody, nothing to enforce it, whether formally or informally, it's just going to be a piece of paper. But anyway, I wish you good luck. I would, inshallah, try. I don't know if I can get your contact. If I know when the public hearing will hold, I would want to go there and participate. It's a worthy thing. I believe if we keep saying that constitution is a problem, so let's deal with it. It can never be a perfect document, but it's a good start what you presented on the table. And I've heard some of your arguments and I agree with you totally, that from an economic perspective, the way the country is configured, there's no way that the governor of Zamfara should be living the same life with the governor of, say, Port Harcourt, what's the name of this, River State, because the resources are different. So every state should cut its court according to its size of its muscles. I believe some of these things are important. I totally agree with you that the presidential system is not fit for us. There are a lot of issues that we can talk about, but I agree with forefathers that we will end up understanding that the constitution is not really the problem. There are deeper problems. But I wish you good luck, and I really appreciate the work you've done. But please try and open your eyes to the geopolitics also. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really wish the constitution was the problem. It would have been easy, isn't it? Just to go and write and discuss and entire hall, and we finish it, and all the Nigeria problem will be. So I really wish that was the case. The thing about constitution is that the moment you finish writing it, you come out of that hall, you will see people that disagree with it. that they will start from that day to want to change that very constitution you just wrote. They will like, you just robbed us. I can't believe we just agreed to this. They will start arguing over the constitution. Constitutions are always like that. Even America today, there are people that hate the constitution. They disagree with it. They feel like it needs to change. They don't like it. Why do you think Biden, Trump went and removed Roe v. Wade and all those things? Because people are not happy with the constitution as it is. To the point whereby even Republicans, if you ask most Republicans whether they want to break up the country, they will say yes. Most agree that they want to break up that country. That is how disheartened some people are. Even in a rich country like America, people are thinking like that. That shows you that if constitution was the issue, it would have been fixed a long time now. Our problem is deeper than that. I'm really happy to see Jide here today, because something like it's almost like a lonely journey. Nobody seems to understand.
You see, forefathers. Yes, you see, constitution is just the foundation to start solving our problem. Yes, implementation matters too. You have a good constitution that you know that you are a politician now. You are only going there to key into the establishment, into the working system of an institution. That you don't have the right to just dip into state coffers or go to central bank and call central bank governor, give me 20 billion naira cash. All those things, those are the loopholes that is killing the country. But if you have a constitution that stretching this institution, that know that you have a limited power as a politician going to serve in that place, then you realize that it's only patriotic people, those who are really ready to be servants, that will go in there. Not rich people. Not rich people that already.
I mentioned Nigerians that actually believe. As a matter of fact, a lot of Nigerians like that 2014 constitution that they wrote. I think whether it's a full constitution or an amendment or something. Most Nigerians love it. But yet, those same people in their wisdom decided that Nigeria should go back to an anthem that was written by an Igbo woman.
You see, forefathers. I went through that constitution they did in 2014. And now I told you I have to do a lot of research before I came. And there were some of Nigerian problems that they did not address. For example, one of their terms of reference were to determine the revenue sharing formula. You get my point? Instead of these people that Jonathan government spent more than 7 billion naira to constitute, and the people are there collecting money and everything, to come up with figures that this is the way you share the revenue. This is what you go to federal, this is what you go to state, this is what you go to local. For them to come up with figures. You know what they did? They were even writing there that government should set up another committee to determine the revenue sharing formula. I say, which kind of rubbish is this? So they were not even coming up with cogent decisions that the country can now take and say, okay, these are the decisions that people across the country, came up with. So that's why I sat down. Some of those loopholes, I look at it and I address them in this constitution that I wrote. Sharing formula, the power of the election, the issue of electioneering, a lot of things that we discussed this in that time forefathers when I talk on this your program, and I'm sure you agree to a lot of things. So, but so if you don't come up with that document that will form the foundation to start developing Nigeria, and we just believe on the surface, we're just addressing these issues, thinking one person will come from heaven to come and fix Nigeria. We are deceiving ourselves.
The last time we spoke, for me, the kind of constitutional change I believe may actually stand a chance to, on its own, help transform the country is a direct democracy kind of constitution that's similar to the type you see in like Switzerland, where the citizens have a right to pass laws, the citizens have a right to revoke laws, and the citizens have a right to ensure the citizens are sovereign. They can do and undo in that country. They can overrule what the legislators have done. So if the citizens can do that kind of stuff, that is what they call true power to the people. And it makes the people more conscious of their power and their leader, the way their country works. And they become more conscious about taking power from the center. And that also removes power from the center too, because if you remove power from the center, then the incentive to go there and steal, it reduces too. That's the only thing.
Yes, it's just similar to what I did. That's just to allow local government this time around to make local government the most important government in the country, because that's where the people are. And then when the people know that the local government authority that will give them their basic needs, they can easily go there and tell them, you are not doing this, you are not doing that. You get my point? And they can.
Local government is not the most important in the UK. It's not the most important in America. So how is that going to work?
What I mean most important means that that's what the people will really look onto for their basic needs. That's just it. Because they are the closest.
Mr. Ademi, I have a question I want to ask, please, about the constitution you wrote. So, what type of government? Because I can see you don't like presidential. So, what kind of government did you propose?
Let me just explain it briefly. It's a parliamentary system of government with some modifications. Are you getting me? Now the modifications are.
So I want to ask. I will allow you to come back and explain. But another question that is bugging me. So, when you say with some modification, what informed you modifying the parliamentary system?
The 63 constitution to fail, and that's why I modified it, and that's one of the modifications.
Because of the Hello, Mr. Adeni.
I said 1963 failed. It failed us along the way, and I look at the reason why it failed, and that's why I have to modify the one I'm proposing now to the government, to the people of the
Okay,
country.
so what are the modifications that you made to the parliamentary?
Okay, good. During my studies, my research, I came to know that politics can be practiced in two ways: partisan and non-partisan. So why the 1963 failed? Because it was a partisan politics, partisan democracy. And people, instead of being loyal to their country, they were loyal to their party. And at the end of the day, caused that crisis that made them to start killing each other, destroying properties and the rest. Even this 1999, we all saw what happened the last election when, what do you call him, former Vice President Atiku came up and said he want to be the president, they should vote for him. And people ask, the last person that was president was from the north. President Buhari is from the north. You now, you're from the north, you want to be president again. He said no. He said his own political party. The last person from there was from the south. That's Jonathan. So he's the next person from the north. He should be the next president. And people now say, are you not considering the interest of the country? Why are you considering the interest of your party? So you could see how party politics is dividing the country along some personal interest line and all those things. So, but the one I propose is non-party politics, where individual will come out based on your background, your credibility, from your local government, from your wards. It is from there the people will recognize you. If you are a criminal before, they will know. During screening, they will screen you out. So you don't need to be responsible or to any party or to any godfather. Don't need to go and register.
Okay, so is there a cap? Is there a limit of contestants?
Look at the ward level, local government level. There's
No. When the election, when presidential election, okay, you're right. So it's not presidential. So who is the head of government?
Is the prime minister now? You see, what
So
I propose
how
is
will
a
he
rotational.
emerge?
Okay, it's a rotational presidency, rotational prime ministership this time around. It's not presidency. If representative, because I put it among the 6 geopolitical regions. If representative from Northwest will come, all of them assemble at Abuja, from the Northeast, from Southwest, from everywhere. So they will decide which region is starting first.
So there will be 6 premiers. You are suggesting that there will be 6 premiers.
There will be what?
6 premiers.
No. What I'm
let
me finish. Let me finish.
I think we're having. I don't know. Do I have permission to speak?
Okay, let me just finish that explanation before you ask your question. What I'm saying is this: the representative from each region, when they assemble in Abuja, they will decide the region that will start first. So if a region has been choosing to start first, if it is Northwest, for example, so those representatives from Northwest, they will pick the prime minister from there. After 5 years, it's 5 years rotational presidency, will go to the south. If it is turn of the Southwest, they pick from the representative from the Southwest. After 5 years, they go to the north again. If it is not central, they pick. So that at the end of the day, each region is well represented. Each region will know the time to be their own, and this idea of marginalization will be history. And if along the way, maybe the turn of Northwest now, maybe the prime minister died, also, they will not go to the south to pick another prime minister. They will still pick among the representatives from the Northwest until they finish their tenure, before we now go to another region to pick from the representative there. So like that, it rotates among these regions and nobody will start abusing each other.
I think this is why the question Kenny asked was quite pertinent. If you can mute your mic, please. Because when he said one person wrote the constitution, because like what you are saying, like rotational system, I can see a situation whereby like the kind of government that this direct democracy that they have in the Swiss, where they have 7 presidents at the same time and they rotate amongst themselves. So if you did that because Nigeria, we have almost 300 and something tribes or so. If you rotate, if you have a certain number of leaders that form councils, so you don't have one person overarching ruling everybody. They have 7 people. One, they are more intelligent because they have 7 heads instead of 1. And then they are able to make decisions among themselves. They have just one person representing them, which is their mouthpiece. So it's like you have a set of brain boxes from the national level to the local level. This is why if you want to change a constitution like Nigeria's, you better change it to something very, very significantly different, not trying to replicate what was happening in the 60s, because you are saying it's not going to be partisan. I don't see any democratic system that is not partisan. It's almost like that is the whole point. You want to be able to argue your case.
Can I contribute a little bit, please?
Yeah. You can contribute. Let me finish my point. So that is the whole point of a democratic system. You have to be able to make your case, and to make your case, you have to draw contrast between yourself and the other party. Hence, partisanship starts showing up, and you can't escape it. That is it. So personally, if you want to have a partisan system, you want to have it as representative as possible. You want to have it so that the leadership is as representative as possible and almost immediately as possible too. Because if you have to rotate through the 6 geopolitical regions in Nigeria, some people will be born and die and marry and die, and they will not see their person become president. You see what I mean? So you want to have a way of circling it, and so it circles faster. In a system like Nigeria, you want to be able to do that, and everybody, you have to design in such a way that everybody feels like part of the system. First, you make the leadership like that. At least that's my argument anyway. You make this leadership like that, then you take it to the people so that the people will also have a lot of power. If you did that, and I'm sure any nation that don't like Nigeria would not want us to do that, because you can't bribe that system. You can't. It's impossible. But let me let some other person come in.
Okay. Can I go now? I have some.
Let Ferrari. If you have a question or comment.
Not a question. I just.
Mama H.O. is here. Mama H.O., if you want to say something, you can override Ferrari, especially for him. You can override him anytime. Okay. Ferrari, please go ahead.
You know, see, as you dey find trouble, Ferrari with all the rest they talk since you know say make I.
Ferrari tries to look for my trouble now. It's only fair.
Don't mind him. He's trying to set me off. He knows I have a temper problem.
You want to set me up with
he's trying to set me off. He knows I'll go off. Cornel, first of all, thank you for your service. I said that the last time you spoke, but I think all of us here, you forefather also, you're trivializing this issue of constitution, and it's the most important thing any country could consider in their conversation. And Cornel, I thank you for your service, but I want to tell you that you writing a constitution in itself shows part of what is the Nigerian problem. While I commend your effort in you trying to find a solution to what our problem is. What is part of the Nigerian problem? The part of the Nigerian problem is this. The failure, first of all, our failure to acknowledge the truth. That's number one. We don't speak the truth. We don't tell the truth. Our country has been built on a lie, and year after year, we increase the foundation of those lies. And then we tell generations of children born and unborn the same lies, and we perpetrate these lies. Now, to talk about constitution, first of all, we must first of all understand the concept of sovereignty. You understand? If you don't understand sovereignty, you can't talk about constitution. That's number one. Number two, Cornel, you cannot write a constitution for the people. It's not possible. It's an abnormality. It's part of this military mentality of I am more superior than the others. You know, I can write a constitution for these bloody civilians. Constitution and sovereignty doesn't work like that. Now, what is sovereignty? Sovereignty is your individual right to existence. What the exact thing Fela calls human right, now my property. That's sovereignty. Human rights, now my property. So if I chose, I want to live with forefather, I want to live with Mama Echo, I want to live with Colonel Adeniyi, I want to live with Jide, I want to live with Masca, and I want to live with Tone. None of them can write a constitution on behalf of these 7 people. Each of us must sit down and determine the terms of our engagement. That is what a constitution is. That's why it always starts with the phrase, we the people. Now, the critics of the 1999 constitutions are very right that it was a lie. Do you know that that constitution was not even in existence when Obasanjo was sworn in as president? So it was an afterthought. And then to make matters worse, they have to go back to put the word, the phrase, we the people. They put it in chapter Article 14 of the Constitution in an amendment years later. But yet, they lied that we the people came up with that Constitution. So let's leave that apart. So people like forefather would argue that, well, we now have a pseudo, I call it a fake, it's not a real democracy, but we now have a democracy. Why not we do an amendment through this democratic process? Now, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that. If the foundation is, if the constitution in itself was not from the people, collectively, if the 7 of us who wants to live together, including Bumi, if we all don't agree, this is going to be the rules of engagement, and you came up with a document, that document, even if you amend it till heaven, you are amending a lie, because that foundation was in itself was a lie. Now, what makes that constitution even worse, that constitution was not only so badly done, it enshrines impunity. So I understand you, Colonel Adeniyi, you trying to come up with an alternative, but an individual, a tribe, and one state cannot come up with a solution to the issue of sovereignty, because sovereignty basically means my human right. Unless I donate it to you, I say, okay, I don't want it no more, I'm now your slave, which is what happened to us when the colonial people came. They took our sovereignty and they put us under the sovereignty of the Queen, the King of England. You got to understand that they took our sovereignty, which we had traditionally as natives. They took it, and then we now no longer have sovereignty. We became subject. Words matter and how we use it. So what happened during independence? But you all been going back, and Jide was right. Jide was saying that they gave us partial sovereignty. Jide, I want to inform you, there's nothing like partial sovereignty. It's like saying someone is partial human being. You either have full sovereignty or you don't have sovereignty. There's nothing like partial sovereignty. So we never had sovereignty. Even at independence, well, they had some document where the Queen handed over. Well, some people met to negotiate for our independence. They met, well, we could argue that to a certain degree, that is sovereignty. But it's a kind of sovereignty, where Jide was right. It's a kind of sovereignty whereby true independence is not there, because we still have to consult with the Queen. In fact, we never became a republic until 1963. Please, let's go back and read. So that means as at before 1963, we were still subjects of the Queen of England. So we never had sovereignty. So we became a republic in 1963. The Akitola, Awolowo, and the first military coup happened. Now we replaced the sovereignty of the Queen with the sovereignty of a dictator, the military rulers. And up till now, that has not changed. In 1999, what they did was a continuation of the military era, because it was a permanent coup d'etat against the populace, whereby the ruling elite hijack sovereignty. So people who argue that Nigeria is a zoo based on that because of the lack of sovereignty are right. The terms of citizenship in itself are missing from that constitution. Now, you're right, forefather, constitutions differ from world. The Chinese one is different. They had a communist system. What is laid out, I've never looked at it. They had the Russian one is system, more stricter. The Western one, the English one is different. Still the sovereignty of the Queen, which has now in modern day been mostly replaced by the sovereignty of the people, which is why they have a prime minister who still report to the Queen. You know, but let's not go into what they have. Where Nigeria has failed us as a people is the failure for it to let us have that conversation on how the 8 of us are going to live. I'm using 8 of us based on those on this panel are going to live together. It's a legitimate conversation. And without that conversation, we cannot address the ills that are befalling us because our problems are indeed foundational. You're also right, forefather. I'm not going to disprove your point on the fact that even if you get the right constitution, what about the people? But you have to understand, when the people come to the realization of their sovereignty, then and then only would they be able to protect it. But when they don't even know what sovereignty is, or assumed what a military dictator gave them is their sovereignty, or what the big man or the political leader gave them is their sovereignty, they're not going anywhere until that equalization of what current sovereignty is. Now, there are so many legal jargons that come when you talk about constitution and sovereignty. You could have what we call legal sovereignty, which I believe Nigeria has now. You understand? But if the people are saying that legal sovereignty, I mean legal, whatever people have said is your sovereignty, you're from the Queen or the military dictator or from the 99 Constitution, whatever that legal sovereignty is giving you, you still have that unwritten political power, will, to push out that legal sovereignty if it's not meeting your need. And that is why people or countries have revolutions. The removal of the Tsar of Russia, the removal of the Ds of Iran. So political sovereignty, which might come in form of demonstration, protest, military action, or violent revolution, or peaceful revolution, whatever name you want to give it, and still has more, because that is the will of the people. So any sovereignty that is not based on the will of the people is not sovereignty. And we need to have this conversation. They are valid, they are legit. I know, forefather, you were there on One Man to Mow that day. I was listening because Wale Okuniyi happens to be my classmate from last. So actually, I was 1 year his senior. When I was chief whip, he wasn't yet the president of the union. When he came to One Man to Mow show, you know, and I tried to warn him not to go to that show because of their bigotry. I tried, but I couldn't reach him on time. And in full disclosure, I tried to get him to come to this show with Rudolph before Rudolph fell sick or Rudolph did whatever he did and he disappeared. Wale was right when he was, you were on that show that I know you threw your question. I don't know if you listened to him from the beginning. He was part of the patriot groups that went to Tinubu to say, now that the country is going the wrong way, let us talk about this constitutional issue. Let me just stop there because others, I don't like to take up all space. You know, I'm a very gentleman.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Let me just respond because you said I don't have right to write constitution. See, what I have just done is my own.
Sorry, Mr. Denny, can I respond on your behalf on that so that you won't sound like you're defending yourself?
No, I don't want him to know because it's like criticizing or trying to condemn.
I want to chip in there. If I'm not capturing your perspective, then you can correct me. But what I want to say, Mr. Pereira, you made a very sound argument. But where I will disagree with you, I think we need to also understand that, yes, in life, ideals are always there, but the reality is always, all the time, not congruent with the ideal. The sovereignty you're talking about is an ideal sovereignty. It does not exist anywhere. There's no country today in the world that they sat down and say, okay, this is who we want to be. Even the America that we all talk about. If you come back to even the Nigeria we're talking
Disagree with
about,
you there, Master, but go on. I disagree with you there. America
so
but I disagree, but go on.
So when we come back to Nigeria, even the component parts of Nigeria, let's take, say, the north, which I would like to talk about so that you won't be I'm insulting anybody. I'm from Kano, for instance. I don't think Kano decided that, okay, people in Kano and people in Zaria and people in Sokoto are okay. We sat down at any point and decided that we're common people. It had never happened. Somehow through history, somebody had decided that these places, I want to merge it. But crook or by hook, somehow he has merged that area. Even the Southwest, for instance, that looks a little bit uniform. We all know. It's not that some people sat down together and decided, oh, we're all Yoruba, we want to live together. It is not like that. It was through some sort of fighting and all that. And somehow people have to live with what they have. What I'm saying is that is the ideal. Sovereignty is the ideal. But for me, why I am going to support Mr. Adeni's effort is because in my head, there is a fine difference between the ideal, what I would love all my people to sit down and say, hey, we want to be in Nigeria. It's an ideal situation. But for me, the reality is that, yes, the country as it is today is not configured on sound footing. But at least, can't we find a way, at least to make the country work, even from just a common governance perspective? Isn't there something we can do to make the governance a little bit better? And I think,
Master,
Mr.
I have an answer for that. Master, I have an answer.
No, I'm not. Don't worry. I'm just saying that. Look, I don't think the approach is for us to ask questions and answer. I'm just going to make a submission, a suggestion. That yes, before that time when all of us would sit down and write our own constitution, I think Mr. Adeni's effort is a good step in the right direction, because what he has done is not to ascribe sovereignty upon himself, but to look at the governance issues that are disturbing us today. For instance, like the political party, I agree with him totally. It's just a mess. The man will be in this political party, tomorrow he will be in another. So why don't we just do away with the political bullshit, if it's possible? Secondly, the issue also is north and south. Why don't we organize it? Because some party will say, no, this is this. Another party will say, this is that. He is trying to address all these practical issues, not the ideal issues of independence, of sovereignty. And somebody like me, I know that no country, even America itself, if you ask me, is not an independent country, because their own foreign policy, when you look at it, why are they always going after the interests of Israel? Because in life also, I have seen situations where the tail sometimes wags the dog. Okay, what I'm saying is that independence, the way we talk about is ideal. We will all love it. I will love it. But I think let's work with Mr. Adeni's attempt. I honestly, I'm going to make effort to go for that public hearing. And I think all of us should aspire, even by proxy, to pay attention to what happens there at the National Assembly.
I'm not discarding the man's effort. He's doing a great job. But if we must come to solve a problem this magnitude, we have to come to it through the right way. It's a good suggestion. He's coming with his own constitution. But you don't write a constitution for the people, Master. That's why we have this problem. And some people don't want this to change.
Mr. Ferreira,
they don't want this to change because they've written it for us, and they are benefiting from what they've written.
This thing we are saying, who are we all? You are going to be in America, no matter what happens when Constitution is written. Are you going to come?
If there's the need for me to come, if there's a
There
constitutional
won't be
conference
need
to
for you.
determine the
There will
fate of
never be
Lagos, to
need for
determine the
all
fate of
Nigerians.
Lagos in the
Listen,
union,
the point
and
I'm
I know
making,
this
Mr.
much,
Pereira,
it is my duty to come.
I know you will come. I know you are a patriotic and a nationalist Nigerian. But what I'm saying is that the idea that all Nigerians will have to sit down and write the constitution is not going to happen. What Mr. Adeni, he has written it, but he's presenting it back to Nigerians. Let all Nigerians look at it.
Can I add something? I think I understand where you're coming from, and because at first I was more sympathetic to people that are saying he cannot write a constitution, but in reality, he's writing. What he is written will represent a kind of contribution to the eventual constitution. In other words, because it's an idea,
Yes.
isn't it?
Uh-huh.
As it stands right now, it's not an official
Yes.
constitution. So it's an idea that will be inputted, and then others will come.
We will
Like,
add.
can you imagine if I was there? I would say, remove that one, put that one. So
Yes.
that's how it's going to come across.
I appreciate your defense because you know 1999 when we started this democracy, I was in the officers' press with some officers, and I said this government, this constitution will not work because at that time I have seen a lot of loopholes there, and today I'm vindicated because it has ruined this country. You see, what I've just done is after checking the problems, the fundamental problem in this country, I said, okay, let me address it holistically. So that people, because, okay, they are asking for memoranda from people so that they will amend the 1999 constitution. And what I've done is has even addressed all the memoranda people are going to bring. Because people will be talking of want to be carried along in government, inclusiveness. And that's exactly what I've done. So that all the parts of the country, all the news, all the tribes, there's no how you will not take part in government, especially at local government level. And that is where I say it should be made the most important to the people. So don't criticize I've just made my own what do you call it?
No,
constitution,
and then people can look at it, and then when you do work, you should open it for criticism.
That is it.
I know you said don't criticize. I think you should encourage criticism.
No. What I mean by that is condemnation. Maybe I use the word criticism wrongly.
Okay.
Condemnation, but that's what Mr. Ferreira has just done. I don't have right to
Mr.
support
Ferreira,
it. It's just a contribution that people can look at.
As a support for what Mr. Adeni has done. The perspective that we should all take is that, you see, he is not doing what the National Assembly is attempting to do, what even Nigerians are attempting to do. Because most of the people are attempting to say, let's amend the constitution. I don't like it. I believe in what this thing I call part dependence. Anything to do with that 1999 constitution is going to head us into a wrong direction. What the country will need is something like what Mr. Adeni has done, to take something completely different. Okay, maybe not completely different, but something fundamentally different.
Yes.
Hold on, sorry. Yeah, let's not get things completely. The only area that seems to be fundamentally different from what is being discussed at the moment in terms of amendment to this constitution is the rotational part. As a matter of fact,
No,
it's already
you are
happening.
not listening for others.
No.
There are many things, fundamental things he has said.
He talked about local government, this in governance. To an extent,
That's
even
one.
this government.
That's very fundamental.
Yeah,
Today,
that's
the federal government is the most important. He is now reversing it to make it local government. That's number one. He is saying that
it's an illusion.
No partisan
it's not
party.
True. Pardon?
What is not true?
No, it's not. It's an illusion that because local governments are functional, they are the most important. They are not still the most important.
No, that's what
the
you
state
want.
government
Look,
is still going
it's
to be the most important. And
this is why I like this is what I'm saying, that he has done something different.
The reason why at least the reason he gave anyway, why he said the local government is most important is because they will be governing their local areas like normal some Western countries do. My point is that at the state level and the national level, those areas will still have higher gravity, and most of the resources is going to still be in their control. Hence, the pool will still be there to go to those places. So
No, you are getting me wrong. Sorry, forefather. Let me just stop. You are getting me wrong. From what I said, local government should be the most important is that this time around, local government will be the one collecting taxes of industries that are in their area. Then take 70%. You know, that's why holistically, I want to make local government very viable so that they will be there to give the people the basic services that they need. Local government will control 70% of the resources they are collecting on the surface, economic activity on the surface. Send the 20% to regional government, send 10% to federal. The job of the regional government will just to oversee and ensure that the resources at local government level are not mismanaged.
The nation is going to collapse.
It can't collapse. Okay, we have not finished because there are a lot of money coming to the federal from other places. From customs now, there are still federal government that is controlling export of issues and everything. The other things still coming to the federal. Natural resources, federal government still control it and pay 30% to the local government.
So you are talking about only tax from local government.
Yeah, tax of economic activities going on the surface, not underneath. You know, we have industries set up in different areas in the country. So local government collect because this issue of double taxation.
But in a way, it's happening now already.
Yeah.
That's state government collects tax.
I'm not talking of state. State is too far from the people. I'm talking of local. Because that is where the job is. That's why I'm saying that should be the most important. They are the ones to give you water, give you health care, give you education, give you all those basic things that we need to grow. Not state will just, there will be no state from the what I'm proposing. We're going to have regions. The regional government will just be the one to oversee and ensure that local governments are not left behind. Then federal will come up with policies that will be carried out at local government level. For example, federal government will say the standard of primary school now. It will be implemented by local government standard of primary school, public primary school. This is how the federal
But
state.
so you agree with me now, that you are not listening to the man.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. No, it's not. It's, to be fair, the more I listen, the more I'm worried that we are not paying attention to what is actually on the ground now. Like if you go to Lagos now, you hear that like in Surulere, you see some of these agberos and area people that I don't know what they are called. They collect tax. The tax they collect there goes to that's the local government area. They collect tax, it goes to the local government chairman, and then they will collect tax from different other areas. The tax are different everywhere. So I am worried that some of the things we are saying is not taking into account what is actually on the ground.
The tax doesn't go to the local government.
Where does it go?
The Agbero leadership.
I think it's local government. Agbero leadership is is giving the money to local government. The local government will pass some of them to Showolu. I don't know how they do it. What is that? They are taking it locally.
Forefathers, it's good to argue because even me, I don't agree with him that is the correct thing to do. For instance, in my mind, if you decimate the country's resources into pieces, then it takes away from the ability of, for instance, if you say every local government will have money, so who is going to do major roads, major bridges? Because the monies in individual local governments will not be sufficient, will not be enough pool. But why I am supporting the man is because I have come to appreciate the fact that if you don't put something first on the table for people to add or reduce, you will continue just to talk and talk and talk. What he has done, he has put in something substantially different on the table. It's left for every other person to say, oh, this one, because of ABCD reasons, I don't think it will work. But this one is okay. I like this rotational thing he has spoken. I also like this, your idea of 7 sitting presidents or 7 sitting prime ministers.
That rotational thing is a real bad idea. We have 350 tribes, so we should have 350 rotations. That don't make
no, he's not based on tribes. He's basing it on geopolitical regions that are today existing, which is why I like the man. It's like he has drawn a line.
We should build a constitution that is based on merit, not on those old ways.
So why don't I make a proposal, Ferreira? Why don't you write your own constitution?
I'm not supposed to write one. I'm supposed to participate in a discussion for creating one.
I'm not supposed to be in darkness now, but I am in darkness, Ferreira.
Can I quickly say
Go ahead.
something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
And then Tone would say something before. Tone is looking at me. I know he's waiting to say something. And then Amy is there. Please go ahead.
When you go reach my top forefather?
Yeah, you are free to speak anytime, Mama
No,
Echo.
but una say me that they respect. I raise my hand. So the best way to talk finish supposed land, then you go call me. Now you got the distributor without me. And if
Okay,
I talk
after Bumi, definitely you then Stone and Emilokun.
So regarding the constitution and whether regarding the constitution, I don't think the man is basically saying that this constitution I've written, everyone must accept it, and that's the end of the story. Absolutely not. It's a proposal, and it's going to be sent, and there's going to be public. What do you say? He's going to send it to the government, and they're going to oversee it. Now it's up to us to, because I don't think anyone here has read it. No one has read this constitution, and we're already criticizing it. We still don't know if it's something that's actually going to work for Nigeria, if it's actually something terrible. But we're saying one man shouldn't write it. So who will write it? Is it in a country where people are still struggling that want to sit down and write? Someone has taken the initiative and started. I think it's up to us to ask, where can I even read this? I've been sat here and no one has actually said, is there a place I can read this constitution? Let me even read it. Even if it's the worst thing on this planet, let me read this worst thing on this planet. I think, asking questions, it's good to ask questions, but there's also, because he can also be lying to us. What if he's saying something and he's going to submit something different? So I do think that we should also be part of the discussion, not just only like saying, "Oh, you don't do it until we all sit down." That's never going to happen. Someone has sat down and written it, which is fine. I think us as people should ask to read it, and then we can start highlighting certain things that we don't like. When it comes to the rotational one, there is no way in a country like Nigeria with over 300 that each and every tribe will have a president. Whatever in it that you want to write the constitution, there is no way. Let's not lie to ourselves. There will still be someone that will, a tribe that will that would not have the presidency or parliamentary or whatever you want to call it. So if we think that each and every person will be fine, and that's why he also said that he's making it very sure that the local government has a lot of power. Once your local government is providing healthcare, education, all the basic amenities, the presidency would not look so attractive. But why the presidency is so attractive in our Nigerian society today? Because nothing is functioning. That's why everybody wants to go there and have their national cake. That's it. Let's not lie to ourselves. And that's why I said, if our local government is working, I have a governor in my state. I don't want to be governor because he does everything. There's nothing forcing me to run for any government position because all the things I need is here. Only if I woke up and I was like, you know what, actually I can do a better job, that I'll be eager to. But we're not realizing that the reason why Nigeria is not functioning because nothing is working. That's why everyone wants to be local governors. Everyone wants to be governors. Everyone wants to be Senate, House of this, presidents. Once we fix those and make all those positions not attractive, basic amenities are being provided to every single person, then you realize that we start having sensible people in government. The ones that actually want to be there. Not the ones that are going there because they want to find breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I do think.
But let me ask though. You see, the thing that makes a local government powerful will make the governor less powerful and will make the central government less powerful. That is the danger. If those higher level governing structures weaken, the whole center could fall apart. We had a weakened center in the 1960s and we know where it ended up. So that's the danger you could face.
And that's why forefathers, and that's why we have to read the constitution he has proposed and see if there are actually loopholes that would create that kind of situation. We still don't know what he has put in place to counter those situations. Making local government very strong, that means you can personally go and find your local government. We cannot find Tinubu. I can't find that man. He's all the way at the top.
I totally agree with you. Can I put a challenge? Forefathers, can I put a challenge? Mr. Adeni, how many chapters are there in the constitution you wrote?
I have a copy of it. I'm still reading it.
It's not here anymore.
He's not here.
Colonel is
No,
not
he's
here.
not around. Okay, Bumi, how many chapters are there?
I'll quickly check and then let you know.
Okay, anyway, so what I want to challenge to forefathers, Ferreira, Mr. Tone, myself, and Bumi. So how many of us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Tone
of us.
hasn't said anything though.
No, Tone, I know he's a patriot and a nationalist.
So Tone, they already paid you as somebody that is a troublemaker. Okay.
No. He's a nationalist and a patriot. Look, if there's anybody I'll vouch for on this platform, there are two people, Ferreira and Tone. And out of the two, if I'm to pick one, I would drop Ferreira and pick Tone.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So I am thinking that let's
Master, is it because of my temper?
Eh?
Is it because of my temper?
No. No, it's not because of your temper. It's I'm not too sure whether look, I've not heard you speak on tribal issues, but I've heard Tone speak on tribalism, so I know where he stands. I'm assuming I know where you stand, Pereira. I'm making a positive assumption on your behalf, but Tone, it's practical, it's been proven. Anyway, the thing I'm saying is that can we divide that thing into 10 and all of us take two swipes at reading the Constitution? Because half of the time we Nigerians, we like to talk, but we hardly do any practical action step. Reading is a beginning, it's a small beginning. So that even if the country doesn't do it, at least there are some people who have gone through. I know I cannot go through a whole constitution. I cannot. I don't have the time. I would not have the patience, as much as I claim I love the country, but I know what are my limits. So, but if we divide it into 10 or 20 places and begin to take responsibility, let 10 or 20 people read through. I think that's the...
It's 173 pages.
Oh, if we divide it into 20 pages, all of us should be able to read 20 pages and then compare notes.
Like from the way I look at these things is that if you look at all the systems that they have in the world, it doesn't even matter really. They have so many variations. It's ridiculous. It's not even funny. They have so many variations, and all of them, most of them work for the people that are doing it. Let me allow Mahecho, because she will just
no. But why do you say forefather?
Let's let Mama Ejo speak, because we are doing her injustice here. She's being very like she disappears the moment it's her turn. She doesn't say anything. Then you ignore her. Mama Ejo, please say something before we go and forget again.
If I raise my hand, you not call me. Now new rules now we they follow.
Oh God. Thank you. I'm not gonna let you catch me out again. I will be calling you.
Colonel, thank you so much for your hard work on writing the new constitution. So instead of us to sit here and criticize, let's go through it and put our input on it. Yes, we can get everybody from Nigeria, the 2 million people, to sit down. But there's what they call zone. We are product of zone. And we're also a product of state. So if a state governor can govern all the tribe in a state, we should be able to get a honest, people-oriented individual from the 36 states that will sit down and look into this constitution together. So, Daddy, thank you. Can you see our men when they disappoint? Nigeria bad today na caution. Nigeria no they go forward today na caution, whether directly or indirectly. Recently, I was trying to look at the House of Senate, the House of Rep, and I began to look for how many women are there. And I discovered that the percentage of the men there is almost 90% or 95%. And the only thing you people do is, yeah. When my children enter into power, we'll change that. Because we want to see you vote, so that we'll know those who are voting against any B or for any B. Because with your we don't even know which one. The problem we are suffering today, now Nigerian men now go hold responsible any day, any time. Because for all the offices now plenty pass. The looting that is taking place, now they looter, now they aid the looting, now they celebrate the looting. Now they say, hey, Baba. Even some of them, when they Western world here, we now want to make the situation change. You know why? Because one they go Nigeria, we are ready to prepare to go show off. And begin to carry my daughter in the name of Olosho. Hook up. Some of them go live with my wife for here. As soon as they plan Nigeria and they calculate who una don't even contact, who go give una hook up. So as such, Nigeria must not be good. Hey, chairman, una like him. Instead of teaching them how to fish, give them hook to fish. No, una prefer to give them fish so that they can respect and honor you. So if you people were God, what would have happened? What? We are coming, all of now when she say from senator downward, all of now when she say when are their power. The power when we
there's no senator here, Mama Echo.
Eh?
There's no senator here.
They are representative day for comment section everywhere.
I don't represent anybody. Are you representing any senator?
Directly, I said directly or indirectly. Somebody know who knows somebody, who knows somebody, who knows somebody. When I pass this message to them. Because when they sit down, they take ukwabi and they drink pepper soup. Una dey there. These people who succeed. You see, I remember when I had a case in 2010, and I met my lawyer, who is still my friend today. By the grace of God, when I'm coming to launch Andamo Foundation or charity in Nigeria, he will come with me. When I met him for the first time, he asked me, where are you from? I said, Nigeria. He now said, are you people corrupt? I said, yes, we are corrupt. But the truth is this, you people, the West side, you are the father and the mother, us, the children of corruption. So you gave birth to us. Because when our leader looted this money and they were bringing it forth, you open your border wide, you allow them to bring it in here. They bought property cash. Whereas your people will buy property in mortgage, loan, 30 years. They open bank account, no next of kin. When they buy, it because you people colobi it. And when they want to take out of this money to home, you will say it is money laundering. They cannot take more than this. So when they were bringing it, if you had stopped them, there will be a corruption in Nigeria today. Then the second one, I suffered to get my degree in Nigeria. I bring it there. You look at it as a glorified secondary school. We know how we suffer. But the same leaders steal our money and use it to bring their children here. Because they pay 3 times the amount your people pay, and your people does not pay cash. It is either federal government give their grant or they collect student loan. But my people will steal our money and use it to pay 3 times your school fees. If when they brought their children here, you drove them back.
So let me ask you though. Let me ask you which
now.
type of constitution? Because we are talking about this.
I hate when I'm talking.
No,
see, this is why we quarrel here. It's not fair.
No, I ask everybody questions.
Wait,
now.
I was talking. Let my line of thought flow through. You ask your question. You don't like to be interrupted.
I mean, so that it goes towards the topic.
I'm not talking again, please.
It doesn't have to be like that. I just wanted to ask you about what you would like to see as the kind of government you want to see.
Forefather.
Yes.
Have I ever interrupted you when you are flowing your line of thought?
No.
Then respect mine too. When I'm done, ask your question.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe in one thing. Do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Period.
I want people to ask me questions though.
Did I ask you not to ask me questions? I only told you, let me learn. Don't interrupt me because I didn't script what I'm saying. So as he comes here, I speak out. So when you interrupt like that, you break the line of flow, and I don't like it.
Okay, understood.
So I told Richard, if your people has asked them to take their children back, go and build the Nigerian educational system to a standard, all this would have stopped. He looked at me and he asked me, what are you studying? I said, social work. He said, no, go and study law. Till today, it's still troubling me to study law. And at the end of the day, we became friends. My case that I took there, he said, you have won your case as such. I will take care of the case. I was supposed to charge you $1,200, but I'm going to do it free because you've already won the case. So they know. Now we won't be mumu, now I don't know. How can we borrow money from them? And we package, we steal that money and we bring it back. Does it make sense? How can we borrow money from them? We left innocent motor. We now come to their Toyota and use it to buy. Does it make sense? Even to my Yahoo children. Because I don't mention that part of you. In as much as I try to overlook, because I know say, now the nonsense when they do to that, they make una do it. Una they talk say the reason why they do it because una money when they take, that they cut them back. Una not come mumu, una come be the highest mumu, una get and finish. You say make una take up bam innocent motor, now go stick on take and buy their car. Now not be your there. He said, make una take a open company, put them into agriculture so that there will be food una buy export. No. Una go to take a they do gelly, they show up. Una go come they take a they buy their drink. When sapele water they there. Now they buy Azu. All of them made here. Make una get sense. Everything when they take made this expensive drink, it dey on a compound. Una not fit do company, make una do one there. All nonsense, not to just they show up because all this stupid celebrity they make una they move. Now go wake up by force. Now me now what trouser I can't wear with una. Una original destiny. Now by fire, by thunder. Not be this one that they live so. I rest my case.
Yeah, the question was about what kind of, because I've not really heard you speak about the nature of the government you would like to see in Nigeria. Because, like, for me, I didn't see the type of government we are practicing as our problem. I just see that we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing. If we did it, we'll be in a better place. Even with this current government, if the government had
But what is it that we were supposed to be doing, forefathers, if I may ask?
Okay, good. Like, the country is losing about $50 billion.
Sorry, ask her the question, let her answer, and then move all around, please.
Fair point. Sorry, Masca, because they have not spoken. They've been here for a while. It's only
Okay,
fair.
me, I'm even going to go to bed. I beg, just Bumi, do you have who has Bumi's number? Do you have Bumi's number? I just want to get the copy of that constitution.
I think I may have gotten it. So I will send.
Okay,
I will send
you
you
have
the constitution. I can send it to you, Masca.
Father, were you asking me that question?
All right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Masca,
Father, were you asking me that question?
I wanted to ask you, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Do you permit me to answer before you talk? Do you permit me?
Yeah, you can answer, but let the communication between Masca and this thing, because they just want to finish random so they can.
The document, I don't know if he has made a new one, but this one I have is a proposal and it's from 2022. So if I get the new one, I'll definitely send it to Forefathers and maybe he might send it to you again.
All right. Thank you very much. I will plead with all of us to make an effort to read, even if it's 10, 20 pages at least. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Nice to see you guys again.
Thank you for joining us, Masca. Appreciate it. Nice one.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Thank you.
The kind of development I am expecting us to have in Africa.
The government.
Government.
Yes.
The kind of government I am expecting for us to have is people-oriented government. The government that put the people first. The government that will not sleep because there is children on the street that does not deserve to be there. The government that believes that the youth are the human capital of every country. Therefore, an enabling environment has to be given to them. And education is a key. Therefore, instead of wasting money to do Owambe and to buy useless stuff, or stealing it and going to abroad to drop it, or sending their children here so that they cannot become master for my children tomorrow, every Nigerian child should be given equal rights, equal education, equal opportunity. So that is the government I want for my children.
Thank you.
Where human life will be valued. Not here. We are in a society where animal has rights. And my country of birth, my children do not have rights. They buy them. Like even we don't buy animal here. Here you have to have license before you can even go and hunt. But they hunt down my children every day and they don't care. They will pay. We will ask questions and we will demand. And those who are supposed to go punish for it, they will eat it hot.
Wow. You know that the US actually spends more on pets than our entire national budget 3 times over, or maybe even how many times over. They spend $136 billion on pets, while our entire national budget is around $30 billion or so. But in other words, animals are treated better in America in terms of spending than our people. are treating each other. So like I was saying, I think I was saying something. You see, somebody was saying something that I should let other people talk. So Tone will be coming in next, but I will keep it very quick. The things we should be doing that will give us a bang for our buck. We are losing $50 billion or so up to annually because of insecurity. You plug that gap. You know our refineries needs to come on stream. We all know that. That is not even rocket
Father,
science.
can you let everybody
Get it
first
on
of all have
stream.
their opinion first? Please. Eh?
Let me finish what I'm saying there. Don't worry. I know. I will give you your
No,
time, your full time.
it's not a matter of full time. It should be conversation, and as a moderator, you should
No, I'm
go
giving my
around.
own opinion now.
You've given at least I've listened to you like 4 times interrupting and saying your stuff, saying your stuff, saying your.
Yes.
So it's not fair.
That is what I do, though.
And that's why
But
Nigeria
wait,
is still not moving forward,
Father,
because this is still
is
you
there
know balance.
difference between a moderator and panelist? Because you do the two.
Yes, actually, I do the two. See,
So the day you want to moderate. The day you want, when you want to be panelist.
I think the thing is, this is more of a conversation. It's not.
Let Tone speak now. Tone and me.
No, I'm not stopping them. I just said I was going to keep it brief. He just interrupted me before I even got 10 seconds.
No,
out.
I was thinking it's their turn.
No, it's your turn. It's Tone's turn next. I was just asking for 15 seconds. You plug the gap of security. You plug the gap of refineries. You plug the gap of your resources getting stolen out of the country. You plug the gap of Ajakuta steel. All those things, if you do them and you stop the government from changing your currency all over the place, they are simple things. They are straightforward things. You do them, the country will start changing very, very quickly before you know it. So that one is not rocket science. Tone, I don't know whether you can hear us. Eventually came to your turn. I really appreciate your patience. Thank you for joining us. And so what do you think about the governance system that we have? What would you propose for the Nigeria, how we should be governed?
At the minute, hi, hello everybody. At the moment, what we have now is not working, and it's not working for many reasons. Not that it's the constitution we have now is that bad. We might propose, we might even get the best suggestion of a new constitution, but if we do not deal with this thing called corruption, it's not going to work. Corruptions need to be dealt with, because at the minute, people steal money knowing that there is no consequence, and they're even allowed to keep it. Criminals will come to power knowing there is no consequence. People will forge NYSC certificates and become governor because they know there's no consequence. These are very, very serious issues that needs to be dealt with. So, regards to the colonel's the constitution he's proposing, I've not read it, so I will not condemn it. But I think it's the right. It's commendable. At least somebody had taken time to write out something. I, for one, the regional government that everyone seems to be proposing, I don't know. There's just something but I just can't put my finger to it. I don't think at this stage in time of Nigeria it will really, really work. What we need to be concentrating on is how to tackle corruption, how to bring down the cost of governance to the barest minimum. When we make it in such a way that when you want to go and become a governor, or you want to go to the House of Assembly and all that, is not because of the monetary reward, that you're going there to serve your country. Until we deal with those little things and all that, we're just scratching the surface. We'll come with a new constitution, and all of us will come back to this where we are today, and we'll be criticizing it. No, it didn't work. It's this one. It's because the Yoruba man that wrote it. It's because it's an Hausa man that wrote it. It's because it's an Igbo man that wrote it. No, until we deal with consequences of corruption, because corruption is what's corruption? Corruption is not even just is not even constrained to just stealing government money. It's about doing the right thing. Are you doing the right thing? Are you, when you're sent there as a senator, are you really representing your senatorial district? Are there check and balances that the people can call you back when you mess up? They have the power to call you back, and you're back, and you're back to square one, and they can do another election and send someone that is worthy of that seat. And that's why I don't know, is it Mama Echo that said, yeah, that we need to be looking at people-centered governance. And again, with Ferreira, I agree with him partly about what he said. I don't think it's just something that one man can just write and say, okay, here it is, because that's a problem we have now. We are blaming the military, because the military, Abdul Salam and some few people got together and all that. I don't think when they wrote that constitution, I don't think they meant any harm. They had the best interest at heart, but I don't think people were not the wider group that represents each region were not consulted. There has to be a consultation. And when I'm talking about consultation, it's not going to be like 1 month's consultation or 2 months. It's going to be a very robust consultation where we all sit down as a group. Okay, we're talking about region. Look at this Edo election. It's opened my eyes to something. We are very, very polarized in Nigeria, even within Edo State. I didn't know that there was so much division. This one we say and all that kind of thing. Even within it, so that regional thing and all that, even if we do introduce it, there will be some smaller groups that will be trampled upon, that will not be given the opportunity to thrive. So I don't think the problem is regional. I believe that the most competent person should rule. Now, state level, the Nigerian governors are too powerful. Some of their powers need to be devolved to local authority. Like for instance, here in England, the local authority they do a lot of things. They take a responsibility with street lights, schools. That's the job of the local authority, and there's no interference. So there has to be some check and balances and all that. And then right there at the top, on the federal level and all that, the president needs to be answerable in such a manner that when he messes up, he will be impeached quite easily. So it will make everybody to be on their toe wherever you are. You'll be on your toes. You don't want to mess up. And you're not going there because the salary is so brilliant that you just go there and be. I mean, you look at the camera in the house or in the Senate house and all that. Most of them are snoring. They go there and snore and just talk rubbish. We don't want that kind of thing happening again. Or they are untouchable. There's a senator right now that it was alleged that he killed, but he's gotten away with it. The police cannot touch him. He's untouchable. All because they've got some kind of immunity as honorable. That's complete nonsense. Here in the UK, you're an MP. You go, an MP should use his car and hit somebody or jump the traffic light. You're going in for it. Or you go and do 80 where you're supposed to be doing 40, the police will come knocking at your door and you go into court, even though you are an MP. So all these little check and balances and all that, too much unnecessary powers need to be taken away. You need to know that you're there first and foremost. Like Alaba said earlier, there has to be a change of the mind, of the attitude. You know that you're there primarily to serve people, not to rule people. You think that you're one small demigod like Wike is parading himself as a little Hitler, ordering people, shouting on people, threatening people. But he does not understand that he's there. He's there to serve. Or Tinubu telling the Ogun State governor that without you, you'll not be a governor. What is that? For crying out loud. And godfatherism left, right, and center. What is that? So until these little things are checked and correct measures are put into place, and all that, you steal money, you either going away for a long time, or you face it, or there's a possibility of death penalty. Our country will not come to not come to its senses. I know it might sound harsh. People might say, okay, because I've got a military background. It's not about military background. It's just unfortunately that's where we found ourselves, because we cannot have the kind of federalism we have in the US to work in Nigeria, in Africa, because we've not evolved. I believe we're not evolved. There needs to be some kind of high-handedness to get people to start thinking. Because what everybody right now in Nigeria is about, what can I take? What can I take? That's the mentality. What can I grab? Look at the military, our military right now. The rank and file of the Nigerian of the military across. I'm talking about the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and all that. Poorly paid. Poorly paid. It's embarrassing. Discipline within the Nigerian army has gone down over the years. It has the standard had gone down. Truth to be told. Not too long ago, there was this Navy rating. He was told by his commanding officer for him to be disarmed and all that. He was struggling with a gun there and all that. He nearly shot him. And now they put him in well, I don't know the situation right now, whether he has been released and all that. And people are defending him that he should that there should have been there should have been a proper procedure to disarm him. If that happened in the British Army or the US, the fact that you were struggling with your gun and opened fire, you're dead.
Todd, when you finish, after Ekmen speak, I want to ask forefathers some questions.
So the thing is, we need to make collectively as a country, we need to make some very, very hard decisions and all that. And I'll be looking forward to read part of that constitution that the colonel had written. Kudos to him. Well done to him. See, we don't have any other country but Nigeria. Unfortunately, some people do not honestly want it to work, because if it works, all the excesses and the criminality that they all engage will not be there anymore. Thank you.
Really, thank you. I appreciate that. Now I'm going to take another 10 minutes to make a statement before MA speaks, just to annoy him a little further. At last, MA, it's your turn. Go ahead, have your say, please, MA.
Funny thing is not because maybe I want to speak. It's just that, as a moderator, you should let the conversation go around so that people shouldn't forget a particular point before we go into another point entirely again that simply, derail the thoughts of a lot of people. That's why I just let people have their opinion a bit at least. Greetings, everybody. And greetings to the Honorable Colonel Adeni Bokinsao Ekusheno. All I said is I greet him honorably and well done for the job he's doing. At least.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, my battery went down before, so I have to go and charge it again. as far no light in Nigeria. Thank you.
As a Nigerian, this is what we really clamor for. These are the kind of actions we want to see people engage in. He's doing his part now as a patriotic citizen. If some people believe maybe there's an ulterior motive to that or not, well, that is an open statement. But he is doing his part. However, on the issue of the Constitution, I have some questions to ask him, and I'm glad I came back. First and foremost, is that on what foundation is he basing his Constitution? What are the pillars, or let me say the values, the principles that he is basing this Constitution on? Then the second question would be that as he has written it, which I quite applaud, though I don't think I would have accepted that too. But it's a proposal. Has he given it to other peers, especially people that have political mindsets? You know, people, maybe professors of political science, those who and psychology, what do you call it now? Sociology. Yes, I think it is not sociology. I should even say that. Who are honorable and who would also judge based on those lenses, the principles, the values that he is basing the Constitution on. Because I think we need to really know where we are going to. Because if you want to have a constitution, you must stand on some things that they are not negotiable. That will really channel everybody in a particular direction. That this is the vision for this land. Even in 100 years, our development will still be contained in this vision, and it will give us the platform to blossom, to grow. So I just have those two questions for you before I make many further comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, my brother. Yeah, like I said, I left that time to charge my phone and come back. You see, I think I wrote that constitution from the position of strength because, like I said, after serving the country for 35 years, I was able to know a lot of things about Nigeria, why things are not really working, and why things are working for some people, and millions of Nigeria are just out there lamenting, because I served in all parts of the country. So I know the tradition and culture of virtually all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. So I wrote that constitution because I have that privilege. And the reason now, another reason is people don't really know their rights. You don't know their rights in Nigeria, and that's why they are keeping quiet to so many things. Because if you really know your right, that it is the job of the government to provide those basic services for you, you will not just leave everything to God and say, well, God. You will come out to demand for the right. And I now realize that the only way people can feel the impact of government in their country is through the local government. So those basic things has to be understood. They have to be highlighted so that let people know what they are entitled to and who is to give them. So that is just the basic reason why I write that constitution. And that is how it is in all over the world. Because you must take care of the people. You have the country because the country is having people. If there is no people in a place, there will be no government. So government is set up to render services to the people. So if the people don't know what they are entitled to, everybody will be like, just be ignorant and will just be crying, lamenting every day and be looking onto one person. Government is not just one person. Government is about institutions. And like I said before, institutions of government has been established to provide those two basic responsibilities. security and welfare. So without politicians, government to be on autopilot. This institution is supposed to be working because they've employed experts, people who are trained, who have gone to school, who have gone to, who have learned, who are knowledgeable. Government have employed them, and they are there to provide services. That's why they call them civil servants. So if the politicians are not there, civil servants are supposed to be doing their job. So those are the awareness I really want to bring out, so that people will know what they are entitled to, their rights, and their responsibility to their country. And like I said, the responsibility of the people to the country is pay your tax and obey the law. That is just what the government wants from the people. Then the government responsibility to the people is provide them welfare services and security services. Finish. So that's just it.
Yeah, Colonel Adeni, I don't mean Forefather, excuse me, I don't mean to Bobby. I have a question for Forefather and also for Colonel Adeni. Colonel Adeni, in the draft that you propose, do you like Ekme asks, and I don't think you addressed Ekme's question properly. Are there some fundamentals, non-negotiables in that constitution? For example, let me give you a good example. In the US Constitution, for example, I hate to use US, but that's the only one I know. I'm sorry. I wish I know other countries. There's these 6 big ideas that when all the states came together to say, okay, we're going to form this United States of America, each state came, but there were 6 basic non-negotiable ideas in the US Constitution. Number 1 was popular sovereignty. Number one was popular sovereignty. Number 2 was the issue of check and balances. Number 3 was the issue of separation of powers. Number 4 was limited government. Number 5 was republicanism, and number 6 was federalism. So in this your draft, what are the non-negotiable? Because if you're proposing a constitutional draft, if, for example, number 1 is not there, popular sovereignty, I don't even see why I should be talking, or the conversation should go forward. Or did you divide it into those terms, or did you look at it from those perspectives? That's for that. That's for you, Colonel. And for you, Forefather, you always argue that, okay, if we were addressing the issue of security, if we are addressing the issue of Ajakuta, if we are addressing this Dangote refinery, all this your point that you always push. Forefather, have you ever sat down to ask yourself, how did we get to where we are? Something got us to where we are. And if whatever that thing is, over 25 years or 60 years, got us to where we are, you saying why shouldn't we? Isn't that a mute question, a failed question? Saying why are we not? If we can address it, don't you think we would have addressed it? Don't you think something got us to this point? And like what a reasonable people do is that when they find themselves in the ditch, they go back and see how they got in the ditch and try to maybe redirect their direction. I don't know whether sometimes when you push this your strong argument, whether you do a back and forth thinking on if whatever it is that brought us to this stage, brought us here, don't we have a right to question that thing and go back and say, maybe we need a U-turn, maybe we need another direction, maybe we need something else? I'm just thinking this, because these are things I ask myself, and I don't know if you ask yourself, or you're just doggedly strong on your position. Oh, if only they do, if only they build nuclear weapon, our problems will be solved. Yeah, we had an opportunity, but we didn't. We got here. What got us here? Do you ever ask those questions? That's all 2 questions.
I do definitely ask those questions. That is why we went as far back as the colonization wars. When I talk about the colonization wars, that's what I meant by we had individually, our different tribes had our, for want of a better word, constitutions. It didn't save us. We all lost. and we ended up colonized, enslaved, and all the rest. And then the people they handed power over to. This is why I give that narrative, so that you understand how we got here. The people they handed over power to were their collaborators. They were the people that interceded on their behalf, to the point where they send their children overseas to go and study. Then when they came back, those are the educated ones that they handed power over to. Do you expect those ones to break out of their control? I don't think so.
But you do by demanding that they give you security, by demanding that they increase the soldier, by demanding all the demands that you make. You're expecting those that have failed you to do those things for you.
No, I'm not saying they should do it for us. I'm saying anybody that wants to fix a problem should look at those things, because those ones are the
but
core
there were
of our
times you
problems.
oppose those who want to remove those kind of people, who want to remove
no.
our neo-colonial masters.
Why would
because
I want to?
Who they are. That's who those people are. They might be black skin, but they're not folk skin. They might be black. They are the types Stephen Biko calls white souls in black skins.
Why would I want to stop you from removing them? I'm not going to stop you from removing bad leadership.
But none of your argument ever goes in that direction. It's just you keep demanding that they do the security thing that you want.
Because
and you think they will do it.
Because if you want to overthrow a government that is technically been elected democratically, there could be unforeseen havoc that you're going to create in the system. But if you can leverage the system one way or the other to make the change, that
so
is
in your honest opinion, you think we can leverage these people?
I think we can. I've seen it happen. That's the reason why I'm saying it. I've seen it happen before. When NSAS happened, before
where have you seen it?
I'm giving you NSAS now. I'm giving you NSAS now. When the NSAS protest happened, before Lekki happened, the government had already considered to everything the NSAS protest has asked for.
The government never did any of that.
They did. And the governance and bad governance, this thing that happened. The reason why the government had nothing to concede to, because there was not real enough specifics that they can react to immediately. If you told them now, the refineries have to come on stream, we have to see what is happening to these refineries. You report to us on a weekly basis in detail what is happening to
the
our refineries.
Did not even admit it killed his own citizens during NSAS. Please don't use NSAS.
But they granted them what they
other
wanted.
Countries where you've seen
they give you answer, you don't want to hear it. It's okay.
Being leveraged.
See, Nigerian government want to pass cyber security law. People didn't like it, they withdrew it. Nigerian government wants to do this thing, the first tuition fee, this thing that they brought out. People didn't like it, they withdrew it. We pretend as if they don't listen. Our people are not conscious enough. They are not watching them enough. These people are walking around with private security everywhere.
Got to this stage. No, seriously, you got to look at the numbers.
We are not demanding the right things. And I understand why. Why would anybody that is walking on the street care about
Let Colonel Adeni answer my question on the 6 big ideas. So I'm not getting a satisfactory answer from you. I gotta be honest.
I tried.
You tried, yeah. You tried.
Okay. On those requests, you see, all those things you mentioned are fully embedded in the Constitution. They might not come out as an item. They might not be itemized like that as per the way you mentioned it. But you talk of issue of sovereignty now. In fact, basic.
So you're saying issues of check and balances are well mentioned in the Constitution, and yet the so-called people that are destined to make it happen are not doing their job, and there's no recourse of the law for them. Is that what you're saying? Are you talking of your own proposed constitution or the current constitution?
I'm talking of my own proposed constitution.
Oh, in your own proposed, okay.
Yes, okay. Not constitution has a lot of flaws, a lot of loopholes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm talking of my
proposed. So which area? The one of interest to me the most is popular sovereignty, because that's what really gives power to those who are in government. So if I'm as a citizen, I can deal with the person in power. Then the person really doesn't have that power. It's me that have the power. So how does your proposal deal with this?
You see, that's why I'm saying that, it's a representative government. It's a parliamentary system. So the people that are going to represent you are voted for from the local government, from your ward, from local government, from your ward. And it's based on their credibility. So that during screening, those who have that bad background or bad credibility will be screened out. So it's only those ones that are clean will be voted for. and I propose for a digital voting using NIN as password, so that even anywhere you are during election time, you don't need to travel to your local government or to your village. You could be outside the country.
Does your proposal have this thing? This thing they say this 1999 doesn't have this thing whereby the people can what's it called? I can't think of the word, where they can do not a recall, but they can call for a referendum. That's the word, I think. Yeah. Does your proposal have that in it?
Yeah, it has that. If you want to recall any of the members.
Okay, we are not happy with the way this law is called, then we can call the Congress of the people to say we want this removed.
Yes,
or we want
everything
to change
direction.
direction.
Yes, you want to change direction. You want to recall a member. Your representative.
Not recall a member, but in terms of referendum, let's say.
The referendum, to talk about an issue or a policy that
let's say a few states say they don't want to be part of the union. Do they have the right to a referendum and say, okay, we don't want to be part of this union? Is that included in your proposal?
It's included, but you have to meet some requirements. You have to meet, there's a requirement before you can say you want to pull out of Nigeria, for example. Some members need to agree to that. Not just few people will come out and say, so there is to be a required number, to get to that level.
My last question for you, popular sovereignty. What degree of importance did your proposal give it?
A sovereignty as a citizen, you're a citizen, you have the right to be voted for and the right to go and vote. And you have the right to demand accountability from those in government. So that sovereignty is there. It gives you all the powers that any other person has.
Can you sue your state government for violating your rights? Can you sue the federal government? Can you sue your local government and demand reparation for whatever offense they've done to you? Does that proposal have that level of sovereignty?
It has it. I took time to make sure that check and balances. You can question people in government. You can demand for, answers from for any policy they are proposing that is not going down well with people. You see the way it is. I've limited the power of those politicians so that people can really check them. That's the power. That's the essence of this constitution that I'm proposing. It gives so much power to the people that, and it's not what you have now that is difficult to remove a governor. That you have to easily you can come up with reasons that you want to pull out somebody from government. So I made it so easy so that the people in power in government don't have so much powers that they
Does
can
it grant immunity to those in government while they are still in government?
No immunity. As you are there, you can be investigated, you can be prosecuted for any infraction. There is no immunity. That's one of the reasons that they are, messing
I have
up
no
with
further
Nigeria.
questions. Local P, your turn. No, before father allows
you've
you.
not answered my second question.
Okay.
And the second question, because I asked, second is that have you shared it with what do you call them now, with intellectual reviewers of like minds like you?
Of course. I've given it to.
You know why I'm asking? Because at a point, it shouldn't be I wrote again. I think because the Constitution, what you're trying to do, this vision should be bigger than you. It should cross over to this group.
Yeah.
Because when you continue to say I'm not denigrating your effort in any way, sir.
You see, just let me cut you short. It is my thought, it is my contribution to Nigerians' problem, to solving Nigerian problem. You get my point. I sat down to look at the problems and look for and propose a solution. So, and I've given it out to National Assembly, and they are looking at it, and they said they will invite me for what we call a public hearing to come and expatiate on it.
Maybe Father Olumide is trying to get in, or I don't know if you saw his message.
Maybe your goal is to just put it in record that you did your part. I will assume
of course, it is going to be your record that I did my part, but I'm sure the part addressed that my part addressed a lot of fundamental problems in the country
That's the
today.
point. That's the point. You've
Yeah.
not. Yeah, maybe you should share it. But for me, as a student of education, I would say that have ideas like that. After you've written, we should have who have also who you forwarded these ideas to, who have reviewed it and also could pass their own votes of integrity and correctness to it based on these values that we asked for. There's a reason why I asked for those values the other time.
Yeah.
And it said that for the Nigerian that we have to move forward, certain things must be shed away from our wits. And we must move on a particular level of thoughtfulness. You can't throw away vision. And if you can't itemize those vision now, sir, even for you who wrote it all by yourself, you still couldn't itemize these visions. Then that's a problem for me as a person. Not because your effort is wasted, no, sir.
No, I think. See, let me understand your question so that we'll be on the same page.
That is what
We
I'm
are
saying.
talking of itemizing.
My question
Itemizing what now? Yeah.
Now, what kind of nation do you see us becoming? Is it a nation of justice? A nation of, these are pillars. They must be stated correct. We are a nation of justice. And that's why you alone might not be able to write it. I'm not saying what you've written is wrong, but it's just my own stuff.
If you go through it,
Suggestion.
now, I'm sure the forefather has the soft copy. I've sent to him, and there's something. There's something I. Okay, wait. There's something I want to send now. It's like the summary of the Constitution. Are you getting my point? There is, because I attached a covering letter to the Constitution when I was sending it to National Assembly. It's like the summary of the Constitution, so that they would not even need to start from page 1 to the end, because most of them are lazy there. But if they look at the summary, like the covering letter, they will know the nitty-gritty, the whole essence of the Constitution, just like what you're asking for now, what you want Nigeria to be and everything. It's in the summary, how Nigeria should be run, how Nigeria should be managed, how the citizens should be taken care of, the rights the citizens should know and everything. So it's summarized in what I will later send to your forefather so that you can make it available for you. So the summary is the copy letter of the Constitution to the National Assembly.
Okay, that's fine. But for me, I would just submit that if I would rather write a constitution, I think after I've written it, I would want to share with people of principles.
Of course. Leave I mention names of people that have shared it to. You'll be surprised.
You mentioned the names. There's nothing like you'll be surprised there.
Like Chief Ape Babalola. You know Chief Ape Babalola?
What did he say? What did he write? We want to see his writing.
I think Loco wants to add to the Loco. If you want to say something, you can. They probably have a question for you, Colonel Adeni. The topic is about what kind of government would be best for Nigeria. Like which kind of constitution would be best suited to run the Nigerian state. Some people prefer dictatorship, benevolent dictatorship, while others are for democracy. The Cornell constitutional provision is for local government. It's really centered on local government autonomy and power. So I don't know what you think about that.
Okay, guys. Hello, how are you all doing, everybody? Cornel, well done, sir, for your effort. At least you made a step. No matter how small, but it's a good effort. It shows that at least no matter how small it is, you're still being patriotic. I think that's what we like in Nigeria. Being, putting your nation first. That's what we all like in Nigeria. For the question that I think Amy is looking for, the answer is he has the answer, even if maybe he doesn't understand how to give you the answer, but he has the answer, because definitely he must go through one introduction preview or one step, one chapter, two, chapter three, and whatever answer you're looking for is inside those chapters. You understand? I understand your question totally, because if he's the only person that wrote that so-called constitution, you understand, he must have had an answer, give you the answer off heart to like tell you, yes, this. I totally understand what you're saying, but if he still cannot be able to give you exactly what you're looking for, yeah, it's still okay. You understand? But the most important thing is like there's something out there that is, that's for people to look at and scrutinize, criticize, and add to or subtract from, but just to make it better at least. But there's something that one can really, look into and revise and make amendment and make it better. There's something out there, and which is also good for everybody to look at it if they want to, because everybody will be saying we need to get, we need to get, but nobody's even coming out to say, okay, we need to get. This is what I think. This is what I've written down so far. This and that. Everybody just wants a new one. So he is here right now to like, okay, bring a new one, and at least we commend you for that. Then for your answer, for that, like the type of government that we want. See, truth be told, any government will work. We are human beings. There's no follow come, type of government from creation of this world that it must be this one that works for everybody. Every government type of government will work only if there's sincerity of purpose for that government. You understand? If you say dictator, the person might not be the person it may just be strict to like, I want this to be like this and it's like this. Stricto ascenso, like that, and it's like this. You might say the person is strict or wicked, but is following the law and it must be that. You understand? So whatever government we're practicing is good. If not for the fact that the type of government we're practicing, we have greedy presence at the center of power who wants to hold power. You understand? We won't be complaining if he holds power and is making sure that development is going through the whole state simultaneously without selfishness or whatever. I don't think we'll be here complaining that about this country. You understand? We have greedy people who don't have anything that has to do with nation building, always in hold of power. That's why we're all sitting down here complaining. From federal government down to the state, I mean the three tiers of government. You get me? So whatever government we practice is good. I think, but the only thing is how we can change our mindset to say to be patriotic to our nation, to this is our own. We have to put it forward. We have to make sure is good out there. I was watching a documentary yesterday about a zoo from one YouTuber, the zoo in Calabar. I think Afi, whatever, is being headed by two white Americans. They came since 1982, 84, something like that, right? And I saw it, and the way they were speaking about Nigerian, how passionate they are about the country. They were even more passionate about Nigeria than us as black people, which was like their kind of frustration. Like we are taking worst of the bad behavior of foreigners and using that culture to replace our good culture, something like that. You understand? So we as a people are not even willing for the country to be better first, because we all benefit from this bad governance of a thing. We all benefit from it. That's why we're not even doing anything willing to even make it change. You understand? Step you can imagine somebody is going out to protest. Some group of people in their thousands are collecting money to wage war against the protesters. So, like, who does that in a country? Where have you seen that in any country, any part of this world? So, because we are not ready, we just think everything is money. Everything is whatever happens in this country. How will it benefit me personally? How do I make money from it? How do I cash out from it? That is an average Nigerian's mindset, and it starts from grassroots straight down to the federal. You understand? That's why I say any kind of government, anybody, whether it's the American type of government or the Lee Kuan Yew type of government or whatever it is, as far as the person who is the helm of affair is nation building first before any other, even before himself. Trust me, we will not be here thinking saying what we're saying. So in a nutshell, any type of government will work, but we have to first change our mindset to make sure yes, we put the nation first, so that whatever kind of government we want to practice henceforth from Nigeria will work for everybody, because the whoever is in the hem of affair wants, betterment for everybody. And once again, for the colonel, a good one for what you've written and all that stuff. But and I know if you have good maybe rapport with your House of Representatives, somebody in the Senate or whatever, maybe if they have you in mind, they can, if they have nation building first, they can take it from you, discuss it among their peers. If they see there's anything like they're going to add or remove, whatever, they can call you for hearing, and you can go there and present your stuff. And also, it will, because of the type of pol- politicians, political atmosphere we have in this country, it may also be good to give, like you said you send copies to Afe Babalola. Understand? Nice one too. So it might also be good to also send this to across the nation, east, west, north, south, and all that stuff, so that if you also have maybe let them know that these are the people who you send this stuff to, maybe that will also like, oh, okay, this guy means what he's saying. At least we have prominent Nigerians who have read this stuff and they're okay with it, so we shouldn't throw it aside as if we don't know what we're doing. So that's a good one, nice one.
Thank you. I really appreciate this thing, because I actually subscribe to your school of thought. It's about action. I think in China, when Mao Zedong came to office, he didn't write the constitution until after 5 years when he came to office. What got him into office wasn't the constitution. How he governed for the first 5 years had nothing to do with constitution. It's just that in the end they did the constitution and they've reviewed it over time till now. And look at where China is today. The example is there all over the world telling you the same thing. It's not about necessarily the document, it's the people that have the mind to change the country. If you change the country, the constitution will take care of itself.
Exactly. Like I've told people, like in the Nigerian constitution that we're complaining. Okay, point out, give me 10 things that you think is very, very, very wrong in the Nigerian constitution. People cannot even point 10. You just because the only problem we have is
10 is a lot
no,
to ask.
hold on, no, but you can't because of
Forefathers, do you still have my email address?
I should, yes, I should.
If you can forward it to me, please, yeah. Or if
Seriously,
you want,
you want me to give you your
drop.
email address? Is that how it works now?
No,
You want me?
the document.
I thought,
No,
okay,
I
I thought you were telling me to give you your email
No,
address.
okay,
That was confusing, though.
No, I can. Okay, I'll email you. I'll just
Yeah,
send an
email
email
me
to
so
you.
that I'll forward. Okay, the constitution, I'll forward it to you. Okay.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
constitution. Yeah.
Sorry,
you are.
Mr. Loco that said that people should point out what the things that are wrong with 1999 constitution. I can tell you some now. Like the issue of bicameral House of Assembly now. We don't need it. It's a waste.
Sorry, Mr. No, hold on. Sorry, Mr.
Is what? Hello. Okay.
Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. Denny. What I wanted to say is like when I say you can't point 10, right? As in you can't because of 10, take out the whole constitution. You understand? The only thing I know is for sure, if we are really, 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 really enforcing the law according to that constitution that we have right now in Nigeria, I swear to God, we will, in fact, 80% of us will not be complaining about Nigeria. If enforcement is really, really taking place with that constitution, the problem we have is nobody is enforcing it.
It's difficult to enforce. Okay, I'll give you an example. The governors are so powerful in Nigeria today that they are just like emperors. They have immunity that is giving them absolute power that nobody can check them. Now look at when the president said, let local government have their resources directly. Under Buhari said the same thing. They refused, and there was nothing Buhari could do. Now Tinubu now came and took them to court. After even the court judgment, they are still refusing because they are still basing on the constitution that the local government, the constitution has put local government under the governors, which are some of the anomalies. Now they are using that now to sit on the local government resources. So those are some of the things that have to be addressed from the onset. So that yes, okay.
So we have rights. There are laws that are in the constitution, and they are executive laws. You understand? Look, the governors you say are support, no matter how powerful they are not bigger than any country. You understand what I'm saying? The people themselves, they are not so willing. If we true to ourselves, if we are not corrupt in ourselves, in our own states, if we know that this constitution will definitely favor us. You understand?
Mm.
There's no way the people will not come out of the street like, look, Mr. Governor, the president have given this executive order, is being passed from the National Assembly. Why are you not doing it? But the state will refuse to come out because they know they are getting employment. They have families that are enjoying from the government directly. The state will not want to do it. You understand?
That's
The
it.
citizen state will not want to do it because they have families that enjoying from the government. You get my point? So to say it's
It's
difficult,
very
it's not because of the president don't have the power, it's enforcement. The people is not even willing to take action because they are benefiting from that state government as they just did so. You understand?
That's
Because
what we are saying now. Those are some of the loopholes. Like I said, now the state assemblies now, they are just toothless bulldog. They can't do anything to the governor. That is how it is.
because the governor is a paymaster.
That's what
So
I'm saying. So, those are some of the things that need to be addressed in the constitution so that the power of the governors is limited. Powers of the president too is limited. You can't just be a dictator. We are not running a monarchy. We have somebody who just be at the end of affairs and it will
Then where will
disrupt
the power be then?
the power will be. See, when I said there will be no political parties, somebody now asked me, say, there will be the opposing party. Who will
You
be
want
the
to get
opposing?
rid of political parties? That would be a problem.
No, see,
Okay, explain to me how that works. Because I think
I've,
that's the
I've,
first time yeah.
I've explained to you before. Now I don't know why you said I should do it. Okay, I'll do
No.
it again now.
For the
I'll do
new
it again.
for the new viewers, yes. So
Okay,
that
good. I'll do it again because I said there are two ways you can practice politics all over the world in the book, like that. Everything it's partisan politics and non-partisan politics. So it is not new. It is not strange. I'm not just bringing it from the blues. It's there in the book. So what we have been doing since 1963 is partisan politics. And we can see how partisan politics have divided the country. Not only the countries, have divided even ethnic groups, have divided families, have divided us. We are fighting each other, killing each other. Those are even the same ethnic group are killing themselves because of partisan politics. So it has not helped us. And people are so loyal to their parties than to the country. I gave an example of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar when last election, he said he want to be president. And people say, but the last person, the current person is from the north. Why do you think you from the north should be president again? He said, no, his own political parties provided the last president is from the south, as that's President Jonathan. So he is from the north, he should be the president. So he was loyal or is loyal to his party than to the country interest. So at the end of the day, I came to realize that party politics has destroyed us. And then I now started and say, what is the job of the party self in the first place? So if say you need a platform, party manifesto, party this, party that. And I say, which manifestos? Check all the party manifestos, they're all the same. Because all the party will tell you that we want to give welfare to the people, we want to provide security, you fix their road, you fix their schools. All of them are saying the same
they're the
thing.
same people. They're the same people.
Yes.
The people are the same. So the people are the same.
So that's what I'm not saying. So if you look at the party manifestos, it's the same thing as what is the constitution. So they're only repeating what constitution have said that give welfare to the people. So the party will just come with a manifesto to say they are doing it. So why are we deceiving ourselves that we are using political parties? Then another thing is that when before we were born, before we came to this world, government had been existing. And the job of government is mainly to security and welfare.
Sorry,
Institutions to
sorry, sorry.
provide.
Sorry, sir. Is
Yeah.
that the non-partisan? Okay, I want you to explain the non-partisan politics.
Yes, I'm
Is that
going
what you
there.
want to explain right now?
I'm going there.
Okay.
Why I decided to pick non-partisan because I want to say why we don't need parties in the first place. Why
Okay.
the party politics is even not helpful, it's useless in the first place.
Continue.
So when you now said the government, the job of government to security and welfare, government have established these institutions right from the onset. Institution to provide security. The welfare issue is all encompassing. Security, the education, healthcare, infrastructure, water, all those basic things, they are part of welfare and they've established institutions to do it. So when parties now coming that they say they will give you healthcare, are they going to take over the job of established institutions? So you can see that it's just mockery of government, mockery of politics. So that's why I said it is not your job as a political party or as a politician to say you want to provide services to people. No, institutions to do it are already established. Your job as a politician is just to go there and ensure that these institutions are working. So don't let us be looking onto people. Let's look onto the institutions that have been established to provide services to us. So that's why I say there's no need for parties. So if individuals now can come out from their ward, from their local government, come out that you want to be voted for, people will look at you. People who knows you will say, okay, this person, he has been a criminal before. He stole money before. He did it. So they will talk about you. The government media will publicize you to them so that you don't need to pay. Because if you don't eradicate money politics, you will still fall to the same corruption that you are running away from. Because
What did you
anybody that
say?
spend
Sorry,
money,
I wanted to
yes,
catch that again. How did you say the people will get recognition again instead of
you
through
see,
money?
if you come out to say they should vote for you, the government media at local government level will announce you to the public. People will now start talking about you. If you
But
are
but
good,
but hold on. So let's slow
yes,
down. Let's try
yes,
to go one by one here.
okay,
The government media that picks up on that candidate,
yes.
are you do they have any rules on who they pick up on? Is there anybody that contests that they have to pick up on?
Anybody that wants to contest, that want to
Yes.
go for the contest, you don't
Okay.
need
They
to
have to
discriminate
cover the person equally.
from that, yes, from that local government, because I talk about representatives now from each local government. So if you come out now from the local government, they will go, the government media will now publicize you so that the people will now talk about you. If you are the type that, you know, have done something terrible in the past, they will know. And from there, they will start screening you out. During the screening, they will come and say, somebody said before, you are this, you are that, you are this. So they screen out people who are criminals. That
But
is
did they publicize local government this in on TV? I think is it not like through posters and stuff because the TV channel, government TV channel cannot cover all local government this. I think there are quite many, isn't it? They
okay.
cannot
Now,
cover everybody that wants
yes,
to run.
okay. There's something I didn't talk about before we talk about the local government. First of all, I propose for a lot of things to be put in place before we start this new system. I said a local government now should be viable and propose for population of 500,000 for each local government, plus or minus 100,000. So that no local government will be less than 400,000, no local government will be more than 600,000. So at the end of the day, we have all the local government in the country operating on equal footing. So if you are to contribute to the center, you contribute equally. If you are to benefit from the center, you benefit equally. It's not be a situation where some local government, like what we have now, local government in this country, some are more than 1 million, where some local governments are less than 20,000. So when you are giving them aids now, or they are contributing to the center, it's not equal. The one with 1 million will feel that it's been marginalized because the person from the one that is 20,000 is contributing 5%, the one with 1 million is contributing 5%. So it's not equal. So we need to operate on equal footing so that people will stop complaining of marginalization. That is first thing that I propose. So I give the task to National Population Commission and National Boundary Commission to do that one for the country first, so that we have local government that will evenly, establish and operate equally. So by that, each local government need to have their own media outfit, because this time around you will operate like as if you are a state. So you have your own media outfit. People now that want to contest come out. The media will take over from there, announce to the public. The public talk about you. If you are clean, you scale through the screening. Then during election, you use your like what I say again. There should be internet service in all those and training of the country. People say it's not doable. I said it is doable. We spend close to 400 billion on election every time we do election. If we take just 100 billion naira, we can put internet service in all the parts of the country. And it's not a wasteful project. It's an investment, because if you put internet service all over now, people will pay, will buy, what do you call it? Buy data,
Data.
and government will make back their money. So it's not a waste. So if you have internet service,
I think that is doable. Where
No,
I
yes,
think
brothers, we are disagree. The truth is we are disagree. disagree with him
You say?
is simple. Look, in a
You say
society,
what?
they have to be. I say me, I disagree with you in terms of that how to contest. Like
I'm not finished. So let me just finish. So
okay, sir.
that when I
Sorry, sir.
finish, then you can now
Sorry,
criticize.
sir.
So
Sorry.
when there is internet service all over, then during election period, after individuals have cleared through the screening and the time for election, your NIN, everybody should be given NIN this time around to make sure that you are a citizen of the country. You cannot use your NIN as your password to enter the service, the server of INEC during election. So when you put your NIN, it will screen you. If you are less than 18, you are disqualified. You are you are not eligible. But if you are more than 18, you proceed. The list of the region come out. You click your region. From region now, all the local government will come out. You click your local government. Then you click your local government. The people who have sailed through the screening, their faces and their names will come up. You click the face of the person you are voting for. So you could be any part, anywhere in the country. You don't need to travel to your local government. You could be in Lagos and vote for your candidate in Maiduguri. You could be outside Nigeria, in Germany, in UK, in China. As long as you have an internet service, you can vote. So take care of diaspora voting and all those things. So you be in your house drinking your beer and you are voting. So all these things are doable. When you do these things successfully, countries will emulate us that yes, this thing that is going on in Nigeria is okay, because you don't need to go out again and queue behind somebody or hoodlums will come, thugs will come and be scattering the ballot papers, scattering ballot materials and breaking people's head there. Or rain will fall in some. So all those things will be yes.
Sorry, Colonel.
Yeah.
It's in a very ideal situation. That
Yep.
is a wonderful idea, but
Mm-hmm.
with the kind of the internet infrastructure we have in Nigeria, I doubt it will work, and I'll tell you why. I
That's why I
doubt
say
because
that we
one,
need to put a lot of things in
Oh
place.
no.
yes,
If
that's
we're
what I'm
able
trying.
to,
Sorry.
No, well, that's what I'm trying to
Tom,
say. Like the
Tom.
companies that run the internet in Nigeria need to be kicked out in the first place because you need to make it so robust. I mean, the especially security infrastructure around the ISPs because you don't want people breaking because very very brilliant people can break into this system and circumvent and deceive the system. I could pretend. I mean, you could pretend. I could pretend to come from, say, Oyo State, somewhere in Oyo State, and all that. So, if we're talking about something that will be based on internet, are the government are they ready to spend that kind of money? And if it's especially for security around that infrastructure, it's very very important. It would be nice if we can implement it, but can
yeah,
they?
just like you said now, somebody who supports government institutions to work. I never supported the idea of government selling Nitel in the first place. Nitel should have been the national carrier that would give us internet service all over the country. And
We don't even
so
have
we need to
our own
revive it.
satellite now, so
We
that
need
will
to
be
revive
difficult.
it and put so many things in place, like so that we don't depend on the on all these foreign GSM provider and internet service provider.
Brother, do
So
you know
See,
the person
for
that is
me,
referred
Tom,
the
Mr. Tom,
person that is
sorry.
referred to as the father of the internet? The
you say
person
what?
that is referred to as the father of the internet is a Nigerian. He's from my town.
Okay.
America don't joke. See, we have brains
See,
outside that know
look,
stuff that when they come back, they can build a very,
see,
very, very tight and robust
for
system.
me, see,
Those are
for
the
But
me,
things that we need to do in this country to
see,
move forward,
for
so that
me,
we do things seamlessly. You get it? To
for
get
me,
internet service all over the country. Like you say, you are talking of hacking this system now. Good. Even if somebody successfully hack it, you will only hack it maybe for your candidate that is in a local government. It might not affect other people that are still voting in other local government, because you are not voting for one person as president this time around or as governor. You are voting for just a representative in a local government in a ward. So if you successfully hack it, you just hack it for so, and at the end of the day, if you are able to restore it back, it's only going to affect a small area, not the whole country per se. So that's the way.
Mr. Conesa,
Yes,
Mr. Conesa,
yes.
from half of what you said, right, concerning the non-partisan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was expecting you to, like, explain total okay, let me say I got what you're trying to say from the non-partisan part of politics. Yes, that I completely agree with. Then the other part of your submission, where you're talking about the how to vote, remotely.
Mm.
Yes, that's technology, where anybody
Yes.
can, who can also do that. Yeah, because I, for one, I've been advocating for diaspora voting.
Mm.
All since at least everybody in the panel will tell you, I've always advocated for diaspora voting. Like we have to, you understand, wherever we are, so at least we can contribute, in that nation building too from wherever we are in any part of the world. But for the non-partisan, when it comes to organization, sir,
Mm. Mm.
if you say you throw it to the air, like you don't have to be party, anybody who's interested with maybe a
Mhm.
good character or whatever, you announce yourself. Sorry, that may somehow the organization will be kind of cumbersome. You understand, difficult. But by the time they are these people are organized into sects, which is like party wise, organized into sects, they can talk among themselves, like, okay, who the people feel who choose that is competent enough to govern them. You understand, under a party. You understand, or other whatever. If you may not call it political parties, you might call it organization or sect or group of whatever. It mustn't be political party, yeah, just because of this is what we find ourselves right now. That's what we call it political party. But if you can put yourself together, talk among yourselves, speak your language, your parakbo, whatever it is, and bring out whoever is going to lead
You
you,
see,
then
you see,
person to
from
choose,
there,
rather than
from there now,
everybody coming
lobbying.
with local government.
Okay, Mr. Luko, from there, lobbying will come in. Money will start exchanging hands. Then
Yeah,
corruption will come.
you
So,
see, you see
so
that,
that's all
it now
things that have
it
to
now
be.
goes back to no, sorry, it now goes back to what I was talking about the people. You
You
understand?
see,
It's also to the people. So if you say lobby, like so, that means what is happening in this government is not bad. It's just because of the lobby and the people trying to make money that is the issue. You
because
understand?
the room, because you created room for it.
If the
Because
people refuse,
because that's why I'm saying that you need a system that will limit the excesses of people, limit the powers.
but
Before you know now,
what
somebody
about
that you are talking now will start
enforcement?
sharing money, start sharing rights. Okay, nominate me. But if it is individual something that comes, is within a local government, and in the constitution that I put there is still requirements that you will meet your qualification and everything. So even the old people that are
But
coming,
in the individual, it may still be highest bidder. If look,
no,
Oga,
see,
if you are
the,
corrupt, you are corrupt. Whether you go as individual or go as a party, if you are corrupt, you are corrupt. Because if all of us go as individuals, you understand, it
Mhm.
might be who owns the bigger money. Because I might be the richest person in that village, and I might be corrupt. And if we decide to go individually, I might still be doing do the same vote buying. I like, oh, this guy I get big pocket too. Is this man?
You see,
It's not the party now. This man has big pocket. Let's also vote for him. So if that vote buying still wants to happen, whether you do it in a party way or partisan way, it will still happen. But
but it will be limited.
if there's enforcement of laws,
Individual something will be limited, because this time around you are coming and others too are coming, and during election you might not even know who will vote for you, because somebody is in his house and he just opened the system and your picture should be there. So it's only if they like you they vote for you, because if you are the one that has money,
okay,
they might even say you didn't get your money in the right
okay
way,
now,
and say, "Ah, that man that stole
Augustina,
all the money."
Augustina, if I'm in abroad right now,
Mhm.
and Atiku
Yes.
wants to vote in Nigeria, you understand,
Mm,
and this your second partner, which is diaspora voting, we are doing it in Nigeria, we vote remotely, you understand.
mm,
If
mm,
Atiku is coming, Atiku, Peter Obi, and what do you call this guy, Tinubu, if
mm,
if they are doing that in Nigeria, if they share
mm,
money, if they want
mm,
to, if they want to do vote buying, will it affect us in whatever? It will not affect us now because the portal is there to still vote. So whether being in the party or not being in the party, it won't still affect that remote voting because now everybody's voting remotely. Nobody's going to the field anymore. So you can say yes, it's PDP, APC, or whatever. They are there now. Everybody vote from your house, vote from your mobile phone. Nobody needs to go to the field. So they will not still be available to give anybody money, but we are still
mm,
voting remotely. So, like I said, whether party or no party, that is the remote voting, it will still work perfectly. You understand? It will still work perfectly. Like I said, maybe like if we talk about like this diaspora voting, Tinubu
mm,
might share the billions he have in Nigeria. Tinubu might share the billions he have in Nigeria, but definitely they are not going to come here and share money for me. But I can still vote like, oh, 1, 2, 3. I think Atiku is the best, or Tinubu is the best, or Peter B is the best. Let me vote for the person. So remote voting, I think for me, should be what you should even be encouraging more. You understand? Than that individual, everybody coming out. Because if you're doing it individually, everybody coming out, and there's remote voting. Remote voting will still cut out, will eliminate anything that has to do with vote buying, whether you are in a party or you're not in a party, as an independent candidate or from a party, from a political party candidate, whatever. As far as there's remote voting, it will eliminate anything that has to do with vote buying, except the only vote buy will not be whoever is in INEC office that is collating the figures. That's the only person you can not attack.
No, in fact, it's the system that will be reading the results as you are doing the voting. The system is counting it. So there's no INEC, there's no
always
there's no,
nothing in this life works remotely.
no,
Nothing
you see,
in this life works.
we cannot say because nothing work remotely and we will not make attempt to do what we believe is better. So that we limit.
Sorry. When I say remotely, right, there's nothing in this life on the surface of this earth, no matter how 100% it is, human being will always be involved in controlling it. That's what I'm saying. So if you are saying computer
you are right.
voting,
Even if human being is there to control, it will not control for one person. You see, you can only do it for one person, and you are not voting for one person, you are only voting for representative in a small local government.
Okay.
You know, we are talking of.
So sorry, let me just ask: does this system not have governors?
The same thing will happen to select a governor. You know, the governor in a region, we have governors in a region, but the representative that will be voted for in the regional government, you know, is what do you call it? Parliamentary system also. We have House of Assembly at federal level, House of Assembly at federal level, House of Assembly at local government level. So 3 elections now. So we do local government election. The people from the wards, you know, we have wards in each local government. Have divided it into 20 wards for each local government. So one person from each ward will form local government House of Assembly. That's 20 people. Then the regional assembly too. 2, 3 local government like that coming together. We are voting for one person to represent that 3 local government in House of Assembly at regional level.
Who votes for the person to represent the 3 local government areas?
That one is not even reduction. That one is reduction of governance. As in, like, I understand what you're saying. Like, that was even reduction of governance.
I don't understand fully. Explain it to me, please. I'm trying to catch what you're saying. I'm sure some viewers are struggling.
Just like it is in the local government election, we have the wards. We are voting for the representative from the wards to form local government of assembly. The one that will form the the regional house of assembly, they are from the local government. You know, the people too will still vote for. This time around, you are not talking from the wards again. It's from the local government itself that you are voting for a representative that will represent your local government at the regional house of assembly. You get the point now. So the same thing too at federal house of assembly. This time around, you are bringing in 3, 4, 5 local governments together. One person will be voted for. You know, you know what we call this federal constituency, as it is now.
Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I need to. You said to vote for the federal level, 3 or 4 local governments will come together to select one person to go to the federal. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because there will be carved out federal constituency.
So who votes for this thing? Is it the people that vote for this person that goes to the top, or just the assembly members that vote for this person that goes to the federal level?
The local government people will vote for the representative.
So all of them are voted for at the same time?
Not at the same time, different days. The days for local government election will be different. The days for regional assembly election will be different. The day for federal House of Assembly. So it's 3 days they are voting. You understand?
So somebody will come out and say, I want to represent these 3 local government areas. And
in the regional House of Assembly, yes.
In regional. And then you have to support that person on that day. Everybody will choose to support that person. Then another person will come out and say, I want to represent the federal government. Then the 3 local governments, or how many all the local governments of that region will select that person, or how does it work?
This time around, you know, that's why I'm saying that if you read the constitution where there is a way you carve out the federal constituency, regional constituency, you know, because regional constituency now we are considering the population. So in the regional constituency now we have 3 local governments forming a constituency in the region. In federal constituency now we have about 6 local government forming a constituency that will vote for, that will now represent that constituency in the Federal House of Assembly. You get so it's graduating up like that.
So, in other words, you are going to have 3 types of elections instead of 2 types that they normally have now.
Yes.
Is that not adding to
you have three House of Assemblies
governance
now.
cost?
You say what?
Is that not going to add to cost of governance?
No, there's no cost now. Everything is computer now. It's just to readjust the system or put the pictures of those that are coming to contest. You are not printing any ballot papers. You are not printing. Everybody is sitting at
Well,
home.
if you don't print any ballot paper, there's no way to verify results.
No, as you are doing the voting, the computer is counting it.
Yes, it's counting it, but
yes,
no
and
hard
the
copy.
result will be displayed immediately at the end of the election. Maybe you are fixing 3 hours for election. As people are voting, the last 3 hours, the numbers of people as they have voted for them will show with their picture. Candidate A, 40 votes. Candidate B, so to show there on the screen on your phone. So we are not going for any INEC chairman to read any election. We are seeing the figure as the way it's automatic on the system. It's computer control.
Sorry, forefathers. This is on the assumption that everybody has got a smartphone. How about people that don't have access to a smartphone or a laptop or a computer?
Okay, good. There will be awareness, first of all.
It can be done. You can go and do it in a library, e-library.
No, you can even use your friend's phone. The important thing is the NIN. Because if you do it 2 times now, the system will reject you because it will know you have already voted with your NIN. Your details are already there in the system. So another person can still use that same phone again. You put his own NIN, his own voting.
I think the better thing will just get a e-library, because on a very good day, how many people will you give your phone in the village to do that? So just get an e-library.
Like you said, e-library can be there. Local government can just create a center where people don't have
local government. Yes.
But when you create that center, well, how about having those thugs going there to destroy them?
There's no ballot box.
No. You can go there and destroy whatever
They destroy the computer. There is still a destruction.
Yes, even if you destroy the data that's already voted is already sent already. So you can only destroy it.
No, what I'm trying, look, you don't
can
get
prevent
me.
people from voting.
You can have thugs going there to prevent you from accessing that the computer. For those that don't have computer.
It's not computer per se. It's your mobile phone. It's mobile phone. They will put there that you just put your NIN and the whole.
No. I think we're talking two different things here. Look, I said, how many people can you give a mobile phone to? You understand, to do so? That's why I said e-center, like e-library. So you now said, okay, maybe an office or a department can be created in every local government, whereby they can go there, as in they can have internet access, maybe from a laptop or a computer or wherever, you understand? Because definitely it can't be mobile phone. It's too small for that kind of stuff, you understand? So it's maybe a computer can be there whereby people can line up and go there, access the portal, put their NIN and whatever details and whatever, and
in
bring
fact,
out the population.
what I really propose is that
if the touts go there and destroy, that means the tout can only go there to stop the process. Because if you destroy the computer, it's the same thing as stopping the process. If you chase the people out of the place, the same thing as stopping the process.
That's what I'm saying. Like during the last election, we saw people were prevented from even casting their votes. So this time around, the only difference is that there's no ballot paper per se.
This time around,
even if you chase them.
See, this time around, what is going to be in the voting center is just 1 or 2 mobile phones. So if anybody go there now to destroy 1 or 2 mobile phones, it has not disrupted the election. You can still go to another place and use another mobile phone to do your election. You get my point? Because you always spoil the mobile phone, you have not disrupted the working system of the server.
Yeah.
The server will be
the server is still there, or still open anytime, any day.
But the area I'm trying to get to is, one, you are going to have hard copies. Without hard copies, if elections are closed, you can't verify it. That's one. You need hard copies to verify, because when they have to do a recount or anything, you don't have it. and there's always a potential for hacking. When we are talking about sophisticated nations, they can decide who becomes your leader. So that's another one. There is also the issue of the presidency. How do you select for presidency?
Like I said, the issue of prime ministership, not president, this time around. From each region now.
It's the same thing, it's just a name.
Eh?
It's the same thing, it's just name. It's the same thing.
Okay, so from each region, so how do you select a prime minister? That's
like I said, it's rotational. So any region that will provide the prime minister, you select from the members from that region. It's among them that you pick the prime minister. You get it? So if it is not well,
the entire region will vote, but the whole country will not vote.
The whole country is voting for your representative. You are voting for your own representative for your local government.
What I'm asking is that the whole country will not vote for the prime minister.
No.
The head of the country.
Nobody will vote for any prime minister. It's among the representative from a region that.
Okay, it's only representative that can select the prime minister.
Yes,
you see. Okay, hold on.
The important thing is that let it come from a region. Then after 5 years, you move to another region. After 5 years, so that it will be
sorry. The representatives that will select that leader are not going to come from all over the country.
No, it's among them.
Only if people. No. That it will be a no for so many people.
That's what we say. That's the first part. That individual voting will not work.
No, because everybody wants to have a say in who governs them.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That the interest should be more on your local government. At that level, at that level, see,
the president always has power to do things that will undermine local government. That's the power of the leaders.
We need a constitution that will reduce the power of the president. The president should not just be interfering in what is happening internally.
That has nothing to do with voting.
That's what I was talking about, direct democracy. Now you are putting it in as if local government. My fear is that, or my concern is that if people feel like only one region will participate in the selection of a leader.
In a nutshell, what is even trying to say is, when voting for the head of the state, the head of the country, the country is going through the election process will not be indirect primaries. So like we have indirect primaries. That's what you are saying right now. So like indirect primaries, it's Congress that nominates the governor. You understand? In a party Congress that nominates the governor. It's not the entire people. But direct primaries is where everybody in the party will be the one to vote whoever wants to be their flag bearer when it comes to governorship election. It's the same process, the same method you want to apply when in this your new nation now, that if they want to vote for anybody who wants to represent the head of the country, lead the country, that's like, so it's like indirect election, so to speak, if there's anyone like that. So, but
because at that level now, the people have been voted for to represent their local government, their constituency, and everything. So when they are there now, and it is the turn of that region to provide the prime minister. You are picking from among them. It's just like what you have in UK, similar to that.
What if the president is not my choice? What if it's not my choice?
You say
what if the prime minister is not my choice? What if the so-called prime minister is not my choice?
How? I don't understand.
Okay, now. I voted you according to you right now, right? When it comes to local government, we voted electronically to get our local government, whatever, no problem. Settled, right? Good. Now it now comes to who is leading the country. So you are now saying in that election, I don't have rights to vote, or I cannot vote. It's only those that I have asked to represent me that has the power to elect the leader of the country.
You have voted for your representative now. Wait, now you are already voted for your representative. Your representative now that will vote for the person that will be prime minister when they get to the House of Assembly. So that you now reduce the.
What will not be the function of the prime minister?
You say what?
Okay, what will not be the function of the prime minister? What will be the function of the prime minister? What will be the
prime minister is the head of government now.
And to do what? What are his duties?
You are the head of government. You are the one that will form among the other members in the National Assembly. You pick people that will be the prime minister, as there will be the ministers of other ministries. You get it?
Okay. So can any of his duty, any of his function affect me? Any of his decision, can any of his decision or function affect me as an individual in that country?
You see, what they are after what their job is mainly to bring out policies that will be implemented at local government level. You get
Good.
my
So
point?
that's what I'm asking now. Can his policy affect me in the local government, me individually? The prime minister's policy, can it affect me?
Okay, give me an example of policies that will affect you, because the institutions are already there to provide you services. The federal the politicians that are voted for are only going to ensure that the institutions are working. So they are not really going to do things that will affect you negatively, because your institutions to give you healthcare, to give you education, to give you basic fast services are already established. So
Okay, so in a country, in a country, look, country grows, right? In America, in America, UK, all those first world country, they have basic amenities. They have it, but they still create policies, that will develop the country, that will either make or mar the country.
That's what I'm saying now.
Those natural those natural policies are already there. You understand? The natural, they provide security, provide healthcare, water, these are all social amenities. Yes, it's there in Western world, but policies that are being made by the president can destroy or make the country. You understand? So that's what I'm asking. Regardless of whatever they're enjoying, policies can also make the country. So if that president make policy that I don't support, I don't have the right to say no.
It is not an authoritarian system. It is a parliament. Even prime minister have his own contribution to make. Other members will still have to agree to it, 2/3. So all those things are still there. So it's not a dictatorial system. It's not authoritarian that you can just do like president, say, hey, this is what I want, this is what I want. No, you still have to pass through the house, and it will be deliberated before it will come out as a policy for the whole country to implement, for the local government to implement. You get my point? So when we say democracy, it's people's government, and you are voted for your representatives. This one is not representing the people of your local area. So when you get to the House of Assembly, there is talking in your favor, in your interest. So any policy they are coming up with, it will make sure that it is not detrimental to his own people. So it's not just one man show. It is a group of people.
I don't have your point. I get your point, but my own worry now, my own worry is this, or where I'm saying, like, what you are saying is possible or is achievable, but the kind of government we practice right now is also achievable if they choose to do the right thing. If the people are really, really, really willing to hold them accountable, if they are serious about holding the leaders accountable, it's still achievable. That is my argument.
You are right to some extent, but it is not achievable fully because of the immunity they are having. That has made them oppressors, that has made them what they are not. They believe that you cannot tell them what they say is final. You can't just challenge them. That is why it is not achievable in Nigeria setting.
Now, see where I come about law enforcement, enforcing the law. Now, hold on, let's put it this way. Look at Yahaya Bello, for instance, now, right? He's got immunity in his 8th year. Now, has he got immunity now? No. You understand?
Okay, look at what is happening now. He has not got immunity, but somebody with immunity is protecting him.
Okay, now you see, now you see where it's wrong.
The present governor is protecting him.
No,
so those are some of the things. And at the end of the day, let me say something again. Wait, let me say something. If eventually they take him to court now, and he gets there, the next thing he will go and do plea bargaining. Out of the 80 billion naira he has stolen, he will say, okay, I'll pay 10 billion. Leave me alone. And he will disappear with 70 billion. So that's some of the problems we are having in Nigeria, that is not making Nigeria to work. That's why some of these ex-governors are free today. They go there, do plea bargaining, all the money they stole, they refuse to return. They just pay back little. And they are there in the Senate. They are there in they are ministers.
I agree. One thing I will say about this immunity is this. Look, the immunity, there's no immunity that covers Yahaya Bello. No existing immunity.
We are saying the same thing now. Immunity does not cover him, but the current governor is now protecting him.
No, it's not protecting him.
What do you think?
It is that the person that ought to do his job is not doing his job. It's not so. Okay, you're just like you are there right now, right? You have your glasses on your face. You are not supposed to wear that glass at night. But you are wearing it right now. It is my job to take it from your eye. not to wear it, right? But I'm refusing to take the glass from your eye. You are saying no, it's because you are too strong. That's why I cannot take glass. But it is me who refuse to take it from your eye. That's why you're still putting it on. You understand? So it's not that the immunity is there. Because if you say the deputy governor does not have immunity, the wife of the governor does not have immunity, how can an ex-governor not have immunity? It's not possible. You
No, I'm
understand?
not saying the ex-governor has immunity. I'm saying the current governors has immunity, and he's
Yeah,
using his immunity
yeah.
to
What I brought
protect
Yahaya Bello,
Yahaya
exactly.
Bello.
What I brought Yahaya Bello is this now. So if any governor, okay, like I said, it's institution that is failing us. If ex-governor fuck up, no problem, fuck up now. After you come out, if the what's it called, the law hammer fall on your head and deal with you decisively, the next governor that is about to exit will know that if I fuck up, if after my tenure immunity is over, they will still come for me and deal with me. So by so doing, nobody will want to error. But because they know that the law is weak, the law is not enforceable. Like you said, maybe because if they catch them and they go do play again, because the penalty for diversion of funds or embezzlement of funds, if they play back, it is okay. If you drop so and so amount, and that according to the law will let you go, and your case is you are free to go, then that law should be amended to say no. If you thought you steal, you will drop every fact, you will drop the money and even pay interest as an ex-governor. So if that law is amended to that, because I will not say they should kill them like China does that, like you should unalive them like China. No, I was like, okay, if you are the corrupt governor, once you leave office, you are being prosecuted and you are found wanting, you pay the money total, to the glass cupboard that you stole, and you now still pay interest. You understand? So if the law deal with you in that format, trust me, there's no stupid governor that will say, after my tenure, I want to embezzle. When he knows after his tenure, it's going to be dead too decisively. Nobody will try it. But like I said, because the law are not enforced fully, that's why we are where we are. That's why we are where we are. Trust me. Look, I know black people. Black people. If you slap them 1, 2, 3, just like all of us are here right now, you are the strongest person. Maybe you are a colonel, so you are supposed to be the strongest person here right now. We are looking up to you as our leader. If one small boy from nowhere come mess you up anyhow, fear not go let me look that small boy now, because I know say if this small boy fit deal with my oga, I thought that be that now. So psychologically, I'm defeated because we are looking up to you as a colonel general who's mighty and powerful. But one guy from one community just come, maybe mess you up, like say nothing dey happen. Automatically, psychologically, we are defeated because you are our only hope of strength or whatever. So that is if Nigeria decide to say no, let's deal with these ex-governors decisively. Go down to the local government level. Fear not let anybody try anything. But because the institutions are toothless, like toothless bulldog, that's why all this nonsense is happening. Nothing else.
You see,
I think you have a point.
You have a point.
I like your work in terms of an element of the rotational, and especially local government. It lets means know what everybody will support local governments because they are closer to the people, having a lot more agency. However, the areas that is on when it starts going to the state level and the national level, that or now regional level and national level, that's when I feel like there's a little bit of a shaky area there. That especially the presidential one, I don't see, like, the other 6 will reject it. Like, why should I not have a say in who is going to be president? Nobody is going to accept that at all. So that would be a tweak that would need to be put in place. Otherwise, yeah, just that thing's not going to go anywhere. In terms of cost of governance, it's not very clear. This is not going to still lead to an element of cost, because how do you even start selecting? How do you even start selecting people? Because then the federal government has to still choose who to cover and who not to cover. By the time the whole region is full of millions of people, by the time they start 2,100 people start popping up to want to rule, govern, how do you select who is going to represent?
See, that's what I'm saying, that the system, computer will do all those things. When you vote now, okay, there was a time in this country today, we have more than 70 political parties. That people go to the ballot box, ballot office there. They are looking for the ballot paper. They are looking for your parties. You will be looking for the the logo of your party. So, but this time around, you are using your phone that will show the pictures of people that you want to vote for. You know the person, you know the person's name, you know his face. So you click the person. It's not a matter of moment you see the person you want to vote for, you click his face, the name, everything is there. The computer register it. You are finished your own.
So you just
You
trust
are finished.
computer to hold
No,
everything
no,
that
no,
you.
no, no. Hold on. If you
Yes.
can see, say, assuming 50 people or 30 people, individuals want to go and contest. If you
In,
can
in, the, in the
find,
local government, for example, yeah.
no, yeah, exactly, in local government, 30 people want to go and contest. If
Mm-hmm.
you can be patient enough to find
Mm-hmm.
30 people,
Mm-hmm.
to find one of your candidates inside 30 persons,
Mm-hmm.
what is difficult in finding one of your party inside 17 party?
I say party politics is a divisive process. Is dividing the people, because and people will end up paying money and then looking for Godfather, and then
Is the way we
Somebody
choose, is
wants
the way
to
we choose
win,
to
they will still compete
is the way
against some
we
other
choose to
persons
is
to
the way we
still be
choose to play it,
divisive.
Oga. Is the way we choose to play it. Is the way we choose to play it. You
what
understand?
I'm saying
So
now. So
we
why
can
do
play
you
it
even need
different.
the party? Why do you even need the party in the first place? Because to do what? We have manifestos that's already in the constitution. So why are
No,
you duplicating all these efforts that is already there in the
Okay,
constitution?
sorry. Listen, let me dissect some points. First, when individuals compete against each other, they still
Yes.
have issues. They will still create division amongst them. Then, in
No.
terms of the constitution being already written,
Mm-hmm.
like if let's say you are implementing some part of the constitution, you find out that cost is getting out of control. There are two ways to deal with it. One of them will be like, let's get money from the elites. The other one will be like, let's get money, let's cut costs. So there are two different ways, and then ideology starts showing up. And when ideology starts showing up, you are going to have camps that will show up. Two sides would say, okay, one side would say tax the poor, the other side would say this in tax the rich. Then they will still gang up and still form those alliances. If you have any example where non-partisan states have ever existed, I would like to study it, because because when we are discussing things, there has to be a way that shows that it does exist in nature
no,
and survive.
for that, let me help you.
Not that
Sorry,
that
let me help
should
you. I
rule
said,
it out, but because if you can criticize it and see its faults, then
Mm.
to dismiss that criticism, you have to have evidence for it. You see what
for
I
that,
mean?
let me help you. Sef. I.e. the invention of Nigerian Governors Forum. You understand? These people, they are from different party or from different state or different. They don't even know each other. You understand? But they decide to say, okay, regardless of the party, Southern Governors Forum, all of that is called coming together. These are people who were elected differently, or who were voted for differently, different ideology, different language for different reason. But because of the stupid ideology, the greasy mentality that they have as governors, they now form Central Governors Forum or Northern Governors Forum, where they can come together and liaise among themselves how to continually impoverish people. So if you still have this ideology, this individual people coming together, you understand? Just the way we have it in the Labour Party. They said no, everybody obedience. But by the time the Labour Party, like from Edo State, when they got to the Senate and House of Assembly, what did they do? They were doing also what they made them now. They got there and like we do the same thing. You understand? So if you elect these individual people, greediness can still enter their mind, and one will still pollute the other person and say, okay, now that we have power, man, let's come together and be eating the money. Let's forget about the people. So it's the individual intent. It's not even the party that is pushing them to do it. It is what they choose, one greedy element that is in them that is saying, oh, we have the power now. The people has voted us. They believe in us. Let's use this advantage and cheat them. And they start
Okay.
doing it.
Let me come in now. You see, it's like we have forgotten the import of the constitution from the beginning. Like I said, there is that check and balances is still there. This time around, like I said, somebody asked who will be in opposition and everything. The civil servant, the workers, who knows that it is their duty to provide services to people, they will be in the opposition to the politicians that are coming in, not to come and usurp their job. That the politician's job is to come and oversee them to ensure that they are working. You know why? What is causing corruption in Nigeria today? Because politicians have usurped the job of the civil servant,
But
giving it to. giving them to their contractors.
No,
So let us understand.
as it is right now, not as it is right now. Nothing stop the citizen as it is right now in the country. Nothing stop the citizen to become opposition to the government. Nothing stops them, whether they're in a political party or not. It's just that they refuse to hold their leaders accountable. Nothing
That's
stops
what I'm saying now.
people now
That today,
to say
what we have today, why people are dying to enter politics, to enter government, because they know that when they get there, they will manipulate things and make money for themselves. But the work concern are proposing, you cannot manipulate any institution to get money. Your own is to go there and see that they are doing their job. You will be opposition to them. They will be opposition to you because they are to do the job. You are to oversee. If they notice that you want to take over their job and give to contractors, they will go against you. If they are not doing the job well, you will ensure that they are doing the job well. Because the people are there at local government to see the services that you are going to provide. So if two of you are not going there to provide the services and you are manipulating things to award job to contractors that will take the money and build mansion somewhere, they will rise up against you, your local government, and lay siege on your office there. So
I think
that is how it's supposed to be. So that government will be held accountable all the time. But what we have today is just like one emperor that is there, have the National Assembly, have the
not
State
like
Assembly
that.
in
The
their
one you
pocket.
are creating may be worse. The one you are
How?
creating may actually turn out to be worse.
How?
Because you have one of them, where you describe civil servants, they are basically unelected crazy dictators that will be riding the state affairs without anybody intervening. Even elected officials cannot intervene in what they are doing. That's one area.
See, if you don't provide services, people will be there to rise against you. That's what I'm saying. Their job is to give services. If you
My
now
point
divert
is that,
money,
let me finish the point I'm making, because resources in a nation tends to change. Nations go through economic downturns and different things. So resources will change, and the civil servants, if you are saying they are the one that control the stuff, the
no,
government
they
official
do
cannot
they
tell
do
them
their job.
what to
I'm not
do.
saying they control stuff. The politicians control them, but they do their job. They are going to resist politicians that want to take over their job and give to contractors. Okay, look at what happened in National Assembly about some years back, where the workers in National Assembly have to rise against the clerk of National Assembly that they
So
don't want to pay.
you are saying that basically
Let me finish what I'm saying
privatization
so
is
that you
not allowed.
understand my point. So that they rise against the clerk, that the basic job like painting, electrical work, and all those things that is supposed to do in National Assembly, that the clerk has awarded it to contractor. Now the clerk don't have money to pay the workers, the civil servants that are supposed to provide maintenance. So they rose against him and they say, no, don't give our job to contractors, to outsiders. What are they there to do? What are they there for? They now say the guy didn't have money to pay again, didn't have money to pay the allowances because he said he has awarded contract. They rose against him and they have to resolve that matter and ensure that.
Dan,
So
I want to
that's how it's
understand where
supposed
you're
to
coming
be.
from. Are you saying that the civil servants will not allow, in any circumstances, politicians to award contracts to outside contractors like private institutions?
Because it's their work to do it. Okay, look at road maintenance now. Is it not the job of Minister of Works? So what the politicians should do
sometimes they may not be the most efficient people to do it,
you see,
especially when the state is
in
strapped
that
for
case,
cash.
why not get the efficient people? Because on a very good day, like as a civil engineer,
what are we talking? You
where
get
I
you employ the skilled laborers and let them do their
where I
work.
come against that privatization of government work. You have Ministry of Works. There's supposed to be maintenance department. You understand? Whatever it is, because whoever have the skill to construct also have the skill to maintain. You get my point? So you have Ministry of Works who will do the budgeting, do the design, do the supervision, everything. You understand? Do the construction. Still, when it comes to maintenance of road, you go and give it to road maintenance agency. Like what the fuck is that? Why will you do that?
No, it depends now. Like I said, when you are having problems in the economy, I've seen that in the UK where they have like something like the NHS and the government wants to cut money. The civil servants will push against it because they don't want to lose jobs and they feel like they do the job better, which they tend to do better. But the government has to cut money to pay debts, to do certain things, and things need to happen. So they say, okay, there's this private company that can do it cheaper at this time. that I need to lay off some civil servants, and then the civil servants will block it. When they block it, you know what is going to happen? The government doesn't have money to fulfill its debts or anything. Then the country goes into a sovereign and this financial crisis. And guess what? All those people will be fired. So we have to be careful. You have to take the holistic nature of capitalist economies, except you want to run socialist economies. You have to
Of
take
course,
that into account.
see, when you are talking of capitalist economy, it cannot work fully in Nigeria because we don't have the capital to do it. Now, the country that can successfully do a capitalist economy, they are developed nations, country with strong currency, like you people in UK, US, Europe, and because you have your currency that you are receiving as taxes in local currency. That your local currency you are receiving is the international currency the whole world is looking for to do business. So you can afford to give all your work to businessmen to what to privatize everything. But in a place like Nigeria, where you don't have the capital, where your capital is a local currency that you can only use within Nigeria, you have to ensure that you strengthen your institutions to do most of this job so that you don't just enter debt unnecessarily looking for contractors that will
Can
do
I
jobs
ask,
that,
do you have any nation that is running this type of system? Anything close to it?
of course, go to China. China is developed today with the best infrastructure you can see. They have been done by
Are
their
you
workers.
advocating like a communist system then?
It's not a communist system. Don't let us make mistake. How can you say it's a communist system when you have a lot of
I'm just trying to.
see?
But you
It
just
is
said it's China
see,
now.
it is in the past you can call them communist, communism and everything. Where under Chairman Mao,
This
when they
guy,
will
are
do
you
this.
still working on it a communist state? Yeah.
It's not communistic. See, what they are doing, you go to. That's why China was able to recover from to become from third world and became first world within a short time. They use their workers, they use their institutions to do all their things, not awarding contract because they didn't even have the money to award contract. So at the end of the day, it worked out for them because their currency was so low. It was one of the lowest in the world as at that time. To the extent that when they now recovered, now they now started bringing in
My
investors
advice
and
to you is
everything.
that when you go to National Assembly, don't mention China there.
See, there is no how we will not mention because China is a very good example.
If you
Do,
say
do, do you know?
if they
Do you know?
ask
No,
you for
no,
example of the system,
Okay,
Look,
okay.
for me, what
What
helped
of
China?
Singapore? What of
eh?
Singapore? What of
No,
Singapore?
If you mention Singapore, but
Yes,
Singapore is a one-party state, it's a dictatorship. It was a dictatorship for a long time. So
that's
Singapore
just
is,
an
I think,
example.
in a way, Singapore is the closest to what you are describing. If you ask me,
no. See,
Because
sorry,
they made use of their institutions.
no,
When literally we
Singapore had
wanted
a very powerful central government, which was Lee Kuan Yew.
because
Very powerful.
Singapore is a city state, small city that like a local government in Nigeria, and
it
that's why I
doesn't
say
matter.
local government should be made powerful
Singapore,
so that
Singapore
It,
actually.
it doesn't matter. I think it's the willingness to do what you want to do. As far as what you're doing is the right thing. As far as
There's
what
no
you're
there's
doing
no
is
way a country can
No matter
develop
and
within.
no matter how much writing he wants to do, if he goes to National Assembly and tell them, what's the example of this thing that you got? China. They will be like, this is it. They will run away.
frankly speaking, right? What really helped China?
No, I
Look,
agree with you. See, I don't have any
policy.
qualms, but they will
No,
run a mile if
no,
you
but
mention China.
they
because you
wanted
are
to
talking of communism as if it's something terrible, something dangerous,
exactly.
something
It's
bad.
not that it's
It's
bad
not.
for
You
others.
shouldn't be
See,
saying that. If you want I'm telling you about the people you have in National Assembly. They will not
those
want to
ones,
hear it.
they are capitalist in nation, or they don't want any
That's the
government
thing.
institution to work at all because that's where they will benefit.
But most
Selling,
capitalist states are functional, though. Like in the world now, most of the capitalist states are doing well in terms of Western and some Eastern capitalist states. They are doing fine. So it's not the capital. I think Loco is selling the same thing. Jide, in a way, has said the similar stuff, and I'm saying similar stuff. It's not those things. It's not what you write in a paper in a constitution that is going to determine what I do well. It's the people. If the people decide that I'm going to fix my problem, I'm going to make sure our agriculture do well, we eat fine, our security is fine, our electricity is there. The constitution is not going to write that electricity for you if you are not ready. Nigeria is a big proof of that. We've written different type of constitution. Even the election, this thing that we ran, this last election, they thought it was bulletproof. And Nigeria broke the bulletproof and went past it with bad character. That should show you everything you need to see.
What I'm proposing is a document that will limit the excessive powers of these politicians. You see, they say absolute power corrupts absolutely. An average person, you give him privileges to do some things that he wasn't planned for. He will do it. It's only somebody that have the fear of God, maybe 1 out of 1 million. So in that case, from the onset, let's come up with a system that will limit, so that you are going there, you know your limitations. You will not go there and be thinking of making money within 2 weeks or so. That you are in power. That's the essence of what I've done.
Mr. Connor, sir, let me ask a question. Nigerian Governors Forum, do they have power?
But individuals have their own power.
No. Nigerian Governors Forum, do they have power?
I don't reckon with those idiots. Those people, I just don't. I don't care about them, because I know they are just privileged people benefiting from a system that is not working. Anything they do, I don't just want to follow up. What I'm after is how to change the system so that everybody will have his limitation and will know
the question
his
I'm asking,
his role.
I say even if you don't like them, no wala, whether they are constitutionally constituted or not,
because they are just after their interest.
We know they exist right now because they are holding meeting, they are granting press meeting, people recognize them. Even
what has that one got to do for Nigeria now? Of what benefit?
That's why I said, do they have, as a collective now, as a forum, do they have power, yes or no?
Power to do what in the first place? This type of powers are you talking about? Is it power to make laws or power to
decide, power to change anything, like the way maybe a government will work, or a president to influence presidents, or influence decision making in the country?
Yeah,
all of them coming together as a forum, do they have power?
They have powers to do things that will benefit them. Okay, look at the time of Okonjo-Iweala. When Okonjo-Iweala was making some savings from excess crude oil sale, they all came together and said, no, that money belongs to the federation. Okonjo-Iweala should share the money. They used their influence to go to Supreme Court, and they forced Okonjo-Iweala to share that money. So those things are just what I'm saying, that
now
we have to limit the power of
the politicians. Thank you very much. Now you just agree that they have power. Now these are governors who don't know each other before. They only became friends because they are all governors. They are not related. Some of them speak the same language. Some of them don't even know each other. Some of them don't even like each other. Some of them are from different parties, different religion. But they have one common interest that connects all of them together because they are all governors. And it was one person that started this whole nonsense to say, guy, as a governor from the south, if all of us join together and who make our forum strong, we can tell the president what to do, and he can't do anything. You understand? We can choose the president and choose all the senators. They say yes, we have power, and they became powerful, right? Good.
Yeah.
That same mindset. Put it in this local governments. You say you want to elect individually that are not coming from party. You understand? All of them knowing that they've been elected individually. You understand? From not being in a party. You understand? After having that power, the same mindset, that devil can also enter them to say, oh, all of us now will be elected as the reps of different local government or regions. Since we now have the power, let us all come together and sit and twist the government and twist the country and say privileged people. It will still happen if there's a greedy bastard among all of them, and all of them agree to say yes, let's make money for ourselves. They will still do it. So that's why, like, no matter how you do it, the people, if institutions, to say, look, you error, because that's why independence, all those independent institutions is very good. Like independent, INEC is independent, EFCC is independent, judiciary is independent, everything is independent. If they have power on their own, generate their own fund, they can pay themselves salary, or they create a system whereby their salary comes from the federal post directly to their account, not even controlled by executive or whatever anybody. It's just their salary is coming automatically from CBN account straight to their account. Nobody has to sign. As far as you're in the office, your salary is going there automatically. Nobody can inflate your salary. You understand? If they have that kind of system in place, then they now know that if I, as a judge, I can tell Tinubu, get out because you this and this, I can penetrate the pitch against you and win you without being afraid that the what's it called, the secretary of the federation will come after me or remove me from CGN or whatever. You understand? If I don't have that fear in my mind and I know that these people can pay me salary, they cannot use the EFCC to hunt me. We are all independent. You understand? Things will work. So regardless of the type of government we run, it's when institutions work, no matter the name we call it, no matter what we practice, if the law enforcement are doing their job and we have independency of every institution, no interference, okay, trust me, Nigeria will be the most beautiful country to stay in this world. But because witches and wizards full everywhere, they full our backyard, even with our church, there are many for the witches and wizards where they fly, but we don't know. Or when they see they say that they fly, we like them, say that they fly because we benefit from them. That because not they talk. That is Nigeria's number one problem, nothing else. Trust me. I've seen this like back of my hand. These people, they are demons. They don't sleep at night. I don't know how they sleep. They don't sleep, but these people are demons. They don't
Because ego is involved now. They won't sleep. That's what I'm saying. So, but if you have a situation where they know that they won't even see the ego, the civil servants are so powerful to stop them from dipping their hand in the ego, and they also have power to stop civil servants from dipping the hand into the coffers of the government. So the whole thing will work in the favor of the people.
Okay, sorry. If EFCC is self-funded, and they run their things by themselves, and they know the federal government do not have power to use them at their own way, what do you think will happen? EFCC,
if they have their own funding.
If they have their own funding, self-funded, and they can appoint themselves, do their thing and run their office
they will abuse the power later now. Trust Nigerians now. How much the EFCC have been collecting money from people, recovering money? Have they been rendering everything? They'll take part of it for themselves.
Whether we run party election or non-partisan election, individual na still thief. If you want corrupt, you go corrupt. So the party is not the problem.
What I'm saying is this: that from individual angle now, you are not answerable to one Godfather. Even if you get to that office, it is based on your credibility, your popularity, your acceptance in your local area that makes you there. So you are not answerable to one Godfather somewhere that you say, "Oh yeah."
I think first thing first, right?
Manipulate contracts for me, and you know that you are there. You say.
I think first thing first, right?
And you know that when you are,
let the people try to enforce the autonomy of local government first, right? Because it's one step at a time. If the people are now self-aware to say, okay, let's make sure local government is autonomous, you understand? Then once you see that autonomous, that yes, the governor do not have influence in their election, you understand? The governor, they have their own funds to fund their team by themselves. If that happens, I think, and the stupid local government now, because most of them are city, these local governments now, if they are still willing to work for the people,
that is where the people will come out on the because now people can't come against local government because local government does not even have funds to pay salary, talk less of providing services. But by the time the people are aware that social amount of money is what local government is making every month, and they are not seeing the roads, they are not seeing drugs in the hospital, they are not seeing the schools being equipped, they will protest and go and lay seat. So at that level, yes,
they can also protest with the government too.
Let's this topic, I think the colonel is going to come back again so that we can trash it. We've really flogged it today, like we flogged it left and right, and I think I've gone somewhere now, and I think this area where the presidency is selected by only one region, I know some people that are asking for a referendum from only one region in Nigeria. That's not going to fly. People are not going to agree. But there's this other thing I wanted to just talk about on a more lighter note in terms of Nigeria. But I think we're going to have a bit of a break before we go into that one. That one is about this idea that Nigerians are arrogant and, loud. Especially the arrogant part. Because when I was in Nigeria recently, what I found, I was really shocked actually, because I used to believe that Nigeria, you know, this Mister, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am kind of stuff. I think Nigerians do that. Not that I encountered it throughout this period when I was there, but the level of humility I saw in Nigeria is scary. And I think somebody said it here earlier on about how Nigerians respect people so much that even the people that they are respecting so much start letting it get to their head. And I think it can get to your head in Nigeria. Because when I go to Nigeria, the way they will refer to your our Oga, this sir, Oga, sir, is just too much. And when you get that kind of stuff, you can see how it can get into people's head that they want to remain that kind of status. They don't want to come down at any cost. And I'm beginning to wonder whether that tradition of over a kind of elevating people so high, which is not a bad thing to respect people, but is that also toxic in the sense that it's making people feel like they have to remain at the top at all costs because they like the feeling of being regarded as superior to other people. And at the same time, I also see that the one I saw also is that a lot of people are quite humble in Nigeria. Very, very humble. I couldn't believe it. Like people that are higher up, like when they want to greet you, they say boss. I'm like, who are you calling boss? You are you have a higher position than I am. Who are you calling boss? Don't even start with that. So I really it really turned my head upside down. I'm like, why? It doesn't make sense.
Sorry. That was not respect.
What does that mean then?
No, that was not respect. Sorry. If you see, fuck off first,
I
if
don't
you
know.
see, just fuck off first, they'll change that for you. No. This,
Yeah, but it's a form of respect now.
No, it's not a form of respect. It's a trend.
It's a trend, eh?
It's a form of respect. Yeah, there's no the meaning you think is behind it is not what it is. It's just like
You just like Oga.
No, but
it's
like greeting now. It's like greeting people now.
No. It's like in Port Harcourt, my side, they're like Sinyama, Sinyama, hello, Sinyama. So Sinyama, it's just a trend. But you fuck up. Cinema, what is the word you say? Because I call you cinema. What is the word you say? I go change that for you. I get that. That's what just be.
What you said is true.
This is it.
That's what just be. No worry.
The thing is this: an average Nigerian is a respectful person, but that doesn't mean that he thinks himself inferior.
No.
You get the point. They will respect you because they know that yes, business-wise or opportunity-wise, they can get from you.
Exactly.
So, which is not respect. That is not respect. They're like they want to be loyal to get something, not like what I respect or forceful.
But it's still not still. It is still part of that respect. It's part of it because they have considered that this person can be.
They can get something
useful to me. I can. You get the point. It's part of this. It's normal human interaction. But the moment that and that makes them tolerate you to a point. But the moment they see that, because that's why you hear some prover, they will say, because I want chop meat, I go come they call cow brother. What they are trying to let you know is that at the point, they will let you know on a personal note that, hey, my guy, you don't pass your boundary. Wait till they happen.
Yeah.
You get the point. So, and that is what some other people don't have. The thing is, the kind of environment we are in Nigeria, it has cooked everybody that we can tolerate to a point personally, and we revolt, we no go see your face again. So, and those points, when you go outside, for example, it sounds as if you are loud, it sounds as if you are arrogant, and it sounds as if you are overconfident at the point. But that is just the way it is. You can't be Nigerian and not be loud if you enter Danfo. Danfo, they give change to 5 people. Say, okay, all of them go share them. You know, those two little things, eventually you just have to break. And maybe you are driving. There was a time when I was driving in Lagos. I would be very gentle. I was surprised myself when I began to show hands, your papa. Because eventually it gets to me. And I
that is trend now. So you follow the trend.
No, not even that. You see, but that is the thing. But now that thing has put in me it has gotten me it has heightened my level at my tolerance that come. There are some things you don't tolerate. You quickly go. So if I meet somebody else now, for example, outside of the country, there's a way I would respond that because of my wiring, I will know, hey, please, you don't do that to me. I'm sorry. That person say, oh, I like your confidence one way or the other. It will appear in some other decisions I'm making that you see it as confidence. That's just what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't mean I'm not respectful. Only that at a point, I will not tolerate you downtrodden me or disrespecting me or disdaining me. You get, this level of denigration that people have, that they think you are superior or you think some other persons are inferior to you. An average Nigerian won't take that from you.
Yeah, I've seen that, and somebody, I think one man, when I was asking him, I told him, "What is all this thing? You are calling me Oga. Stop calling me Oga because you are just as this thing. You have done this. You've done this." He said, "Yes, I'm calling you Oga right now because what you are doing for me right now. That's the reason why I'm calling you Oga. The moment you're not doing that, I'm not going to call you Oga again. So that's why I think what you're saying."
Exactly.
Yeah, but still though, but even when people are doing stuff for people here in the UK or in America, they don't go all over calling you sir all over the place like the way they do in Nigeria. It's just like out of control.
You see, small father, it's just a reflection of what is happening in the country. And that's why I say that welfare should be paramount. And it is those local government that can get it. If an average person in Nigeria knows that he getting his, a source of living from local government and everything, he will not look at somebody and be saying, Ghana. He will not even care that you should get him something. But he knows he has his living from the government. I think
But we have
that's why
been
you're
like
talking
that.
of
We have
US
been like
or
that
UK.
since the
No,
80s when Nigerian naira was even competing with the
Exactly.
dollar.
See,
Yeah,
Nigeria
like
now
that
have
then.
attained
It
this
was
this
like
greedy,
something inherent in us.
this greedy lifestyle that even if you get, you want to call somebody
Mm.
boss because you still want to get more from that person.
It
You are
kind
okay.
of. We've
You are
been like
driving a
that
car.
for a
You are
long
driving
time.
an SUV. You still want to call a boss. Okay, let me use this word now.
But
Davido and
this one is different from
and the boy.
psychopathy.
Sorry.
Okay, no, this is different from psychopathy.
Yeah, it's a bit
It's different from
It's close
psychopathy.
to, but it's close, but it's not the same. Yeah.
That is because it's like you're painting a picture of both together as one. For me, I think it's different from
But let
psychopathy.
me ask you though, as it like, do you feel like when they are doing that to you, you feel like okay, it feels good for people to acknowledge you as somebody important, or at least they are treating you with a bit of difference? Do you feel like okay? Do you feel good about that and feel like you want to maintain that kind of position? Have you
Yes,
ever
but
felt that?
that is the point. It is now, it is common sense to you as human, or let me say, uh, for people who have been elevated at their level of thinking to a point, they need to understand that all these things do not necessarily count, and you humble yourself still, even though they are giving it to you.
Yeah, people like that.
You get the point. So it is now you that should wake up and tell yourself, it is a normal thing, but that doesn't mean I should disrespect this person.
Yeah.
If you tell yourself the truth, yeah.
So that is now it. But you see, for politicians, for example, they take it as a tool to continue to make the noise. So they employ psychophancy, for example, to do their biddings. They employ psychophants to continue because they want to use psychophancy to downthrow the downtrodden more. But let us just discuss. But
It's a
for me,
chair there.
yes.
it's a chair there.
So would you say Nigerians are arrogant then, since you are saying that they are just saying it to get something from you? Would
No,
you
no,
say
They're not
no,
Nigerians are
arrogant.
arrogant on the other side?
no.
They're
The
just
thing is
arrogant.
that we are loud, and if you are loud, you can be misconstrued to be an arrogant person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just arrogant. Yeah.
Are you
Very
Even
arrogant.
look at
sure?
yes, look
Very
at the way we
arrogant.
discuss things, and we just discuss. It's just normal discussion. If we say we are on TV and things like that, many times my wife has come to talk. Hey, young man, you're making a noise, and I don't know. But funny thing is that people outside listening to me who are not Nigerians, for example, they would see me as arrogant.
That's
They would
no
because
the quarrel. No to the
eh,
shout. No the
because
quarrel. To
eh,
the
eh,
quarrel. To the
this
quarrel.
guy is arrogant, is loud. because those are the way they Yes.
So if they check the amount of time people say, "Do you know who I am?" Is it not mostly going to be in Nigeria?
Forefathers, no, you can't represent. Do you know who I am with the general populace? That's not a
I'm
generalization.
just saying. I'm just saying. Are you sure it's not going to show up? The whole world count is not going to show up only in Nigeria.
But Amy, you
Yes?
never can tell. You know what also, because some people, if they don't do it in a certain scenario, that doesn't mean they will not still do it in another scenario that you don't expect them to do it. Do you
That's true.
understand?
That means do you know who I am is if you are going to paint it that way, it's generally every human that would do that thing.
Exactly. Because this
So
do you
it's
know
not
who I am is always
different.
we think it always happens on the road when there's road rage or whatever. And they're like, who are you? I will deal with you. Do you know who I am? Do you am? I will call the IG. I will call this. I will call the just those normal talk. But if they don't do it on public whatever in their small way, like what's wrong with you? Do you know who you are talking to?
In fact, let me give an example. In fact, just to paint this picture properly of this, do you know who I am? My wife wrote a particular article with some of our senior colleagues like that. And those guys, because of what they wanted to get or what they've not gotten, they intentionally let that article slide for almost a year. So we just try to raise up like, okay, what is happening with this article? We have to submit this thing to particular journals and things like that. Because of the work that she had done, and it has taken over a year and nobody has said anything. Normally, if it is just one or two persons, this work would have flown and it would, if it don't fly, at least nothing is perfect. You get the point. But they are now standing on, no, it's too much. You have to do it like this. You have to do it. Now, what's what I'm trying to say? When she now raised her voice, that come, nothing is perfect. There's no way you continue to see something to be done until you send it and let it be. And if there's anything, that is what life is about. You continue to write. Do you know what this guy say? It's like, hey, in a subtle way, they didn't say, "Do you know who I am?" But when you listen, when you look at the words said, you know this is exactly, "Do you know who I am?" In a very subtle way, they'll tell you, "Hey, this is not right. After all, we just have to agree before we send it. More so, this does not help professional relationship." Once you hear word like that, what are they trying to tell you? It does not help professional relationship. Meaning that you are still small, we are bigger than you, we can cut your tree.
We'll be doing this before you came here.
That is just the meaning. So, do you know who I am? It is said, and I agree that just to paint local peace point that it is not just, it is everybody that will do it. It's not that not everybody will say, "Do you know who I am?" by word, but the way they will say is still the same thing. So that means that it's not really typical to Nigerians.
Let me show this, because I was having a word with some East Africans and they were talking about how Nigerians are arrogant. I was like, but Nigerians are also, they tend to pose themselves as quite humble sometimes. And I asked them, show me your people showing humility, and I will show you mine. And by the time I pull out Nigerians, it looks like the Nigerians won hands down, especially because of the Yoruba people. Those ones that lie down completely flat. And they lie down completely flat. They don't even kneel down.
They'll get you down. They want to get you down. They'll get you down.
I think the outside people, they tend to like bend a bit though, but I think the Yorubas, they make it quite regular, like they literally all the time. So, but
No,
it just
the outside is the quiet. The answer is the quietness, because the communication. They just because they don't talk, like if you okay, they are quiet, they are calm. But if they want, I think it's just nature. Sha. Anybody can react if they want to react, regardless of their dominion.
Yeah, but it's a bet. Look at this one. Okay, there's nothing that can beat this one. This one is the longest prostration this year that you can find. You see how Eme is laughing? You can't beat that one. And then Nigeria beat for humility and arrogance.
You must prostrate and roll on the floor very well before
No,
you get that.
but for hold on. This one you're showing us. So, do you think is respect?
It's respect now. What else do you want?
It's not respect.
Okay, what is this? Reverence?
In this condition, in this situation,
What is it? Oppression?
This marriage situation, because everybody can just do it, just to do so you could never to go where you go. tomorrow now go tell this guy say that guys they like I beg go leave that one
Oh,
now.
they greet. Oh no, they greet each other like that too when they see each other everywhere. Oh. Is that
No,
not? Are you surprised?
they only just no this lying down. It's just for my the rest is just bend the waist or bend the shoulder, bend the head down, or just bow a little
Oh
bit.
no!
But
And
not
they
lie
see
down like this.
they almost lie down flat. Yeah, but because of the ground, the person's chest doesn't touch the ground. You see that even on the street when, let's say, a young man sees a grown a man in
I know,
Yoruba
no,
culture.
I've seen it anyway. I've seen it anyway. I've seen it.
So it's not like okay, this flat one. Okay, I hear what you are saying. This one, you're not going to do this on the street now. This is too much. This one is too much. But it shows that we can be humble too. We can bring ourselves down no matter. And even I think which one was there? I think who is this one? This one is it not the heavyweight boxer of the world doing the same thing? So we can bring
No,
our
this one, no. This one, your papa na tell us say, if you reach there, so you go do am.
either way he did it anyway. What is your problem
Your
now?
papa
He
na
did it,
tell us say, if you reach there, do like this, do like this.
but he
If
did
you,
it now. That's the important thing.
the way it went that day, it wasn't even natural. It wasn't even natural.
Oh
I saw it
God,
like
how
that.
is
It
this
wasn't
supposed to
even
be
natural.
natural for somebody that punches the whole lights out of people all the time? It's not going to be natural now. You tend to
also
see this type quite
And
often.
the guy said, he go previous. You see, go lose. He go let the beat to this. You go lose. You see, go lose today.
look,
But
see,
that
some
is
people,
serious humility here, you know.
some people
That's
even
serious
say,
humility.
look,
Let me
see,
see South African one.
some say
What you say?
na since that frustration sef, na the career don't change.
That for start. And they tell you, as if fall, now you fall, now begin fall.
Man, South Africans barely have any kind of
Today,
sanitation at all.
did you watch the fight today? Hey,
Jesus.
bro, did you watch the fight today?
Yes, it was. I know. I saw the highlights. It's quite
If you say you watch the fight, you for punch Joshua for you for like
yeah,
you be like this guy.
and then Namozu in get, he knows how to fight now.
No,
Just go to
no,
gym up
the
and
hunger. No, the hunger before he got see. I think since he fought, from when he started till when he fought Klitschko, that was where he was hungry. So immediately he got that fame after defeating Klitschko. He got, but so I think it was like more of, oh boy, I don't get the best now.
I don't arrive.
It's all about money. Anything is all about because that guy rich, that guy get money. That guy investment and it does not be that guy get money. It better to talk. The property for you cannot be here. But it's all him now is I've gotten to that place. Let me use my name to acquire money. So any fight, if he's almost getting like twice of what his opponent is getting. Yeah, that's his fight.
Let's try to get back on topic. The reason why I'm saying that is because I don't feel like we've completely covered this storm. This one is a short discussion, let's face it. Because okay, children call every grown-up auntie, uncle, everything. And there's also evidence that even when we had a lot of bounty in Nigeria, even in the 60s, 70s, when things were really good, people were still behaving like this. So it's not necessarily that they are just only doing it because they are going to get something from you. Maybe now that's how it becomes cynical now. But we've been like that from the beginning. Don't you think?
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
uncle auntie is just I think it's just the culture thing, man. Just like respect. Not because like hey uncle is like yeah, because on a very good day, because of the way we define ourselves, that yes, being an African, we're all related, we're all the same family, the same ancestor, this and that. So you can call us like Snoop Dogg in America. Hey, what's up, cuz? Everybody's nephew. Hey, cuz, nephew. Every black person is cousin, nephew. So I think it's the same thing like yeah, every younger person, because they can't call you daddy, they can't call you mommy, they can just call you auntie, uncle. See, because you're older than them. Like you are related, so you're my uncle because you're older than me. And yes, just to see mark of respect still. It's
why I feel like Nigerians are quite unique in Africa actually. Even if you look at Nigeria and the people in Nigeria, almost everything you want to compare them with other African countries, we tend to do it more. It's like I can't believe it. Nigeria are the most arrogant and the most humble at the same time. You can't make that up. I don't know whether we are the quietest though. Maybe the Londoners are the quietest.
no okay. See, I think the story when you say arrogant or maybe loud or whatever, like okay, who put the yardstick that this loudness when you say because I talk I raise my voice so that you can hear me. You understand? Who put it as if it's a bad thing? Because on a very good day, it's where we find ourselves because of the noise, maybe because of noise pollution. Every day we hear ping pong, ping pong, ping pong.
Exactly.
So we have to shout so that Amy can hear me from the other side of the road because of the ping pong, ping pong. Amy, I
You
can
see,
be on.
we are blaming car horns now.
No,
That's why we are
no,
shouting.
see, no,
How many people live in cities that if you go to
forwarders,
Abuja, okay,
come down for
Abuja they loud.
forwarders, come down for plane, into Nigeria. You will know say enter familiar spirit, familiar zone. Like you just it's that airport. As you just open the door for plane, just come out. Maybe you go hotness, yeah, weather just change. But you know, see, man, even the air, you know,
That's Lagos now. The
noise,
air is
noise,
shaking
noise,
all the time.
noise.
But Professor, that,
The
you also need to understand that those cosmopolitan places in Nigeria, they dictate
exactly,
culture.
exactly.
You get the point? They dictate the culture, and from there, these things transcend to every other part of Nigeria. That is just what we see, because basically you want to, maybe you can say, peer pressure a bit, society, culture generally. So before you know it, but one thing, and as Lokopi also asserted, is that when you have a loud environment, okay, just like you should plug your earpiece now and you want to communicate with your neighbor.
Use the
Go and
shashazi.
use that. You want to communicate to yourself so that your neighbor can hear, not knowing that what you are saying, you've already raised your voice.
Because you can't hear yourself, you think your neighbor is not hearing you.
Because it almost put me even into trouble one day. I was seeing a babe passing through and I was telling my friend, whereas I was listening to the music, and I was saying, look at that girl. She bad very well. And my friend was even telling me that, hey, this lady is hearing you. And I still didn't, I was still saying it. She bad, thinking that I was. He just removed my earpiece. He now said she was hearing me. And the lady was looking at me like cursing me. Like, yeah. But I thought I was speaking so softly. So, and that is what, now, can I imagine when you've had that over your lifetime, or like 17,
A
18
period of long time, you understand? You
your
never
threshold of, you can imagine your threshold. You won't know you are loud, but your threshold of speaking has
Yeah.
increased. So when you now go to, funny thing is that when you go abroad, you even hardly hear what your people are saying. Before I get acclimatized to what they say, it took me a while. Why? Because I was expecting a certain level of frequency of noise, but it wasn't there. So I find it difficult to hear them, and they were like, "Hey, hello, how are you?" They said what they were saying, but I couldn't pick it.
So are you saying that Nigerians have a bit of deafness?
No.
No, yes,
Maybe
that is the truth.
because it has to be louder for us to actually hear anything.
You need to. An average Nigerian doesn't know that he's deaf.
No. No, in your own case anyway. In your own case, pronunciations is also a part of it. Phonetics is also a part of it. If you come to Lagos right now, even if I talk small, hey, look, what's up now? How you doing now? You will not tell me, eh? You understand what I'm saying now? Hey, like, hey, me, Alpha, what's up? How you doing now? With low voice, you will still hear me now because
No,
you understand what I mean.
it's not that. It's not that I will hear you.
No.
No. It's
Let me
because
give you one
my brain,
example of what I saw. In short, finish what you're saying.
My brain simply fills the blanks for me so that I can assume I'm hearing you, and that is how it is.
Exactly.
No. That is the science of it. A lot of things is that your brain does the prediction itself.
Interpretation, yeah.
It has modeled your environment such that it doesn't waste time thinking. So you think you are the one hearing, even what you see sometimes is not exactly what it is.
Oh God. Hold on. Now let me describe what my experience. That's why I asked the question whether we are deaf. Because when I was on the train in the UK, and there was these two white people, they were just sitting next to me, and they were talking right next to me quietly. They can hear each other perfectly well, but I couldn't hear anything. I'm like, how is that even possible?
See, look,
Just
I've
hear
seen
to
somebody.
ears.
I have a friend in school, Uniben those days. The guy will be on his phone, talking to his girlfriend on the phone. I swear to God, stand near that guy, you will not hear one word what the guy is saying. No, as in the guy, he's like a friend of mine in Uniben then. He's talking to his girlfriend on the phone. Stand close to the guy. You will not hear. Like,
Yeah, but that one could be the mic that is amplifying on the other. This one is mouth to
Exactly.
mouth. You can't. This
Exactly.
one is mouth to
why
mouth. Like, what is going on? I can't hear
pretending? I will
anything.
ask you, like, why are you pretending you're on the call? You say, no, I'm not on the call. I'm talking to the girlfriend. I said, bring, let me see. I was like, hello. Then later we hear the girlfriend sound, hello, yeah, hey, who's this? Who's this? They're like, I said, are you the
Maybe
one
you
she's
are
telling you?
deaf now. This is the problem. Maybe we are deaf. You're not hearing him.
No. You see, for all of us cannot be deaf now. Everybody, all of us complain the same thing.
Actually, all of us could be deaf. All of us could have a bit of deafness and we don't even know it. We are walking around.
Whisper, I'm like, every three. What you talk command? What you do code? Like, I beg you, you're not making call. You say take. You take. Hello, I'll hear somebody's voice like, God damn it. People are like that anyway. But sometimes, like you said, right? Like for me, I like loud music. Yes, loud. I'm hearing anything. But just let it be loud. Maybe the more it gets loud, maybe the more I get the feeling.
What is wrong with Nigerians?
I like loud music, so you understand.
I like loud stuff too, but I'm getting to worry that we're a little bit deaf because let's face it.
Sometimes I get scared.
You don't even need to be worried. I think it is true that we are a bit deaf. Now, not that it is a permanent deafness. No, the thing is, it's not like it is a permanent one.
It has been diagnosed. Or Dr. Damages to Nigeria. Nigerians are deaf. It's official.
The thing is that once you go out, talk your normal talk, and somebody tells you they might not confront you, but from one or two conversations, if they are sincere with you, they'll tell you are loud. And that is your normal conversation. Why is it so? It's because you want to hear yourself.
Exactly.
And
just like when you have a headphone on.
Yes. You want to hear yourself. And that is why once you're like the person you're saying that was on a phone and you couldn't pick what he was saying.
Yeah.
An Oyibo person will be close to that person and will hear perfectly what
exactly.
Okay, hold on, Amy. Right? If you want, because you want to hear yourself, that's why you're raising your voice, and you believe. Is it that if you go low, you will not hear yourself? Because you're very good. If the person I'm talking to,
if you've been
the person I'm talking to can hear me, and I believe I cannot hear myself, how am I sure the person that I'm talking to is hearing me when I cannot hear myself?
Now the thing is this: if you've been in a place where, for example, the generator has been running 24/7, you've been hearing blast of phones. Wait, normally, go and stay in that environment. It's just like you are plugging your earpiece now. There's no way you communicate to one person if you don't hear yourself. You are not you will not feel that you are communicating.
But is it that it's our language? Because remember, English is not our language. So is it that, because I'm thinking, what if we are speaking Igbo or Yoruba or Ijo? Is it going to sound
like? Can
you hear it?
That was fast. Any Nigerian language, no worry. That was fast.
So are you sure? Have you tried it? How do you know?
I know.
If you don't let somebody else come in, you're just gonna be
no. It was getting funny. It was getting really funny now.
You greet us first.
You don't let somebody else come in.
Pastor is looking fresh now. He's got to
nobody. You can't hear my greetings, but anyway, greetings to everybody.
Exactly. You greet us first.
Everybody in the comment section as well.
What's the theme of this dress up now? Is it the Yoruba theme?
Look, we Nigerians, we don't do it like that. We Wazobia, we can cross where Kenya, I can wear Ghana one. It's Africa, right? It's one Africa.
Exactly.
But with the last conversation you were having there, it's quite interesting to listen to three of you postulates, think about Nigerians as those people living in the cities, right? In say Lagos or Aba or Port Harcourt, where you have noise, and there are a lot of Nigerians who are in the villages, right? Very nice, beautiful, serene nights. You can see the stars, beautiful. So you're being condescending, assuming that you are the Nigerians. Those of you who live in the cities, urban, metropolitan boroughs, inner city towns and all that. There are a lot of Nigerians who enjoy God's activity at night, the moons, the crescent ones, the full moon, no noise. aside from the little music you're probably making with your woman in the other room, right? So we should be comprehensive when we think about Nigerians. It's not just those of us who are living in the cities. I just want to make that notation for you. And no, we're not deaf. We're free spirits. We'll talk as loud as we want. Keep our horn.
I tell you.
You know what I'm saying? We're free. We're free. We're free, and we'll do what we want. When you land in Mauritania Mahara Airport, you know you don't land.
I tell you.
You don't think. You don't think you don't land.
I tell you.
And any of you know what the results of that Edo? I've been quite busy. I haven't kept up with. Have they released the results of that election?
No, not now. They're correlating. How come? No.
Probably 4 a.m. or something like that.
No, man. They wouldn't
People
do
are making it
it
sound as if APC is going to take it.
Can you believe that that guy did not campaign? I haven't heard his voice up to now. But he's
the thing, Master, the thing is this, right? Look, we're in trouble, right? A place where if somebody like that guy can get up to, if it's up to 1 million votes, that means that there's a problem. I think I don't. What? Okay, now tell me the reason. Give me one excuse. What? Okay, I don't have any problem with the guy. Maybe because the way he campaigns and stuff, this and that, because there's no law that say he must talk or this and that. At least he can be talking to the people from house to house. There's no law that say he can come to the media and talk to you. If he can go the whole places with his own funds, that's his business, so he can do that. But my question is, you are campaigning under an umbrella that is impoverishing you. So, and people still said, okay, I'm cool with that. Let me say vote for that umbrella that is impoverishing me. That canopy, that policy, that house, that party that is impoverishing me. Let me see campaign for them. Let me put let me strengthen the party by adding one strength to their stronghold. You understand? Maybe because if they have, at least for you to give them one more governor, you are strengthening that party. And you are shouting that this party is what is putting me in this condition. I don't understand how people think. Full-grown adults will say, yes, we want this person to be there, if not for their own selfish interest. Not all the selfish interest. Some people are just stupid, naturally.
People don't respond as a crowd the way people respond individually. I don't think that's how it works. People will still vote for even somebody they know is not for them.
For us, no. See, look, for us, look. Having two sides is not a problem. You can be two sides, but two sides can be yes. Who score 90 and who score 100? Now A they get, but one is A plus because so like this guy score 100, this guy score 90. So if I want to vote, I can't say no. I can vote for no. It doesn't matter. But I want to check. Why did this person score more than this person? Okay, maybe there must be some things he know that will benefit me more than this 90. Okay, let me go for A. So voting for two people, having two people, whatever, is not the problem. That is normal. But having somebody go front, somebody's running backward, and you say, no, I just because I have two choices, I can vote anybody. Let me go backward. It's a mental problem.
What's the point of having two choices if you cannot exercise them? I think that the way people behave is that you have to study how people behave. People don't act rationally. It's not rational. As a group, people don't act rationally. It's really strange phenomenon, and I think we really need to study that more closely because you will see intellectually they know they shouldn't be doing this, but they would do it anyway because one, maybe food, is their townsman, all kinds of reasons.
Yes, that is. See, hold on. You are hiding under the pretense of yes, now my choice is that, but you have mental problem that is undiagnosed.
It's not mental problem. It behaves like that even in America, everywhere. The human beings are the same like that.
Look, you see now that Nigeria, you are not only deaf now on the average. A lot of people are mad.
I swear to God.
This one surprised though. This one they tough for that APC guy to win that. If he wins the election, right, it's got to be the most stunning thing I've ever seen.
It's not the same stupidity.
I saw some of the results, and PDPs, they are trying to fight them. But what I tend to notice is that the areas where APC is winning, they tend to have bigger gaps. That is concerning because they tend to
I
win the
know. I
bigger
think
areas where the gaps are bigger.
I think the calculation they did there is this, because they know they have two major candidates, because maybe majority of the state is pointing towards the Edo Central to provide the governor, right? And Oshomole in his Edo North will say, okay, now I own this place. You understand? Now the deputy governor is also from here, so we can put coalition and make sure we clear everywhere to APC in Edo North. Then in Edo South, that has majority of voting bloc, they are divided. You understand? So the two major parties are either going for one of the Edo Centrals. So it's divided. Then the Edo Central itself too, they are also divided because two of them are for their brothers from there. But the Edo South that have the voting block, that is where, so that's where the problem is coming from. So if PDP clear by chance clear the whole Edo South, which is impossible because both of party have stronghold in Edo South too. You understand? If both of them clear, if they share it 50-50 for Edo South and Edo North, APC clear everything, the small one that will come from Edo Central will just, even if they share 50-50, APC will still win because of the division of Edo South. So if they do it very, except the people are sensible to say, look, we're not following party or no party. We just want to look for somebody that will do it for us. Except that one, or else the person might just take it because Obaseki himself, he erred big time. He had the opportunity to do what he's supposed to do. He failed the people. He failed the people.
Yeah. He didn't give PDP voters reason to vote them in again. Why
Yes,
would they
he
vote them?
failed. He failed the people. The people do really do not have problem with the incoming of the PDP candidate, so to speak, because as old as he is, the guy is trying to be young guy, like Y2K compliant, trying to be as young as he can. Doing this, the guy. In fact, if not for the fact that they said he was 65 years old, they're like 65 years old. Ah, wow, this guy's old like that. Wow, that looks young anyway. But that's not the issue. It's just because like the person that's bringing him with this dead guy. That's why you can't you barely see situation whereby the governor is even following campaign from place to place. He is the one doing his own thing by himself. The governor barely follows him because the governor knows that people are not happy with him. There was some bets. The luck they had is they've already decided before APC, before Labour Party presented the candidates, the state have already decided the direction they are going to. That they are going to Edo Central to pick from there. The state have already decided. Majority of the politicians have already decided that we are going to Edo Central to pick somebody. So the Labour Party to present somebody from Edo South, that is the only problem Labour Party is having. If Labour Party have done the calculation properly, they would have allowed somebody from Edo Central to come out. That would have been a big plus for Labour Party. But because the state have already decided that they are going to Edo Central, the Labour Party is now presenting somebody from Edo South. That is a big blow for Labour Party.
Yeah, I can say I understand the various candidates and who has the best intention, but all you can advise people is vote somebody that actually has your interest at heart, because qualification is not always the best thing. If they have the qualification and your interest at heart, you go for it. But if they don't have as much qualification, but they have your interest at heart, go for that one too. Because the other one that is highly qualified, if it's doesn't have your interest at heart, he's going to use his big brain to wreck your economy and wreck your interest. So but we'll see the results anyway. I think was it you or someone that was saying that it was quite divided too? It became a little bit divisive in Edo State. That is. This is Nigeria. If you create a Edo as a nation, before you know, you start seeing that one part wants to break away again. Africans just like to break up.
It's always like that. Look, it's greed. It's greed. Like I said, it's greed. Gary would not share well. It's okay if not so. You go, let me go, man, so that we have equal Gary sharing. So that's just it. It's just greed. Like I said, it's just the individual. If we decide to do the right thing, Because I don't understand why people don't want to agree that it's, for you to create a institution, for you to make sure your institution is powerful. It's just common sense checkmate. You are creating a system to self-check you if you go wrong. But this system now that you are creating to self-check you, you don't want to give it power. And you're complaining that the system is not working. Well, you don't want to give that checkmate power. You understand? So if you give this institution, give them power to fuck you up, even if you fuck up.
Oh
You
God.
understand?
Okay,
Yes,
see, I think let's go to another topic because this topic I think is quite important actually. It's a seminar that I'm glad you are here about what happened in Lebanon this week. I think that's quite seminal. Because we
okay.
are what is the lesson for us with what happened in this in um uh, uh, with pagers, radio transmitters, receivers blowing up. Even I think solar panel parts were blowing up too. What is there for us to learn from this? I think I would like to hear from you, Loco, Ma, and Patsat about this, please.
The bombing that happened recently.
Yes, yes, pager
Who,
attacks.
okay, the Israel bombing, Abi.
Yeah.
And why did Israel bomb them? Was there any intel for attack?
Oh yeah, they both. What do you expect? Does Israel need a lot of reason?
Or
Israel
are you
doesn't
talking
like
about? Hold on.
Hamas.
Are you talking about
Doesn't like Hezbollah.
the pager detonation of the pager?
Yes.
Yeah, Hezbollah and
The Hezbollah.
Israel doesn't like
actors. Yeah.
Hezbollah. They don't need a lot of reason to do it. They don't like.
No, but for me, well, I, wait, okay, wait, what do you expect Israel to do? I mean, that is the right. If that is correct, that everybody that is bomb is exploding on their waist, all the pager is exploding. At the 21st century, people are still using pager when there's mobile phone to do that. That means Israel, the IDF really know what they are doing. You understand? Because for me, it's good. Because on a very good day,
I
what
think
are you all doing with pager?
no. I
Or
think
everybody just doing pager, 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 pager.
Look, you see the pager DT is on there.
it's not even
The
about the
threat, what
picture.
it poses, is the problem, because now they intercepted a shipment and put bombs in it, and then people, that is the boom. It should blow your mind that everything is up for grabs now. If they can do that to Hezbollah, and the reason why they did that to Hezbollah with the pagers is because Hezbollah knew that they were hacking their phones. So Hezbollah said, "Get rid of your phones, use pagers," and they still intercepted it and put bombs in 5,000 pagers. That is
Okay,
scary.
sorry. Okay, sorry. How did you? Okay, hold on. Okay, before they bought the pager, the bomb was inside before they bombed the pager, or there's already an explosive device that is
They
already the
ordered,
pager.
they ordered for the pager.
Mm-hmm.
I think my suspicion is it's not a fact. I have to state that clearly.
Mm-hmm.
I think what happened is that when they ordered for the pager, the company they ordered for the pager from is the company that belonged to the Israelis. They planted it then. Because
Okay.
the real owner of the company that
Mm-hmm.
is in South Korea or Taiwan
Mm-hmm.
said they sold the rights to manufacture that pager
Type of
to
pager. Mm-hmm.
a shady company that is linked to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't call it a shady company, a company that is linked to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So that company is probably the one that puts the explosives in those pagers. And when Hezbollah is made the order, they didn't know that the company they are ordering from was probably something tied to Israel, because the front company was a Taiwanese company. You see, now it shows you that what they call it, where you are sourcing your goods is very, very important. You have to know whose
The
company is
Intel,
actually making your product.
who are really buying from? Who have
Yes,
ties with that company that you're buying from?
you want to be sure, and you want to be sure all the time, all the things you already have is not
Okay,
already
Just like
and
compromised.
sorry, and another thing too. Were they using the pager already that the
Yes.
Israeli were getting the information from the pager, like look at what people are planning.
Oh
So,
no. They planted the bomb inside the pager.
uh-huh.
They knew the people they were going to get this pager to use
Mm-hmm.
it, because
Mm-hmm.
they are getting rid of their phones. So when they got the pagers,
Mm-hmm.
they sent a specific message at a specific time. I think from what I gathered, they said it looks like Hezbollah was about to discover that there was something wrong with the pagers. Then they detonated it. So over 3,000 people were
Okay,
injured.
okay. Not that Israeli were having the intel that the whatever message are sending to the pager, that Israel was encrypting the messages to decode the message to see what they are
Oh
saying.
no, no, that one they can access it. That's not the problem. Now it's
Okay.
about using the pager as a weapon against them. Israeli can access that one easy.
That planted bomb, you think they can access the message?
They can access iPhone,
So
WhatsApp.
they must have seen the messages like, oh, okay, so this is what people are planning. Oh yeah, detonate all the bomb today.
That is
Yeah, but that is one scenario. I think that forefathers is guessing, right?
Yes,
I have a
they don't
feeling.
guess.
I have a feeling that it's a cyber attack, right? And it's the technology involved in that. It's scary, obviously. This is a new frontier that we see now. They are able to cyber attack them without planting physical bombs in the device itself. Right? I was telling you forefathers about a month ago, or maybe more, that the United States, by extension Israel, they have neutrino technology. Right. So if you, in my opinion, now this is also my opinion, to be fair to you, I'm also guessing, right? But I believe that my guess is better than yours in the sense that it's quite crude to start putting bombs. Now, how much pound bomb can you put in a phone? I mean, I watched some of those things detonate, and I don't think they're just going to take a bomb and plant in the phones and give it to them and then start activating the bombs. I believe that they have some kind of technology that transmutes neutrino, right?
No.
Let me land on it, and then it will be. I welcome. Hold on. I welcome somebody to push back on it because it's something I'm thinking about now. But before I continue, let me also say that I know forefathers' motive in bringing this topic. We have to tie it to security, like you said earlier. It depends on who you're sourcing your stuff from. You know, I don't know if when you were younger, you fall in love when you break up with your girlfriend, and you listen to a country song or something like that. It's always like they're talking about you because of this broken heart, and everything leads to that your girlfriend, right? That's what forefathers is doing. So now what I'm thinking is that they have some kind of technology that's able to do a cyber attack. A cyber attack, you heard it all the time, maybe 20 years ago. They say, oh, there's going to be cyber attack. It's a new phenomenon that's going to change the world, right? Even in those days, they talked about drones. They talked about anti-missile stuff like that. But cyber attack is here now. That's exactly what we're going through here. And it's going to be quite devastating. If the other side, if the rabbits got the gun, right now, the hunter has the gun, right? But if the rabbits got the gun, it's going to be very difficult. So they have to protect this thing so that Muslims and other non-state actors do not get their hands on something like that, or the civilization is shut out. I'm against Israel doing it.
But don't you see, if there is a technology like that, I see there is some elements of plausibility to what you are saying. Let's say if it's a technology that can do that, you can see a reason why they will prefer to say it's a bomb that was done. They will prefer that because they know if they release information that they can literally have some devices implode. It means everybody that has their phone, they are in danger. So that if they have that technology, they will not tell you. They will hide it that they have it. Exactly. And if they do, then you have a big problem on your hand.
And you shouldn't think phone now. You shouldn't think pager, because you should think everything, right?
That's what I'm saying. Now, if they can do that with pager, then everything is up for grabs.
Exactly.
I don't think it's possible though. That's too much.
Okay, let me ask before before you answer, could you tell me what is the
what I'm saying
what is
the
neutrino?
Company. Hold on, Pansat. You remember, I also mentioned that they bought a company. So that the evidence is. So I'm not saying, I'm not talking from zero evidence. The fact that they had to buy a company, if they can hack the phone and do it, why do they have to buy the company? They don't need it.
But you don't have any proof that they bought the company. You're quoting them. Yeah, you say if somebody. Guy. Yeah, but look, these people are not dunces, right? If they want to hide the fact that they have a technology, yeah, they could make up all those kind of stories. But I don't really see high-grade intelligence, right? Besides, there'll be a lot of coincidence that when you get in these pages, that it goes strictly to these people I rather look at other scenario. I'm gonna have to. If you employ linear thinking, you're gonna land where you're talking about, right? But you have to be dynamic and say, okay, somebody who's gonna do this and have the gumption to do it. It's quite an evil act by the Israelis, right? This is basically not paying attention
I
to.
don't know how evil it is if they are targeting Hezbollah directly. These are warriors. You see what I mean? Warrior to
Yeah,
warrior.
I believe that, but what I'm saying, you basically ruin civilization
Yes,
when you do that, right? It's just
yeah,
like flying.
trust.
50
The
years
failure of
ago,
trust
yeah,
become a
70 years ago, you could hop on a plane and go where you go, and you won't be harassed and searched, right?
Yeah.
Until then, these people ruined that civilization, which is air travel. So now we just got set back. Everybody has to go through all this security because there's Muslims were bombing planes and stuff like that, and that wasn't fair. So now, if you do this with electronics, and I suspect with anything, now look, I had a question pending for you because you say no. What is a neutrino? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I think neutrino is yeah, I think it's how will I put it down? Maybe like
It's a subatomic particle that is
no,
not
no, no.
reactive.
It's a, like little something like electrons that helps like data transfer, messaging. Wherever I can send message to you, get it instantly.
Seriously.
Something like that. Yes, like
You need
Okay,
to
no,
stop
you,
it.
you you don't know what it is,
Why
but
did
it's
he
okay.
even
Look,
accept it?
look,
Eh?
nobody should know what it
tell you
is,
what
right?
the answer is now.
Forefathers was closed because I
wait,
challenged him
hold
on
on,
it
wait,
before.
wait, Pastor, hold on. Neutrino. How is this spelled first?
Is it
NEU
NEUTRO?
TRINO.
Yes.
Yeah,
With
of
an
course.
S if you want.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's a networking stuff. Like it helps you like transmit messages and other stuff. Like
It's not Wi-Fi. Oh. I
It's
thought
not.
I
no,
think
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
thinking
no,
of
not data. No,
Centrino.
no, 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 no,
But
no, no.
look,
No, listen.
honestly,
Is hold on, hold on.
nobody should take anything away from Loco, whether he
See,
got the description right. But the point I'm making is that
it's found. Hold on, sorry. It's found in
yeah,
devices. It's not Wi-Fi, not wireless. It's like not software, hardware. Found
it's
in
not even
devices.
found. It's not. It's so. It's
Sorry.
so and hold on. It's so enigmatic that you can't even find it. Right? It doesn't react with matter. It's such a cutting edge of technology. Right? Do you understand? Most even United States have not admitted to identifying it, isolating
Let me
it,
see. Hold
right?
on. Neutrino.
But you have trillions of it going through your body right now. It does not react with matter. Do you understand? But I believe that it's been weaponized. I believe that the United States has the technology at least, and then if US has it, they've tested over here because there's been a lot of incidents lately that point me to this. If you look at the pager incidents, for example, when these things explode, it's recorded. Who is recording it? I mean, they have it to where they could touch anybody they want. If you're flying in helicopters like the
Cover that.
Iranians, right?
Cover that.
They could touch them there.
Yes.
No
Please,
matter they
can
could
you?
pinpoint.
Sorry, please. Can
Yeah.
you type your search for use of neutrino?
Okay, there's
Just
no
check it
real
and see.
use of neutrino, but I think it can be used to predict something. But uses of neutrino, okay,
Yeah, check.
uses
Yeah,
of
I'm not far from it now. I'm like, but
uh, uh,
maybe there are too many, but at least I said one of them now. Come on.
okay, amazing
Alaba,
things
how are you?
be used.
Ferrara.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's right
Let me
too. Let's
welcome.
check it out.
Yeah,
No,
pastor. So
check.
I say make I can't join on our talk as you don't dress like politicians.
Since we are now in
Let's
this
decide to talk.
You try.
Let's see
What
what
is it?
neutrinos can do. Let's see. I think I didn't even know neutrinos were beginning to be used so widely. Actually, okay. Ways. Okay. Let's see. Okay. How do neutrinos affect human beings? No, it doesn't. Can neutrinos be used for energy? No, it doesn't. Are you? Let's see what is. Let's go to this list then. Applications of neutrino technology. I think they use it for something. Actually. I think it's CAT scans or something.
Why are you passing the things by and telling us what you think? I mean,
I'm trying to open it now. What's this on cancel time? What is this one? It looks like this people they want me to pay money. Let's see. Is there ChatGPT to check? Let's see why ChatGPT exists for this one. Okay, if it's open. Okay, Uses of neutrino. Let's see. Uses of neutrino.
Okay, I sent you a private message. Check and see. You say, come on, man. Say they allow for transmission of binary messages through dense matter at nearly speed of light. Detecting neutrons helped locate extreme distance objects in space. Neutrinos are produced in nuclear fission processes in stars and reactors, and then they play the role in stars' supernova process. Neutrinos are poorly understood, so basically research is a priority. Oh, okay. So people don't
So
discover and finish.
you see that you can't just use it in normal day-to-day.
Yeah, you can use it for human stuff.
From what I'm reading here, and is
Yeah, you cannot use it day to day. But what I'm saying is that it has been.
it's everywhere.
There is this medical application. Look at the medical application. It's a medical application. Neutrino beams in medical imaging. Although still
X-ray.
in its experimental stage, neutrino beams could be used for ultra-sensitive medical imaging techniques that require
X-ray.
cancer research. Yeah, they are trying. Yeah, it's not really widely used. It's just something that is interesting, actually. Even communication. This is the one that is relevant to what Loco says. It says something about communication. Due to the weak interaction with matter, neutrinos could theoretically be used to communicate through dense media like water, even the earth, where electromagnetic signals cannot easily pass. Wow, that is quite an interesting usage. You know that that water one is very powerful. Can you imagine if you can communicate underwater because you can control neutrino? That is such a powerful technology. If you can get it done.
That's why what I was postulating, right? I'm bringing it into the realm of what high-tech countries such as United States. Before you see any of these things we use on a day-to-day, internet, whatever, right? The United States military, maybe they had it for decades before it becomes commercialized. Once they have something superior, then they let us enjoy whatever it is they have. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you want to be, when we're postulating here as analysts, then we have to use our imagination. It has to go to the zenith, right? So, which is why I say you could poke holes in it, but it doesn't mean that Local P can then pull anything out of his pocket, right, to try to knock it down. I'm saying that as you sit there now, Local, you have trillions of neutrinos going through your body, but it doesn't react actually with our body. So it has.
Maybe we should return back to the matter we're discussing. I don't know how.
Right. So that's exactly we are on that. I want the federal to join in, but what I'm saying is that what I said that led us on the tangent is that the ability for these Mossad to detonate stuff, in this case pagers, right? It's not your basic technology where they put bombs in it and you go buy the people and put it in their pocket. There's nothing. I don't think so. I believe that they now have ability to make neutrinos react with matter. They've tamed it, right? It's simple as an. We could go deep into it if you want, but that's basically what I'm saying. This is a game changer. Right now they're able to bomb a building, but just pick out the particular bedroom they want to bomb, and they bomb that particular bedroom and leave the rest of the building standing, right? They could do that. They're doing that now. So the technology that I believe the United States has, which I'm sure Russia and China have gotten an inside information on. That's why no matter what provocation the US does, like in Ukraine, right? Russia doesn't want to say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to go to war with the United States. They know there's something there. And the US itself is bold enough to send missiles that are offensive in nature, knowing that, hey, Russia knows that we got this. They're going to come after us.
Well, how is America going to prevent Russia from retaliating if America goes overboard? Neutrino
That's what I'm telling you.
Neutrino is not going to stop a nuclear blast.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If neutrino right now, so as we know, does not react with matter, right? It's not even been isolated. But it's similar to World War II when Japan was all over the place. The United States detonated atom. They split the atom, hydrogen bomb, right, in a couple of their cities, and they surrendered because there's no way they could fight that. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not a change. It's a shift in technology. I believe instead of actually showing Russia by action, they're able to hint at and say, "Look what we've got." So if you get upset because we're having Ukraine reclaim their cities back, then we're gonna come deal with you. Same thing with China. If you think we're occupied with Ukraine and Russia, and you go do anything in Taiwan or any of those things, then we got something to show you. They understand. So they have an idea, whether implicitly or explicitly. Somehow they know that there's a shift in technology, and some of these things is what we see with Israel. So I'll leave it right there. Just this is not for your regular guy, for you forefathers who you went to security. I'm trying to tell you that the security that you're looking at, your normal thing, mom and pop security, that's not what we're dealing with in international arena. Thank you.
So
sorry, can I also put my thoughts?
Let me ask you now. So before you can add to it. If you are in charge of any security establishment in Nigeria now, would you not order your people at least to go and start checking all their reset orders just in case you want to do anything that some people will not like? Would you not check just to be sure?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Emiloko.
Okay. The thing is this. While before I answer your question, why I want to agree with Hansat what is your point about a superior technology being used. I still also want to believe that it could just be a simple lapse in the normal technologies that we are using right now. Maybe there's a lack of expertise amongst this set of people, and that was capitalized on. But sometimes some things you just need to do the little things and you get better results than really using all that technologies like that. But I'm not disapproving of what he said. It's possible too. There could be, I find a way to harness the energies around some subatomic particles and then utilize that to effect this damage. So, but yeah, as the question you asked, that if this will now inform us on what form of where we get our equipment from, and if it should also require us to now really put into consideration and supervise this equipment properly, I think that is just it. But can Nigeria as a nation do that now? Are we really at liberty to do that? Do we even have the what do you call it now? How do you call this? The independence to do that, and are we even capable of that itself?
Listen, on security, I know forefather like to talk a lot about security, but
so I'm not done, Mr. Ferreira.
About first. Yeah, finish up, brother.
So, are we independent to achieve it? And because from the look of things, I don't think we can even produce. We have not put in all the necessary infrastructure to commercially produce weapons. So these are the things, and so that means that one way or the other, we just have to still roll our clothes with this set of people, with these nations, in order to at least come up. And that is why we need leadership. So in my opinion, there's nothing we can do like that. We just have to, be wise enough to middle around the waters and make our gains from there. That is just
Well, when we see this type of stuff, does it not worry us when we keep saying like, bring vaccine to come and inject our children? Because you are Angel Michael from heaven. You are so precious.
Let me tell you what should worry us. What should worry us is our attitude to governance. You see, no serious people takes no serious government or serious country is going to have security. First of all, they must have discipline. They must have discipline, they must have money, and they must invest in research and they must also invest in espionage. Nigeria cannot even feed its own people. How much more be disciplined enough to invest in research or invest in, what new technologies others have out there so they can beat it. So our issues are we are still dealing with primordial issues while the rest of the world have gone far. And the only problem I always have with you, Forefather, is that you don't connect the issue of seriousness of government, that is the impunity that goes on now with the corruption with security. And that's your biggest link to security. In fact, those are the pillars of security. There is no way in the world any country can be secured if its politicians are doing the way our own politicians are doing. Spending anyhow, not being accountable to the law, and this is not an excuse. Oh, they have corruption in Russia too, they have corruption in America. No, this is not, they're not equivalent arguments. They are not. And that's why I always argue that what all of us keep calling politics or governance, in the true sense of the word, what we practice is treason and economic sabotage. So how can we have security when those who are in charge of security are treasonous themselves, are committing crimes against their own nation that will secure their nation? Let me tell you about the early 70s and 60s of Nigeria. And I know that based from my uncle, because I asked him that, why you joined the military, as a medical person? He said, because the military had the best facilities. That's in the 60s. They had the best hospitals, best facilities. You understand? Everything has gone down now. I don't know what they have now. But if the country does not take the issue of law and order seriously, issue of law where anybody can do anything they want. Look at today's election, for example. Stories of people doing anyhow as they want is already out there. People writing results, they cannot even collate results at the local area. They are now thinking of taking it down to the state. You can't have a serious country like that. These issues are too serious. And these issues of economic sabotage and treason, unless they are treated, you're right on this, your argument about external enemies. But the one you are overlooking is our internal enemies. We have two. We have external enemy, the ones influencing our internal enemy. So the questions we have to focus on as a people is, what do we do with the internal enemies? And the internal enemies are not the critics. They're not the protesters. They're not the activists. They're not the agitators. They're not the people complaining. But they are people that are, for sake of personal gain, are sabotaging the collective security of the people. I call it collective will, because collective will is also for us to be collectively secured. But because of what they will gain now, they sacrifice that at the expense of our security. You can't have security if your military is not actively engaged in research. Your university, not just your not just your military, your universities are up to date with research, with what is new, what is out there, are thinking ahead. You see, you can't have security when you are a consumer, when you're a consumer of products, because the person you're consuming from is not going to give you something for you to secure yourself. They will give you the ones they have done using, the ones they don't need anymore. The new ones is the responsibility of your military head and intelligence. Well, we're talking of a country where somebody without a certificate became president. So what intelligence are they even gathering? Let me just leave it there and let others talk small. But you have to connect this security issue and see how important it is to the issue of governance itself. How what we practice now, all these we're treating election as if we're treating a football team, Arsenal versus Liverpool. My team must win. I must write it. You know, we're treating issues of crime and fraud, I mean, economic sabotage, as issues of democratic gains. You know, my man must be a millionaire. Well, but these are serious security issues. And as to push your argument, which you always put, security, 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 there can be no security until these basic fundamentals. Talk of all these countries. North Korea, do you think they just developed a nuclear bomb? It's because they kill anybody that's not in line with the objective of building a nuclear bomb. China, they killed anybody that's not in line with the objective of them getting where they need to be. But everybody does whatever they want in the name of tribe, in the name of religion, in the name of born to rule, in the name of any other thing except what it really is. And then we keep gaslighting ourselves. We're giant of the world, giant of Africa. We keep doing this thing, doing that. We're lucky we don't have natural people who wants to come and directly invade us, and it's still coming. But they just went, well, what's the point of invading them directly with foot soldiers? It's just, they already have internal enemies. It's like the blacks in America also. It's like, what's the point of KKK? KKK will say to the, what's the point of killing these people anymore? We already got the gangs there to kill them. So why do we have to even bother? They'll do the job better than us. The same thing, this is what our governments are. They are really the enemy of the own people. And they don't see it. The educated ones don't see it. Leaders don't see it. The religious leaders don't see it. Traditional leaders don't see it. Those with PhDs and doctorates don't see it. You can't blame them because everybody still see governance as going to the forest to kill a bushmeat and bringing it back to the village. That's the way we view governance. And that's not governance. Governance is security. And it's a security competition among everyone in the world. That was what led to First World War. That was what caused Second World War. It's an issue of security. It's an issue of resources. And it's exactly the same thing that will lead to the Third World War. And we are still there dealing with primordial issues. One man playing big man, buying Cadillac, buying yachts, buying planes. How does that? I know. Let me keep quiet. I beg, make answer.
I don't know why we bother, but there is a new development going on in Nigeria. I'm sometimes when I see things now, I'm very skeptical. You know, the Nigerian government recently went to Russia to sign an agreement with the people that built Ajakuta Steel that they will finish the building of Ajakuta Steel and run it. That is something different. I've never heard that before. So we'll see whether that will come to fruition. Because if you are giving foreign companies the opportunity to run it, chances are that, yeah, they may be interested in completing it. That's if Western people don't go and delay the process again from finishing. So that's something that just came out today, not long ago. So there's also this discussion that they would say they want to build underground train in Abuja. I don't know whether they will do it or they keep saying stuff. Until I see it happening, I'm not going to believe anything they say. In Nigeria, that's how NNPC was. Port Harcourt Refinery was supposed to come on stream last year. It didn't come on stream.
We even have to stop responding to the issues of they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to do that. I think as a matter of government policy, if you're not, they shouldn't even be announcing what they are launching. They should only announce what they are commissioning, what they are opening.
That would make sense, isn't it?
Since we've been children, they've always announced what they want to do. They want to build this. They want to build underground railroad. They want to build the tram. They want to. No, I don't hear. I swear, here in the Western world, or in the city that I live here, I don't hear governmental agencies saying they want to do this or they long. It's only when they are opening it that you see it in the news. If it's whatever it is they are opening, if it is road or if it is hospital or if it's whatever, it's school or whatever it is.
Let me ask you Forefather, you heard what Alaba said, which I subscribe to, right? So, but I want you to take your time now to respond to what he said. Do you now adjust your view, being that the angle that you always talk about security is important, and it's also subscribed to that, but it's not the only thing, right? You have your military, national security, your foreign intelligence, internal and external security, like Alaba was saying, right? Then you have your economic security, which he also hinted at. You have your energy security, you have environmental, and then of course food security, and then cyber security, the one that's happening in Israel right now. So what I'm saying, you deserve to respond to this elaborately by saying, okay, look, I was wrong. I was looking at this thing from just one aspect. That Nigeria, in my opinion, it's not even considering that. It's not their focus. They're not claiming that we don't have any air defenses, for example. If Ghana wanted to shoot at a rock, it's just going to go down there and fall in there, right? They don't have any air defenses, sirens to blow us. Hey, there's a bomb coming in 2 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever. So would you now say, Alaba is right, I was myopic, what I'm saying is important, but I now want to have the country to be cohesive. It's part of security. All of us have to belong to that country where most people are happy with the country. This is what I'm saying. And then there should be food security, there should be manufacturing, we should make our own stuff. Not only that, we shouldn't have presidents that go into intrusive surgery in France or Britain and they could plant anything in their bodies and stuff like that. So go ahead, and I want an elaborate response on the security with what Alaba said.
It's about saying, is it not about like we are not ready to operate at that level? For my way of looking at it is, there are certain things that you can do just by choosing to do it. Not everything you can do by, especially when it involves technology. It's not something you can just do overnight. You have to take your time to do your research and build grounds. But there are certain things you can do. You can have people check your equipment just to make sure. You can now maybe change policies about the way you buy things to make sure those things are verified before you start bringing them into the country. You can make sure that you create more of Dangotes so that Nigerians will be making more things, so we import less, and the less you have to rely on others, the less chance you're going to get compromised. So all those, there are quite a lot of decisions people can make or we can make that don't need technology. It's on us. They don't need even technically the leadership transforming their nature that much. They just need to want to survive themselves, because who knows, they might be the target tomorrow. It might be their phones that this stuff is on. They don't seem to let their phones go. So we have to be careful about not saying that we are just behind, because yes, we are behind in so many things, but there are certain things that is just common sense. It's not about whether you're technologically behind or in terms of equipment you are behind. So you just do the ones you can. Those exercises caution, and I think it's going to do us some good, because we deserve. What else do we deserve? We don't deserve anything less than that. If you have people just coming in, bringing anything they like, you want to reduce the risks. You want to reduce to the minimum. Let's say if you are going to accept vaccines, okay, yeah, by everything put together, this is the only risk we are taking, or two risks we are taking. Maybe we'll take vaccine and take equipment from other people. Just that's the way to think.
Okay, let me ask you on the vaccine thing, because obviously it's a core point. Do you think, first of all, you know that Bill Gates is one of the pushers of vaccine around the globe, right? There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding him. I'm not going to get into that, but he's one of those, and he also is one of Dangote's best friends, right? You know that Bill
I've
Gates.
heard of that.
Right. You can see, Google it right now, you're going to see them together in Nigeria and everything. So do you really think that if Bill Gates wants Nigerians to take vaccines and he approaches Dangote, he won't be able to get through? He'll get through. Dangote, to me, the only reason why I'm saying is that you cited him, we need to produce more Dangotes. Dangote is one of the biggest national security problems we have in the country. Singularly, he's the biggest threat and risk that we have, not only economically. Now, you saw him, I'm looking at, and I'm very disappointed in Nigerians, mainly, basically all Nigerians, even Alaba here. I'm going to tell you why, right? It's such a cheap joke that you have Dangote play the same card he played with Emefiele, for example. Introducing some kind of currency and together with Dangote, and he was benefiting from it. But he was the bad guy. He was playing good cop, bad cop with us then. So now he's doing it again because he's not that smart, right? He's not a smart guy. So he took the same playbook and he's doing it with NNPC, right? So they're doing his bidding. He's got billions of dollars.
I think you're over-explaining it.
No. Let me land because it's not. It's from by observation. I'm saying that in 2022, when the election was at its peak, with Buhari there leaving office, they used at that point he used the CBN to introduce certain currency. He was trying to do all kinds of things, and Emefiele stuck out his neck together with Buhari and Dangote, right? But now they captured him, made him incommunicado. So the press cannot access Emefiele and say, hey, look, what were you doing? Give us your own side of the story. So they keep recycling him in the courts, right? So now our NNPC, who are not perfect, who Dangote himself has used to cripple all our refineries so he could build his own.
You are making a lot of assertions without evidence.
Oh, no, if you question me, then I'm saying it's by observation, right? So what I'm saying, the same playbook, he's trying to make NNPC bad people. Why can't he come out and say, you know what? I'm selling this and I'm selling it to NNPC for X number of dollars and tell the truth when he does. So we know how much he's going to sell it to them. He will not tell you how much he's going to sell it to NNPC. He's going to say, oh, NNPC doesn't want me to tell you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The number already. I think somebody on the news said it was 46 cents.
Right, that was a trick. He said about 50 cents, right? And that's a trick. Now, what is 50 cents in Naira?
It should be somewhere around 700, 800, depending on how you do exchange.
Okay. Not only, first of all, is that not true, but it's high, right? It's very high in the sense that we gave him almost $5 billion for that refinery. He keeps saying my refinery.
I think it's $2.something billion. I think it was just 1 billion Nigeria put on. They were supposed to put another 1.
He's a liar, right? He's lying about that too.
Supposed to put a certain amount, but I think they will put 20% of the money that they're supposed to put.
Yeah, they put it, and actually they put
out now.
They put it. It's 20%. We own 20%, quote unquote, right? I bet you he didn't put a dime in that refinery. His own dime. Nigerians.
He did, come on.
No, that's my opinion, right? And I can prove it. I won't be saying it. I've got my research on it.
Why they keep such public issues so secret? Why is it not in
a
government gazette somewhere on the details of the deal? And this thing shouldn't be secret. It's involved.
Do you know how much we're paying for a liter of?
How much exactly is Nigerian money in it? How much is his own money? How much are the other investors?
No, son. Alaba, if they tell you how much they pay, how they want to chop the money they want to chop? How for you?
What you have to say to that, forefather?
Yeah, because forefather keep defending him as if he cannot do any wrong.
No.
You know how much we're paying at the pump?
But he didn't let me say the only reason why I'm defending him. The only reason why I'm defending him is for the fact that he is going to offer value. He's going to take care of.
You are defending all things being equal.
Yes.
In a sense, society.
No. Let me make my point so that you understand. It's not going to go long. See, it's like when you are looking for food in a house. Who cares about who shares the food? First thing, get the food in first. We have a bigger problem here. We don't have value-added manufacturing in our petroleum industry. Dangote is providing it, period. If you want to compete, anybody else can come and compete. As a matter of fact, it's a good thing. They then come and try to compete with him so that with Nigeria will be richer for it. So that's why I look at it. It's not about whether it's him.
Forwarders,
If
let
it's
me ask you a
offering
question.
value, you have to respect that.
Forwarders, let me ask you a question. Is in the cement industry, will you say Dangote has monopolized it?
Yeah, it depends on how you call it.
Okay,
Some people will say
50%
is monopoly. Some people will say it
okay.
has to be 80. Some people say
The way
90.
the way Dangote handles the cement sector, industry, production, manufacture of cement or whatever, if he does that same stuff to the petroleum industry, thereby having his own refinery be there working and every day whatever, will you be happy? Whereby people will be complaining as they cannot afford cement. Cement is very costly. It will not get to a situation whereby cement, petroleum will be very costly for Nigerians, still complaining. Will you be happy like that, despite the fact that yes, he owns a refinery, but if the effect on the people is disastrous, will you be happy?
No, because the reason why the refinery cost is high right now is because of the exchange rate that the government triggered in place. So otherwise, petrol price will be around 600 right now, or then the one that he will bring will be maybe 400, even as low as 300. That's how bad what the government did with the foreign exchange is. So from the point of view of, from where I'm looking at it anyway, they are, if let's say I don't know, your original point, was it about monopoly? If it's about monopoly is not always a bad thing from the point of view of the state. It's not always a bad thing. It was a monopoly.
Yeah, monopoly in the cement, the way he did it in the cement industry.
But the reason why cement is not affordable has nothing to do with the price of his cement. It is the hardship in the country, the inflation rate, and all that. He's losing money. Dangote is part of the businesses that are losing money in Nigeria. MTN, because of the inflation rate and the currency depreciation.
Do they give him tax incentive? Do they give him tax break? Do they give him the cheapest dollar exchange rate?
I don't know what he gets.
Yeah, yes.
One thing I know for sure is that
everything else has happened when it comes to Dangote, right?
No. I don't know that aspect. I don't know that aspect. It's possible that they are getting it, but the company lost money.
I'm telling you, Dangote is the only one of the. In fact, it's number one company that enjoys from the federal government when it comes to tax break, tax incentive.
And for your information,
if you go to CBN,
in Iran, what is the use of the tax incentives when you go and lose a lot of profit because of depreciation of your currency by over 100%? Then the inflation rate at 30-something%. There's nothing to escape, because remember, people like Dangote, they can't just increase cement price overnight. They have to hold it steady.
He's one of the reasons the dollar is killing the naira. He's one of the reasons because they give him the cheapest exchange rate, and what he does with those money for him to do business with it, you understand? What he does with it is
in
to
Iran, it's
sell back.
11 cents. 11
He
cents.
built a refinery. What else do you want? He spends $20 billion building a refinery. If he was doing round tripping, he would have done a massive round tripping without $20 billion.
I know, but look at the countries that have oil like we do, right? Look at the countries that have oil like how much it is per liter. In Iran, it's 11 cents. In Libya, it's 12 cents, right? In Venezuela, it's 13 cents per liter. Okay? 11 cents in Iran, Libya 12 cents, Venezuela 13 cents. Okay, in Egypt it's $1.06, right? So when you look at how much security-wise, one of the biggest problem we have in the country, I'm telling you, single-handedly is Dangote. He has the ability to vilify other entrepreneurs. He has the ability to even take an institution such as an NPC and render them useless, both ways. Take CBN, render them useless, right? I'm telling you, and that he is in a popularity contest, they have no chance, because all he has to do is play the victim here, and a lot of people are rooting for him because he's an individual going against a government. Nobody like me, I don't like that. I don't want the government destroying any business, right? I'm an entrepreneur myself. But you have to, if you're looking for Nigeria safety, we have to have refineries all over the country. here in the United States, say here in California, have 50 something, Texas 60 something refineries.
What's that?
Big.
What's
Yeah.
that? Do
Let
you,
me
do you
just
think
land.
I wanted to okay, land.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what I'm saying is that when they come and they apprehend somebody like MFLA, they made him do what they want him to do. He's an independent agency. All right. So because MFLA did their bidding for them, they come and they throw him in jail for Dangote's benefit. If Yahaya Bello says to Dangote, we don't want you taking our cement factory. This is a state institution. We want the cement factory. Then he makes them do their job anyway, which is to apprehend him, Yahaya Bello, because he's a fraudster. But he's the only one who's able to wrestle Dangote to the ground and take back that cement factory from Dangote. So now you have an NPC, and I looked at what an NPC, some of them in the head of that agency have won some awards recently for being innovative and doing the right thing. And they said, you don't have a license. He didn't have a license last month. How is he producing? I'm willing to bet anybody here, because I see some skeptics here looking at me, right? And those are in the comment section. If we go into that Dangote refinery, I'm not sure that he's not producing anything. It's important that petrol. I'm willing.
They gave him. No, they gave him.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
Then they give
even
him
if
about 2 million barrels.
that's what I'm saying. Okay, they gave him billions of dollars, our money. He keeps saying my refinery. It's our refinery. We paid for the 20% at least.
No. We divested to around 7.2% now.
No, we did not. That's a unilateral decision he made.
That's the government that did it, not
No. But you have not had any other arbiter, say a court. Okay, let me tell you. In 2021, Dangote emerged with Buhari and opened that refinery with Buhari. At that time, we bought 20% of that refinery. He opened it and he was a liar then. He lied. In 2021, he said it was open. Hold on.
I don't want to go past.
Let me just land. I'll land on this. Here's what I'm saying to you, right? All these games is being played because a lot of us are out of the country. If we're there, he won't be able to do what he's doing, right? You could have sympathy and that's fine. But the point is that there's never going to be a day you're going to come in there, you have Rufai Yuseni, you have other hard-hitting journalists. He's going to open up that refinery, and we're going to see that thing get refined, that crude oil.
Okay.
I'm going to bet you anything. Because
it
will be. Let me just tell you why.
We don't have time, Bansat.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that the reason is very simple. It will be dumb and stupid for somebody to spend $20 billion building a refinery in 2024, right? Very soon, in the next couple of years here in California, you're not going to be able to, you cannot buy a combustible engine, a fossil fuel engine. Very soon, in the next 10 years, if you buy a car, it has to be an electric car. So he knows that. He's not stupid. He didn't invest 20 billion. Now, if you believe he invested 20 billion, then you're just stupid.
Thank you.
That's our money that he used to build that thing, and we're paying $1,000, right? $1,000 and 1,000 naira, and that's not fair. I wanted to stop. I want him stopped. I want him apprehended and tried in courts.
Okay.
He cannot take our 20% and say we're gonna give you 7% now.
That's your call now. That's your call. Thank you for coming.
Why are you defending him anyway? Why are you defending him?
To defend him. Thank you for coming in, Pansat. Thank you, Loco P. I really appreciate you coming in, and all the people that have been on the show, Maska, Jide, Cornel Adeni, all of them. I'm sorry if I missed out your name. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us all this opportunity. And let me just say some thank you to the people that are on the chat. Borema Akambi, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. There is a guy, Owanlele. Thank you for joining us, regular. Owanlele, I appreciate you for coming in. Let's see, Fatai. Okay. Fatayo no
Jesus Christ.
You see, this guy is just Fatayo Tube. Yeah, Fatayo Tube. Yeah, he's trying to catch me out now. Fatayo Tube. He's trying to catch me out there. Yeah, that's what Kenry Bar. Thank you for coming in, Oscar Blackbone. You see, you guys are getting more stingy this time around. I don't know what's happening. Nobody is ready to talk about it. You want the damage to go bankrupt. What is wrong with our Nigerians? You watch, you don't donate at all. You go to church. Tomorrow now they are going to go and fill all this thing,
The basket
all the basket at the church.
stupid pastor.
They will fill all the basket in church and they will
So
come
why are
here.
you closing the show down when we're just getting heated up here? Why
Because it's 12 hours. After 12 hours, they are going to cut it out. And besides, I'm not.
It's 12 hours.
Yeah, they are going to
All
cut
right, well,
it
you
out.
tried, huh? You tried.
Going to
Let
record it.
me say goodbye. But next time we'll coming right back to this.
Yeah, no, I think on some days we are going to do longer, but we are going to be breaking it into chunks. We can do up to even like 15 hours some the other days because we have to break it to do that. Okay. Oscar, okay, as I said, Oscar Blackbone, hi, be returned. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Don Anthony Nwachuku, I see you there. Nwachuku Oga, troublemaker. Oga is the longest term hater of all time. And it's funny, somebody was saying today they should be nice to me because they are in a kind of return mode where I'm returning, so they are not being mean to me yet. So I won't be surprised next week the whole thing will change, or even tomorrow. Quinty A, thank you for joining us.
You bet you. Because you yourself, you're being cool because you just came back. So when you go back to your old self, everybody's gonna beat up on you again.
Manuel Ferrari, thank you for Ferreira. Thank you for joining us, Manuel Ferreira. Pansat, I see you there. Thank you. You're on the chat and you're on the panel. Thank you for joining us. Adama, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. I've not seen you, Adama, on the panel for a while. Interesting talking to you. Then there is who else is there? Blessing Chukuka. Blessing Chukuka. Thank you for joining us, Blessing Chukuka. I see you there. Who else is on the listing? I think I said Don Anthony. Any other? Oh, I think I saw Tracy Jacobin. I see you there, Tracy Jacobin. Thank you for joining us. I see you. Udo Olisa Franklin. Udo Olisa Franklin. I see you. Thank you for coming in. I see you there. And Arinano. I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. And I think I've said as much as I can do for now. Bumi, I almost forgot Bumi. Bumi, thank you for joining us. She was also on the chat. Loxon Dota. Thank you for joining us, Loxon Dota. I see you there. And Mazi Prince. Mazi, the Prince of California. California is completely useless in the election. Nobody cares. It's democratic captive. They've captured California. Thank you for joining us, Mazi Prince of California. Adesina John, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. And let me call out the only person to donate to the channel, Oscar Blackbone. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Dr. Damages needs the support. He's doing a lot. Some of the stuff that is happening here is going on TV channels. TV in Nigeria. He is doing this in AI this thing presentation. He's doing a lot of people are coming in and working with him on different projects. We have to try to support this thing because they are not doing this thing just to talk. They are trying to do it to actually help the situation in Nigeria. There's a lot that is going on, and we should learn to be able to be charitable. Not a lot. You don't have to give all your savings to Dr. Damage. You just have to give him, a little bit here and there. Even if it's $2, it's something. £2 is something. Even £1. I don't think this channel allows £1. You should donate. And also, if you have not subscribed to True Niger, subscribe to True Niger. It only helps. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy TV. Is this real? Are you the true Yes Daddy TV? Because you are using this guy's photograph is on channels, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know whether it's the real deal or you're just using his face. So thank you. Okay, to Nigeria, thank me. Otherwise, your dealer all the way. This dealer business. Let's move on from this dealer talk. So regarding the projects, and also remember to subscribe. If you've not subscribed before, subscribe. But if you subscribe before, don't do it again because you're just going to unsubscribe. that could just make me lose subscribers. So I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers. I'm not asking for too